Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. Chapter 1. You are no longer good enough of me. The ninth prison, in the suburbs of Jiangzhou City. Yi Qing slowly walked out of the prison gate, carrying his luggage. Outside the prison gate, a Bentley was waiting. Seeing Yi Qing walk out, a woman in her 20s, dressed in business attire, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and possessing a refined beauty, walked towards Yi Qing. "Mr. Yi, long time no see, please get in the car." Yi Qing looked at the beautiful woman and said with a smile, "Linji, 3 years later, you've become even more beautiful. Where is Qingyue? Didn't she come to pick me up?" Linji pushed up her glasses, revealing a calm smile, and said, "President Qingyue has an important meeting today, so she entrusted me to pick you up. It's almost time. The hotel arrangements have been made. Please get in the car." Seeing Linji's indifferent attitude, Yi Qing said no more. He nodded and asked, "Then can I call Qingyue?" Such a simple request, a husband asking to call his wife, yet Linji directly shook her head and refused. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, the president is currently in a meeting and doesn't wish to be disturbed. Please, get in the car." Yi Qing gave Linji a deep look, walked to the car, and chuckled, "You've even bought a Bentley. It seems Qingyue has been doing quite well these past 3 years I was gone." After saying that, Yi Qing directly opened the door and got into the car. Then, the car started, and along the way, no one spoke. It wasn't until the car arrived at the Emperor Hotel in Jiangzhou City that Linji led Yi Qing to a luxurious suite. At this moment, the room was not empty. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, dressed in formal wear, waiting. "Mr. Yi, you've just been released from prison. Clothes have been prepared for you. You can take a shower and change, and then we can talk." Looking at the setup before him, Yi Qing had a bad premonition, but he said nothing, just smiled, and went into the room to shower and change. Half an hour later, when Yi Qing re-emerged from the room, everyone present couldn't help but light up. It had to be said, Yi Qing was very handsome, a kind of charmingly evil handsome, coupled with his 185-meter height and robust physique, making people unable to help but take a second look after seeing him once. Picking up a bottle of mineral water, Yi Qing sat on the sofa, looked at Linji and the others, and calmly said, "If you have something to say, say it." Linji nodded, directly took a divorce agreement, and began, "Mr. Yi, this is a divorce agreement between you and Ms. Gao Qingyue. The agreement states that you will receive ownership of the house you once lived in. At the same time, Ms. Gao Qingyue will gift you 2 storefronts located in the bustling downtown area, and will also pay you a one-time cash sum of 5 million yuan. Mr. Yi, with these, your life from now on will no longer be an issue. Please sign. Of course, if you have other opinions, you can also raise them. These 3 are our group's lawyers. They will convey any opinions you have." The conditions were very generous. Yi Qing picked up the divorce agreement from the table and said with a smile, "So, the only choice I have is divorce, isn't it?" Linji pushed up her glasses, nodded, and said, "You could say that you are someone who has been to prison. You have a blemish, which would tarnish Ms. Gao Qingyue's reputation. Plus, it's been 3 years, and the feelings are gone, so you should still sign." "A blemish?" Yi Qing smiled. "I went to prison for Gao Qingyue. She knows this perfectly well, so, after I'm released from prison, her gratitude to me is a divorce agreement. Is that right?" Linji was expressionless, pointing to the divorce agreement, and said, "Mr. Yi, although you served 3 years in prison, you received 2 commercial properties worth 5 million yuan, and also 5 million yuan in cash. This 10 million yuan in assets should be enough for you, shouldn't it? 3 years in prison in exchange for 10 million in wealth. I think anyone would accept that. Why do you insist on being difficult? Parting amicably, perhaps if you encounter any difficulties in the future, President Qingyue might still be able to help you. If we make things awkward for everyone, I don't think you'd benefit, would you?" What eloquence, what calculation! Yes, 3 years in prison for 10 million in wealth, truly, a very good deal. Yi Qing directly threw the divorce agreement onto the table and said calmly, "I can sign, but let Gao Qingyue come and talk to me in person. My relationship with her is not for you to meddle in. Are lawyers so impressive? Is 10 million in wealth a lot? Let Gao Qingyue come and talk to me in person. I don't want a single penny. I'll sign immediately. That's it, inform her." After saying that, Yi Qing directly returned to the room. 10 minutes later, Lin Shi knocked on the door. "Mr. Yi, the president has arrived." Yi Qing came out indeed. Gao Qingyue had arrived at this moment. Gao Qingyue was stunningly beautiful, accentuated by a black long dress and jewelry, but her face showed only coldness and indifference. Strangeness, only strangeness, no longer the familiar feeling she once had. "I'm here, sign it." Without any extra words, not even a greeting, Gao Qingyue coldly uttered these few words. Yi Qing walked over and sat in front of Gao Qingyue, looking at her, and chuckled softly. "So, our relationship ultimately couldn't match you because of my imprisonment and my mediocrity, is that right?" Gao Qingyue heard this, nodded, and said, "If you want to understand it that way, you can. After all, neither of us is who we used to be. Let's part amicably. Yi Qing, consider it my fault." Yi Qing held the divorce agreement, sighed, and said, "It is indeed your fault. To me, 3 years in prison. Do you think this mere 10 million can buy that back? Especially, is my affection for you, Yi Qing, truly so worthless?" Gao Qingyue, chairman of Qingyue Group, a female tycoon worth billions, a stunningly beautiful ice-cold president. "Is this who you are now, the high and mighty you, is that right? So, I'm not worthy, am I?" Gao Qingyue sighed, slowly stood up, and said, "Yi Qing, if you came to see me just to mock me, then there's no need. You don't have to sign this, but this divorce is final. I will entrust my lawyer to handle it from now on. Let's not meet again." After speaking, Gao Qingyue was about to leave. Yi Qing picked up the pen and quickly signed his name, then threw the agreement to Lin Shi. "I've signed. I don't want your property either, just as you said. From now on, we have no more ties." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's body trembled slightly for some reason, but in the end, she didn't look back and left directly. Yi Qing sat alone on the hotel sofa, looking at the clouds rolling and unrolling outside the window at this moment. His face held only bitterness, only sorrow. Ding-a-ling, the phone rang. Yi Qing looked at the unfamiliar number, his brows slightly furrowed. He had just been released from prison, and not many people knew this number who could be looking for him at this time. He answered the call. Before Yi Qing could speak, an urgent voice came from the phone. "Excuse me, are you Yi Divine Doctor?" Chapter 2: The Truth Behind. "Yi Divine Doctor?" Yi Qing frowned slightly and said, "I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I'm not some divine doctor." After speaking, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. At this moment, in the home of Wan Haixin, the richest man in Jiangchang and chairman of the Wan family group. Wan Haixin, a middle-aged man who was usually incredibly authoritative, was now anxiously looking at the phone in his hand. "Wrong number? Uncle Jiu, are you sure this number is correct?" The man called Uncle Jiu respectfully looked at Wan Haixin and said, "Master, there's no mistake. This is the number I obtained from Elder Chen after paying a great price and even using your favor. There's no mistake." "Oh," Elder Chen said at the time, that Yi Divine Doctor is just what others call Mr. Yi, but Mr. Yi himself has never admitted it. Moreover, Yi Divine Doctor never makes a move easily. How about we try again?" Wan Haixin nodded upon hearing this and said, "I know these extraordinary people have some eccentricities, but my father's illness really can't wait that long. As long as he can cure my father's illness, he will be the savior of my entire Wan family. Whatever demands Yi Divine Doctor makes, I will agree to them." After speaking, Wan Haixin dialed the number again, and as if to prevent Yi Qing from hanging up again, he quickly said, "Yi Divine Doctor, please, save my father. Whatever conditions or demands you have, I will agree to them. I know you are a low-key person, but you know Elder Chen, don't you? Elder Chen gave me your number. Please, give me a chance." At this moment, Yi Qing, sitting in the hotel, heard Elder Chen's name, frowned slightly, sighed, and said, "Elder Chen giving you my number clearly means you either paid a huge price or have a deep relationship. However, Elder Chen doesn't actually owe you anything, because Elder Chen knows very well that when he gives out the number, he owes me another life. I can make a move, but I don't guarantee that I can definitely save someone. Let's make that clear first." Upon receiving Yi Qing's promise, Wan Haixin was already trembling with excitement on the phone. Good, good. As long as you can come, anything is negotiable. Mr. Yi, where are you now? Shall I send someone to pick you up? Yi Qing heard this and said, "I still have things to deal with these few days. Send me the address, and I will personally visit within 3 days. Afterward, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. After all, I'm out of prison. What's meant to come will always come. Yi Qing lowered his head, looking at the people outside the French window who resembled ants, and softly said, Gao Qingyue, do I really not deserve you? In the past, for love, I willingly went to prison for you. Even in prison, I met many important figures, letting them silently protect and help you from behind. 3 years later, you became an admired female CEO, and am I, Yi Qing, just dust and ant in your eyes? But I am not an ant. Yi Qing said this, looking at the sky, and softly said, if I wished, I could be a giant dragon soaring in the sky, admired by countless people, or a deity sitting above the clouds, looking down on people as if they were ants. You could have stood at the pinnacle of the world with me, enjoying the worship of thousands, but you kicked me away like a discarded shoe, Gao Qingyue. When you learn that everything you possess was given to you by me, when you learn that even if you tried for 10,000 years, you couldn't catch up to my footsteps, will you cry? I don't know, so I want to see what your mood will be when that day comes. At the same time, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji had already left the hotel. Sitting in the car, Gao Qingyue was silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Ji and said, Lin Ji, did I make a mistake? Lin Ji heard this, immediately shook her head, and firmly said, no, General Manager Gao, you are not wrong, your choice is correct, and only this way is the best choice for both of you. Yi Qing is too ordinary. If it were just that, it would be fine, but he also went to prison. Even if he went to prison for you, you have already given enough compensation. You don't owe him anything. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too mediocre, so mediocre that he will only become an obstacle to you. General Manager Gao, don't think too much. He is not worth it for such a man. What's more, you are already divorced. Gao Qingyue sighed softly, nodded, and said, Yi Qing and I are indeed no longer from the same world. His existence will only drag me down and even ruin my image. For so many years, my entrepreneurial path has been smooth, and so many people have helped and protected me. If they knew I had a husband who went to prison, it would probably really affect me. Coupled with some other reasons, it seems I had no choice. But you are right, I have already given Yi Qing the compensation he deserves. I don't owe him anything. If I have to blame someone, blame him for being too ordinary, too mediocre, and for going to prison. At this moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to have convinced herself, and there was no longer any sadness in her heart. It was fortunate that Yi Qing didn't hear their conversation at this moment, otherwise, he would only want to laugh and cry. He went to prison for Gao Qingyue, but it turned out to be a mark of his mediocrity and a blemish. What kind of logic is that? He was the one who asked others to help and protect Gao Qingyue, but it became Gao Qingyue's reason to be superior? Speaking of which, wasn't it a huge joke? Just then, Gao Qingyue's younger brother called. Sister, are you and that criminal divorced? Is he bothering you and trying to get more of your property? Don't be afraid, your brother has the ability to protect you. I'll let that idiot Yi Qing know my power. Gao Qingyue heard this, frowned slightly, and said, Gao Qingshu, Yi Qing has already signed. Don't mess around. Also, I know you're with the Wan family's Uncle Jiu in the underground world, but remember, don't mess around and don't cause me trouble, understood? Gao Qingshu was delighted when he heard that Yi Qing had signed the divorce papers, but then he said with some dissatisfaction, Sister, did you give Yi Qing a large sum of compensation? Several million? Tens of millions? I'm telling you, no, I don't agree. I'm your biological brother, and you haven't given me tens of millions of dollars. This is all our family's wealth. I will never allow it to fall into the hands of that idiot Yi Qing. In short, don't worry about it. I will make Yi Qing obediently spit out all that money. After speaking, Gao Qingshu directly hung up the phone. And Gao Qingyue sighed helplessly, looked at Lin Ji, and said, go find Qingshu and tell him not to create more problems. The Gao family truly pampered this younger brother of Gao Qingyue to the bone. Therefore, even if Gao Qingshu was going to cause trouble for Yi Qing, for Gao Qingyue, it was just a casual remark, asking Lin Ji to persuade him. It seemed that Yi Qing's life or death was far less important than whether her younger brother was happy. Chapter 3: Taking Back the Property. At this moment, Yi Qing had already left the hotel and returned to the home he once shared with Gao Qingyue. The house wasn't big, just 3 bedrooms and a living room, a little over 100 square meters, but it was very cozy and held many beautiful memories. However, looking at it now, things had changed. The dust scattered on the furniture showed that Gao Qingyue hadn't been back for a very long time. It made sense. How could a successful, wealthy female CEO live in such a shabby house? Especially one that a criminal once lived in. Yet, what Gao Qingyue discarded like old shoes, Yi Qing cherished dearly. Picking up a rag, Yi Qing began to clean the room. This was his home. Even if it was dirty, broken, and small, it was his haven. However, these once beautiful memories now turned into a genuine sharp pain, making Yi Qing feel a bit bitter, a bit sour. At this time, Yi Qing still didn't know that his brother-in-law, Gao Qingshu, whom he had doted on immensely, had completely changed and was currently on his way to cause trouble for him. The Green Garden Villa area was considered a high-end residential community in Jiang City, with each house valued at over 10 million yuan. Gao Qingshu and his parents lived there. The house was bought by Gao Qingyue a year ago and given to her parents to live in. "Mom, my sister has already met that good-for-nothing Yi Qing, but it seems she gave him a large sum in compensation, probably no less than 10 million, Gao Qingshu said, sitting on the sofa and looking at the middle-aged woman adorned with gold and silver, dressed like a wealthy madam, with some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Mother Gao's eyes widened, and she loudly declared, "What? 10 million in compensation? What a joke! Does that criminal deserve to take so much of our family's money? If you ask me, giving him 100,000 or 80,000 is more than enough. An extra penny would be a waste. No, I'm calling Qingyue right now. This is simply preposterous." Mother Gao's sharp and harsh face was something Yi Qing had always known about but rarely saw. The reason was simple. Back then, Gao Qingyue's family was not only poor but could even be described as destitute. To put it bluntly, the family couldn't even afford a few meat meals a year in this day and age. Some might think that's an exaggeration, but it was precisely the truth. It was only when they met Yi Qing that their lives underwent a fundamental change. It could be said that Yi Qing alone supported their entire family, allowing them to live with dignity. That was the fact. Therefore, when facing Yi Qing, Mother Gao had once been, if not extremely fawning, then very close to it. However, 3 years had passed, and now, things had changed drastically. Yi Qing wondered what kind of mood he would be in if he saw Mother Gao with that expression. Gao Qingshu looked at Mother Gao, immediately stopping her, and said, "Mom, don't call my sister, just leave this matter to me. That good-for-nothing Yi Qing, dealing with him will be a piece of cake by then. Even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare take my sister's money." Mother Gao nodded upon hearing this, saying, "That's right, son, go scare him. That scoundrel Yi Qing was always henpecked, a pushover, the kind who wouldn't even dare talk back if you slapped his face. Go, take a few people with you now, you can scare him to death." Hearing Mother Gao say this, Gao Qingshu proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Of course. Your son is quite a figure in Jiang City now. Mom, alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going now. You just wait for my good news at home." After speaking, Gao Qingshu directly left the house, while outside, in a commercial vehicle, 4 or 5 people were already waiting. "Young Master Gao, are we going to deal with your brother-in-law now?" Gao Qingshu sneered upon hearing this. "Brother-in-law? Does he even deserve it? He's just a good-for-nothing. Come on, follow me to teach this ignorant scoundrel a lesson. After I'm done, I'll treat you all to a big drink at the splendid nightclub tonight." These words made the few young men cheer excitedly. And from their addresses, it was clear that they all knew Gao Qingshu's background. However, they probably wouldn't have imagined that the now high and mighty young Master Gao was once an honest, simple child who couldn't even afford new pants. In just over 10 minutes, Gao Qingshu and his group arrived at Yi Qing's house. Later, just watch my expression. If I say hit, then hit him hard. Don't worry about anything else. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. After speaking, Gao Qingshu led his people directly upstairs to the front door. He didn't even bother ringing the doorbell, instead pounding heavily on the door. "Open the door, Yi Qing. Hurry up and open the door for me. I know you're home. Don't try to hide from me. Open the door." Yi Qing had just finished cleaning the house and hadn't even had time to sit down and rest when he heard the pounding on the door. The tone was aggressive, but the voice was very familiar to him. It was Gao Qingshu, the brother-in-law who used to cling to him, calling him brother-in-law repeatedly. Getting up and opening the door, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Qingshu, 3 years unseen, you've grown taller and gained some weight. Looks like you're doing well." Looking at Yi Qing being polite to him, Gao Qingshu didn't show any pleasant expression. He directly pushed Yi Qing aside and entered the room. The other few subordinates also followed Gao Qingshu into the room, though they didn't sit down. Instead, they stood behind Gao Qingshu, looking very much like subordinates guarding their boss. "Yi Qing, stop trying to get close to me. You and my sister are already divorced. Do you think you're still my brother-in-law?" Seeing Gao Qingshu's demeanor, Yi Qing frowned slightly but didn't say much. "Yes, your sister and I are indeed divorced. So, are you just here to see me?" Qingshu, I remember you weren't like this before. How did you become like this now? Yi Qing's words seemed to sting Gao Qingshu's nerves, making him instantly fly into a rage. Yi Qing, stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'm still that weak and pathetic, Gao Qingshu? I'm telling you, I've changed long ago. I'm no longer someone anyone can bully. And don't ever bring up the past again. How dare you, of all people, mention my past, Gao Qingshu's past. You're looking for death. I'm telling you, from now on, don't even say you know me, and don't let me hear anything about the past from anyone else's mouth, or else, I'll cut out your tongue, believe it or not. Gao Qingshu was like a chick whose tail had been stepped on, hopping around non-stop at this moment. It was as if his past life was a dark history that couldn't be mentioned to him. And in fact, that was true. Gao Qingshu never mentioned the past, always maintaining the persona of a rich young master. Everything from his past seemed like a taboo to him, as if it was disgusting and couldn't be brought up. Just like many people forget their roots after becoming successful, Gao Qingshu simply forgot even more thoroughly. And Yi Qing, looking at the furious Gao Qingshu, narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "Cut out my tongue? Gao Qingshu, is this your attitude towards me? Heh, you're really pushing your luck, aren't you? No brother-in-law, no brother, and you even brought people to provoke me. What do you want to do? Since you say we don't know each other, then what are you still doing sitting here? Get lost. I, Yi Qing, don't have the patience to play around with a stranger. Get out of here." Chapter 4, Beaten into a Pig's Head. Yi Qing never intended to tolerate those who were given an inch and took a mile. Gao Qingshu's family all thought Yi Qing was a good-for-nothing and easy to bully, but if Yi Qing was really that easy to bully, then he wouldn't be Yi Qing. Some things, Yi Qing just didn't want people to know, otherwise, it would scare many people to death. And when Gao Qingshu saw that Yi Qing actually dared to tell him to scram, he immediately became enraged. In recent years, Gao Qingshu had been incredibly successful. Everyone in Jiang City, whether out of respect for Uncle Jiao or Gao Qingyue, would give him some face. He had never suffered such humiliation. So, Gao Qingshu immediately slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Yi Qing's nose, and angrily said, "Yi Qing, are you really not afraid of death? Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? You've been in prison for a few years. Have you gone crazy? Let alone that it's not like before. Even if it were, you, Yi Qing, are just a good-for-nothing. Forget about hitting you. What if I kill you?" Yi Qing looked at the finger pointing at his nose, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he directly grabbed Gao Qingshu's finger, then twisted it with force. The intense pain immediately made Gao Qingshu scream, and his entire body bent over. It hurts, it hurts. Yi Qing, you're seeking death, let go of me." And Gao Qingshu's few subordinates, seeing Gao Qingshu at a disadvantage, immediately changed their expressions and began to curse at Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, let go of young Master Gao, or I'll break your legs. Quickly let go of young Master Gao, apologize to him, otherwise, you won't be able to leave this door." At this moment, Gao Qingshu couldn't help but roar, "Hit him for me, beat this bastard to death." Subsequently, several of Gao Qingshu's subordinates directly rushed towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing himself was already full of anger, and at this moment, he finally found an opportunity to vent. His left hand still gripped Gao Qingshu's finger, while his right hand directly delivered a heavy punch to the nose bridge of the yellow-haired man, who rushed forward, immediately causing the yellow-haired man's nose and mouth to bleed, squatting on the ground, too much in pain to stand up. And then, without any pause, Yi Qing directly kicked out heavily, sending another yellow-haired man sprawling to the ground. And this was not the end. When the other yellow-haired men rushed forward, Yi Qing dodged their attacks with extreme speed, then, with one punch each, he directly knocked them all down. The ruthlessness of his moves and the immense power meant that no one could withstand even a single blow from Yi Qing. This scene also left Gao Qingshu somewhat stunned. He never expected Yi Qing to have such combat power. Was this still the Yi Qing who was obsequious in front of his sister, agreeing to everything and anything? Was this still the Yi Qing who wore an apron, wiped tables, swept floors, washed clothes, cooked, like someone with no temper at all, only knowing how to serve others? This was clearly a ferocious bandit. Before Gao Qingshu could react, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu by the neck, lifted him up, and angrily said, "It seems there's only hatred left between us." After speaking, Yi Qing heavily slapped Gao Qingshu's face and said, "This slap is to teach you how to behave." With that slap, 5 finger marks immediately appeared on Gao Qingshu's face. His teeth were even somewhat loosened from the blow. To be honest, looking at the fierce Yi Qing at this moment, Gao Qingshu was indeed a little afraid, but when he thought that he was actually afraid of Yi Qing, Gao Qingshu felt that he had completely lost face. It was simply a great humiliation. Covering his face, Gao Qingshu gritted his teeth and angrily said, Good, Yi Qing, you're formidable, you dare to hit me. Fine, today's matter isn't over, I swear. I will definitely not let you off. Seeing Gao Qingshu still daring to challenge him, Yi Qing's eyes widened, and he said coldly, In these 3 years, I didn't manage you, and as a result, you've become like this? Alright, then today, I'll properly discipline you. After speaking, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu, then raised his right hand, and delivered another heavy slap to Gao Qingshu's face. If that last slap didn't teach you a lesson, then this slap will teach you not to be so arrogant when you speak in the future. As his voice fell, the second slap followed immediately. This slap is for your ingratitude, for being an unfilial son. After the slap, Yi Qing's right hand was once again raised high, his eyes filled with ferocity. This third slap, I'm slapping you on behalf of your parents and your sister. They painstakingly raised you, just so you could act recklessly and commit evil deeds? After 3 slaps, the already swollen face was now bloated like a pig's head, almost unrecognizable, and 3 teeth were directly spat out from Gao Qingshu's mouth, his mouth full of blood, looking utterly miserable. Just then, a furious roar, tinged with urgency, reached Yi Qing's ears. Stop it, Yi Qing, you bastard. You actually dare to treat Qingshu like this, you're crazy. The person who arrived was none other than Lin Ji. Gao Qingyue's good friend and assistant had finally arrived. As per Gao Qingyue's orders, she had originally intended to persuade Gao Qingshu not to trouble Yi Qing, but at this moment, she was stunned by the scene before her. At this moment, Lin Ji was filled with regret. She had actually been there for a while, but she thought that it would be fine to teach Yi Qing a lesson after all, that 10 million in assets wasn't so easy to get, and it would also be good for Gao Qingshu to teach Yi Qing a lesson, to let him know that the current Gao family was not something Yi Qing could climb up to, let alone offend. That way, Yi Qing would also behave. But she never expected things to escalate to this point. Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji, then casually released his hand from Gao Qingshu's neck, letting Gao Qingshu collapse onto the ground like a puddle of mud. Then he spoke indifferently, You've arrived at quite the opportune moment. Tell me, what do you all want, coming over one after another? Lin Ji glared fiercely at Yi Qing, then quickly ran to Gao Qingshu's side and helped him up. Qingshu, are you alright? Qingshu, don't scare me. Call an ambulance. Quickly, call an ambulance. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingshu's injured subordinates and immediately glared at them, roaring angrily. These subordinates quickly called for an ambulance. And Lin Ji then looked at Yi Qing and said angrily, Yi Qing, you're crazy, you're really crazy. You actually dare to treat Qingshu like this, you're finished, I'm telling you, you're done for. This last bit of affection between you and Qingyue is gone. You'd better think about how you're going to explain yourself now. Explain? Yi Qing smiled. There should be an explanation, but shouldn't it be you all giving me, Yi Qing, an explanation? From the moment I was released from prison until now, first you brought a lawyer to threaten me with divorce. Fine, I agreed, the papers are already signed. As a result, you all came to my house to cause trouble again? What, am I, Yi Qing, supposed to die? Am I supposed to be bullied by you all? Lin Ji, I'm telling you, today's explanation is truly settled, but it's not you all demanding an explanation from me, but me, Yi Qing. If I don't get an explanation, I'm not done with you all. After speaking, Yi Qing pushed Lin Ji away, then directly stepped on Gao Qingshu's face and said coldly, Today, if you don't give me an explanation, no one is leaving. Chapter 5: The Gao family's current power. At this moment, Lin Ji was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Yi Qing before, but she had never seen such a ruthless Yi Qing. He had been in prison for 3 years, and his whole person had changed. He was crazy, truly crazy. Not only did he hit someone, but now he wouldn't even let them leave. Not only that, he even directly stepped on Gao Qingshu, which was too humiliating. Yi Qing, you bastard, you're crazy. Quickly let go of Qingshu. Lin Ji was frantic and started yelling at Yi Qing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lin Ji, and said coldly, I generally don't hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't hit women, Lin Ji. Although I don't know how much you meddled in Gao Qingyue's and my divorce, I don't believe you had no involvement at all. I'm not bothering you right now, so you'd best not provoke me, otherwise, I'll slap you hard. These words infuriated Lin Ji. Yi Qing not only hit Gao Qingshu, but now, he even wanted to hit her? Fine, then hit her, let's see if he has the guts. Yi Qing, fine, you want to hit me, right? Come, I'll let you hit me then. You bastard, selfish and self-serving, taking out your dissatisfaction on Qingyue's younger brother. Is that all you're capable of? But you feel good today, have you thought about tomorrow? You're dead, Yi Qing, I'm telling you, you're dead. Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji, who was yelling at him, and sneered, saying, the Gao family? What a powerful Gao family. I wasn't in Jiang City for these past 3 years, and a Gao family that disregards all ties and is ungrateful has risen. But so what? With just that, you dare to be arrogant and overbearing in front of me, Yi Qing? On what grounds? Because the Gao family has money? Power? Or because Gao Qingyue is cold-blooded and ungrateful? No matter what you rely on, if you want to provoke me, you must clearly think about the consequences. Now, if you want to take him away, you can, but Gao Qingyue must personally come and apologize to me, and then take him. Otherwise, no matter who comes, I won't release him. The name of the Gao family might scare many people, but it was impossible to scare Yi Qing. Not to mention that Yi Qing was not an ordinary person at all, even if he were, so what? Should he be bullied by the Gao family, trampled into the mud, and have spit on his face? This was simply too much bullying. But now, in Lin Ji's eyes, the one who was bullying too much, acting excessively, and simply behaving recklessly, was not Gao Qingshu nor Gao Qingyue, but him, Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing should have obediently accepted his fate, should have been bullied, and should have remained silent. But now, Yi Qing dared to resist? This was simply defying heaven. Lin Ji took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and suddenly laughed, saying, all right, the fox's tail is finally showing. Yi Qing, after all that talk, you still can't forget Qingyue, can you? That's why you're using this method to attract Qingyue's attention, to let her see that you're not the soft persimmon you used to be, and that you're quite capable of fighting, that you have some skills, right? Ha, how ridiculous. Don't you know that right now, you're simply a clown, and your petty thoughts are utterly disgusting and clumsy? Even if Qingyue comes and sees this, she will only hate you more, and she won't change her mind about you in the slightest. Yi Qing, don't you understand? You are simply not worthy of Qingyue right now, not worthy. Every word pierced the heart. It was clearly ungratefulness and heartlessness, yet they spoke as if their actions were perfectly justified, and everyone else was a fool. Yi Qing just wanted to laugh. How could people be so shameless? Twisting black and white, confusing right and wrong. Do people have to become like this when they have money and power? Lin Ji, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? Since you all think I'm unworthy and that I'm deliberately causing trouble, then let's just say I am. Go ahead, inform Gao Qingyue. If she wants to take her brother away, she must come and get him herself. Lin Ji saw that after all she had said, Yi Qing remained unmoved, and she immediately became anxious. Pointing at Gao Qingshu, she sneered, Yi Qing, you think I'm mocking you, but you don't know that I'm saving you. Do you know who the person you are currently humiliating under your feet is? Do you think he is still just Gao Qingyue's brother? Still that child he once was? No. I'm telling you, he is now young Master Gao, a well-known figure in Jiang City's underground world. The big boss behind him is Uncle Jiu, who can influence the structure of Jiang City's underground world. Do you know who Uncle Jiu is? He is an underground world big boss who, with a mere wave of his hand, can summon hundreds of subordinates to fight for him. To put it bluntly, with your small frame, if you were killed and thrown into the river, you wouldn't even make a ripple, understand? Oh, if you don't understand who Uncle Jiu is, then I'll tell you. Uncle Jiu's backer is Wan Haixin of the Wan family, the biggest magnate and richest man in Jiang City. Now, do you know who the enemy you will face is? Lin Ji rattled off a series of names, only to emphasize that the current Gao Qingshu was no longer the Gao Qingshu of the past. This was to elevate Gao Qingshu's status and, at the same time, to tell Yi Qing that if he offended Gao Qingshu, there would be no place for him in the entire Jiang city. But she didn't notice that when she mentioned Uncle Jiao and Wan Haixin, Yi Qing's eyebrow twitched slightly, seemingly with a mix of surprise and amusement. And if Lin Ji had known that, just before they arrived, the so-called Wan Haixin had personally called Yi Qing, humbly begging for his help, she would probably have been at a loss. And if Lin Ji and the others had known that even Elder Chen, whom Wan Haixin dared not provoke, was respectful to Yi Qing and even owed him a favor, perhaps even his life, they probably wouldn't even be able to cry. So much nonsense. You're just trying to scare me, aren't you? Yi Qing waved his hand and said indifferently, you succeeded, I'm so scared. Now, Gao Qingyue can come and give me an explanation. If you dare to utter one more word of nonsense, I will hit you. If you don't believe me, try it. Lin Ji saw that after all her talking, Yi Qing remained unmoved, and she immediately became a little angry. She didn't want to make this call, after all, Gao Qingshu was in trouble, and she hadn't stopped him, so she was somewhat responsible. Yi Qing, you are ungrateful. After saying that, Lin Ji immediately regretted it. Because she saw that Yi Qing was walking directly towards her, his eyes filled with danger. What are you doing, Yi Qing? What do you want to do? Are you crazy? Do you dare to hit even me? Dare not? Yi Qing didn't even bother to say any more unnecessary words, directly slapping Lin Ji's delicate face with a heavy blow, leaving an immediate bright red handprint. The pain was secondary, Lin Ji was completely stunned. Yi Qing actually dared to strike, and he even hit a woman. I warned you, one more word and I'd hit you. And I said, in my eyes, if a woman becomes an enemy, then gender or age doesn't matter. If they need to be hit, they'll be hit. If they need to be killed, they'll be killed. Now, if you dare to utter one more word, I'll break your legs. If you don't believe me, try it. Chapter 6 Get out now. At this moment, everyone in the room became obedient. Yi Qing was not just ruthless, he was utterly heartless, regardless of how they planned to retaliate against Yi Qing later. For now, none of them dared to speak, they could only stay put obediently. Lin Ji covered her face, unable to bear it any longer, and immediately dialed Gao Qingyue's number, recounting the miserable situation here, including how Yi Qing had bullied Yin Fatty and slapped her. Gao Qingyue found these words unbelievable, yet, the truth was before her eyes, leaving no room for her doubt. After Lin Ji finished her call, Yi Qing sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and said calmly, then let's wait for her to come pick them up. Lin Ji wanted to say more unpleasant things, but thinking of the stinging slap mark on her face, she dared not utter a single word. The current Yi Qing was a madman who had lost all hope and fallen into despair. This was a case of throwing caution to the wind, at least, that's how Lin Ji saw it. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue was in her group office, and upon learning of the situation, she fell into a state of rage. Picking up the phone on her desk, Gao Qingyue immediately roared. Gather all the bodyguards and security downstairs and wait for me. After speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Looking at the divorce agreement still on the table, Gao Qingyue snarled in a low voice, Yi Qing, originally, I wanted to give you some dignity, for us to part amicably, but now, it seems you are simply incorrigible and have gone too far. Fine, you even dared to hit Yin Fatty, and you even dared to lay hands on Lin Ji, this woman good. It seems that in these 3 years in prison, you learned nothing but how to be aggressive and violent. Then I will make you thoroughly understand that you, Yi Qing, are nothing. After venting, Gao Qingyue stormed out, and at this moment, her bodyguards and 20 security personnel from the group were already waiting downstairs. Once Gao Qingyue arrived, the group immediately drove in a convoy towards Yi Qing's home. When they arrived, Gao Qingyue initially wondered if Lin Ji might have exaggerated slightly, but when she saw the slap mark on Lin Ji's face, and saw Yin Fatty lying on the ground, unrecognizable and not even daring to get up, Gao Qingyue became completely enraged. Especially when she saw Yi Qing, who had done all this, calmly drinking tea on the sofa, her anger was completely uncontrollable. Yi Qing, you bastard! Gao Qingyue walked up to Yi Qing, directly slapped the teacup from his hand, pointed at Yi Qing, and began to roar. I know you're upset about our divorce, but how dare you hit Yin Fatty like that? You are simply an inhumane bastard. Bastard? Yi Qing looked expressionlessly at Gao Qingyue, who had come up to accuse him, and felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Was this woman, with her fierce and angry face, like a raging tigress, truly the woman he once deeply loved, even going to jail for her? 3 years, not long, not short, but how could it turn a person into a completely unfamiliar individual? Was it merely the change of time? Or was it that a person only truly changes after gaining money and power? Yi Qing didn't know, but he knew that Gao Qingyue might truly no longer be the Gao Qingyue of the past. Slowly getting up, Yi Qing looked at the 20-plus security guards who had come with Gao Qingyue. He felt no fear in his heart, but looking at Gao Qingyue's furious face, wanting to kill him, he felt sadness. Gao Qingyue, you'd best first clarify, where is this? I hate Yin Fatty because I'm upset? If you had any eyes, you'd see that Yin Fatty brought people here to cause me trouble. What, should I, Yi Qing, just surrender and let Yin Fatty hit and scold me? The truth was clear to anyone who saw it. This was Yi Qing's home, it was Gao Qingshu who came here to cause trouble, that was the fact. But Gao Qingyue didn't care about the facts, she only cared that her brother had been severely beaten by Yi Qing. That was what made her most angry. That was her brother, her own brother. Yi Qing, even if Qingshu was in the wrong, it's not for you to discipline him. Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? I give you face, are you not wanting face? As Gao Qingyue spoke more and more harshly, Yi Qing's eyes slowly filled with anger. What a Gao Qingyue, what a Gao Qingshu, what a family! He, Yi Qing, had given everything for them, only to end up in such a plight. Truly pathetic and pitiful. Gao Qingyue, don't you regret becoming like this? Confusing right and wrong, lacking discernment, ungrateful. Do you still have any trace of the former Gao Qingyue? Before Yi Qing could finish, Gao Qingyue interrupted angrily. What's so good about the former Gao Qingyue to be nostalgic for? Yi Qing, you've gone mad from being in prison. People change. The former Gao Qingyue was poor, weak, and incompetent. Besides kindness, what else was there? That Gao Qingyue will never return. If you want to reminisce, go hide somewhere and do it yourself. We have no connection whatsoever now. Yi Qing, don't let me see you again. This is my last chance to you. You say I'm ungrateful, fine then. Today, I will completely sever all ties with you. You'd best move out quickly and leave Jiangqing today. I can let you go, but Yin Fatty won't let you go, and my family won't let you go either. Get lost, just consider it me repaying everything I once owed you. And, my money and property, the things I originally promised to give you in the divorce, you won't get a single cent of it. You are no longer worth any of my nostalgia or remembrance. You don't deserve to take my assets. Leaving you with your life is already the greatest favor I've granted you, nothing more now, get out. Money. In the end, Gao Qingyue actually talked about money with Yi Qing, which made Yi Qing feel both sad and ridiculous. From beginning to end, had he, Yi Qing, ever asked Gao Qingyue for a single cent? Everything was merely Gao Qingyue's self-righteousness. And Yi Qing had made it very clear that he would not take a single thing from Gao Qingyue. Why did no one believe this? What did he, Yi Qing, amount to in their eyes? Alright then, I'll see what abilities you possess to do anything to me. Yi Qingyue, I don't want to see you anymore. You make me sick. You're the one who should get out. This is my home. After speaking, Yi Qing pointed to the door and roared, now, immediately, get out. #7 Chapter 7 Why don't you cherish him? AI model, Gemini 25 Flash. Gao Qingyue looked deeply at Yi Qing, then suddenly laughed and said, Yi Qing, perhaps, I really should let you open your eyes and see this world. Yi Qing hadn't expected such a statement to suddenly come from Gao Qingyue's mouth. He immediately frowned and said, what do you mean? Gao Qingyue shook her head. After having someone help Gao Qingshu up, she said, I'll contact you in the next 2 days if you have the guts. Don't hide and avoid me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Of course, if you're scared, you can also run. After speaking, Gao Qingyue left directly with her people. After reaching downstairs, Gao Qingyue sent Gao Qingshu into the ambulance, then followed in a car with Lin Ji. Gao Qingshu had suffered such severe injuries today, she couldn't pretend not to know, and it was even more impossible not to tell her mother. However, she feared that telling her mother would only bring greater trouble. Lin Ji, I'm sorry to have put you through this. Don't worry, I'll compensate you. Lin Ji herself felt somewhat at fault, so how could she dare to let Gao Qingyue compensate her? However, she was truly suffocating from her suppressed anger. Qingyue, are you just letting Yi Qing off the hook like this? Even if you let him off, Qingshu won't. After he regains consciousness, he will definitely complain to Uncle Jiao. At that time, Uncle Jiao will certainly send people to deal with Yi Qing. Also, you just said you're going to contact Yi Qing in a couple of days? Are you regretting it? What Lin Ji feared most was this: she actually knew that the seemingly strong and resolute Gao Qingyue, in reality, harbored some apology and guilt towards Yi Qing. As for whether there was still any affection, Lin Ji dared not conclude. Perhaps some still lingered. It was hard to say. After all, Yi Qing had been too good to Gao Qingyue and the entire Gao family back then, too good. Gao Qingyue heard Lin Ji's words, but she merely shook her head indifferently, a hint of coldness appearing on her face. Regret? No, I just think that would be too easy for Yi Qing, and it also makes it impossible for him to truly understand the huge gap between him and me. Since he doesn't know, then let him know. Lin Ji, do you know what makes a person most despair? Lin Ji shook her head upon hearing this, saying, what? Gao Qingyue said coldly, it's when two people who were once a match or even had a slight gap between them suddenly become as different as heaven and earth. Whether it's their values, their worldview, their living habits, or their living environment, everything changes. This is what makes a person most despair. Because he wants to catch up, but no matter what, he can't. In the end, he can only lament his mediocrity and weakness. From then on, he won't even dare to speak loudly. I just want to make Yi Qing clearly see how big the gap between me and him is now. I want him to thoroughly understand that he, Yi Qing, is just an ant in front of me, an ant who will never be able to catch up to my footsteps. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded heavily and said, I understand you want Yi Qing to be completely self-abased, to never be able to hold his head up or regain his confidence again, right? Good, this is good. This way, you can thoroughly crush his self-confidence from the inside out, making him live in regret, pain, inferiority, and despair from now on. This is excellent, Qingyue, you're truly amazing. Gao Qingyue smiled triumphantly upon hearing this. And just at this moment, a phone call came in. Looking at the name on the phone, Gao Qingyue frowned slightly, but still answered. By Ruoruo, what made you think of calling me? Didn't you say you were angry with me? From the phone, a gentle female voice reached Gao Qingyue's ears. Gao Qingyue, I am angry with you, but today, I'm not talking about that. I want to ask, has Yi Qing been released from prison? And did you really divorce him? For some reason, hearing Bai Ruoruo's gentle tone when mentioning Yi Qing made Gao Qingyue feel uncomfortable, as if someone was coveting her beloved toy. What does it have to do with you whether Yi Qing is out of prison? Also, whether he and I are divorced seems to have nothing to do with you, does it? Bai Ruoruo, if I'm not mistaken, you're already engaged, still thinking about other men. Aren't you afraid of being called unchaste if people find out? Hearing Gao Qingyue mention her engagement, Bai Ruoruo on the phone was silent for a moment, then said with some sadness, I know I don't have the right. I didn't before, and I don't now. But, Gao Qingyue, I don't want you to hurt him. Yi Qing is the best man in the world. If you miss him, you will truly regret it while you still have a chance. Qingyue, listen to my advice. Don't do anything you'll regret, otherwise, you'll cry later. Hearing Bai Ruoruo still advising her and remaining devoted to Yi Qing in such a situation, Gao Qingyue became somewhat furious. Bai Ruoruo, I advise you to mind your own business. Also, whether Yi Qing is a good man has nothing to do with you. You feel sorry for him, don't you? Fine, if you feel sorry for him, then go protect him, go find him. I've already divorced him, so go ahead. I'd like to see if you, Bai Ruoruo, dare to sympathize with and care for Yi Qing, risking being discovered. Don't forget what the Bai family would do if they knew, and what the Bai family's current situation is if young Master Tan really found out. Not only would you be beaten to death by young Master Tan, but the entire Bai family would suffer with you. After speaking, Gao Qingyue, as if in a fit of pique, directly told Bai Ruoruo Yi Qing's address and phone number, as if she just wanted to see if Bai Ruoruo truly had the courage to care for Yi Qing. If she herself couldn't do it, what right did she have to stand on the moral high ground with a condescending attitude and criticize Gao Qingyue for doing wrong? Meanwhile, at another end of Jiang City, a sweet-looking, gentle, and graceful woman in a white dress was staring blankly at the phone, in her hand. In her eyes, besides heartache, there was pain, as if her life was undergoing immense changes. Gao Qingyue, even now, I envy you for having Yi Qing's love, but why didn't you cherish it? I, who so desperately wanted to cherish him, no longer have the right to love Yi Qing perhaps, this is my sorrow. Bai Ruoruo gently lowered her head, a tear sliding down her cheek. She knew that if she wanted to live in peace, she shouldn't go find Yi Qing. But she wanted to go, she really wanted to go, to see this man she had loved for so long, to see if he was in pain after being abandoned. Chapter 8 Don't Regret. Ruoruo, why are you crying? A middle-aged woman appeared behind Bai Ruoruo, looking at Ruoruo's tears, and sighed softly. Ruoruo, I know you don't want to marry young Master Tan, and Mom doesn't want to either. That young Master Tan is just a playboy, good for nothing but chasing women, but the Bai family can only be saved by the Tan family. Now Mom knows, you've been wronged. Bai Ruoruo looked at her mother, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and whispered, Mom, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me, I know what to do. This is my destiny even if I don't accept it, there's nothing I can do. The entire Bai family needs me to save it no matter how unwilling I am. I won't do anything to harm the Bai family, please rest assured. It was sad to say, the dignified Bai family, once a prominent presence in Jiangcheng, was now reduced to relying on a marriage alliance to save the family. The most crucial part was, even knowing that the other party was not a good marriage prospect, they didn't even dare to refuse, which was both heartbreaking and helpless. Bai Ruoruo had resigned herself to her fate, but when her most beloved grandfather bent down to beg her, when everyone in the entire Bai family pleaded with her to save the Bai family, she knew that her life was over. Mom, I'm going out for a bit, call me if anything comes up. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo left the room. She still decided to go see Yi Qing even if she no longer had the right to love Yi Qing, she still couldn't let go, couldn't forget him. Especially at this moment, Yi Qing had just been released from prison, only to face a divorce. His heart must be broken and in great pain. She wanted to go see Yi Qing, even a little comfort for Yi Qing would be worth it to her. At this moment, Gao Qingyue, who had just hung up Bai Ruoruo's call, seemed like a volcano about to erupt, looking full of anger. This Bai Ruoruo, she was ambiguous with Yi Qing back then. Now, after a few years, I didn't expect her to still be so shameless, it's simply detestable. Looking at the angry Gao Qingyue, Lin Ji, sitting beside her, sighed in her heart. She felt that this shouldn't be Gao Qingyue's attitude right now. After all, Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing were already divorced. If he were really hooked away by someone else, it would save a lot of trouble, but Gao Qingyue's current appearance clearly looked like a jealous woman. Qingyue, at this time, you shouldn't be angry, you should be happy. You were going to cut ties with Yi Qing anyway, and have no more connection. Besides, you were afraid of Yi Qing's entanglement. If he really got together with Bai Ruoruo, then it's not a bad thing. Hearing Lin Ji's words, Gao Qingyue exploded in anger, saying, my divorce from Yi Qing is our business. Even if I want to cut ties with Yi Qing, it's not up to Bai Ruoruo to say I'm heartless and ungrateful, especially with her superior, deeply affectionate demeanor. I just hate looking at her. Yi Qing used to be my husband, and even if we're divorced now, he's still my ex-husband. What is Bai Ruoruo? Why does she stand on the moral high ground to lecture me? Especially since she's the shameless one, liking a married man and still coveting him. Now she's simply brazen. Lin Ji smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say at this moment. But she had a feeling that Gao Qingyue, deep down, had truly not forgotten Yi Qing. No matter how resolute she acted, Yi Qing was always in her heart. It was just that Gao Qingyue herself perhaps hadn't realized it yet. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in Lin Ji's eyes. She would never allow Gao Qingyue any chance to regret otherwise. If Gao Qingyue were to reconcile with Yi Qing in the end, her efforts would be in vain. The promise given by young Master Shiman of East Province was something countless people dreamed of achieving, enough to make one sword a success and prosper. This was Lin Ji's best chance, even her only chance. She absolutely could not miss it. Therefore, Gao Qingyue must cut ties with Yi Qing. Even become enemies. That's right, Bai Ruoruo is just shameless, and she always acts so superior. Qingyue, do you remember? She's the most hypocritical person because her family was well off. When the three of us were together back then, she often did small favors for us. Did you think she was kind-hearted? No, she just wanted to satisfy her vanity. For her own pride she treated us with a condescending attitude. She's the most detestable person. Lin Ji joined Gao Qingyue in speaking ill of Bai Ruoruo, but she forgot that the hypocrisy she spoke of was Bai Ruoruo, who had helped them more than once. She didn't even want thanks, and often helped them carefully, just afraid of hurting their self-esteem. As a result, this became pride and condescension? Gao Qingyue heard this, lowered her head, clenched her fists, and her anger simply wouldn't dissipate. Linji added fuel to the fire. If you ask me, Xingyue, you don't need to be angry. The most important thing to do now is to let Bai Ruoruo go see Yi Qing at that time. No matter what kind of relationship they have or what they say, isn't it still up to us to decide? What's more, given young Master Tan's temper and character, do you think he'll let Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing off? At that time, young Master Tan will definitely deal with Bai Ruoruo. If you don't want Yi Qing to be harmed, you can also appear as a savior, able to advance and retreat. This is the best choice. Gao Qingyue heard this, looked deeply at Linji, and said, you seem to hate Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo even more than I do. Linji's heart trembled upon hearing this, and she smiled, shaking her head. I'm just looking at it from your perspective and feeling that it's not worth it for you. Qingyue, I've watched you come this far step by step. Don't let Yi Qing ruin your future again, otherwise, you'll truly regret it too late. And, Qingyue, don't forget, young Master Shiman will be coming to Jiangcheng in a few days. If we don't suppress Yi Qing now and he causes trouble, then, if young Master Shiman really makes a move, Yi Qing won't survive. So, we must control Yi Qing, and if possible, even send him to prison for a few days. That's the best way at least. This can be considered a form of protection for Yi Qing, right? Gao Qingyue was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, I'll think about it. If there's no other way, I'll have to do that. I'm doing this to save Yi Qing's life. Who told him he's too ordinary, too common? Alas, I've truly done my utmost for Yi Qing. It's just a pity that he doesn't understand my good intentions at all. My kindness is mistaken for malice. He's probably cursing me behind my back, but let him be anyway. I have no more connection with him. I don't expect his gratitude. I just hope he won't bother me again in the future. After saying this, Gao Qingyue sighed softly, as if she had done a great deed and suffered a great grievance. However, what she was about to do next was actually something that would harm others. Chapter 9. Yi Qing, you've lost weight. At this moment, Yi Qing sat in the old house, looking at the room that had just been tidied up but was now a mess again, and sighed softly. This was not the life he had imagined. He had originally thought that after his release from prison this time, he would be greeted by a sweet and happy life, or at the very least, a peaceful happiness, but reality often turned out to be contrary to his wishes. Gao Qingyue, can wealth and power truly change a person so completely? Yi Qing shook his head and sighed. It was already evening. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, the doorbell rang again. This time, Yi Qing frowned directly, getting a little angry. Was this endless? However, when he angrily opened the door and saw a clean and kind girl in a white dress standing outside, the anger in his heart completely disappeared. Bai Ruoruo, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Bai Ruoruo, who had called Gao Qingyue earlier, and was also Gao Qingyue's former best friend. Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo showed a smile. She was truly happy from the bottom of her heart to see Yi Qing released from prison. Yi Qing, 3 years unseen, you've gotten thinner. Yi Qing heard this, smiled, and said, it's alright. Although the food in prison wasn't great, I ate quite well. Come in and sit down. Yi Qing didn't lie about this. His treatment in prison was different from that of ordinary criminals. Of course, Bai Ruoruo might not believe it even if he said so. After entering the room, Bai Ruoruo looked at the room that Yi Qing hadn't had time to clean up, frowned slightly, and said, did Qingyue come to cause trouble? Is it because she's forcing you to divorce? Yi Qing heard this, glanced at Bai Ruoruo, and said, you already know? That's right, you two are best friends, but it's not really causing trouble, just some misunderstandings. Was it a misunderstanding? But now, Yi Qing could only say that. Otherwise, what would he say? That his former brother-in-law came to his door to beat him up? There was no point in saying that. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, shook her head slightly, and said, Gao Qingyue and I haven't been in touch for almost 3 years. After you went to prison, our relationship completely changed. Yi Qing, I already know what happened now. I really want to ask you, do you regret it? Hearing Bai Ruoruo say this, Yi Qing fell silent. Regret? Did he regret falling in love with Gao Qingyue, or regret being too good to Gao Qingyue? Or perhaps, regret going to prison for Gao Qingyue? Even more, regret finding so many people to help and protect Gao Qingyue, so much so that her career developed rapidly and smoothly, and in the end, she transformed into this harsh and sarcastic person? Perhaps there was some regret, and perhaps not, but Yi Qing felt that reaching this point today was his own doing after all. If he hadn't doted on and spoiled Gao Qingyue so much back then, perhaps things wouldn't have developed to this point. Ruo, there's no need to talk about regret or not regret for things that have already happened. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. How have you been these past few years? Have you gotten married? Hearing this, Bai Ruoro's expression became a little bitter. Looking at Yi Qing, she said, even now, are you still going to ignore my feelings for you? Yi Qing, I really want to know, what about me is inferior to Gao Qingyue that makes you so dismissive? You clearly know that the person who loves you most should be me. At this point, Bai Ruoro seemed to realize that she was losing her composure. She shook her head gently and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I just feel it's not worth it for you. Yi Qing had always known that Bai Ruoro liked him, but his heart, from beginning to end, could only hold one person. When he loved Gao Qingyue, he never thought of betrayal, and Bai Ruoro also kept her distance from him. Their relationship was restrained and pure. But today, Bai Ruoro seemed to no longer want to endure. Yi Qing, I came here today just to see you. It's getting late, and you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me treat you. Yi Qing heard this and said with a smile, you're already at my house, how can I let you treat me to a meal? Besides, I don't really want to go out if you don't mind. How about I personally cook 2 dishes? But let me warn you, although I think my cooking is alright, I don't know if you'll be used to it. Bai Ruoro heard this, looked deeply at Yi Qing, and said, I've tasted your cooking before, and I've been thinking about it ever since today. You're willing to cook personally, of course I'm very happy. At this point, Bai Ruoro whispered softly, to be able to eat a home-cooked meal with you, and to see you cook for me personally, perhaps it can make up for some of my regrets. Yi Qing didn't hear Bai Ruoro's final whisper and said with a smile, you sit and rest for a bit, I'll go cook. After speaking, Yi Qing went directly to the kitchen. Bai Ruoro sat in the living room, gazing blankly at Yi Qing busy in the kitchen, her eyes never leaving him, as if she wanted to watch him forever. There wasn't much, so I just made a few simple dishes. See if you like them. After Yi Qing finished, he brought all the dishes to the dining table. Bai Ruoro, at this moment, had a happy smile on her face looking at the dishes in front of her. She smiled and said, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. Yi Qing, they're all my favorite dishes. Thank you for remembering. Yi Qing heard this, shook his head, and smiled, you're the first person to genuinely come and see me after I was released from prison, so I should be thanking you after all. You're the one who made me feel warmth again. That's right, from the moment Yi Qing was released from prison, he was divorced, bullied, and beaten at his doorstep. Everything seemed to have changed, and all the past beauty had become a thing of the past. And when he was disappointed and lost, it was Bai Ruoro who came to see him with a sweet smile and sincere eyes. Yi Qing was truly touched and felt very warm. Just as Yi Qing was about to pick up his chopsticks, Bai Ruoro took out a card from her hand and placed it on the table. Yi Qing, I know you have strong self-esteem and your own pride, but please, give me a chance to love and help you. Don't refuse me, okay? There are 3 million in this card. It's my savings from these past few years. I know the money might not be much, but you've just been released from prison, and everything has to start over, so please accept it. Even if it's just to let me have no regrets, please accept it, okay? Chapter 10. Ex-mother-in-law comes to the door. Looking at the bank card on the table, Yi Qing fell silent. This card contained not only money, but also a heavy weight of love. Yi Qing truly didn't know how to face Bai Ruoro's deep affection and kindness towards him. He sighed softly, pushed the card back to Bai Ruoro, and shook his head, saying, I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't accept the money. Besides, don't worry, I have money. Yi Qing was unwilling to accept it, not just because he wasn't short on money, but most importantly, he truly didn't know how to repay such a deep kindness. And Bai Ruoro, looking at the bank card Yi Qing pushed back, her eyes immediately turned red, and tears streamed down her face. Yi Qing was instantly helpless and quickly said, Ruo, don't cry. I really don't like money. I'm not lying to you. I'm not rejecting your kindness towards me. I just. After a long pause, Yi Qing still couldn't articulate himself. He truly didn't know how to face it, or what to say. Bai Ruoro wiped her tears, looked at Yi Qing, and choked out, Yi Qing, I've never pestered you even though I love you very, very much. I've loved you silently and never disturbed you. I just wanted to help you, that's all. Please take this card, Yi Qing, I'm begging you, okay? You just got out of prison, how much money could you possibly have? And with your temper, after divorcing Gao Qingyue, you definitely won't accept any compensation she offers, but your pride, your self-respect, won't allow you to remain down and out. Just consider this my startup capital, okay? Even if it's a loan from me, alright? Take this card. This is the last thing I can do to help you after this. I'm afraid we won't see each other again. At this point, Bai Ruoruo finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. And seeing her cry, Yi Qing felt a pang of heartache and sadness. What a wonderful girl, but ever since they met today, Yi Qing had sensed something different. Although Bai Ruoruo's face had a smile, her eyes were filled with pain, struggle, and despair, as if she was trapped in an inescapable quagmire, with no one around to help, only able to struggle silently alone, sinking into darkness. Yi Qing had originally wanted to ask, but always felt it wasn't appropriate to inquire. But now, he couldn't care less. Ruoruo, I wasn't here for these past 3 years now. What happened to you? Can you tell me? I can feel that you're in a lot of pain and struggling. If you tell me, perhaps I can help you. Yi Qing wasn't boasting, he genuinely wanted to help this kind girl who had silently loved him all this time. However, Bai Ruoruo wiped her tears, shook her head, and had no intention of burdening Yi Qing with her problems. In her opinion, Yi Qing had already endured so much, and shouldn't have to worry about her affairs. Besides, other than causing Yi Qing a lot of trouble, he couldn't help her with anything. Just as they were eating, loud knocking sounds echoed. Yi Qing, you bastard, open the door. Yi Qing was helpless, he knew immediately who it was from the voice. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing softly said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid this meal won't be very pleasant. With that, Yi Qing opened the door inside as he looked at the middle-aged woman outside, adorned in gold and silver, with a furious expression, saying, Mother, you're here. The person who arrived was none other than Mother Gao, the mother of Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingshu. Ever since she learned of Gao Qingyue's divorce from Yi Qing, Mother Gao had been happier than anyone. She even condoned her son causing trouble for Yi Qing, because, in her opinion, a fortune of tens of millions should not just benefit Yi Qing for free. But what was the result? What did she get? She actually received news that her son had been beaten into the hospital by Yi Qing. At once, Mother Gao completely exploded. She couldn't hold back and directly rushed over to cause trouble for Yi Qing. Mother? Who are you calling mother? Who's your mother? You useless person have already divorced my daughter. What right do you have to call me mother? Yi Qing's expression was indifferent. He looked at Mother Gao and nodded faintly, saying, Indeed, Auntie, you're right. My daughter and I are divorced, so why are you still looking for me? Yi Qing never expected Mother Gao to come to explain. As Mother Gao's former son-in-law, and having lived together as family for a period, he understood better than anyone how sharp-tongued and mean Mother Gao was. And how much she favored the rich and disdained the poor. In the past, Yi Qing changed the lives of Mother Gao's family, giving them food, housing, and a good life, so Mother Gao was utterly fawning over Yi Qing. However, when everything was slowly given to Gao Qingyue by Yi Qing, and as Gao Qingyue's life got better and better, everything changed. Now, Gao Qingyue had become a beautiful CEO worth over 100 million, while he was just a former convict who had just been released from prison. Mother Gao's attitude was already predictable. Seeing that Yi Qing dared to speak to her with such an attitude, Mother Gao immediately lost her temper and slapped Yi Qing across the face. You dog, still asking why I'm looking for you? You tell me, did you beat my son? You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on my son? I'm telling you, I won't let you off. Yi Qing covered his face. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge the slap, but rather, he didn't think of dodging. This slap completely severed all remaining ties. However, before Yi Qing could speak, Bai Ruoruo couldn't bear to see Yi Qing being hit and rushed forward. Auntie, how can you hit someone? Even if Yi Qing hit Gao Qingshu, you should at least ask why he hit him. Don't you know what kind of person Yi Qing is? He's never been one to proactively seek trouble. If he resorted to violence, there must be a reason. Besides, I saw this house in a mess as soon as I arrived. It was clearly Gao Qingshu who came to provoke him. How can you be so indiscriminate? Mother Gao looked at Bai Ruoruo, who was clearly distressed, and immediately became furious. Oh, you, Bai Ruoruo. You always had ulterior motives, trying to ruin Qingyue's marriage. Now you finally found an opportunity, haven't you, for you two shameless dogs to carry on here? Still eating? Are you already living together? I'll let you eat, let's see how you eat. After speaking, Mother Gao went directly to the dining table and swept all the food onto the floor, cursing obscenely. You two shameless dogs, just you wait, I won't let you off, I will definitely get revenge for my son. And you, Bai Ruoruo, you vixen, you shameless hussy. Haven't you already gotten engaged? Now you're secretly hooking up with another man behind your fiancé's back? Just you wait, I'll definitely tell your fiancé, and then we'll see if he beats you to death, you slut. At these words, Bai Ruoruo's face instantly turned incredibly pale. And Yi Qing's expression grew darker and angrier. Chapter 11. Hug me, please. Enough. Auntie, I'm still calling you Auntie for now, please respect yourself. Also, Gao Qingyue and I have no relationship anymore, this is my home, please leave. As for your son being beaten, I did it, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. If you dare to insult my friends again, I won't be polite to you. Was Yi Qing's temper good? Wrong. Wrong, Yi Qing, perhaps his temper was once very good for love, for Qingyue, he could endure a lot. But when he doesn't want to endure, no one can bully him. But Mother Gao was someone who wouldn't listen to advice. Seeing that Yi Qing actually dared to yell and lose his temper at her, she immediately became furious, pointed at Yi Qing, and said angrily, you dare to be impolite to me? Fine, come on, let's see how you'll be impolite to me. You wanna hit me, right? Come hit me, come hit me. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, pointed outside the door, and said, get out. Mother Gao snorted coldly, looked at Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, and said coldly, Yi Qing, don't think that just because Bai Ruoruo has a good family background she can protect you. I'm telling you, you found the wrong person. The entire Bai family can barely protect themselves. They're about to marry Bai Ruoruo off to the Tan family's young master. By then, she won't even be able to protect herself. Do you think she can protect you? At this point, Mother Gao looked at the pale Bai Ruoruo and sneered, Bai Ruoruo, you're secretly meeting Yi Qing and living together here today. Just you wait, when young Master Tan finds out, not only will you be in for a good beating, your Bai family will also suffer, and Yi Qing too. With young Master Tan's bad temper, will he let Yi Qing off? Ha, I'm waiting to see how you all die. You slutty fox, you're truly despicable. Even an incompetent criminal can make you lose your soul. You're truly disgusting, truly shameless. When Yi Qing heard Mother Gao say these words, he couldn't hold back anymore and directly slapped Mother Gao hard across the face. Dare to utter another word of nonsense, and I'll smash your mouth. At this moment, Mother Gao's face was filled with shock and anger. She never expected that Yi Qing would actually dare to lay a hand on her, that he would dare to slap her. At this moment, Mother Gao went crazy, like a shrew. She clawed and scratched at Yi Qing. Ah! You trash! You actually dared to hit me. I'll fight you to the death. I swear, I will never let you go, you dog. You actually dared to hit me. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Looking at Mother Gao, who was throwing a tantrum and scratching and clawing at him, Yi Qing could no longer hold back. He directly grabbed Mother Gao's hands, then, with both hands, delivered 2 slaps. Immediately, Mother Gao's face became somewhat red and swollen. I'll say one last thing, get out now, otherwise, I don't mind smashing all your teeth. At this moment, Yi Qing's eyes were cold and dangerous. Mother Gao was somewhat stunned, and also a little scared. She had never seen Yi Qing's eyes so fierce and cold at this moment. She had a feeling that if she didn't leave and continued to make a scene, Yi Qing might really be ruthless with her. It must be said that at this moment, Mother Gao cowered. Alright, you pair of scumbags, just you wait, I will definitely not let you off. After speaking, Mother Gao left in a huff. After Mother Gao left, Yi Qing looked at the pale, distraught Bai Ruoruo, sighed softly, and said, I'm sorry, I made you suffer. Bai Ruoruo shook her head, the tear stains on her face still not wiped away, making her look pitiful. No, I'm sorry to you because of my irrationality. I'm afraid I will bring you some trouble. Yi Qing, go, leave Jiangqing first, go hide for a while, okay? In Bai Ruoruo's opinion, if Mother Gao hadn't discovered them today, perhaps it would have been fine. But since Mother Gao discovered them, and Mother Gao was so angry, she would definitely spread this matter by then. Whatever torment Bai Ruoruo herself suffered was one thing, but she didn't want to implicate Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing would not be a match for young Master Tan, and young Master Tan's temper would definitely lead to retaliation at that time. Yi Qing would definitely be injured, and it was not impossible for his hands and feet to be broken. After all, young Master Tan had done such things more than once or twice. Yi Qing sighed softly and said, "Ruo Ruo, you are doing this for my good. You came to see me and help me, how can it be your fault? Also, from the moment you arrived, I could tell your emotions were not quite right. What was that engagement she just mentioned? And what's with this young Master Tan? Are you getting married? But I clearly can't see any happiness in you. Tell me, are you being forced?" At this point, Bai Ruoruo could no longer control herself and directly sat on the sofa, covering her face and crying bitterly. She had always pretended to be strong, but she was just a weak woman. She couldn't change her fate and could only force herself to face what might be a hellish future, but she truly felt pain, sadness, and heartbreak. Yi Qing looked at the heartbroken and crying Bai Ruoruo, sighed softly, took out a tissue, and handed it to Bai Ruoruo. "Ruo Ruo, if you don't want to, then don't marry him. Marriage should be happy, it's for a lifetime. I don't know what kind of person this young Master Tan is. If he loves you and treats you well, perhaps it's fine, but I can tell that he doesn't seem to be a good person, and he won't treat you well. If that's the case, why do you have to marry? Just for the so-called, no other choice? Happiness is in your own hands. You don't need to wrong yourself for anyone or anything. Ruo Ruo, just don't get married, don't cry anymore." Yi Qing's words warmed Bai Ruoruo's heart, but they couldn't change anything. Bai Ruoruo slowly stopped sobbing, forcibly calmed her emotions, forced a smile, and said, "I'm sorry for letting you see my vulnerable side. It's alright, it's okay, I can solve my own problems. It's just, Yi Qing, I might really bring you trouble. Promise me, leave Jiangqing for a while, okay? Take the money I give you and live somewhere else for a while, not just to avoid trouble, but also to clear your mind, okay? Promise me, don't make me sad, don't make me worry, okay? Even if I beg you." Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing with deep affection, truly afraid that Yi Qing, who was already living a hard life, would suffer undue harm because of her. Before Yi Qing could speak, Bai Ruoruo gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and hugged Yi Qing. "Hug me, please, just this once." Chapter 12. Who did the old man give the shares to? Feeling the warmth in front of him, looking at Bai Ruoruo, who was holding him, sobbing incessantly, her tears soaking his chest, Yi Qing could feel that Bai Ruoruo had endured too much grievance and pressure during this period. A simple and kind girl who had never changed, a girl who deeply loved him and gave everything without complaint or regret, yet now she had fallen to this state. Yi Qing couldn't bear it. Gently embracing Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing whispered, "Ruo Ruo, I left the bank card, consider it your investment, and I will bring you returns that will make everyone envious and jealous. Although you don't say what happened to you, I know you're unhappy, and that's enough. I'll take care of the rest, trust me, I'll help you." When Bai Ruoruo heard Yi Qing's words of concern, she cried even harder, as if only in front of Yi Qing, in his embrace, could she find warmth and security. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Bai Ruoruo slowly stopped sobbing, then looked at Yi Qing and said, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I know you care about me, and that's enough. But, Yi Qing, for my sake, for your own sake, promise me, leave Jiangqing first, okay? Even if I'm begging you, please leave, even if it's just to clear your head and play for a while, please, leave. I might be able to solve my problems by risking my life, but you hit Gao Qingshu today, and even his mother Gao, they won't let you off. Qingyue is no longer the Qingyue she used to be, and Qingshu has also made a name for himself in Jiangqing's underground world. He's even backed by one family's uncle Jiu, who is the true big shot of the underground world. You can't fight them. Even if I beg you, please leave, okay?" Yi Qing knew that whatever he said now would be useless, because Bai Ruoruo wouldn't believe that he had enough ability to solve the problem. However, not wanting Bai Ruoruo to worry, Yi Qing could only temporarily agree to comfort her and put her at ease. "Okay, Ruo Ruo, I promise you don't have to worry about me. I'll protect myself. Besides, if I told you that I'm actually not afraid of young Master Tan, or even one family's uncle Jiu, you wouldn't believe me, would you? But in fact, not only am I not afraid of them, they even have a favor to ask of me." Bai Ruoruo didn't find this amusing at all, but thinking of a man's face and dignity, Bai Ruoruo didn't intend to expose Yi Qing anyway. As long as Yi Qing agreed to leave and could ensure his safety, that was enough. "Okay, I know Yi Qing, you're the most amazing, but just for my sake, just go out and clear your head. Don't make me worry, okay? I know you're not an ordinary person. As long as you're willing, you will definitely achieve something great. I believe in you, Yi Qing, you are the best, always." No matter what Qingyue and the others say about you, please remember, in my heart, you, Yi Ching, are the best. No one can compare. This is the truth. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Ching reluctantly, then at the scattered food on the ground, and said bitterly, not being able to eat this meal is my regret, but seeing you well, seeing you safe, makes me happy. Yi Ching, goodbye. With that, Bai Ruoruo left without looking back, as if afraid that if she turned around, she wouldn't be able to bear to leave. As for Yi Ching, looking at Bai Ruoruo's departing back, he sighed softly and said, Ruoruo, how can I repay your deep affection? Perhaps what I can do is help you solve the problem, and I will also use practical actions to tell you that I'm really not afraid of these people. They are the ones who should be afraid. One family, Uncle Gio? Perhaps I should make a trip. Mentioning Uncle Gio and one family, Yi Ching's eyes lit up slightly, and he made a decision in his heart. At this moment, in the small conference room of the Yunwan Group, a giant corporation in Daxia with assets of hundreds of billions and spanning dozens of industries, several high-ranking officials of the Yunwan Group, or rather, several brothers of the Yun family, were sitting together, all looking troubled and filled with anger. What does the old man mean? The letter says he has transferred his shares to a young man? This is outrageous. The Yunwan Group belongs to our Yun family. What right do others have to interfere? A middle-aged man's face was filled with extreme anger, as if his own belongings had been stolen. And in fact, it was not far off. The Yunwan Group was founded by Old Man Yun and has developed for decades, with assets reaching an astonishing hundreds of billions. Yet, the old man, without a word, gave the shares to someone else. No one could understand this upon hearing it. This was the Yunwan Group. Even 1% of the shares represented tens of billions of wealth, not to mention that Old Man Yun still held 30% of the shares, which amounted to over 100 billion in wealth. The most important thing was not this, but that these shares could completely shake the current management of the Yunwan Group. If someone wanted to interfere, the Yunwan Group would change hands. The eldest Yun's words made everyone present indignant and furious. It was our fault that the old man went to jail back then, but we weren't unfilial. It was unavoidable. What is this now? Revenge? No, this absolutely cannot happen. No one can take away the property that belongs to our Yun family. The old man is senile. What he says doesn't count. That's right, that young man, who knows how he tricked the old man, but it doesn't matter. What's important is to find this person. I want to see if he truly dares to take such a large sum of wealth. I'm just afraid that he'll have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. Send people to investigate and find out everything. If the young man who accepted the old man's shares is sensible, give him a small sum to transfer the shares, and that's that. If he's not sensible, just kill him. Several Yun family brothers sat together and quickly settled the matter. At this moment, Yi Ching still didn't know that he had unknowingly gotten himself into more trouble, but even if he did know, he wouldn't care. What he cared more about was whether Old Man Yun's wish could be fulfilled. As for someone wanting to deal with him, let them come. If he were afraid, then he wouldn't be Yi Ching. And he wasn't afraid. It didn't matter. The key to the problem now was that there was indeed a lot of trouble. Especially with Mother Gao causing such a scene again, his relationship with the Gao family could not be reconciled. In fact, Yi Ching hadn't even slept yet, having already prepared for Qingyue to come knocking again. After all, he had slapped her mother a few times. Chapter 13. They are having an affair. At the Gao family home, Mother Gao sat, furiously smashing several teacups. For her, today was an utter disgrace. To be beaten by Yi Ching, this was something she never even dreamed possible. Gao Qingyue quickly returned home, and upon learning of Mother Gao's ordeal, she too was enraged to the extreme. Yi Ching beating Gao Qingshu was already unacceptable to her, but now, he had even struck her mother. Was there no law left? Yes, she knew her brother and mother had certainly acted on their own initiative, going to provoke him, but no matter how much they provoked, they were still her mother and brother. Was it Yi Ching's place to teach them a lesson? Bastard, this is simply outrageous. Mom, don't worry about it. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Yi Ching, I will make him pay a painful price. Mother Gao heard this and nodded heavily, saying, my old face doesn't matter, but he beat your brother like this. You can't ignore it. I'm telling you. I've already had someone notify Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine will be at the hospital very soon. At that time, I want Yi Ching dead. Upon hearing Mother Gao had notified Uncle Nine, Gao Qingyue immediately froze, then frowned and said, Mom, why did you notify Uncle Nine? You know his status and methods. If he makes a move, someone will truly die. If this matter escalates, it will affect me. You're too impulsive. Uncle Nine's name was well known in Jiang City's underground world. Even though Gao Qingyue was now a beautiful CEO with a net worth of over 100 million, she still had to show Uncle Nine some respect. After all, he was not only a big shot in the underground world but also a member of the Wan family. Facing the Wan family, Gao Qingyue couldn't afford to be arrogant. Mother Gao saw Gao Qingyue's hesitation and apprehension, and immediately shook her head, saying, "He already hit your mom and your brother at this point. Why are you still worried about whether he lives or dies?" Gao Qingyue, don't tell me you still have feelings for Yi Qing. I'm telling you, I absolutely won't allow it. Even if I die, I won't agree. Also, I'm telling you, just give up on that idea. This Yi Qing is simply a beast in human clothing. He's full of tricks. You have no idea. Guess what I saw? I saw Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. Yes, your best friend Bai Ruoruo. The two of them were sitting in a room, having a candlelit dinner, on a date. In the middle of the night, these shameless man and woman were openly together like that. Do you dare say there's nothing going on between them? Perhaps, there have long been unspeakable things between them. Gao Qingyue, you're so foolish. Now, do you understand why I'm so angry? As soon as Mother Gao said this, Gao Qingyue froze. She had received a call from Bai Ruoruo, but she had already warned Bai Ruoruo. Yet she didn't expect Bai Ruoruo to actually go there, and the two of them even had a candlelit dinner? For some reason, upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's anger became uncontrollable, especially when she thought of that unsightly scene. Gao Qingyue wanted to flip tables and hit people. Mom, is what you said true? Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing, were they really having a candlelit dinner together? Mother Gao nodded heavily at the question, saying, "It's true. You tell me, didn't this Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo hook up a long time ago? Otherwise, why would they be so openly shameless right after the divorce? You still feel guilty towards Yi Qing, but who knows if they betrayed you a long time ago. But don't worry, daughter, Mom will definitely get revenge for you." At this moment, Gao Qingyue felt her anger burning, as if she truly was the resentful woman who had been betrayed and abandoned. Watching Mother Gao eager to act, Gao Qingyue immediately shook her head and said, "No, Mom, you don't need to worry about this. I will handle it myself. Just beating them up is too easy for them. I will let them know what kind of price they will pay for daring to do things behind my back that are unfair to me. They don't understand their place and don't know what they are, right? Fine, then I'll make both of them understand exactly what they are." Watching Gao Qingyue's cold, gritted teeth expression, Mother Gao was overjoyed. She rarely saw this side of Gao Qingyue, but every time she did, it meant Gao Qingyue was truly angry, and then, everything would be easy to discuss. "Daughter, you must not give away that property. Your brother has also grown up. Give it to him. Otherwise, when he looks for a girlfriend, he won't have money to spend, which would be too embarrassing, don't you think?" At this point, Gao Qingyue was no longer concerned about such matters. She immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, Mom. I'm leaving now. In short, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll handle them." After speaking, Gao Qingyue angrily left the house. Her behavior, however, made it unclear who had abandoned whom, and who had betrayed whom. After leaving the house, Gao Qingyue immediately called Yi Qing's mobile phone. Soon, the call connected. "Yi Qing, tomorrow at noon, let's find a time to meet, that's all." After speaking, without waiting for Yi Qing to respond, Gao Qingyue directly hung up the phone. "Yi Qing, don't you know you're a toad? Don't you still feel superior? Fine, then I'll show you how big the gap between you and me really is now. I hope you don't feel so inferior that you want to die by then." After saying this, Gao Qingyue composed a text message and sent it to young Master Tan. The content was simple: Bai Ruoruo cheated. After doing all this, Gao Qingyue drove back to the villa she was currently living in. Meanwhile, Yi Qing looked at his phone, his brows slightly furrowed, wondering what new trick Gao Qingyue was up to. However, at this moment, young Master Tan, who was currently in a bar with women on both sides, playing around with a group of beauties, immediately showed an angry expression after seeing the text message on his phone. Bai Ruoruo, cheating? This was simply outrageous. Was there anyone in this world who dared to cuckold him, young Master Tan? Especially Bai Ruoruo, he had painstakingly pursued her for so many years, yet she never showed him any kindness. His patience had long worn thin, and he knew that Bai Ruoruo's heart had always belonged to someone else. These things alone were enough to make young Master Tan want to severely deal with Bai Ruoruo. Taking out his phone, young Master Tan directly dialed Bai Ruoruo's number. Now, immediately, come to the hotel to find me, otherwise, our engagement will be cancelled, and my Tan family will unite with other forces to carve up your entire Bai family. At that time, I'll make your whole family beg for food on the streets. After speaking, young Master Tan immediately left the bar, drunkenly, and drove directly to his long-term suite at the hotel. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoruo was sitting on a street bench after the call ended. She showed a bitter smile. She had already guessed it wouldn't end well, and sure enough, the call came. Chapter 14, Bai Ruoruo was beaten. At the entrance of young Master Tan's long-term rental room in Maple Leaf Hotel, Bai Ruoruo stood at the door, took a deep breath, and then knocked. After a while, the door opened, and young Master Tan, looking drunk, stared at Bai Ruoruo, then without a word, directly pulled her hand and dragged her into the room. Subsequently, young Master Tan forcibly hugged Bai Ruoruo, intending to kiss her, but Bai Ruoruo resisted with all her might, struggling violently, and finally kicked young Master Tan hard, which caused him to release her. Young Master Tan looked at the panicked Bai Ruoruo, his expression growing increasingly vicious. Bitch, you're about to get engaged to me, you're going to marry me, yet you still won't let me touch you. Tell me, are you trying to die? What are you pretending to be, a pure lotus? Do you think I don't know what you've done, or if you have someone else in your heart? I ignore you, and you get all worked up, huh? I'm telling you, today, either you serve me well, or I'll beat you so badly you can't leave the house. After speaking, young Master Tan once again lunged at Bai Ruoruo, wanting to forcibly have relations with her. But Bai Ruoruo still resisted with all her might, tears streaming down her face. Young Master Tan, what do you want? What exactly do you want? I beg you, please, can you leave me some dignity? I'm begging you. Bai Ruoruo suddenly pushed young Master Tan away, sobbing as she squatted in the corner and cried bitterly. Young Master Tan looked at the scratches on his face made by Bai Ruoruo, his expression growing even more furious. Bitch, I touch you and you resist to the death, but behind my back, you willingly go to other people's beds and flirt with others. You're cuckolding me, you want to die, your whole family wants to die. After speaking, young Master Tan directly walked forward, grabbed Bai Ruoruo's hair, and yanked her up, causing Bai Ruoruo to cry out in pain, with a lot of her hair being pulled out. Bitch, tell me, who was that adulterer? Don't think I don't know, or can't find out. When I find him, I will break his arms and legs in front of you. Then, I'll see if you still find him appealing. 101 Cancom, fully typed, no errors. You slut, you're so filthy. Why won't you let me touch you? Am I not loving enough? Am I not good enough to you? How dare you hurt me like this? Today, I'll let you know who I, young Master Tan, really am, and how you should behave in front of me from now on. After speaking, young Master Tan directly slapped Bai Ruoruo heavily across her face, immediately leaving 5 clear finger marks on her fair, tender face. And this was not the end. Young Master Tan seemed unsatisfied. Grabbing Bai Ruoruo's hair, he began to slap her repeatedly, left and right. In a short while, Bai Ruoruo's entire face became swollen and red, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, making her look exceptionally miserable. Say it, say you'll break off relations with that adulterer. Say who that adulterer is now, kneel before me, apologize and repent, tell me who he is, and I'll let you go, otherwise, I'll beat you to death today. Bai Ruoruo was beaten until her nose and mouth bled, her face bruised and swollen, yet her lips were tightly sealed. She knew that if she revealed who Yi Qing was, young Master Tan would stop beating her, but with young Master Tan's temper, he would immediately gather people to trouble Yi Qing. At that time, Yi Qing would truly be in grave danger. Therefore, Bai Ruoruo would definitely not speak. She would absolutely not stand by and watch Yi Qing get into trouble, especially if it was because of her. Tan, if you have the guts, just beat me to death. I've already said, I don't have any indecent relations with anyone else. You're just overthinking it. Also, the engagement is in 2 days. Go ahead and hit me if you beat me so I can't see anyone. Will you, young Master Tan, save face and have an explanation? At that time, your Tan family's face will also be disgraced, won't it? Seeing that Bai Ruoruo not only refused to speak but also dared to talk back, young Master Tan immediately flew into a rage. He grabbed her hair and violently threw Bai Ruoruo to the ground, then continuously kicked her body with his feet. Anyone who saw this scene would feel a chill in their heart. Such a beating could kill someone. Even hitting an adult man would likely cause unbearable pain, let alone a delicate woman like Bai Ruoro. But young Master Tan paid no heed, continuously kicking and hitting Bai Ruoro's body until she completely lost consciousness, her entire body covered in bruises. Only then did young Master Tan's anger subside. "Get up, why are you pretending to be dead? If you dare to pretend to be dead in front of me again, I'll really beat you to death." Young Master Tan kicked the unconscious Bai Ruoro lying on the ground, but she showed no reaction. Only then did young Master Tan somewhat nervously squat down and check Bai Ruoro's breathing. Feeling that Bai Ruoro was still breathing, young Master Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If he had really beaten Bai Ruoro to death, setting aside whether he truly couldn't bear it, just the matter itself would be difficult to resolve. Regardless, the Bai family still had some power to fight back. Beating Bai Ruoro was one thing, but killing someone would truly mean a complete fallout and becoming enemies at that point. He certainly wouldn't have an easy time either. Staring fiercely at Bai Ruoro, young Master Tan gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you think you can protect that man by not speaking? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Today, I'll let you off for now. When you've recovered, I will make you witness with your own eyes how I beat that adulterer to death." After speaking, young Master Tan called 120, then arranged for his subordinates to immediately rush to the hotel to take Bai Ruoro to the hospital. As for him, young Master Tan, he simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, not even willing to go to the hospital. Meanwhile, at Jiang City Hospital, in the VIP ward, old Master Wan was urgently sent to the hospital due to a sudden worsening of his condition. Wan family head, Wan Haixin, was anxious and distraught at this moment, and almost everyone from the Wan family had crowded the hallway. Looking at the constantly chattering crowd, Wan Haixin couldn't help but explode in anger. "All of you, shut up. What are you doing causing trouble here? Go back, all of you go back." In the Wan family, Wan Haixin was the undisputed family head. When he got angry, no one dared to disobey, especially when it concerned old Master Wan's health, which everyone had to treat with utmost care. Because the Wan family head was a filial son, the kind who could give everything, even his life, for old Master Wan. At least, in Jiang City and even throughout East Province, among those who knew Wan Haixin, some spoke ill of him, some called him ruthless. In short, there were all sorts of opinions about him, but not a single person said he was unfilial. A great filial son, this was universally acknowledged. After everyone had left, only the necessary people remained in the hallway. Wan Haixin looked at Uncle Nine, unable to bear it any longer. "No, Uncle Nine, we must call you Divine Doctor. 3 days is too long. Old Master Wan can't wait any longer now." Chapter 15. Saving him is defiant. Uncle Nine, who does not share the Wan surname, holds a position within the entire Wan family second only to Wan Haixin, enjoying his deep trust. Furthermore, Uncle Nine is a big shot in the underground world, so even direct descendants of the Wan family must be respectful when they see him. Uncle Nine looked at the anxious Wan Haixin and nodded heavily, saying, "That's right, there are priorities now that the old master's condition is changed. Mr. Yi Divine Doctor needs to be informed." "Family head, I'm afraid you'll have to make this call yourself." Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin immediately took out his phone, but seeing the early morning time displayed on it, he hesitated. "Uncle Nine, at this hour, will it disturb Mr. Yi Divine Doctor? These extraordinary people often have strange tempers, and if we offend him, and he refuses to help, then it truly will be utter despair. The old master is currently in the emergency room, at least he is still alive, and there is a glimmer of hope that he might wait for Mr. Yi Divine Doctor's arrival. However, if Mr. Yi Divine Doctor gets angry and doesn't come, then there truly will be no hope." Upon hearing this, Uncle Nine gritted his teeth and said, "He won't, since Mr. Yi Divine Doctor agreed to come in the first place. That represents his promise as a doctor. He knows very well that a patient's condition can change at any time. He should be mentally prepared for this. Family head, call him. If Mr. Yi Divine Doctor is unhappy, we will apologize with all our might right now. Nothing is more important than the old master's life." Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin immediately nodded, gritting his teeth and saying, "As long as Mr. Yi Divine Doctor can save the old master's life, even if it costs me my own, I'll accept it." With that, Wan Haixin directly dialed Yi Qing's number. After only a few seconds of conversation, Wan Haixin's originally anxious face turned into one of uncontainable joy. After hanging up the phone, Wan Haixin looked at Uncle Nine and happily said, Mr. Yi Divine Doctor is a good person. After learning that the old master's condition suddenly worsened and he was sent to the emergency room, he didn't say a word and directly asked for the address, saying he would come right away. A good person, truly a good person. I originally thought Mr. Yi Divine Doctor would be unhappy about being disturbed so late, but I never expected him to be so committed to his promise and so kind. It's too good, truly too good. Seeing Wan Haixin happy, Uncle Nine also breathed a sigh of relief and gently nodded, saying, "Family head, we must treat Mr. Yi Divine Doctor well regardless of whether he is old Chen's savior or has a greater background, just for his ability to save the old master and his strong sense of loyalty and righteousness, we must treat him well." Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin nodded heavily, a glint flashing in his eyes, and said, "That's right, from now on, Mr. Yi Divine Doctor's matters are mine, Wan Haixin's matters as long as Mr. Yi Divine Doctor says the word, even if he wants my life, I'll give it." In less than half an hour, Yi Qing arrived at the hospital. When it came to human lives and promises made, for Yi Qing, it meant his word was his bond. Moreover, in his opinion, it was time for him and the Wan family to interact. Upon arriving at the VIP ward entrance, seeing the anxious Wan family head and Uncle Nine pacing outside the ward, Yi Qing walked straight up and spoke calmly, "You must be the Wan family head." Upon hearing this, the Wan family head looked at Yi Qing and was immediately stunned. From the phone call, he had gathered that Yi Qing was very young, but he never imagined he would be this young. Someone who looked to be in his 20s, could he be a divine doctor? "You are?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "You called me, and now you're asking who I am? Where is the old master? I'll go take a look." Upon hearing this, the Wan family head immediately opened his mouth and said, "You are Mr. Yi Divine Doctor? I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young. Please come in, quickly, please come in." Although the Wan family head was somewhat skeptical due to Yi Qing's age, since he was someone old Chen had approved of, there wouldn't be any problem. After Yi Qing entered the ward, he looked at the unconscious old man lying on the bed, sat directly beside him, and began to take his pulse. The Wan family head cautiously said, "Mr. Yi Divine Doctor, all of the hospital's examination results and medical records are ready. You can view them at any time if you need to." Yi Qing did not speak, but continued to carefully take the pulse. After a while, Yi Qing looked at the Wan family head and said, "The old master suffered too much in his youth, leading to a depletion of his body. Now that he's old, he's too weak to be nourished. To put it bluntly, the old master is now in a state of oil running out and lamp dimming. Other doctors should have told you this, right?" Upon hearing this, the Wan family head nodded, saying with some sadness, "That's right, other doctors said the same thing. So, apart from emergency life support, he is almost beyond cure. But Mr. Yi Divine Doctor, I know you are a person of great ability. I beg you, please save my father. He has never enjoyed any blessings in his life. It was hard enough for me to earn money, and then his body collapsed. Please, help him." Yi Qing sighed softly, looked at the old master on the bed, shook his head, and said, "Saving him now, while not quite bringing him back from the dead, is certainly snatching him from the hands of the king of hell. Yi Qing, believe my medical skills are not bad, but the problem is, this goes against the natural order. It's difficult to do, and it shouldn't be done." Wan family head, "It's not that I won't help you, but rather, your father's lifespan is nearing its end. What I can do now is help you maintain the old master's life for a few more days and allow him to regain consciousness. For anything else, I'm afraid I cannot help." As soon as these words were spoken, Wan Haixin completely broke down. However, hearing Yi Qing say that it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but rather that he shouldn't and it was difficult, meant that Yi Qing still had a way. Wan Haixin quickly grasped Yi Qing's hand and choked out, "Mr. Yi, I beg you, I know you have a way as long as you can save my father. Whatever your request, I will agree to it. I beg you, please save my father, I beg you." With that, Wan Haixin was about to kneel in supplication. This scene made Yi Qing frown slightly. At this moment, Uncle Nine looked at Yi Qing and softly said, "Mr. Yi Divine Doctor, may we step out and talk privately? Afterwards, no matter what, we will not blame you." Leading Yi Qing out the door, Uncle Nine sighed softly and said, "Mr. Yi Divine Doctor, if you can help, please help." You see how heartbroken the Wan family head is crying, but in reality, do you know? The Wan family head is not the old master's biological son. In fact, the old master spent his entire life helping others and adopted many children. He never married in his entire life. Then, Uncle Nine told Yi Qing about the old master's good deeds throughout his life, which moved Yi Qing deeply. Such a good person, who did good deeds his entire life, yet never enjoyed a single day of happiness. Pitiful, tragic. Yi Ching sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Your Uncle Nine, right? Say no more, I understand, I will save him. Just for the old master's lifelong kindness, it's worth me going against the heavens this one time." As he spoke, just as Yi Ching was about to enter the ward, he saw Bai Ruoro's family rushing into the adjacent ward, calling out Bai Ruoro's name. At this moment, Yi Ching's brows furrowed, and he had a bad premonition. Chapter 16, Qing Emperor's Secret of Immortality. Bai Ruoro had just sought him out today, and he had already learned that Bai Ruoro was to marry a very undesirable man. Mother Gao had also witnessed this incident. As a result, that evening, he saw Bai Ruoro's family at the hospital. Yi Ching wouldn't believe there was no connection. Watching Bai Ruoro's family enter the hospital room, Yi Ching could no longer hold back and walked directly over. Uncle Jiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed Yi Ching. Inside the room, the hospital bed was empty. As soon as Yi Ching reached the door of the room, he heard the doctor speaking. Bai Ruoro is currently undergoing surgery. Although the patient suffered severe beatings, fortunately, her life is not in danger. As for other matters, we can only wait for the patient to wake up before conducting further examinations. Family members, please wait here. Bai Ruoro was beaten into the hospital, beaten into the operating room? A trace of anger flashed in Yi Ching's eyes, and his fists clenched tightly at this moment. In his mind, there was only Bai Ruoro's gentle and kind side, only Bai Ruoro's caring and warm side towards him. Who could be so heartless as to inflict such a brutal attack on such a wonderful girl? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Uncle Jiu sensed Yi Ching's change in mood at this moment. He cautiously asked, "Yi Divine Doctor, is there anything you need me to do?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ching took a deep breath, looked at the still empty hospital bed, and then walked directly towards Old Master Wan's room. "Uncle Jiu, I'm going to treat Old Master Wan now, other matters can wait." While Bai Ruoro was still in the operating room, Yi Ching just wanted to finish what needed to be done quickly. Then, when Bai Ruoro woke up, he wanted to ask her personally who dared to lay such a heavy hand on her. And no matter who it was, Yi Ching would never forgive them. Never. Upon arriving at Old Master Wan's room, Yi Ching's expression was clearly somewhat off. "All of you, leave without my command, no one is to approach." After speaking, Yi Ching directly took out a purple wooden box from his person. Inside the box, 108 golden needles were arranged. Wan Haixin swallowed hard. Even though he believed in Yi Ching's medical skills, it concerned his father's life and death, so it was impossible not to be cautious. "Yi Divine Doctor, is there anything we need to do? Are you going to use acupuncture to treat my father?" Yi Ching glanced at Wan Haixin and said coldly, "Your father is already in a state beyond recovery. For me to save him now is to go against the heavens. Seeing that Old Master Wan has been kind his whole life, I am willing to make an exception and take action, bearing the consequences." "What? Do you still not believe me?" Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin repeatedly waved his hands, saying he wouldn't dare. Yi Ching waved his hand and said, "Leave, I don't like people watching when I treat patients." Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin didn't dare to say anything more and quickly left the room with Uncle Jiu. After leaving the room, Wan Haixin looked at Uncle Jiu and softly asked, "Uncle Jiu, why do I feel that Yi Divine Doctor's mood is a bit off? Did something happen?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu pointed to Bai Ruoro's room and said, "Yi Divine Doctor's mood became off after seeing those people outside the room just now. I saw them. They are from the Bai family. It seems their daughter was severely beaten and sent to the hospital, and she's still in the operating room. I estimate it's related to this matter." Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Anything concerning Yi Divine Doctor is a matter for my Wan family. I've said this before, Uncle Jiu, go and find out the details. If we need to act, then we will go all out." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu nodded heavily and said, "Good, I'll go right away." At this moment, inside the room, looking at Old Master Wan lying unconscious on the bed, Yi Ching took out the golden needles and softly said, "Old Master Wan, you are a good person. Since I've encountered you, I'll help you out. At the very least, I will extend your lifespan by 3 years, allowing you to enjoy family happiness." As his voice fell, Yi Ching held the golden needles. The first needle was inserted into Old Master Wan's arm. Afterward, Yi Ching's hand speed became faster and faster, even creating afterimages. It wasn't until all 108 golden needles were inserted into Old Master Wan's body that sweat appeared on Yi Ching's forehead from exhaustion. This acupuncture technique required extremely fast speed, simultaneously inserting needles into several acupoints. It was an absolute test of the precision and speed of the person performing the needling. Especially since these golden needles were not just ordinary golden needles. The moment each golden needle was inserted, Yi Qing would use his unique secret art to infuse internal energy, achieving a better effect. This process was very, very tiring, beyond what outsiders could imagine. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, drinking tea, and watching the 108 golden needles slowly emit white smoke, knowing that half of the process was complete. The remaining half required Yi Qing to use his unique secret art, the Azure Emperor Longevity Art, to bestow vitality upon Old Master Wan. Saving a life is not simple. Especially saving someone who was at the end of their life, effectively on the verge of being declared dead. That is even more so a struggle for life against heaven and earth, and the price to pay is immense. The sky gradually brightened. Yi Qing's body was already soaked with sweat, and he looked quite unwell. Only then, seeing Old Master Wan lying on the bed, breathing steadily and his complexion beginning to turn rosy, did Yi Qing finally breathe a sigh of relief? Opening the door, Wan family head and Uncle Jiao had been waiting anxiously outside, yet dared not disturb Yi Qing in the slightest. Until they saw Yi Qing's extremely weak appearance, although they didn't know what Yi Qing had done, they knew that Yi Qing had probably paid a huge price. "Yi Divine Doctor, are you alright? My father, is he alright?" Yi Qing took a deep breath, slowly sat on a chair by the wall, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry, Old Master Wan's life has been saved. Not only that, he will wake up today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, and his body will become healthy. However, Wan family head, you must be prepared. In 3, at most 5 years, Old Master Wan will die of old age. All I can do is help him extend his life by a few years, and during these years, allow him to eat, walk, and communicate normally. You must let him enjoy family happiness during these years, leaving no regrets." The time might not seem long, but for those who truly understood Old Master Wan's physical condition, this was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Qing not only managed to restore Old Master Wan's health but also spoke of extending his life by 3 to 5 years. Was he even human? This wasn't medical skill at all, this was clearly immortal magic. Wan family head and Uncle Jiao exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. And their respect for Yi Qing reached its peak at this moment. "Yi Divine Doctor, I truly don't know how to thank you. In short, just one thing, whenever you need anything from my Wan family, just say the word. Whether it's going through mountains of knives or seas of fire, even if it costs me, Wan Haixin's life, I will not hesitate." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Don't call me Yi Divine Doctor. I don't like to show off. Go and see Old Master Wan. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first." After speaking, Yi Qing looked towards Bai Ruoruo's room, then stood up somewhat weakly and walked towards Bai Ruoruo's room. Uncle Jiao, not daring to delay, immediately walked to Yi Qing's side, reaching out to support him. Chapter 17: Parents Who Betrayed Their Daughter. Yi Qing waved his hand, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine, just a little weak, but I can still walk." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiao respectfully looked at Mr. Yi and said, "Mr. Yi, regarding the Bai family's matters, I have already sent people to investigate while you were treating her. Let me report to you first." Yi Qing stopped in his tracks, looked at Uncle Jiao, and said, "Good, tell me what happened. Who severely injured Ruoruo, and what's going on with her engagement? Tell me everything you know." Bai Ruoruo had refused to tell Yi Qing anything at the time because she was afraid Yi Qing would get hurt. After all, in Bai Ruoruo's eyes, Yi Qing was just an ordinary person who had just been released from prison. If something else were to happen, it would truly be a huge problem. Especially the Tan family, whose power was immense. Dealing with a small Yi Qing would be effortless for them. In fact, they wouldn't even need to show up themselves, someone would do it to curry favor with young Master Tan. That's why Bai Ruoruo insisted on Yi Qing leaving Jiangcheng to avoid any accidents. But she underestimated Yi Qing, just as Gao Qingyue and the others had all underestimated Yi Qing. Uncle Jiao had witnessed Yi Qing's ability to bring people back from the brink of death. How could such a person be ordinary? Especially, even without mentioning his medical skills, the mere fact that old Chen owed Yi Qing a life-saving favor was enough to allow Yi Qing to walk freely across half of the East Province. And Uncle Jiao had a premonition that what he had seen might only be the tip of the iceberg. "Mr. Yi, the Bai family has been poorly managed these past few years and has encountered problems with capital turnover coupled with other business magnates coveting their assets. The Bai family is on the verge of bankruptcy." The Tan family seized this opportunity to use the Bai family's survival as leverage, forcing Bai Ruoruo to marry their young master. This is the reason for their engagement. Ruorowo was forced to do it for her family. As for that young Master Tan, he is notoriously reckless, idle, and a womanizer, not to mention having a very violent temper. Ruorowo was beaten by young Master Tan this time. As for why he was so ruthless, I haven't found the specific reason yet, but it is said that Ruorowo might have cheated on young Master Tan. When Uncle Gio said this, there was no need to investigate further. Yi Qing already understood why Bai Ruorowo was brutally beaten. It was because Bai Ruorowo had met him, and young Master Tan found out, so young Master Tan must have interrogated Bai Ruorowo, but Bai Ruorowo said nothing to protect him. That's why young Master Tan became so furious and brutally beat Bai Ruorowo. Yi Qing had already guessed what happened. The more he understood, the stronger Yi Qing's guilt and anger became at this moment. Bai Ruorowo was beaten like this to protect him, and even after being brutally beaten, she still refused to reveal his name. Bai Ruorowo's deep affection for him left Yi Qing at a loss for how to repay her. And young Master Tan, he deserved to die. He dared to brutally beat Bai Ruorowo like that, he deserved to die. And those who informed young Master Tan, they all deserved to die, they all deserved to die. Mr. Yi, as long as you give the word, the Wan family and I will serve you anytime, anywhere. Although the Tan family is not weak, whatever Mr. Yi wishes to see, we will go all out to ensure they meet the outcome you desire. Uncle Gio immediately stated his position and also conveyed the promise on behalf of Wan family head. This was not only an expression of gratitude to Yi Qing but also a practical action to gain Yi Qing's friendship. Yi Qing had no intention of being polite. It was certainly not a problem for him to personally apprehend young Master Tan, but it would be too time-consuming. Not using available people but instead taking a roundabout way was not a reason for Yi Qing to be sentimental. Then I'll trouble Uncle Gio. Please help me find young Master Tan's location and then just tell me. Uncle Gio was about to say something more, but seeing Yi Qing's cold and angry expression, he immediately closed his mouth. In short, whatever Yi Qing wanted him to do, he would do it. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I have already made arrangements. I know his location at all times. Yi Qing nodded and then walked towards Bai Ruorowo's hospital room. At this moment, only Bai Ruorowo's parents were in the room. Bai Ruorowo had already woken up from her coma, but the pain from her injuries caused her to frown deeply and sweat profusely. Bai Ruorowo's mother was sobbing, seemingly heartbroken for her daughter. As for Bai Ruorowo's father, the Bai family head, at this moment, besides sighing, he only felt anger. However, what was tragic was that his anger was not directed at the person who injured his daughter, but rather at Bai Ruorowo. Bai Ruorowo, the Tan family has already told me everything. Tell me, what shameless thing did you do? Who did you meet that you shouldn't have? Are you trying to make my entire Bai family lose face, make everyone in my Bai family go bankrupt and sleep on the streets? I know you don't like young Master Tan, but no matter what, since you agreed, you shouldn't have betrayed young Master Tan. Bai Ruorowo, tell me, who was that person? If it weren't to protect that person, you wouldn't have been beaten like this. But where is he? After something happened, besides hiding, does he dare to come see you? Let alone avenge you. What is so valuable about such a useless good-for-nothing that you would protect him? Tell me, who is he? Speak up. As a father, after his daughter was brutally beaten, his first reaction was not to help his daughter get revenge, but instead to complain about his daughter doing something she shouldn't have, and to pressure his own daughter. Such a father was truly something else. Bai Ruorowo clenched her teeth, turned her head away, and tears streamed down her face. And Bai Ruorowo's mother, seeing this scene, was heartbroken beyond measure. Looking at her husband, Bai Ruorowo's mother choked out, "Can't you stop pressuring our daughter at a time like this? Our daughter has already been beaten like this, and you still want to force her? Give her some time." Bai family head immediately roared upon hearing this. I give her time? Then who will give me time? Whether young Master Tan beat Bai Ruorowo or not, our daughter made a mistake. How could she secretly meet with someone else and get caught? This is a disgrace to herself, and even more a disgrace to my Bai family. The Tan family won't let this matter rest. No, Bai Ruorowo, you must tell me who that man is right now. Otherwise, not only will young Master Tan not spare you, but your father, won't spare you either. And just then, a cold voice, filled with anger, reached their ears. If I'm not mistaken, the man you're looking for should be me. Chapter 18 You Are Nothing. Yi Qing's appearance startled Bai Family Head and his wife. They seemed not to have expected that someone would dare to directly confront them at this moment, and even admit to the matter. However, seeing Bai Ruoruo struggle to sit up upon seeing Yi Qing, and her face filled with worry, Bai Family Head immediately knew that the person in front of him was probably the man who had secretly met with Bai Ruoruo and caused her to become like this. Before Bai Family Head could speak, Yi Qing had already walked past them and stood before Bai Ruoruo, looking at her body, which was almost beaten beyond recognition. Flames of fury began to burn in Yi Qing's eyes. Yi Qing, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to leave? Listen to me, Yi Qing, I'm fine, hurry and leave, hurry and leave. The moment Bai Ruoruo saw Yi Qing, her heart was filled with nothing but joy and worry. Young Master Tan was a madman. Just seeing how he could beat her like this, she knew how vicious young Master Tan's heart was. If he could be so ruthless to a weak woman like herself, then what about Yi Qing? She couldn't even imagine what would happen if young Master Tan caught him. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, who was in such a state yet still worrying about him, and at this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude. Gently taking Bai Ruoruo's hand, Yi Qing crouched by the bed and said softly, I'm fine, and I won't leave Ruoruo. You became like this because of me. I want to avenge you. Don't worry, I will make them pay the price. Bai Ruoruo, hearing this, looked terrified and quickly shook her head, saying, No, Yi Qing, I beg you, don't seek revenge. You can't fight them. Leave quickly, it's still not too late to leave now. And just then, Bai Family Head's angry voice finally came. From the moment he saw Yi Qing, he felt a sense of familiarity, and after hearing Yi Qing's name, he finally remembered who Yi Qing was. But that wasn't important. What was important was seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo's reluctant parting, which truly enraged Bai Family Head. At a time like this, they still dared to flirt so openly. If young Master Tan found out, their entire Bai family would suffer the consequences. So it's you, the criminal. If I remember correctly, you're Gao Qingyue's man, aren't you? What, out of prison? You menace, Gao Qingyue must have divorced you by now, right? Now you feel unwanted and came to hook up with my daughter? I'm telling you, you're dreaming today. You won't be able to leave even if you want to. You wait, I'll notify young Master Tan right now and tell him that I found you, the culprit. Then, you can just wait to die. Hearing Bai Family Head's words, Bai Ruoruo almost went crazy. Tears streamed down her face, and she tried to struggle to get up, but the intense pain made her whole body ache with even the slightest movement. No, Dad, I beg you, don't tell young Master Tan, don't hurt Yi Qing. I promise you, I will marry young Master Tan. I swear, I will never see Yi Qing again. Please let him go. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, crying, and said, Yi Qing, I beg you, hurry and leave, hurry and leave. Leave? Where to go? Can he even leave? Yi Qing, it's because of you that my daughter was beaten like this. I'm telling you, even if young Master Tan spares you, I won't let you go. At this moment, Bai Family Head seemed like a good father willing to risk everything for his daughter. However, what was the truth? Bai Family Head's behavior made Yi Qing feel disgusted. He had already learned from Uncle Jiao why Bai Ruoruo had to marry young Master Tan. Now, he witnessed with his own eyes that Bai Family Head not only dared not avenge his daughter but also tried to persuade her to endure it, even thinking it was Bai Ruoruo's fault, not young Master Tan's. Was this what a father should do? Yi Qing took a deep breath, looking at Bai Ruoruo, who was still trying to beg for mercy, and said softly, Ruoruo, do you trust me? Seeing Yi Qing suddenly say this so seriously, Bai Ruoruo nodded and said without hesitation, I trust you. Yi Qing chuckled upon hearing this, gently patted Bai Ruoruo's forehead, and said, Then don't say anything. Let me handle everything. I promise. No one can hurt you, no one. After speaking, Yi Qing turned around, looked at Bai Family Head, who was glaring at him, took a deep breath, suppressed his temper, and said coldly, Bai Family Head, today, out of respect for you being Bai Ruoruo's father, I don't want to lay a hand on you. However, if you dare to force me again, or force Ruoruo again, I will let you know what you are. Someone who doesn't protect his own daughter, who can abandon family ties and everything for so-called money and power. What are you? Watching your own daughter being brutally beaten, yet not daring to speak, only daring to show off in front of your daughter, saying she's unchaste, humiliating your own flesh and blood. You don't deserve to be a father. From now on, Bai Ruoruo will be protected by me. Yi Qing. Her engagement with the Tan family is void. Of course, there's no need for the Tan family to agree, because he won't have that chance. Seeing Yi Qing, who was arrogant and even lecturing him, Bai family head was so angry that he directly raised his hand to slap Yi Qing. And just then, without Yi Qing needing to intervene, Uncle Gio quietly walked to Yi Qing's side, then grabbed Bai family head's arm and said coldly, "Bai family head, how imposing, how domineering. But no matter how imposing or domineering you are, if you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi, I will not spare you." Only at this moment did Bai family head see that Yi Qing had not come alone. There was a middle-aged man with him. And Uncle Gio, as a well-known figure in Jiangqing's underground world and a member of the Wan family, how could Bai family head not recognize him? It wasn't just recognition, he simply couldn't afford to offend him. "Uncle Gio? Why are you here? This is my family matter. Does Uncle Gio also want to interfere? Or, does Uncle Gio have some relationship with this Yi Qing?" Bai family head felt that he was losing face, and coupled with the engagement with the Tan family, although he was afraid of Uncle Gio, he still dared to ask. Uncle Gio merely looked at Bai family head indifferently and said, "Mr. Yi is the great benefactor of my entire Wan family. You tell me, what right do you have to disrespect Mr. Yi? Let alone you, even if you and the Tan family are bound together, so what? If you dare to offend Mr. Yi, my Wan family will risk everything to make you suffer. Do you understand?" Not understanding was false, it was just that no matter how Bai family head thought, he couldn't figure out how a criminal who had just been released from prison suddenly became involved with the Wan family, and with such a deep relationship. But, whether he understood or not, he understood one thing: his Bai family and the Tan family combined would probably not be a match for the Wan family, and they simply dared not experience the Wan family's methods. Chapter 19: The Distressing by Ruoruo. Yi Qing looked at Ninth Uncle and said lightly, "Ninth Uncle, please ask them to leave. I don't want to see them right now." Upon hearing this, Bai family head immediately felt a surge of anger. This was his daughter's hospital room, yet Yi Qing came and not only disrespected them, but now he even wanted to kick them out? This was simply outrageous. However, looking at Ninth Uncle's serious expression, Bai family head, no matter how much anger he had in his heart, dared not express it. Moreover, leaving was also good. He would have a chance to ask Ninth Uncle about his relationship with Yi Qing, so as to avoid saying too much and making mistakes. After they all left, Yi Qing held Ruoruo's hand and softly said, "It must hurt a lot, right?" How could it not hurt? Ruoruo's face was swollen like a pig's head, and her entire body was almost covered in bruises, with contusions everywhere. Just one look was enough to feel it, let alone Ruoruo herself. Ruoruo wiped the sweat from her forehead, gently shook her head, and said, "It's okay, they're just superficial injuries, they'll heal in a while." Yi Qing, you know Ninth Uncle? Are you related to the Wan family? If that's the case, then perhaps young Master Tan wouldn't dare to do anything to you, and I can rest assured. However, Yi Qing, is your relationship with the Wan family deep? If it's not deep enough, you should leave for a while anyway. With Ninth Uncle's help today, leaving here isn't a problem. Even now, her entire body was sweating from the pain of speaking, yet she was still constantly thinking about Yi Qing and considering him. How could Yi Qing bear to hurt such a good girl? Gently shaking his head, Yi Qing said, "I saved Wan family head's father's life in their eyes. I am their lifesaver, so they will help me, of course. Even if they don't help me, you must believe me, I can solve it. Ruoruo, don't worry, I will help you resolve this engagement matter. In short, I said I wouldn't let you marry someone you don't like, and I will definitely keep my word. Moreover, I will definitely help you get justice for the harm you suffered today. I won't let that Tan fellow off." At this point, a strong killing intent emanated from Yi Qing's eyes. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had harbored killing intent, but at this moment, he did. Ruoruo heard this, looked at Yi Qing, and shook her head, saying, "No, don't cause yourself trouble for my sake." Before Ruoruo could finish speaking, Yi Qing directly covered Ruoruo's mouth with his finger and softly said, "Your matters are my Yi Qing's matters. You are one of the best people to me in this world, Ruoruo. I won't let you be harmed. And didn't you just say that you would believe me? Then please believe me and let me solve everything for you." After speaking, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Now, don't say anything. Let me help you alleviate the pain." Then, Yi Qing directly took out his golden needles, then circulated the Azure Emperor longevity art, and directly inserted 18 golden needles into Ruoruo's body. The moment the golden needles were inserted, Ruoruo only felt a warm sensation flowing into her body along the needles, then beginning to circulate through her limbs and bones. This sensation, wherever it went, would alleviate her pain, and the effect was simply remarkably obvious. It wasn't until half an hour later, when Ruoruo's pain had almost completely disappeared, that Yi Qing withdrew the golden needles, looked at Ruoruo, and smiled. I just gave you 18 needles. These will relieve your pain and also accelerate your recovery, so, if nothing unexpected happens, you'll be back to normal within 2 days. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing excitedly and said, Really? I can recover in 2 days? As she spoke, Ruoruo cupped her face, her joyful expression evident. After all, she was a girl, and being beaten to the point of being almost unrecognizable was a very painful experience for Ruoruo, especially when facing Yi Qing with such a disfigured appearance she always wanted to hide, feeling too unsightly. She wanted to show her most beautiful side to Yi Qing. Don't worry, if I say 2 days, it's 2 days. Don't forget, I am a divine doctor. I can even save someone like one family head who was on the verge of death. Your injuries are no problem for me at all. However, even so, I will absolutely not let you suffer this grievance in vain. Ruoruo, just wait, I will avenge you. When Ruoruo wanted to persuade him further, Yi Qing gently shook his head and said, Don't ask anything, don't worry about anything, just rest well from now on, trust me, okay? Looking at Yi Qing protecting her so gently yet firmly, Ruoruo felt incredibly happy at that moment and didn't want to say anything. Gently nodding, Ruoruo lay on the bed, gazing intently at Yi Qing, her heart filled with warmth and gratitude. Yi Qing stayed with Ruoruo for a while longer before getting up to leave. Stepping out of the hospital room, at this moment, not only was ninth uncle waiting there, but one family head was also at the door, while Ruoruo's parents were standing beside them, heads bowed, respectfully, not daring to even breathe loudly. There was no other way. While they might have maintained some dignity when facing ninth uncle, the moment one family head personally appeared, they had no choice but to bow their heads in submission. The gap was too wide. It was so wide, it was as if their family were ordinary people earning a few thousand a month, while one family head and his family were multi-millionaires driving luxury cars and living in luxurious mansions. The most crucial thing was that these multi-millionaires had the ability to make them lose everything and end up on the streets at any time, and they could also easily get them promotions and raises, allowing them to live a happy life. Mr. Yi, I understand everything. Please rest assured, our entire one family will follow your command. At this moment, one family head looked at Yi Qing with eyes full of respect, even awe. This medical skill had surpassed one family head's imagination, and Yi Qing, possessing such miraculous medical skill, even if he were the most ordinary person, was an existence beyond people's imagination. Maintaining a good relationship with Yi Qing was not only because of the life-saving grace, but also because it could bring immense benefits to the Wan family, and if they could gain Yi Qing's friendship, sacrificing everything would be nothing. Chapter 20 Arresting People. Looking at one family head, Yi Qing nodded and said, I've already told you about the old master's condition, so now, it's up to you what you want to do. If there's anything else needed, I'll trouble you with it. One family head nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, Please just give your orders, whatever it is, as long as you ask, the entire one family will go all out. After speaking, one family head took a card from his pocket and softly said, Mr. Yi, I know you are a transcendent being who disdains worldly possessions, but I truly don't know how else to thank you. Please, you must accept this card. There are 20 million in it. It's not much, but it doesn't matter as long as you have a need. I'll repeat myself, the entire one family, whether it's money or manpower, will go all out for you. Yi Qing looked deeply at one family head, didn't stand on ceremony, and directly accepted the bank card, saying, I'll take the card, otherwise you wouldn't be at ease. All right, you go take care of the old master. If anything comes up, call me again. Seeing Yi Qing say this, one family head didn't dare to stay longer and immediately left with Uncle Joe. And after one family head left, Yi Qing's eyes immediately fell on Bai family head and his wife. At this moment, the Bai family head and his wife no longer had their previous arrogant demeanor. They both looked at Yi Qing cautiously, as if afraid he would vent his anger on them. There was nothing they could do with the Wan family here to protect Yi Qing. How could they dare to say or do anything more? Yi, Mr. Yi, hello. Bai family head actively extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Yi Qing. Yi Qing merely gave Bai family head a cold glance, then pointed to Bai Ruoruo in the ward, and said, Bai Ruoruo, she is your biological daughter, right? Bai family head immediately nodded heavily, saying, Ruoruo is our biological daughter, this is definitely true. True? Definitely? Yi Qing sneered. Are parents who send their own daughter into a fiery pit still considered biological parents? Watching your own daughter being beaten like this, not only do you not think about getting justice or revenge for her, but instead you think about currying favor with the perpetrator. You've really done a good job as biological parents. As soon as these words came out, my mother immediately wiped away tears, while my family head had a look of embarrassment and helplessness. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain something, Yi Qing directly waved his hand and said, "No need to explain, I know what you want to say, and I also know what difficulties your Bai family is facing. But this is not a reason for you to sell your daughter now. I don't want to say anything to you. I only ask one thing of you, and that is, protect Bai Ruoro. If anything happens to her again, I will not let you off at that time. I will not only make all your efforts futile, but I will also make everyone in your entire Bai family pay the price. Believe me, this price, you cannot bear. Remember what I said, I don't want to see Bai Ruoro suffer any more harm, remember, any harm, including emotional." After speaking, Yi Qing stared fiercely at Bai family head, his eyes almost murderous. Bai family head swallowed hard and immediately nodded heavily, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, we know what to do. Ruoro is also my biological daughter, and I also feel for her. In the past, there was nothing we could do, it was our mistake. We will change now." Yi Qing nodded, then said nothing else and left directly. Bai family head watched Yi Qing's departing back and then finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been truly afraid just now. After all, if Yi Qing said anything, the one family would immediately make them suffer. My mother looked at Bai family head and choked out, "What do we do now? How do we explain it to the Tan family?" Upon hearing this, Bai family head's eyes widened, and he roared in a low voice, "Explain what? This scoundrel, beating my daughter so viciously, clearly didn't put us in his eyes at all. Before, we had to endure, but what are we enduring now? Didn't you hear Mr. Yi just now? He will avenge Ruoro, so we don't need to worry about this matter anymore. With the Wan family helping Yi Qing, the Tan family will be in trouble themselves." At this point, a look of excitement appeared on Bai family head's face. With Ruoro having such a backer, it's equivalent to my Bai family also having such a backer. Good, truly good, this is much stronger than the Tan family. So, the most important thing for us now is to follow Mr. Ye's instructions and take good care of our daughter from now on. She will truly be our precious darling, ha. After Bai family had finished speaking, with a smile on his face, he gently pushed open the door and entered the ward. At this moment, Yi Qing walked out of the hospital having not slept all night and expended a lot of energy. Yi Qing felt a bit tired, however. At this moment, even if he were to rest, he had neither the time nor the inclination. He wanted to avenge Bai Ruoro's grievances right now. At the hospital entrance, Uncle Jio saw Yi Qing and quickly opened the car door to greet him. "Mr. Yi, that young master of the Tan family is currently resting in a long-term suite at the Maple Leaf Hotel. My people have already brought him under control. What do you want to do next?" Yi Qing got directly into the car and said indifferently, "To the hotel, I will handle it personally." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jio sat in the passenger seat and directly ordered the driver to start the car. And at this moment, in young Master Tan's long-term suite, 7 or 8 burly men in black stood in the room, while the young Master Tan and 2 young beauties were all barely clothed and full of terror. Clearly, this scene had startled them. "Who are you people? Do you know who I am? Let us go quickly, otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer greatly. Woo, I beg you, do you want money or something? Say something. I am young Master Tan, my father is the Tan family head. Whatever your demands are, just say them, please don't harm me, otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Young Master Tan was now in a situation where begging didn't work, and not begging didn't work either. These men in black were all expressionless and completely ignored young Master Tan. It wasn't until Uncle Jio respectfully led Yi Qing into the room that these men in black all bowed their heads and greeted him. And young Master Tan immediately knew that the main person had arrived. And how could young Master Tan not know what an underground world big shot like Uncle Jio looked like? As soon as he saw it was Uncle Jio, young Master Tan immediately felt a huge weight lift from his heart. After all, no matter what, the Tan family and Uncle Jio, whether or not they had a cooperative relationship, at least there was no deep enmity between them, and for people of their status, as long as it wasn't a deep-seated hatred, stopping short of causing harm was a common occurrence. "Uncle Jio, you are Uncle Jio, right?" I am from the Tan family, this is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe, if I have offended you in any way, please just say so, but please spare me. You can rest assured, the Tan family will definitely not forget your kindness. And Uncle Joe didn't even bother to look at young Master Tan. He respectfully lowered his head, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi, this person is the one from the Tan family. Chapter 21 More Cruel Than the Devil. Yi Qing looked at the two terrified women, who were disheveled and barely clothed, and frowned slightly, saying, Take them off for questioning. If they are innocent, let them go. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe immediately nodded and waved his hand. 4 men in black stepped forward and led the 2 women away. Only then did Yi Qing slowly walk up to young Master Tan, looking down at him as he sat trembling on the ground. You were the one who hit Bai Ruoruo. There was no anger in Yi Qing's voice, only an icy coldness that made people shiver just by hearing it. Young Master Tan didn't recognize Yi Qing, but when he heard that this was about Bai Ruoruo, he immediately said, Yes, that's right, I hit her, but I had a reason. Bai Ruoruo betrayed me. She hooked up with another wild man behind my back and put horns on my head. Brother, shouldn't I hit her? Most importantly, I hit her until she was almost dead, and she still wouldn't tell me who that wild man was. We're all men. If it were you, you wouldn't stand for it either. Although young Master Tan sensed that he might have been cornered here because of Bai Ruoruo's matter. He felt that with his family background, there shouldn't be any major problems, and besides, he clearly wasn't in the wrong. But he was mistaken. Yi Qing simply didn't care about everything he prided himself on. That wild man you spoke of is me. Updates are not easy. Remember to share 101 Kenshokum. I don't want to waste any more words with you. I'll just tell you one thing, you will pay a terrible price, a price that will make you regret it for the rest of your life. After speaking, Yi Qing directly took out his golden needles for saving people, and then pulled out a small box from his crossbody bag. When the box was opened, it contained all sorts of sharp tools, a bewildering array, with no less than 20 kinds of knives alone. It was even more numerous and complex than surgical instruments. But in this setting, it felt somewhat terrifying. Yi Qing took out 2 golden needles, looked at young Master Tan, and said indifferently, After these 2 golden needles are inserted, you will be unable to speak. Even if you are in excruciating pain, you won't be able to let out a single scream. Similarly, you will temporarily lose the ability to move. No matter how intense the pain, you will be unable to budge, only able to silently endure it. You won't even be able to bite your tongue to commit suicide. After all, this is a public place, so we need to be a bit mindful. These words were spoken with extreme indifference, but the deterrent power they conveyed was far more terrifying than a hysterical roar. Looking at the slender, sharp golden needles before him, young Master Tan's cold sweat instantly poured down, and he immediately began to beg. Big brother, are you here to avenge Bai Ruoruo? Please, don't hurt me. It's just a Bai Ruoruo. If you like her, I'll give her to you. Is that alright? Let's be friends. You let me go, and I promise to give you a surprise. It's just women. I have plenty. I'll give them all to you. Isn't that enough? No, don't come over. Don't come over. I'm young Master Tan. I have money. If you hurt me, my family won't let you get away with it. Ah! Yi Qing completely ignored what young Master Tan was howling. He directly inserted a golden needle, imbued with the inner breath of Azure Emperor longevity art, into young Master Tan's body, and young Master Tan's scream instantly stopped abruptly. He opened his mouth wide, trying to make a sound, but not a single sound came out. This situation was exactly as Yi Qing had described, and this single action completely terrified young Master Tan. He immediately stood up, wanting to escape. However, just as he was about to move, another needle was inserted, and young Master Tan was completely immobilized, as if he had been frozen in place. At this moment, Yi Qing nodded, lifted young Master Tan's right hand, and softly said, "It was these hands that hit Ruoruo, wasn't it?" After speaking, Yi Qing took out 10 golden needles and inserted them one by one into young Master Tan's fingernail seams. The fingers are connected to the heart. If young Master Tan could move and scream at this moment, it would probably be an earth-shattering shriek. But he couldn't move, nor could he scream. However, Uncle Joe and the others still watched with pounding hearts, and from young Master Tan's still moving eyes, they could tell that young Master Tan was going crazy. 10 golden needles inserted into the fingernail seams were just the beginning. When Yi Qing took out the strange and bizarre tools from his kit, the subsequent scenes made Uncle Joe and the others vomit repeatedly, their scalps tingling, wondering if they had arrived in hell. Each of these tortures made one wish for death, and they were all applied to young Master Tan by Yi Qing. Although young Master Tan couldn't speak, couldn't move, and couldn't even faint, at this moment, Uncle Jiu began to genuinely pity young Master Tan, and his awe of Yi Qing reached its peak. Is this a divine doctor? This is more like a ghost doctor, a demonic doctor. Mr. Yi, if this continues, young Master Tan might not be able to hold on and will die. Uncle Jiu suppressed his nausea and cautiously reminded Yi Qing, who was meticulously torturing young Master Tan, looking like an artist carving a perfect masterpiece. Yi Qing heard him, chuckled, and said, "Don't worry, he won't die. I've already taken 10 years off his lifespan to stimulate his vitality, so he will live." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu didn't know what expression to make on his face. Previously, Yi Qing's claim of extending old Master Wan's lifespan by 5 years had already been incomprehensible and terrifying. Now, Yi Qing also said that he had taken 10 years off young Master Tan's lifespan and converted it into vital potential to ensure young Master Tan remained conscious and alive to accept punishment. This was too incredible. Whether it was true or false, Uncle Jiu didn't know, but he knew that Yi Qing was too terrifying, too frightening. It's almost over. After saying that, Yi Qing inserted 36 needles into young Master Tan's head, then quickly pulled out the golden needles. The torture, which had lasted over an hour, finally came to an end. Yi Qing went to the restroom to wash his hands, then looked at young Master Tan, who no longer resembled a human, and smiled at Uncle Jiu, saying, "Actually, I've always said that I'm not some divine doctor, because compared to being a divine doctor who can save people, what I'm best at is torture and killing." If this sentence had been spoken before, Uncle Jiu would never have believed it, but looking at young Master Tan before him, Uncle Jiu dared not disbelieve. "Mr. Yi, do we need to do anything else next? Should we let this person live? Or, should we dispose of him?" Yi Qing heard him, smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need. If I wanted him to die, I wouldn't have bothered with all this. From now on, he will be trapped between madness and clarity. This is the state of his consciousness. As for his body, I don't need to explain, do I? Heh, let it be this way. Let him atone with a lifetime of misery. Consider it my mercy towards him." Upon hearing this, both Uncle Jiu and his many subordinates looked at Yi Qing as if he were a devil. This is mercy? Perhaps, the deepest, most terrifying, most vicious demons in hell would torment people no worse than this. Chapter 22. You are so heartless. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on how to handle the Tan family? It's impossible for the Tan family to stand idly by after their son was left in such a state. However, Yi Qing remained unconcerned, stating indifferently, "Every wrong has its cause, every debt its master. If the Tan family wants revenge, let them come. This matter can end here. Thank you for your trouble. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu quickly escorted Yi Qing out the door. After Yi Qing left, both Uncle Jiu and his subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't help it, having witnessed Yi Qing's demonic methods firsthand, their hearts simply couldn't calm down. "Uncle Jiu, where did this godlike figure come from? His methods are terrifying, simply unheard of. Especially when he was carrying out the punishment, his eyes were so indifferent. It was as if he didn't value human life at all. No, it was more than not valuing human life. It was as if, in his eyes, life was nothing at all." Uncle Jiu took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "All of you listen carefully. His name is Yi Qing. He is absolutely not someone you can provoke. When you see him, you must be respectful. Even if he tells you to kneel, you must obey. Otherwise, even if Mr. Yi lets you off, I won't. Do you all understand?" Uncle Jiu's many subordinates immediately nodded heavily. It was no joke. They didn't even need Uncle Jiu to remind them. Given what they had witnessed today, even if they had 100 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Yi Qing. In fact, if possible, they even wished they would never see Yi Qing again in this lifetime. "Alright, throw this person onto the street, and then, you don't need to bother with him anymore. Just leave directly. Let him fend for himself." However, although Mr. Yi said not to interfere with the Tan family's affairs, we still need to proactively help Mr. Yi solve some troubles. I'll go and tell Wan family head about today's situation. After you're done, go and get some good rest. After all, everyone was startled today. After speaking, Uncle Jiu left. Uncle Jiu's subordinates, suppressing their nausea, directly threw the inhuman young Master Tan onto the street, letting him wail in pain, wander aimlessly, and fend for himself. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had already arrived downstairs at Qingyue Group. He was a man of his word. If he promised something, he would definitely do it. Gao Qingyue invited him, and he accepted, so he would definitely come. As for whether Gao Qingyue wanted revenge on him, that was irrelevant. If she had the ability, she could just come at him. Soon, Gao Qingyue appeared, not alone, but with 4 bodyguards in black suits. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Gao Qingyue said coldly, "Yi Qing, not only did you hit Yin Fatty, but I heard you even dared to hit my mother?" Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, saying, "I did hit her. As for an explanation, I don't think it's necessary, and you don't need an explanation either. If you called me here for revenge, then by all means, come at me. However, those few people behind you probably aren't enough." Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, who still dared to boast at this moment, and suppressing the anger in her heart, she said, "I do want revenge after all. She's my mother regardless of whether she was right or wrong. I can't allow anyone else to interfere. However, I can wait on the matter of revenge today. I called you here because I want you to thoroughly understand how big the gap between you and me truly is. Only then can you clearly realize how mediocre and incompetent you are, lest you keep pestering me endlessly, unaware of your own demise." After speaking, Gao Qingyue got directly into the car, leaving an empty seat beside her. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and also got into the car. The car started very quickly. In the car, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and sneered, "Yi Qing, do you know that you are a scourge? If I'm not mistaken, did you see by Ruoruo yesterday?" Yi Qing nodded, saying, "That's right, I saw Ruoruo." Ruoruo? What an intimate way to address her. At this moment, an unidentifiable fire instantly surged within Gao Qingyue's heart. She never expected Yi Qing to address by Ruoruo so intimately right in front of her. It seems your relationship is indeed not simple. You're already using such intimate terms. Presumably, you've already done everything, both appropriate and inappropriate, haven't you?" Yi Qing glanced at Gao Qingyue indifferently upon hearing this, too lazy to reply. However, his lazy demeanor, in Gao Qingyue's eyes, turned into guilt and an unwillingness to answer. This undoubtedly made Gao Qingyue misunderstand even more, and the more she did, the angrier she became, feeling as if she had been cuckolded, as if her beloved toy had been snatched away. "Yi Qing, you're shameless. I thought you were such an honest person." Yi Qing merely glanced at Gao Qingyue indifferently, saying, "If I remember correctly, you and I seem to be divorced, aren't we? What I do, does it concern you?" Gao Qingyue was directly speechless by Yi Qing's words. After a long while, she angrily said, "What I manage you for? I just feel it's unfair to buy Ruoruo. You secretly met with her, and you're perfectly fine, but have you considered Bai Ruoruo's position? Have you considered her situation? Probably not, right? So, you selfish villain, you probably don't even know that your beloved Bai Ruoruo has been beaten and hospitalized, do you?" After saying this, Gao Qingyue stared intently at Yi Qing, wanting to see shock, heartache, or other emotions on his face. However, to her disappointment, Yi Qing's expression remained utterly calm from beginning to end. "Oh." He just said "oh," which stunned Gao Qingyue. Did Yi Qing not hear what she said? "Yi Qing, do you think I'm joking with you? I said, Bai Ruoruo has been beaten and hospitalized. Did you hear me clearly? She was beaten and hospitalized because she secretly met with you, do you understand? It was you who caused her to be severely beaten." Yi Qing nodded indifferently upon hearing this, merely saying "oh" to indicate he understood. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath at this moment. She didn't know whether she was happy or unhappy. But she felt a chill in her heart, because Yi Qing was too indifferent. "Yi Qing, I didn't expect you to be so selfish. A girl who loves you so much, who was caught by her fiancé and brutally beaten, even hospitalized, just for secretly meeting you. Yi Qing, you don't even care, do you? At least, you should show a little heartache, right? But what's the result? You just say oh, without any emotion at all. You're truly cold-blooded and ruthless. Bai Ruoruo was blind to fall in love with you. You are not a trustworthy person at all. You are a heartless, cowardly villain." Facing Gao Qingyue's accusations, Yi Qing merely looked at Gao Qingyue indifferently and said, "What I do with Ruoruo has nothing to do with you. I came today to see what tricks you could pull, not to listen to your lectures. You really want to know, don't you? Then I'll tell you, I've already seen Ruoruo, and I've dealt with the people who bullied her. Are you satisfied now?" Chapter 23, where I once dared not to step into. satisfied? Yi Qing's words made Gao Qingyue even more dissatisfied. If Gao Qingyue could understand him going to see Bai Ruoro, then punishing the person who bullied Bai Ruoro? That was pure nonsense. The one who brutally beat Bai Ruoro was young Master Tan, and someone like Yi Qing would probably be bullied by young Master Tan himself. Boasting. Alright, Yi Qing, just keep being stubborn. I'm too lazy to say anything more to you. I came today just to show you how big the gap between us truly is. As Gao Qingyue spoke, they had already arrived at Yunwan City, the most luxurious and extravagant place in Jiangcheng, where it was said ordinary people dared not enter. Gao Qingyue got out of the car, pointed at Yunwan City, and said indifferently, Yi Qing, if you're not brain damaged, then you should still remember this place. Yunwan City, how could he not remember it? It was a high-end shopping mall under Yunwan Group. Leaving aside everything else, this single Yunwan City in Jiangcheng alone had an annual turnover of over 10 billion yuan. It had all kinds of luxury goods, and if you didn't have hundreds of thousands or even millions in your pocket, you wouldn't dare to come in and shop. Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, what do you want to say? Gao Qingyue sneered and said, in the past, you and I came to Yunwan City more than once, but we never went inside, not even once. Because we were poor, we felt inferior, and we didn't even have the courage to go in and browse. Yi Qing, that was our life when you and I were together, but today, we've come here again. I just want to tell you that the place you and I could only look up to, and even dared not step into, is still the same for you, but for me, it's just an ordinary shopping trip. After speaking, Gao Qingyue directly stepped into Yunwan City. Yi Qing looked at Yunwan City with a playful expression, thinking that the parent company of Yunwan City, Yunwan Group, if he remembered correctly, he still held a large number of Yunwan Group shares gifted by old Yun. In a sense, not to mention Yunwan City, even the entire Yunwan Group could be considered his property. Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue's back. He had to admit that with Gao Qingyue walking ahead and 4 bodyguards following, anyone would see her as a successful person, while Yi Qing following behind looked like an attendant. Yi Qing was too lazy to bother and just followed behind. When they arrived at a luxury handbag store, Gao Qingyue walked straight in. The salesperson seemed to recognize Gao Qingyue and immediately stepped forward with a smile to greet her. General Manager Gao, you're here, please come in quickly. Gao Qingyue walked into the luxury handbag store with an arrogant expression, then looked at Yi Qing, smiled faintly, and said, the price of every bag here is over 5 figures, and there are even bags worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Yi Qing, I'm afraid you can't understand, can you? Yi Qing shrugged casually and said, in my opinion, it's just a bag selling for millions. I really can't understand it. Gao Qingyue sneered and said, of course you can't understand it, because it's a symbol of status. After speaking, Gao Qingyue casually picked up a bag and said indifferently, I'll take this one, wrap it up. The salesperson quickly wrapped it up for Gao Qingyue, and Gao Qingyue directly took out a card and said proudly, card payment. After swiping the card, Gao Qingyue said indifferently, this bag is worth 360,000. I can buy it directly now without even blinking. Yi Qing, can you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said nothing. However, seeing Gao Qingyue's current expression, he suddenly felt it was very uninteresting. Next, Gao Qingyue took Yi Qing to browse clothes, shoes, and accessory stores, until they reached a jewelry store, where Gao Qingyue's steps paused. She seemed to want to go in, yet also seemed a bit hesitant. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards were already carrying many large and small bags. Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue, chuckled, and said, you've looked at this store 3 times, more intently than any other store you want to go in, so why don't you? It shouldn't be a problem for you, after all, today's spending has already exceeded 1 million. Indeed, Gao Qingyue's spending today had already exceeded 1 million. However, when it came to entering this jewelry store named Yunwan Jewelry, Gao Qingyue still hesitated, which showed that the items in this store were truly expensive. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Gao Qingyue sneered and said, Yi Qing, I've already shown you the world today, letting you see a side you can never reach. Now, is it your turn to mock me? The reason I'm not going in is because I'm afraid of completely hurting your self-esteem. Alright, then let's go in and take a look. After speaking, Gao Qingyue directly walked into the Yunwan jewelry store. Upon entering, it was clear that the service and decor of this store surpassed those of other shops. And this was even a self-operated jewelry store of Yunwan Group. Hello, what kind of jewelry do you need? Feel free to look around. The salesperson in this store did not recognize Gao Qingyue, but seeing Gao Qingyue's demeanor, they knew she must be a wealthy customer, so they greeted her very politely. At the same time, the salesperson's quality was also very good, and they did not neglect Yi Qing at all. Gao Qingyue looked at a necklace, her eyes almost unable to move away. The salesperson quickly stepped forward to introduce it, saying, "This Heart of Rose is our main product for this season, priced at around 8 million. 8 million for a necklace. Even though Gao Qingyue now had a net worth of over 100 million, net worth was just net worth, and assets were just assets. This did not mean she could easily take out over 100 million in cash. To be honest, it was already very difficult for Gao Qingyue to take out tens of millions in cash right now. Buying an 8 million yuan necklace, Gao Qingyue was clearly interested, but still reluctant. However, looking at Yi Qing's indifferent gaze, Gao Qingyue always felt that she was being looked down upon. She had clearly brought Yi Qing to experience what it was like to be a high-class, wealthy person, to make Yi Qing feel inferior, but instead, she was being looked down upon by Yi Qing? This was simply outrageous. If Yi Qing knew Gao Qingyue's current thoughts, he would only find it ridiculous. He just felt bored. "What is your most expensive treasure in the store right now? Bring it out and let me see it." Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth. Since she was here, whether she bought it or not, at least she wanted Yi Qing to know how big the gap truly was. The salesperson guided Gao Qingyue to an independent display cabinet, then smiled and said, "Madam, this 5-piece jewelry set, which includes earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, a brooch, and a ring, is called White Crystal Romance. It uses the highest quality gemstones and was designed and crafted by top artists. It's not sold separately, and the entire set is worth 99,999,000. Madam, you truly have good taste. This White Crystal Romance set is the only one in the world." Gao Qingyue looked at the White Crystal Romance set, her eyes almost unable to move away. Women's pursuit of beauty is innate, and their love for beautiful things is also innate. Gao Qingyue liked this White Crystal Romance set. She wanted to own it the moment she saw it. However, the price almost made her give up hope. That was 99,999,000, almost 100 million. She couldn't afford that much money. And at this moment, Yi Qing also seemed to be attracted by the White Crystal Romance set and actively walked forward to admire it. And this was the first time Yi Qing had shown interest since entering Yunwan City. Chapter 24. Jewelry worth hundreds of millions. What? Interested? I thought you weren't interested in anything, but I didn't expect that the things you saw before simply didn't catch your eye. Yi Qing, I underestimated you. Your taste is truly high. Yi Qing pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Gao Qingyue's words and said indifferently, "Do you want to buy it?" These words infuriated Gao Qingyue. How could she not want to buy it? Who wouldn't like something so beautiful? But the price was too high. If it were over 9 million, Gao Qingyue would grit her teeth and buy it. Even over 10 million would be bearable, but now, the price of this set of White Crystal Romance was 99,999,000. This was almost 100 million. What would she use to buy it? Even if she wanted to buy it, she didn't have that much cash on hand. Whether I buy it or not is none of your business. What about you? What are you looking at? Can you afford it? Yi Qing ignored Gao Qingyue and simply said, "Ladies first. If you want to buy it, I'll let you have it." Gao Qingyue heard this, covered her mouth, and laughed. "Let me have it? Forget it, don't let me have it. If you want to buy it, then buy it. I want to see what you'll use to buy it. You've been in prison so long your brain has gone soft you can't tell the difference between 90 million and 90,000, can you?" Yi Qing ignored Gao Qingyue, simply took a card from his pocket, and handed it to the sales assistant without even looking, saying, "Card." This scene stunned both the sales assistant and Gao Qingyue. What it meant to spend a fortune without batting an eye was now clear to them. Over 90 million, no bargaining, no questions asked, just buying it directly. This couldn't even be described as being immensely wealthy. But the most shocked was Gao Qingyue. Where did Yi Qing get the money? This pretense was too exaggerated. If Yi Qing could truly produce over 90 million in cash, would she have divorced him? But now, what was going on? This kind of lie, so easily exposed, was Yi Qing crazy? Just then, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said, "I've already bought the item. Go ahead and browse if you want. If there's nothing else, I won't accompany you." At this moment, Gao Qingyue stared intently at Yi Qing, as if she wanted to see through all of his secrets. Just then, the sales assistant walked up to Yi Qing and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, the funds in your bank card, named by Ruoro, are not enough to cover the payment." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, then carefully examined the bank card in his hand. Only then did he reveal a wry smile. He had forgotten that he was still carrying by Ruoro's bank card. Otherwise, any other card he pulled out would have been sufficient for payment. Just as Yi Qing was about to take out another card, Gao Qingyue, at this moment, burst into insane laughter. "Yi Qing, I thought you had some ability. You're quite good at pretending, though. When you said you wanted me to leave first, were you afraid I'd see your current disgrace? I know you're feeling inferior and wanted to use this method to deceive me, to make me regret, but you should at least find a method with some brains. Can you really pull off such a flimsy trick that can be exposed with a single poke? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" At this point, Gao Qingyue's eyes became cold and filled with mockery. "And you're even using the card Bai Ruoro gave you. It seems you were freeloading off Bai Ruoro when you saw her yesterday. Bai Ruoro must have given you all the money she had saved, right? And what happened? She was hospitalized, and you didn't care, showed no concern at all. Instead, you're here acting with me. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge you. Selfish, unfeeling, and ungrateful. Simply disgusting." After speaking, Gao Qingyue directly turned and left the Yunduan jewelry store. Yi Qing, looking at Gao Qingyue's retreating back, sneered, said nothing by way of explanation, and directly pulled out another black card from his pocket, handing it to the sales assistant, saying, "If I remember correctly, this card allows for free consumption at all properties under Yunduan Group. I'll give you the address. Please send the item to me." The sales assistant, who had initially been somewhat inclined to mock Yi Qing, swallowed hard upon seeing the card with the golden cloud engraved on it. She quickly went to the computer to verify the card's authenticity. After confirming it, the sales assistant even returned the card to Yi Qing with a slight tremor. "Respected Mr. Yi, hello. Please rest assured, we will personally deliver the item to your doorstep on time. Is there anything else you need?" Yi Qing shook his head and then also left Yunduan Jewelry. After Yi Qing left, the other sales assistants all gathered around. "Jinjin, what's going on? What kind of card is that? No payment needed? I initially thought this Shuage was a swindler. Could it be that he's someone important?" The sales assistant named Jinjin, at this moment, looked at Yi Qing's retreating figure with a dazed expression and said, "All employees of our Yunduan Group have heard of a card during training, right? That is the Yunduan card, which truly requires no payment and can even be used to withdraw funds up to 1 billion from any location within Yunduan Group. It is said that there are fewer than 3 such cards, and we actually saw one of them, and the holder is so young. Oh, and I specifically noted the card number just now. This Yunduan card is card number 1. It's said that only the founder and chairman of Yunduan Group can possess such a card. This Mr. Yi, could he be the big boss behind our Yunduan Group?" While the sales assistants were gossiping here, Yi Qing didn't hear them, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. However, Gao Qingyue truly did not see the scene of Yi Qing purchasing the white crystal romance with his card. If she had, her jaw would probably have dropped in shock and couldn't close. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, who was following behind her, her eyes now filled with disdain and mockery. Clearly, after the recent incident, her attitude towards Yi Qing had reached an all-time low. The revolving restaurant on the top floor of Yunduan, the best restaurant in all of Jiangcheng. Yi Qing, today is the last meal I'll ever eat with you, and it will make you thoroughly understand where our differences truly lie. Sitting in the revolving restaurant on the top floor with its exceptionally beautiful view, Gao Qingyue picked up the menu and immediately began ordering, without even glancing at Yi Qing. Only after she had finished ordering everything did Gao Qingyue say with a sneer, "I figured you haven't had these delicious things, so I took the liberty of ordering for you." Yi Qing sat across from Gao Qingyue, sighed softly, and said, "Gao Qingyue, what exactly do you have to be so superior about? Is it just because you're rich now, can afford expensive bags, drive luxury cars, live in mansions, and can come here every now and then to eat an expensive meal, is that it? But so what? What does that have to do with me? Is it just to make me feel inferior? To make me see how big the gap between us is that it? So, I've seen it. What's your goal then? To make me stop bothering you from now on? Or to make me break down in despair and then beg you to not leave me? Gao Qingyue, do you actually want me to leave and never bother you again? Or do you want me to know that you're very impressive now, and I shouldn't give up on you, that I should hold on to you tightly, even if I have to beg you to stay by your side? Perhaps, is that your true intention? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's face instantly changed, as if her inner thoughts had been seen through. Yi Qing, you're spouting nonsense. Chapter 25 One Family Charity Dinner. At this moment, Gao Qingyue screamed without any regard for her image, as if her tail had been stepped on. However, after she screamed, realizing the environment she was in, Gao Qingyue's face turned red. She then lowered her voice, glaring at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, don't say such shameless things. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? You think I'm doing this to make you not leave me? Why don't you just die? Someone like you, who has nothing, a completely mediocre good-for-nothing, do you think anyone would value you? Also, by Ruoro's matter made me see even more clearly that you are a selfish, unfeeling, and disloyal scoundrel. A man like you, even a dog wouldn't want get lost quickly. My only purpose in doing this is to make you realize the reality and stay far away from me. Do you understand? Also, I, Gao Qingyue, have people who like me, and I also have someone I like. You, Yi Qing, will never, ever be worthy of being with me. Get lost. Listening to Gao Qingyue's words, Yi Qing merely smiled faintly, then slowly stood up, looked at Gao Qingyue, and sneered, that I wish you happiness from now on. Don't contact me again. We are already divorced. Please remember this firmly. And I've seen everything you and your family have done. Don't worry, I will never forgive you in this life. Likewise, I ask you, in this life, never to regret. After speaking, Yi Qing shook his head, looking at the table full of expensive ingredients, and said, a table full of expensive delicacies might bring you a sense of spiritual superiority, but are you truly happy eating them? Compared to these, I still prefer to eat an 8 yuan bowl of noodles from the snack street, drink 1 yuan mineral water, and eat all sorts of snacks that you wouldn't even look at now. But that's the happiness I want, the feeling I like. What about you? Do you truly like your current life, your current self? Gao Qingyue, take care of yourself. After speaking, Yi Qing turned and left directly, walking decisively and completely. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue sat still, staring blankly at Yi Qing's retreating figure. At this moment, her fists were clenched white. Yi Qing, you only talk tough. You are actually just making excuses for your incompetence and mediocrity. You good-for-nothing who lives off women yet is still unfeeling and disloyal. Just you wait, I will definitely not let you have a good end. After speaking, Gao Qingyue was about to start turning her anger into appetite. However, just then, Lin Ji's call came in. Gao Qingyue answered the phone unhappily, saying, what do you want? Lin Ji heard the displeasure in Gao Qingyue's tone and quickly said, General Manager Gao, it's like this. The Wan family has decided to hold a charity banquet tomorrow night. Firstly, it's to celebrate Old Master Wan's recovery, and secondly, it's to accumulate virtue and pray for blessings. So they specifically sent you an invitation. What do you think? Will you go? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Old Master Wan's recovery? This is truly a miracle. However, the Wan family's charity banquet must be attended, not to mention that our Qingyue group needs the Wan family's support for many businesses. Even my brother, Qing Shu, follows the Wan family's 9th uncle, so we must show our support. Okay, tell the Wan family people that I will definitely be there on time. At this point, Gao Qingyue thought for a moment and said, Young Master Shiman, can he make it tomorrow? Or will he arrive in Jiangcheng in a couple of days? If I could go with young Master Shiman to the Wan family, that would be very beneficial to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately said, I'm afraid you'll have to communicate with young Master Shiman yourself. However, it is said that Old Master Shiman's birthday is approaching, so young Master Shiman will probably be very busy, but young Master Shiman has always liked you, and for your sake, perhaps he will make time. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue shook her head and said, then forget it. Old Master Shiman's birthday is more important. As for young Master Shiman, I'll contact him and express my blessings. After speaking, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and said, there's one more thing. Lin Ji Qing's problem can be put on the agenda. A person like him doesn't deserve to live in this world. Notify Qing Shu, and have him tell 9th uncle's people that they can deal with Yi Qing in the next 2 days. How dare he hit my brother, how dare he hit my mother, and how dare he mock me? I want him to know that he is just an ant. Clearly, Gao Qingyue was greatly angered by Yi Qing today. At this moment, she was looking for someone to deal with Yi Qing. And Lin Ji very happily took on this task. As for Yi Qing, after leaving Yunwan City, he didn't care what Gao Qingyue thought. However, he knew that his peace might indeed be broken. Because the appearance of the Yunwan number 1 card used to purchase the White Crystal Romance would definitely cause a huge stir. It was just unknown for now whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing. And just as Yi Qing expected, ever since the Yunwan number 1 card was activated on the system, the entire top echelon of the Yunwan group became excited. Because this card represents Old Yun, and now, everyone knows that Old Yun will not use this card for the time being, so who used this card is worth pondering, but no matter who used this card, it represents one thing. That is, the current owner of this card must know Old Yun's whereabouts at the same time. The owner of this card is probably the person to whom Old Yun gifted shares, almost the owner of half of the Yunwan group, the person who can truly influence the future of the Yunwan group. This person has finally appeared, and no one can remain calm and unperturbed. Inside an elder's office in the Yunwan group, more than a dozen high-ranking executives of the Yunwan group were gathered. Most of them were not young and were all Old Yun's direct descendants. At this moment, an old man with some gray hair but still in good spirits excitedly said, "The Yunwan number 1 card has appeared, which means Old Yun's successor has appeared. I will arrange to go to Jiangcheng now to find this young man. You all must guard Old Yun's foundation at the headquarters. Remember, do not let others take advantage." The others nodded heavily upon hearing this and said, "Gu old master, please rest assured with us here, those unfilial sons of the Yun family will not be able to take away Old Yun's hard work. We will wait for your return." Gu old master nodded upon hearing this and said, "No time to lose, I will depart now. However, since we know this news, those few from the Yun family must also know it. I'm afraid they will also take action. In short, remember that the group belongs to the Yun family, yes, but it belongs even more to Old Yun. Old Yun's words are what we must listen to. Other things, don't pay attention to them." After speaking, Gu old master waved his hand, dismissed the meeting, and immediately took the group's private jet to East Province. And just as Old Yun expected, the Yun family also began sending people to Jiangcheng to find Yi Qing. However, their purposes were completely different. Gu old master was going to visit Yi Qing and support Yi Qing, while the Yun family members were going to reclaim the shares and coerce him. Chapter 26: Yi Qing's Subordinates and Friends. After leaving Yunwan City, Yi Qing returned home. At this moment, 2 young men were waiting at Mr. Yi's doorstep. One wore glasses and had a scholarly air, appearing refined, while the other had long hair draped over his shoulders, looking somewhat fierce. Both were people Yi Qing had met in prison and had given considerable help to, so these individuals followed Mr. Yi with unwavering loyalty. The young man with glasses looked at the long-haired young man and asked, "Tiger Tooth, it's been a long time since we saw Mr. Yi, are you excited?" Tiger Tooth heard this and revealed a brilliant smile, saying, "Cian, aren't you excited? Mr. Yi is our savior, and he has given us a new lease on life. I've dreamed of seeing Mr. Yi again, and now, my wish has finally come true. I'm overjoyed. I just hope that the achievements we've made over this past year will still satisfy Mr. Yi." As he said this, Tiger Tooth felt a bit apprehensive, like a student about to have their homework checked by the teacher, afraid that poor results would disappoint him. Cian looked at Tiger Tooth, smiled, and said, "No, he won't. Over the past year, you and the others have made a great name for yourselves in East Continent and established a vast territory. This is something everyone can see. Mr. Yi won't say anything. It's me, on the other hand, who, despite having the ultimate weapon given by Mr. Yi, has made slow progress. I've truly let down Mr. Yi's cultivation." Tiger Tooth immediately shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "Cian, don't belittle yourself. Your steady and gradual approach is correct. Myth Group has only been established for a little over a year, but its assets have already exceeded 10 billion, and this is without the diluted version of the Life Spirit Water being launched into the market. If it were launched, the assets would skyrocket tenfold. Even 100-fold wouldn't be an issue. Don't worry, Mr. Yi will understand." Yes, whether it was Cian or Tiger Tooth, they might have seemed unremarkable, but in reality, their achievements far exceeded others' imaginations. First, Tiger Tooth, he is now a well-known underground world boss in East Continent. In just over a year, he has grown strong enough to contend with established powers. This speed alone proves the strength of Tiger Tooth and his group. And this was without the backing of a powerful patron. Otherwise, the entire East Province would likely have at least half of its territory swept up by Tiger Tooth and his group. Even so, in Jiangcheng, Tiger Tooth is a renowned figure, his strength not inferior to Uncle Jiao. And Xi Yan, needless to say, relying on a single product, the life spirit water, used only by the wealthy, successfully enabled his group to cross the 10 billion asset mark, almost entirely in cash flow, making him a true king of cash. Who would dare say such strength is weak? Whether it was Xi Yan or Tiger Tooth, they were important figures whom others could not even hope to meet, yet they stood respectfully and excitedly at Mr. Yi's door, awaiting his summons. If others were to witness this scene, they would likely be terrified. However, was this Yi Qing's true strength? No, even Xi Yan and Tiger Tooth only knew about the areas they were responsible for. They couldn't grasp the rest. They only knew that Yi Qing's strength far exceeded their imagination. The most crucial thing was that none of this mattered. What mattered was that Yi Qing himself was the most formidable, terrifying, and unfathomable presence. As time passed, Xi Yan and Tiger Tooth's legs grew somewhat numb from standing. Only then did Yi Qing slowly return. Upon seeing Xi Yan and Tiger Tooth, Yi Qing paused, then smiled and said, "Xi Yan, Tiger Tooth, you two arrived quite quickly." Xi Yan and Tiger Tooth, upon seeing Mr. Yi, immediately had tears in their eyes, overcome with emotion. "Mr. Yi, we finally see you. Mr. Yi, long time no see, I truly missed you." At this moment, Xi Yan and Tiger Tooth had no distracting thoughts in their minds, only excitement and exhilaration. Yi Qing's status in their hearts was indescribable. To put it bluntly, he was like their reborn parent. They were willing to die for Mr. Yi. Yi Qing patted their shoulders and chuckled, "You're both grown men, still crying? Come, quickly, come in." Yi Qing opened the door and let the two in. After entering the room, Yi Qing personally poured 2 cups of tea for them. His mood improved greatly at that moment, for how could one's mood not be good after seeing old friends? "I originally thought Red Eyes and the others would be the first to find me, but I didn't expect it to be you two. Well, that makes sense. You two are already in East Province, so it's natural you'd arrive quickly." Hearing Yi Qing mention Red Eyes, a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in the eyes of Xi Yan and Tiger Tooth. Although they were all friends, facing Red Eyes, they truly felt no sense of ease whatsoever. He was a emotionless devil, yet terrifyingly strong. No one obeyed him except Yi Qing, and no one could control him except Yi Qing. Moreover, he changed his mind like turning a page in a book, and when he turned ruthless, he truly killed people. Red Eye seems to have been out of Great Xia for a while recently. I don't know where he went. As you know, he has a strange personality, and we don't dare to ask too many questions. Tiger Tooth chuckled dryly, not feeling at all embarrassed about being afraid of Red Eyes. Yi Qing heard this and chuckled, "Let's not talk about Red Eyes. He just has a bit of a bad personality, but he's actually quite well behaved and sensible. It's fine. Anyway, I'm out now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll slowly teach him." At these words, Tiger Tooth and Xi Yan could only give dry chuckles. The one who stirred up bloody storms throughout the entire underground world, causing everyone to tremble in fear, was only considered well-behaved and sensible when he was by Yi Qing's side. If others were to hear this, they would probably just look at each other in bewilderment. Tiger Tooth looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, let us report our achievements over the past year. Please inspect them. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please tell us, and we will do our utmost to correct it." At this moment, Xi Yan's expression also became serious, and he nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, Mr. Yi, according to your instructions, we have done what we should. However, we are not you, we are mere mortals, so perhaps we may not meet your standards, but please believe us, we will do our utmost to satisfy you." Both were extremely serious, and Yi Qing listened, smiling. "Sit, both of you, sit down. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, I said from the beginning that it was just to give you something to do, and later, to give everyone a chance to bring honor to their ancestors. There aren't that many requirements. What's more, I believe you won't disappoint me. Since you want to talk, then talk. Let me hear what achievements my two good brothers have made over this past year. Let me join in and be happy with you." At this moment, Yi Qing showed no airs at all, and his words treated them completely as brothers and friends. This made Tiger Tooth and Xi Yan, while nervous, unconsciously relax a bit, and more than that, they were happy. Chapter 27: Achievements and Life Essence. Tiger Tooth looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, after Dog Hua and I were released from prison, we went down the path of the underground world. After all, we didn't have any other skills, so we just thought of making a name for ourselves in the underground world. In the past year or so, we have already made quite a name for ourselves in East Continent, acquiring our own territory in East Province. We are also somewhat well known, directly and indirectly controlling around 3,000 subordinates, and operating numerous bars, casinos, nightclubs, and so on. I've brought the account book for you, Mr. Yi. You can take a look. Without even looking at the account book, Yi Qing knew that Tiger Tooth was being modest. Having around 3,000 direct and indirect subordinates was definitely not a small force. Leaving aside everything else, even Uncle Joe and Jiang Chang, despite being famous, only had around 1,000 subordinates. For Tiger Tooth to have 3,000 subordinates, and this was only the result of 1 year, it was clear that he had done very well. Xi Yan pushed up his glasses and smiled. Mr. Yi, Tiger Tooth is being humble now. In the entire underground world of East Province, who doesn't know the name of Big Boss Tiger Tooth? Although there's still some distance to go before he becomes a giant of the East Province underground world, with enough time, it won't be a problem for Tiger Tooth to take his place. Yi Qing nodded slightly when he heard this, then frowned and said, I have no objection to you taking the path of the underground world, but there is one thing I must make clear in advance, and that is, you are not allowed to bully good people, and you are not allowed to force good people into prostitution. These 2 points are the bottom line, understand? Also, regarding gambling, I know that gambling can bring huge profits, and you also have many subordinates to support. However, among prostitution, gambling, and drugs, gambling, like drugs, can change a person's character and lead to financial ruin. Do not get involved in these two. If you don't have enough money, I can subsidize you. Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth immediately stood up and nodded. Mr. Yi, please rest assured, we will absolutely not touch drugs. I firmly remember your teachings. If anyone is found by us to be involved with drugs, I will personally deal with them without waiting for others. As for the casinos, they can be closed. Please rest assured, your will is the supreme will. We will all listen to you. Yi Qing heard this, waved his hand, signaling Tiger Tooth to sit down, and then said indifferently, people have things they should do and things they shouldn't. Even in the underground world, there are principles and bottom lines. Work hard. As long as you don't cross the bottom line, I will fully support you if you need anything. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Xi Yan and smiled. Seeing your radiant face, Myth Group must be developing well. Upon hearing this, Xi Yan immediately pushed up the glasses on his nose and smiled. Myth Group is now valued at over 10 billion, and is hailed as a true myth. However, everyone knows that the value of Myth Group is far more than that. And all of this is not my credit, it is all thanks to the life elixir you provided me when I was released from prison. With this miraculous treasure, anyone could achieve this. The life elixir was provided by Yi Qing to Xi Yan. Its main effect was to inhibit aging and even make people younger. Moreover, it could change one's physique, making them energetic. In short, it had countless wonderful uses. Anyone who used it could immediately feel the change. It was truly a miraculous treasure. The 4 words life elixir were well deserved. Mr. Yi, I remember your teaching. The true purpose of life elixir is not primarily about money. Its real great purpose is the terrifying network of connections it can bring. Currently, almost everyone who knows the value of life elixir has come seeking to purchase it, and a vast network based on life elixir has already been woven. Next, how Myth Group will proceed depends on your arrangements. My plan is to dilute the life elixir tenfold and 100-fold, and release it into the market. This will allow Myth Group to rapidly expand and absorb massive amounts of capital. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Yi Qing heard this, rested his chin on his hand, remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, you can handle the matter of the life elixir. Since Myth Group has been entrusted to you, I won't bother to interfere. I have things I want to do myself. In short, I trust you to handle things. This kind of trust was the most precious thing, and Xi Yan was so moved that he almost cried. After all, this was Myth Group, and this was the life elixir. To say its value was trillions would not be an exaggeration, and Yi Qing had simply handed it over to him completely. How much trust did that require? Xi Yan's eyes were red, and he looked at Yi Qing, respectfully saying, Mr. Yi, I will dedicate my life to you until death. If I ever betray you, may heaven and earth punish me, and may gods and men be enraged. He had started making a venomous vow and pledging loyalty. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, alright, let's not talk about that. We are all brothers, and I trust you all. Alright, now that the serious business is done, let's talk about other things, such as drinking. How can good brothers meet without drinking? Yi Qing then took Tiger Tooth and Xi Yan to a street stall, where they ate barbecue and drank beer. Just as Yi Qing told Gao Qingyue today, compared to luxurious delicacies, Yi Qing preferred the everyday charm of human life. And while they were eating, drinking, and chatting, young Master Tan, who had been left outside the hotel by Uncle Joe, was finally found by the Tan family and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Even though young Master Tan was now a shadow of his former self, Yi Ching had said he could keep young Master Tan alive, so young Master Tan would not die. Moreover, Yi Ching had taken 10 years of young Master Tan's lifespan to increase his life potential, making it even harder for him to die. When Bai family head and Madame Tan saw young Master Tan's appearance, they were so angry they almost fainted. Was that still their son? He was a complete monster. Just one look, and they were terrified, unable to imagine how much torment and pain young Master Tan had endured. Coincidentally, the hospital where young Master Tan was being rescued was the same hospital where Bai Ruoro was staying, and even on the same floor as Bai Ruoro's ward. Therefore, Bai Ruoro's parents also saw young Master Tan's miserable state immediately. The two of them immediately exchanged glances, swallowed, and fear arose in their hearts. We didn't see wrong, did we? That monster, with not an inch of good skin all over his body, barely even recognizable as human, is that young Master Tan? Bai family head held Madame Bai, cautiously asking, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 28: The Tan family's anger. It wasn't that Bai family head was timid, it was simply that the scene before him was too astonishing. None of that mattered now. What mattered was that young Master Tan was the one who had beaten their daughter into the hospital, yet now, young Master Tan was being tormented to the point of being neither human nor ghost. Who did this? Although he had some guesses in his heart, he dared not believe them. Madame Bai looked at Bai family head, gritted her teeth, and said, who else could it be but young Master Tan? He deserved it. How could he be so inhumane as to brutally beat our daughter? He should die. This is his retribution. Upon hearing this, Bai family head quickly covered Madame Bai's mouth and said, Shoo, lower your voice. The Tan family people are still here. Why say such things now? What I mean is, could this really be Yi Ching's doing? Don't forget, Yi Ching said before that he would avenge Ruorua, and as a result, young Master Tan was beaten like this and sent here that night. If you say it wasn't Yi Ching, no one would believe it. Madame Bai nodded upon hearing this and said, then it should be Yi Ching. I just didn't expect Yi Ching to be so ruthless. But it's good after all, he's avenging our daughter, and I'm happy. Bai family head immediately gave a bitter smile. He was happy, but he was afraid it would implicate them. Just then, Tan family head seemed to have spotted the Bai family head couple and immediately walked over with a frown. Bai family head instantly became extremely nervous. Tan family head, why are you here in the middle of the night? I just saw you send someone into the operating room. Who is it? Did something happen? Tan family head's expression was cold as he looked at Bai family head and said, it's my son. What? Didn't you recognize him? Also, about my son being beaten like this, do you know something? Upon hearing this, Bai family head quickly shook his head and said, no, how would we know? We've been with our daughter in the hospital all day and haven't gone anywhere. This was true, but it was impossible to make Tan family head feel at ease. Tan family head looked at Bai Ruoro lying in the ward, scoffed, and said, Bai family head, if I'm not mistaken, Bai Ruoro's injuries were inflicted by my son, right? I admit, my son is still immature, and doing something like this is simply outrageous. However, no matter how outrageous, he is still my son. Whatever grudges or grievances there are, as a father, I should bear them for him. Even if it's a lesson, I should be the one to teach it. I will never allow anyone to brutally beat my child like this. Bai family head, you can understand my feelings, can't you? Bai family head gave a dry laugh upon hearing this and said, Tan family head, I understand. But this matter really has nothing to do with us. Tan family head gave Bai family head a deep look and said, alright, since you say it has nothing to do with you, I'll believe you. Bai Ruoro was just brutally beaten and hospitalized, and then my son was dealt with like this. What a coincidence. A beating is just a beating, but now my son has been tormented to the point of being neither human nor ghost. These methods are truly vicious. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Don't let me find out who it was. Once I find out, no matter who it is, I will risk everything to avenge my son. After speaking, Tan family head snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, that gaze and tone clearly warned Bai family head, and he simply didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with Bai family head. This made Bai family head's forehead break out in a fine cold sweat again. There was no helping it, he was genuinely somewhat afraid of Tan family head, and furthermore, this matter truly was related to them. After seeing Tan family head leave, the Bai family head couple quickly entered the ward, fearing any further interaction with Tan family head. At this time, Bai Ruoruo had already woken up. Not only had she woken up, but her entire injury had begun to improve significantly, and even the swelling on her face was almost completely gone. This speed of recovery made the doctors feel it was a miracle, yet they didn't know the reason, only being able to say that Bai Ruoruo's physique was astonishingly good. Only Bai Ruoruo knew that all of this was brought about by Yi Qing's acupuncture, and this miraculous change made Bai Ruoruo suddenly feel that Yi Qing seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. Dad, Mom, what happened outside? I seem to hear Tan family head talking to you just now. Is it that the Tan family people are still unwilling to let me go, so they came to cause trouble? Bai family head immediately shook his head upon hearing this and whispered, "It's Tan family head, but he didn't come to cause trouble. Ruoruo, it's young Master Tan. Young Master Tan was beaten into the hospital, and I just took a quick glance from afar, and it made my heart pound. This young Master Tan, almost every part of his body, there's hardly a good spot. The torment he endured, just looking at it could scare someone to death. Your revenge has been taken." Bai Ruoruo's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she said somewhat excitedly, "Is it Yi Qing?" Bai family head quickly shook his head upon hearing this and said, "I don't know, but, Ruoruo, even if it really was Yi Qing who helped you get revenge, you must pretend not to know, otherwise, it will cause trouble for Yi Qing." Tan family head is already crazy now. He just gritted his teeth and swore to find the person who did it and never rest until they're dead. We dare not take responsibility for this, otherwise, something serious will really happen. Just then, Uncle Gio pushed open the door and walked in, smiling as he said, "Something serious? I'd like to see who dares to let Mr. Yi get into trouble." Bai family head, you are overthinking. Upon seeing Uncle Gio, Bai family head's heart finally settled. When he was facing Tan family head alone just now, he was truly afraid, but with Uncle Gio here, everything was different. "Uncle Gio, you're here, please, have a seat." Uncle Gio smiled and shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "I won't sit. I'm here this time to deliver invitations to Bai family head and Ruoruo miss. Because the old master's illness has recovered, one family head is very happy, so we decided to hold a charity gala tomorrow night to help those in need. Bai family head, Ruoruo miss, please grace us with your presence then." Bai family head immediately took the invitation with both hands upon hearing this and said with a smile, "Uncle Gio, rest assured, we will definitely arrive on time for such a charitable cause. One family head is kind-hearted, and we will also fully support it. It's just Ruoruo's health. I wonder if she'll be able to attend then." Bai Ruoruo shook her head upon hearing this and said, "My health is fine." "Uncle Gio, will Yi Qing be going too?" Uncle Gio smiled and nodded, saying, "Mr. Yi is the great benefactor who cured the old master, our savior. Of course, we will personally invite him." Bai Ruoruo immediately smiled upon hearing this, as if having another chance to see Yi Qing was the happiest thing for her. "Uncle Gio, rest assured, I will go." Speaking of this, Bai Ruoruo looked at Uncle Gio somewhat hesitantly and said, "Uncle Gio, from what you just said, you seem to know about young Master Tan being beaten, so, was it really Yi Qing who did it? If so, he won't be in trouble, will he?" Upon mentioning this matter, a trace of fear flashed in Uncle Gio's eyes. It seemed that recalling that scene still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, even making his body shiver. Chapter 29: The Unforgettable Jewelry. Uncle Gio took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ruoruo and Bai family head, and nodded gently, saying, "That's right, Mr. Yi did it himself. I was watching the whole time." Uncle Gio had originally thought about whether to conceal it for Yi Qing. After all, he was so ruthless, he might scare people, but when he thought of the faces of the Bai family head and his wife, plus Yi Qing had no intention of concealing it, so he just said it directly and clearly. This also proved that Yi Qing was extremely devoted to Bai Ruoruo. Don't think that Mr. Yi was soft-hearted just because he didn't kill this young Master Tan. To tell you the truth, Mr. Yi's methods are ingenious and unimaginable. Young Master Tan will not be in mortal danger this time, of course, although he looks very miserable. What's even worse for him is yet to come. In the future, even if young Master Tan recovers, he will switch back and forth between sobriety and madness, living a life worse than death, neither human nor ghost. This is the revenge Mr. Yi exacted for Ruoruo miss. Upon hearing this, the Bai family head and his wife exchanged glances, swallowed, and dared not say anything more. As for Bai Ruoruo, her eyes gleamed. She didn't care what young Master Tan became, she only remembered that all of this was done by Yi Qing for her. "Uncle Gio, Yi Qing won't be in danger, will he?" If the Tan family finds out, they will definitely act. Uncle Gio heard this, looked at Bai Ruoro, and smiled. Don't worry, our one family will handle the Tan family's matters. It's just that we haven't received a clear instruction from Mr. Yi yet, so we haven't acted for now. With Uncle Gio's words, Bai Ruoro had nothing more to say. After all, their strength was evident. After Uncle Gio left, Bai family head looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. Ruoro, this Yi Qing has done so much for you. He truly has feelings for you. After you recover, you must thank Yi Qing properly and spend more time with him. This will do no harm to you or our Bai family. Bai Ruoro naturally wanted to spend more time with Yi Qing. This had never changed from beginning to end, otherwise, she wouldn't have risked danger to find Yi Qing. But now, hearing her father say this made her uncomfortable. Dad, no matter what my relationship with Yi Qing is, I don't want you to keep thinking about using him. You've seen Yi Qing's temper. If you really make him unhappy, don't say I didn't warn you. Hearing Bai Ruoro's words, Bai family head nodded with a smile, saying, I know, Ruoro, don't worry. In short, we won't interfere with your future interactions with Yi Qing. However, our family is indeed facing difficulties. If possible, please ask Yi Qing for help. Even just a few good words from him could resolve our family's crisis. You really mustn't ignore this. Bai Ruoro was helpless, but what Bai family head said was also true. For now, she could only nod and tentatively agree. At this moment, Yi Qing, Xian, and Tiger Tooth were drinking at a street stall. They drank very happily, without encountering any annoying people or things. The three of them drank until midnight, and when they were all a bit tipsy, Tiger Tooth and Xian returned to the hotel to stay, and they would leave after waking up the next day. As for Yi Qing, he returned to his small house to sleep. Yi Qing woke up at noon the next day. Thinking about the Wan family's charity banquet tonight, Yi Qing shook his head before starting to look for clothes in the wardrobe. However, because Yi Qing didn't like suits and ties, there was really nothing else good to wear in the entire wardrobe, except for the suit worth over 3,000 that he wore when he got married. After Yi Qing put on that suit, he looked in the mirror. His figure hadn't changed, but had gotten even better when he wore it. He looked even more tall and sturdy, as if it were custom-made. After getting dressed, Yi Qing opened the White Crystal Romance, worth over 100 million, which the people from Yunwan City had specially delivered to his door last night. Looking at the set of jewelry in the box, a smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. It suits Ruoro very well, she should like it. After saying that, Yi Qing casually took the White Crystal Romance, went out to hail a taxi, and headed to the hospital. With such a relaxed demeanor, it's unlikely anyone would have guessed that Yi Qing was carrying jewelry worth over 100 million. Meanwhile, in Gao Qingyue's villa, Gao Qingyue was choosing a suitable gown and jewelry. Lin Ji, standing beside her, looked at the stunning and radiant Gao Qingyue and said enviously, Qingyue, you are truly too beautiful. If you attend the banquet tonight in this white gown, you will definitely be the most eye-catching person there. Gao Qingyue showed a proud expression on her face and chuckled. Lin Ji, take a photo for me and send it to young Master Shiman. He can't come today, but I still want him to see my outfit today. Lin Ji heard this, immediately took out her phone, and smiled as she took a photo of Gao Qingyue. However, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Qingyue, when you send this beautiful photo, young Master Shiman will surely be mesmerized. I'm afraid he'll be itching to fly over and find you directly. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue covered her mouth and chuckled, then looked at the jewelry around her neck and sighed, saying somewhat reluctantly, yesterday, I was shopping in Yunwan City and saw a set of jewelry called White Crystal Romance. It was so exquisite and beautiful that I couldn't put it down. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. Otherwise, with my outfit today, it would definitely blind everyone. When White Crystal Romance was mentioned, Gao Qingyue's eyes were filled with infatuation. Clearly, she truly liked that set of jewelry and especially wanted it. In fact, in Gao Qingyue's opinion, only she could be worthy of that set of White Crystal Romance. However, she truly couldn't afford jewelry worth over 100 million right now. Lin Ji heard this, looked at Gao Qingyue, and smiled. It's just a set of jewelry. As long as you want it, you'll definitely get it. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Moreover, you don't even need to buy it yourself. Young Master Shiman will buy it for you as soon as he knows about it to win your favor. Gao Qingyue smiled proudly and nodded, saying, that's right. Although that set of White Crystal Romance is worth nearly 100 million, I, Gao Qingyue, will own it sooner or later. Lin Ji's face immediately showed a stunned expression when she heard that the jewelry was worth nearly 100 million. No wonder Gao Qingyue hadn't bought it. It turned out she couldn't afford it. Otherwise, given Gao Qingyue's personality, she wouldn't have waited until now, she would have definitely bought it already. 100 million is nothing with young Master Shimon's family background and his feelings for you, let alone 100 million, even 200 million or 300 million, as long as it can make you happy, he will not hesitate to spend it. Qingyue, you are truly so happy. Lin Ji was constantly speaking up for young Master Shimon now, naturally for her own benefit and purpose. Gao Qingyue smiled slightly and nodded, saying, you still don't know, do you? Because of this white crystal romance, Yi Qing even put on an act for me. Thinking about that scene, I find it laughable now. Really, it's just too ridiculous. As she spoke, Gao Qingyue covered her stomach and laughed, as if it were truly very amusing. Chapter 30. How ridiculous Yi Qing is. Lin Ji knew that Yi Qing had gone to Yunwan City with Gao Qingyue, but she really didn't know what exactly happened. However, it was certain that Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing definitely didn't go there to flirt. What's wrong? Tell me. Gao Qingyue smiled and said, let's not talk about other jokes, let's just talk about this set of white crystal romance that's the treasure of Yunwan City, something even I, Gao Qingyue, can only look at and can't afford. Do you know what Yi Qing did? Lin Ji immediately showed a curious expression and said, he didn't, by any chance, say he could afford it, did he? Gao Qingyue nodded heavily and said, you guessed it right, this Yi Qing, he's putting on airs. Putting them on for me, but if you're going to put on airs, you should at least make it look convincing, right? Do you know what he did? He said if I couldn't afford it, I should go out and shop by myself, and he would buy it. Then, he pulled out a card and handed it to the attendant. Of course, the money wasn't enough, you don't even need to think about that. But do you know whose card it was? Lin Ji shook her head, truly unable to guess whose card it was. Gao Qingyue laughed and said, it's by Ruorosa. After by Ruorosa Yi Qing, she gave him a card, and Yi Qing is using that card to put on airs. When the attendant said there wasn't enough money, Yi Qing's face changed. It was so funny. He wanted to provoke me, but he ended up embarrassing himself. Tell me, is there something wrong with Yi Qing's brain? Has he become stupid from being locked up in prison? Such a ridiculous lie, just spouted out, and he's even living off by Ruoro. He really makes me feel so ridiculous. While saying Yi Qing was ridiculous, a hint of coldness and anger flashed in Gao Qingyue's eyes, as if Yi Qing accepting by Ruoro's bank card was another betrayal of her. Lin Ji heard this, looked at Gao Qingyue, and frowned. Yi Qing actually accepted by Ruoro's bank card? I thought he had so much ambition. In the end, it's just this? He really is a hypocrite, one way in front of people and another behind their backs. Qingyue, leaving him was the most accurate choice you've made in your life. This Yi Qing is simply a scoundrel. Gao Qingyue nodded heavily and said, then do you know what's even more scoundrel-like about him? Lin Ji shook her head. Gao Qingyue sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, and said, Bai Ruoro secretly went to see Yi Qing. Young Master Tan found out about this, and then Bai Ruoro was beaten and admitted to the hospital. I told Yi Qing about this, but do you know what Yi Qing said? He actually just said oh and had no reaction at all. It's pitiful that Bai Ruoro was so devoted to Yi Qing, but what happened? She was severely injured for Yi Qing and hospitalized, yet Yi Qing didn't show the slightest bit of concern. He's simply a cowardly, selfish scoundrel. This kind of person is simply a menace. Although Gao Qingyue disliked Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing having too much contact, seeing Yi Qing's cold indifference towards Bai Ruoro truly annoyed Gao Qingyue. She felt that Yi Qing was an irresponsible and heartless person. She no longer felt much guilt towards Yi Qing, but her disdain for him grew more and more. Lin Ji was even more enraged and started to curse directly. He's simply despicable. Although I also dislike Bai Ruoro and don't think she's a good woman, she not only gave Yi Qing money to spend but also got beaten and hospitalized for him, yet Yi Qing didn't care at all, completely indifferent. He's a scoundrel, simply a complete scoundrel. This Yi Qing, he really deserves to die. I used to think he had some masculinity, but it turns out it was all fake. Gao Qingyue sneered and said, it's all fake. Fortunately, I divorced him, otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark by him. This heartless scoundrel, he deserves to be taught a lesson. Just wait, young Master Tan will deal with him sooner or later. By then, I'll see if he can still keep up his act. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue's angry expression, quickly walked to her side, linked arms with her, and smiled. Alright, let's not talk about that scoundrel. He's just a useless good-for-nothing. Why bother talking about him? You still have to look beautiful tonight for the charity gala. You should be happy. Qingyue, can I go with you? I can take care of you then. The charity gala hosted by the Wan family was attended by only the rich and powerful Lin Ji, naturally, also wanted to attend beautifully and meet more wealthy young masters. There was no harm in that for her. Gao Qingyue heard this, nodded, and said, "What's the big deal? You also pick out a dress then, just come with me, but let's make it clear first, don't run around or talk nonsense. There will be many celebrities and wealthy people attending this gala, so don't cause trouble." Lin Ji heard this and immediately thanked Gao Qingyue happily. However, when she turned her back, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Back then, Gao Qingyue's family background was not as good as Lin Ji's. In fact, sometimes Lin Ji even paid for their meals. But now, what was Gao Qingyue saying? Her words were completely implying that she looked down on Lin Ji, thinking she had never seen the world. However, the current reality was precisely that Lin Ji was indeed getting further and further away from Gao Qingyue. But for Lin Ji, she thought that one day, she would surpass Gao Qingyue. After all, she had the necessary looks, so why couldn't she succeed? And at this moment, Yi Qing, who was misunderstood and looked down upon by them, had already arrived at the hospital dressed in a suit. After seeing Yi Qing, Bai family head quickly pulled him into the room and cautiously said, "Mr. Yi, why have you come? You must be careful. The Tan family's people are also in the next ward. If they find out, it will be disadvantageous to you." Yi Qing heard this and immediately laughed, saying, "I spared their son's life. It's fine if they don't thank me, but they want to harm me? Alright then, let them come. At worst, I'll deal with them all." Bai family head truly had no way to respond to these words. People were different, and now that he knew Yi Qing's ruthless methods, Bai family head was increasingly fearful of Yi Qing. He looked at Yi Qing, dressed in a suit, but it was an old style from many years ago, and at a glance, it wasn't expensive, at most a few thousand yuan. Bai family head still had this much discernment. After all, no matter how difficult things got, the Bai family was once a wealthy family with tens of millions in assets. But even though he saw it, he dared not mock Yi Qing to his face. "Mr. Yi, dressed like this, are you going to the Wan family's charity gala?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "That's right, I'm going, so I came to pick up Ruo Ruo." Hearing this, Bai family head said somewhat happily, Good, please come in. Ruo Ruo's body has almost recovered. Speaking of which, we should thank you." Yi Qing smiled, and after entering the ward, he saw Bai Ruo standing by the window. It had to be said that at this moment, Bai Ruo's injuries were almost imperceptible, but her body was still a bit weak, especially her complexion, which was somewhat pale, adding a delicate beauty that made people instinctively want to protect her. Chapter 31. A gift for you. Yi Qing, you're here. When Bai Ruo saw Yi Qing, she walked towards him with a smile, her eyes filled with love. Yi Qing smiled slightly and nodded, "I knew you'd be bored staying in the hospital room, so I brought you to the Wan family's banquet. How about it, do you want to go?" Bai Ruo nodded gently when she heard this, saying, "As long as I'm with you, I'll be happy wherever we go." These words were indeed a bit ambiguous. At this moment, Bai family head smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, we were just thinking about preparing a dress for Ruo Ruo. Look, would you like to change into something else too? It would match better." Bai family head didn't dare to directly say that Yi Qing's clothes were too cheap, so he could only try to find him a more expensive outfit in this way. Yi Qing, however, shook his head and smiled, "I don't really care about clothes. This suit fits well, so I won't change. You just need to prepare Ruo Ruo's clothes." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo quickly looked at her parents and said, "Dad, Mom, just prepare a simple white long dress for me. Don't make it too fancy, I don't like it." Bai family head didn't say anything either. Simple and plain was fine, as long as Yi Qing liked it. At this moment, Yi Qing took out a jewelry box, smiled, and handed it to Bai Ruo, saying, "Here, a gift for you." When Bai Ruo heard that this was actually a gift from Yi Qing, she immediately covered her chest, her face full of joy. "Is it for me? No matter what it is, I'll like it." With that, Bai Ruo opened the jewelry box, and the moment it opened, the white crystal romance immediately came into everyone's sight, instantly making those who saw it unable to look away. It was exquisite, simply beautiful. "Oh my God, this is too beautiful. No, this must be very valuable, I can't accept it. What girl doesn't like beautiful things?" Bai Ruo was no exception. From the first glance at the white crystal romance, she deeply fell in love with this set of jewelry. But she She also knew that such beautiful jewelry must be very valuable. Bai family head and Madame Bai also swallowed their saliva when they saw the scene. Compared to Bai Ruoro, they were more knowledgeable. This set of jewelry was clearly not ordinary. Yi Qing was truly generous. What's valuable or not valuable? As long as you like it, that's enough. Besides, this is the first time I've given you a gift. Are you going to refuse it? Don't forget, when you gave me your bank card and risked your life to find me, I didn't refuse. Moreover, this set of jewelry isn't valuable at all. It's just tens of thousands of yuan. Don't be fooled by how exquisite it looks. That's my master's craftsmanship, not real gems. And this set of jewelry even has a name. Bai Ruoro's love. See, this should be yours. Don't you want it? Yi Qing truly went to great lengths to make Bai Ruoro accept this set of jewelry without any psychological burden. Not only did he say it was a replica, a fake, he even changed the name. He wasn't satisfied. After saying that, Yi Qing shook the jewelry box again and smiled. If it were really valuable, I wouldn't just casually carry it around like this, would I? You agree, right? What's more, Ruo, no matter what it is, shouldn't my intentions be the most important? What about money or how expensive it is? Does that really matter? Looking at Yi Qing's gaze, Bai Ruoro's heart was filled with nothing but sweetness and emotion at this moment. You're right. Your intentions are the most important. Nothing else matters. This is your Bai Ruoro's love, representing your heart, and my heart. I accept it. With that, Bai Ruoro happily accepted the white crystal romance, which was worth over 100 million but was described by Yi Qing as tens of thousands of yuan. Just then, Tan family head suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Bai family head and Madame Bai were stunned for a moment and quickly went forward to greet him. At this time, nothing could go wrong. Tan family head didn't even look at Bai family head, directly looking at Yi Qing and Bai Ruoro. I said, why did someone just report to me that a young man in a suit, holding jewelry, came to this room? Now it seems, it's true. Bai family head, aren't you going to give me an explanation? What is the relationship between these two? Just as Bai family head was about to speak, Bai Ruoro directly looked at Tan family head and said, Tan family head, do my parents need to give you any explanation? My Tan family and I have never had any relationship. The so-called engagement before was just talk and never came true. Moreover, I have never thought highly of your son from beginning to end. Why are you running into my hospital room to question me now? Bai Ruoro spoke without reservation. She was doing this to draw attention to herself, so that Tan family head wouldn't harm Yi Qing after learning about him. In Bai Ruoro's heart, Yi Qing's importance was truly significant. Even though she knew Yi Qing was not an ordinary person and had the Wan family's protection, she still subconsciously didn't want Yi Qing to face such a dangerous situation. Especially since Tan family head was already somewhat insane because of his son's matter at this time. Knowing that Yi Qing was the one who hit him, he probably wouldn't care about anything. Tan family head looked at Bai Ruoro, revealing a cold smile, and said, what a sharp-tongued little girl. So you know something happened to my son and you don't want to marry him, is that it? I'll tell you this, it's impossible. You are destined to marry my son, otherwise, I will not only make your entire Bai family perish with you, but I will also make your life worse than death. With that, Tan family head directly pointed at Yi Qing, and sneered, don't tell me that the one you like is this pretty boy, a penniless wretch dressed in a mismatched, cheap outfit. Bai Ruoro, is that all your taste? And you, Bai family head, as parents, do you just watch your daughter act recklessly and not think about controlling her? Or do you, like Bai Ruoro, plan to abandon the entire Bai family and go begging on the streets together? Facing Tan family head's threat, Bai family head was now fuming. He was, after all, the dignified Bai family head to be pointed at and threatened like this. Didn't he care about his reputation? He could have not cared before, but that was because he had no choice. But now, the Tan family had the Wan family as an enemy, so how much worse could their outcome be? What was he afraid of? Tan family head, this is my daughter's hospital room. You are coming here to cause trouble. I ask you to respect yourself. Moreover, my daughter is right. Our Bai family and your Tan family have no relation whatsoever. What right do you have to come here and cause trouble? You are not welcome here, please leave quickly. Tan family head never expected Bai family head to say such words. He immediately laughed in anger and said coldly, good, you really have some nerve. Do you really think my Tan family is easy to bully? Does everyone want to step on us? With that, Tan family head looked at Yi Qing and said coldly, pretty boy, it's said that the reason my son severely beat Bai Ruoro was to catch her in the act. So, are you the adulterer who was secretly meeting with Bai Ruoro? Tell me, is it you? Chapter 32, Dragged Away by Hair. Yi Qing was in a good mood today. His spirits had lifted considerably after seeing Hu Zi and Si Yen yesterday. If Hu Zi and Si Yen hadn't left, then based on just those 2 sentences from Tan Family Head, he would probably have had his limbs broken and been thrown from the building by now. Just as Yi Qing was about to speak, Bai Ruoro walked directly in front of Yi Qing, then spread her arms, shielding Yi Qing behind her like a protective parent. Tan Family Head, if you have something to say, just say it to me, don't think about troubling my friend. Tan Family Head saw this scene, and his eyes burned with rage. He sneered, how overbearing, Bai Ruoro, I didn't realize you were so formidable. You dare to block me for a wild man? Do you really think I won't do anything to you? I'll tell you the truth, if it weren't for my son, and your Bai family, I would have dealt with you long ago, but now it seems you're taking advantage of my kindness. Alright, Bai Ruoro, since you don't know how to behave, I'll teach you properly how to be a person, and I'll also tell you the truth. You're destined to marry my son no matter if he's human or ghost, or what he becomes. With such a beautiful woman like you accompanying him, I think he'll be much happier. After speaking, Tan Family Head directly raised his hand, about to slap Bai Ruoro. At this moment, Yi Qing sighed, gently supported by Ruoro's shoulders, leaned his face close to Bai Ruoro's ear, and whispered, Ruoro, didn't I tell you? I have the ability to protect myself, and I have the ability to protect you, so, trust me, okay? Bai Ruoro's face immediately flushed upon hearing this, unsure if it was because of Yi Qing's sweet talk, or because Yi Qing was too close, his warm breath making her ears tingle. Yi Qing then pulled Bai Ruoro behind him, then looked at the enraged Tan Family Head, and laughed disdainfully, saying, unrepentant, and getting worse, Tan Family Head, you are truly seeking death. Tan Family Head looked at Yi Qing and sneered, you're the one seeking death. Alright, kid, you've got guts. I thought you'd hide behind a woman forever and not dare to show your face. I didn't expect you to actually come out. Now, immediately kneel before my son and repent, and I might spare your life, otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it today. Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, and laughed, alright, I was just thinking of going to see this young Master Tan. Although the person I dealt with back then was neither human nor ghost, I always felt it wasn't satisfying enough. Since you've come knocking so eagerly, then, let's go together. As soon as these words were uttered, Tan Family Head's eyes immediately blazed with fury. He looked at Yi Qing and said angrily, it was you? You did this to my son? Damn it, you damned bastard, I'm going to kill you today and avenge my son. With that, Tan Family Head directly threw a heavy punch at Yi Qing. A hint of disdain flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He merely slowly extended his right hand, caught the punch thrown by Tan Family Head, and then, with a slight exertion of force, a sound of bones breaking was heard. The next second, Tan Family Head's entire right hand was seen twisted irregularly. It was, in fact, directly broken by Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing slowly walked in front of the wailing Tan Family Head, grabbed Tan Family Head's hair, and began dragging him out. This is Ruoro's ward, don't disturb Ruoro's rest, let's go to your son's ward and talk slowly. After speaking, Yi Qing turned back, looked at Bai Ruoro, and smiled, you rest well first, I'll come back to accompany you after I've dealt with this small matter. Subsequently, Yi Qing opened the ward door and dragged Tan Family Head out like a dead dog. After Yi Qing dragged Tan Family Head out, Bai Family Head and the others exchanged glances. They had only seen young Master Tan's miserable state, but as for how Yi Qing had acted and how ruthless he was, they could only imagine it in their minds. But just now, Yi Qing acted in front of them, directly breaking Tan Family Head's arm, and then, with a smile on his face, he grabbed Tan Family Head's hair and dragged him out like a dead dog. This sight was truly terrifying. Only Bai Ruoro wasn't concerned with how ruthless Yi Qing was, but rather worried about Yi Qing's situation. Dad, Mom, will Yi Qing be alright? No, maybe I should go and see. Saying that, Bai Ruoro was about to chase after Yi Qing. Bai Family Head quickly stopped Bai Ruoro, saying with a wry smile, my little ancestor, can't you see? This Yi Qing is the great devil that no one can afford to offend. Tan Family Head is the one who's in grave danger. You, are still worried about him. You'd be better off worrying about what methods Yi Qing will use against Tan Family Head and them. Ruoro, if you truly want to be with Yi Qing, your mom and I won't object. This Yi Qing is no ordinary person. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's face flushed, and she said shyly, Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Ching and I haven't reached that point yet, we're just friends. After speaking, Bai Ruoro turned her head and sat on the bed, holding the white crystal romance, which Yi Ching had named Bai Ruoro's love, in her hands, unable to put it down, as if holding a peerless treasure. Bai family head saw this and merely smiled, saying nothing, but his eyes were contemplating other things. At this moment, as Yi Ching dragged Tan family head into the corridor, Tan family head's screams attracted the attention of many people. However, seeing that it was Tan family head being bullied like this, the others dared not make a sound. After all, anyone who could bully Tan family head was clearly not someone to be trifled with. However, Madame Tan and the Tan family's bodyguards, seeing this scene, all rushed up and surrounded Yi Ching, their posture suggesting they would act immediately if there was any disagreement. You bastard, what are you doing? Let go of my husband quickly. And you all, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and attack him. Kill him. Yi Ching looked at Madame Tan and the bodyguards who were about to rush forward, smiled faintly, pointed to young Master Tan's ward door, and said, let's go inside to talk, so we don't disturb others. Of course, if you're not afraid of making a scene, then resolving it here is also fine. Madame Tan heard this, and looking at the surrounding onlookers, she gritted her teeth and said, alright, you come in. Yi Ching heard this, immediately released his grip on Tan family head's hair, then blew on the hair on his hand, and swaggered into young Master Tan's ward. The Tan family's bodyguards instantly rushed into the ward, followed closely by Tan family head and Madame Tan. However, when they entered the ward, they saw that Yi Ching had already walked in front of young Master Tan, and with a faint smile, said, young Master Tan, don't pretend to be asleep, we meet again. Chapter 33, Your son, I beat him. Stop, what are you doing? Bastard, do you want to die? The Tan family head and the bodyguards were greatly alarmed at this scene, immediately warning Yi Ching, as if afraid that Yi Ching would harm the unconscious young Master Tan. Yi Ching turned around, looked at them, and smiled, don't worry, we'll settle accounts slowly, but first, we need to wake up your young Master Tan. After speaking, to everyone's shock, Yi Ching directly slapped young Master Tan's bandaged face. This slap, infused with the internal energy of the Azure Emperor longevity art, directly woke young Master Tan from his unconscious state. At this moment, the Tan family head could no longer hold back, pointing at Yi Ching and roaring, Yi Ching, I'm going to kill you. Go, all of you, go. What are you standing around for? Kill him. The 4 bodyguards of the Tan family all rushed towards Yi Ching. At this moment Yi Ching, a cold smile playing on his lips, stood still, seemingly not believing that these bodyguards could harm him. These bodyguards rushed at Yi Ching with all their might, but each of them had barely taken 2 steps before they all collapsed to the ground, their bones feeling soft, as if they had developed rickets. The Tan family head was stunned, looking at Yi Ching and saying with a face full of shock, what did you do? What sorcery did you use? Why did they all fall down? Yi Ching smiled slightly, pointing at the fallen bodyguards, and said indifferently, it's not sorcery, they're just poisoned. I didn't want to fight them, so I already poisoned them the moment I entered the room. Of course, don't worry, this poison won't be life-threatening, it will just temporarily soften their bones and make them lose strength. Poison? The Tan family head's expression changed upon hearing this, and he said, impossible. We didn't see you poison them, Yi Ching, you're talking nonsense. Yi Ching showed a disdainful expression and said, nonsense? You're just frogs in a well, what could you possibly understand? I advise you to calm down and stand there obediently, otherwise, not only will your bones soften and you'll lose strength, but you'll also itch all over and suffer unbearable pain. After speaking, Yi Ching turned back to look at young Master Tan lying on the bed and smiled, should be awake now, right? As if responding to Yi Ching's call, young Master Tan indeed slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, however, the next second, young Master Tan let out an earth-shattering scream. It was as if he had seen some peerless demon. No, don't come over. Please, don't come over. I know I was wrong, please, let me go, I beg you. At this moment, young Master Tan seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body. He actually knelt on the bed, continuously begging Yi Ching for mercy. All his backbone and dignity had long disappeared, like a mangy dog. The Tan family head was heartbroken at this sight and angrily said, Son, what are you doing? Young Master Tan was stunned when he heard the Tan family head's voice, but then he said miserably, Dad, please, ask him to let me go. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Help me, please intercede for me. The Tan family head was somewhat aware of what kind of wicked person his son was. However, no matter how bad his son was, he shouldn't be so undignified, and even after seeing him, he was still like this. That could only mean one thing. Yi Ching had completely terrified young Master Tan, otherwise, he would never be like this. Yi Ching, what did you do to my son? What exactly did you do to my son? The Tan family head looked at his son, who was like a pile of mud, and finally couldn't help but roar. Yi Ching, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at the Tan family head indifferently and said, "What happened? It's just that all the injuries on him were personally inflicted by me. What? Does the Tan family head not thank me for sparing his life, but instead blame me? That would truly be disheartening." These words almost made the Tan family head spit out a mouthful of old blood. He had harmed his son to such an extent, almost turning him into a madman, a pile of mud, and yet he was supposed to thank him for not killing him. Was there such a principle in this world? Yi Ching looked at the Tan family head and sneered, "Feeling sorry for your son? Then, have you ever thought about how many people your son has bullied? Those people also have parents and children, but they were tormented by your son until they were neither human nor ghost. Don't tell me you don't know about these things he did. You clearly knew and condoned him. Did you ever put other people's lives in your eyes? Therefore, your guilt is even greater." Yi Ching looked at young Master Tan and said indifferently, "I won't kill you in the future. You will want to die but won't be able to. This is the punishment I give you." Then Yi Ching walked directly in front of the Tan family head, punched him directly in the stomach, causing the Tan family head to collapse to the ground, in immense pain. Then, another kick, directly and heavily landed on the Tan family head's face, immediately causing his nose and mouth to bleed, and he lay on the ground wailing incessantly. "This is the lesson I'm giving you, and it's the punishment you deserve. Don't you think that because you have money, you can do whatever you want and not care about other people's lives and dignity? Alright, then I'll make sure you completely lose your money and your dignity. Let's see if you can bear it." After speaking, Yi Ching squatted on the ground, looked at the Tan family head, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and sneered, "Don't think I can't do it within 3 days. I'll make everyone in your Tan family roll onto the streets to beg for food. I, Yi Ching, keep my word. At that time, I will make you wish you were dead but unable to die. This is the punishment I give you, and it is the justice I seek for those you have bullied." After speaking, Yi Ching slowly stood up, pushed open the ward door, and turned to leave directly. He didn't intend to personally inflict punishment on the Tan family head, because there was no need for them. The best punishment was to make them lose everything they relied on, and from then on, become like rats scurrying across the street. Upon returning to Bai Ruoro's ward, Yi Ching looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. "The matter has been resolved. From now on, the people of the Tan family will never, and dare not, trouble you again." Seeing Yi Ching return unharmed, and seeing the warm smile on his face, Bai Ruoro could no longer hold back and directly rushed forward, embracing Yi Ching with both arms. Chapter 34 Prince 1. Bai family head and Madam Bai saw this scene and quickly and carefully exited the room. Bai Ruoro hugged Yi Ching, unwilling to let go for a long time. Yi Ching smiled and said, "Alright, I'm fine, but if you keep hugging me like this, I might have some trouble breathing." Hearing Yi Ching's words, Bai Ruoro quickly let go, her face turning as red as an apple. "Yi Ching, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have already stepped into hell, unable to ever recover." This was indeed true. If it weren't for Yi Ching, Bai Ruoro would have been forced to marry young Master Tan, that devil, and her future days would have been unimaginably miserable. Yi Ching smiled, shook his head, and said, "Don't worry, you are so kind and lovely. Your happiness has just begun." Happiness? Thinking of happiness, Bai Ruoro couldn't help but secretly glance at Yi Ching. "It's almost time, Ruoro. Change your clothes, then rest for a bit, and then we'll go to the banquet. How about that?" Bai Ruoro nodded. Whatever Yi Ching said now, she wouldn't refute a single word. Yi Ching smiled and left the hospital room, letting Bai Ruoro change her clothes by herself in the room. In the corridor, looking at Bai family head and Madam Bai, Yi Ching nodded slightly and said, "The Tan family will no longer be a threat to you, so you don't need to worry about their retaliation." Bai family head immediately nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, yes, Mr. Yi, we know we must thank you for all of this. If it weren't for you, let alone Ruoro, our entire Bai family would probably fall into dire straits. Mr. Yi, you are the savior of our entire Bai family. We really don't know how to thank you enough." At this moment, Bai Family Head had finally found an opportunity to express his loyalty to Yi Qing, so he wouldn't let it go. And Yi Qing, looking at Bai Family Head, felt no contempt in his heart, but he genuinely disliked him. He could not forget how selfish Bai Family Head had been, selling his own daughter. Now he spoke nicely, but it was merely because he had seen Yi Qing's strength. Today, if the winner had not been Yi Qing, but young Master Tan, then presumably, Bai Family Head's attitude would have been different. I know the Bai family is currently facing difficulties. I will help you resolve them from now on. You should do your best. Without Bai Family Head needing to beg, Yi Qing proactively said this, and this was the promise that Bai Family Head had longed for and anticipated for a long time. Upon hearing it, Bai Family Head's eyes reddened at that moment. The Bai family was finally saved. Mr. Yi, thank you, I am truly grateful to you. Bai Family Head kept thanking Yi Qing, while Yi Qing just smiled faintly and said nothing, seemingly too lazy to say more to Bai Family Head. And at this moment, the Wan family mansion was brightly lit and filled with joy. All the main members of the Wan family who could return had almost all returned. Old Master Wan's recovery was a great joyous occasion, and no one dared to take it lightly. Even if many people genuinely didn't care about Old Master Wan's health, they still had to consider Wan Family Head's attitude. Uncle Jiao, have the hotel arrangements been made? Did Mr. Yi really agree to attend the banquet? Wan Family Head's face was full of smiles, all from the bottom of his heart. Although Old Master Wan might only live for 5 more years at most, it was enough compared to his previous state of possibly dying at any time and constantly being in pain. Old Master Wan's current situation was simply as good as it could get. Wan Family Head did not dare to ask for too much. After all, people must experience birth, old age, sickness, and death. However, being able to have 5 more years to show filial piety and allowing Old Master Wan to enjoy 5 more years of family happiness was enough. Family Head, rest assured, the venue is at our Wan's hotel, and Mr. Yi will definitely be there. It's almost time. We should also depart. After all, it's our Wan family's charity banquet. Being late and making so many people wait wouldn't be good. Wan Family Head nodded, then thought for a moment and said, I plan to have Wan Hai pick up Mr. Yi, so he can have more contact with Mr. Yi. After all, their ages are similar. If he can gain Mr. Yi's friendship, it will also benefit Wan Hai and the Wan family. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiao immediately nodded and said, Wan Hai is usually steady in his actions, so entrusting this to him means there's nothing to worry about. Family Head, you're right, having Wan Hai pick up Mr. Yi is a good thing. Hearing that, Uncle Jiao also approved. Wan Family Head smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and said, Wan Hai, come here. Hearing Wan Family Head's call, a young man in his early 30s respectfully walked to Wan Family Head's front and said, Father, Uncle Jiao, do you have any instructions? Wan Family Head smiled and said, later, I want you to pick up an important guest. This person is also the great benefactor who saved your grandfather's life, so you must treat him with utmost care and respect, without any disrespect, understand? Upon hearing this, Wan Hai immediately nodded heavily and said, Father, rest assured, saving Yin Fatty's grandfather's life makes him a great benefactor to our entire Wan family. I know what to do and will absolutely not be negligent. Wan Family had heard this and nodded with great satisfaction, saying, Good, Wan Hai, perform well. Seeing you so sensible now, I feel relieved. As soon as these words were spoken, a glimmer of light immediately flashed in Wan Hai's eyes. Father, your son is not good enough yet, and will definitely work harder in the future. Wan Family had heard this and laughed heartily, saying, When I was your age, I had already made a name for myself. You are not young anymore, it's time to take on responsibilities. Although your grandfather's illness is cured, he doesn't have that much time left. I want to seize the remaining time to spend with him. You, be prepared. Wan Hai heard this, took a deep breath, and respectfully lowered his head. Father, rest assured, I will go pick up Mr. Yi now, and I will definitely make good friends with Mr. Yi. After speaking, Wan Hai eagerly left. Chapter 35. The dinner begins. Uncle Jiao looked at Wan Hai's departing figure and said with a smile, Among the entire Wan family, Wan Hai is the most capable and has the best connections. However, are you really planning to let him take over so soon? Wan Family had nodded upon hearing this and said, Flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how vibrant and lush they grow, cannot withstand wind and rain. Only those that grow in the wild can bloom the most vibrant flowers and survive longer. Wan Hai is not young anymore. Fortunately, with his personality, even if problems arise, they won't be major ones, so let him gain some experience. As for me, I want to use these 5 years to properly accompany old Master Wan and make up for my regrets. Indeed, the greatest regret in life is not being able to care for one's parents when they are gone. Old Master Wan walked between life and death and has now finally recovered, which is equivalent to giving one family head a chance to start over. Uncle Gio nodded slightly, understanding one family head's choice. Good, since you've made your decision, I will fully support you. Don't worry, with us here, the Wan family will be fine, and I will also fully assist Wan Hai. One family head smiled and nodded, saying, Alright, Uncle Gio, it's time for us to leave. As you said, this is the Wan family's home ground, we can't keep our guests waiting too long. Moreover, we still have Mr. Yi to welcome. When Mr. Yi was mentioned, one family head looked at Uncle Gio and said seriously, Uncle Gio, I'll say it again. You must be respectful to Mr. Yi. Whatever Mr. Yi requests, as long as the Wan family can do it, we must go all out, even if it brings 100 harms and no benefits to the Wan family, we must still do it. One family head had mentioned this matter more than once, and Uncle Gio deeply agreed, especially after he personally witnessed Yi Qing's methods. He immediately understood that Yi Qing was not just a simple divine doctor. Yi Qing definitely had a secret, a big secret. Family head, rest assured, I know what to do. Afterward, one family head and the others began to head towards the Wan's hotel. At this moment, Wan Hai, with 8 bodyguards, was driving 3 cars towards the hospital. In the car, Wan Hai's confidant and assistant, Shoei, looked at Wan Hai and cautiously said, Young Master Wan, the family head personally asked you to pick up this Mr. Yi. Isn't that a bit too grand? After all, your status is what it is, and this honor is quite significant. Wan Hai shook his head upon hearing this and said, It's not strange after all, Mr. Yi saved old Master Wan just for that, he has shown kindness to the Wan family. No matter how grand it is, it's not excessive. Furthermore, this Mr. Yi also helped me a great deal. If it weren't for him, I would probably have many more twists and turns if I wanted to take over now. Without realizing it, I owe him a favor, both in terms of emotion and reason, I must thank him. Xiao He immediately became excited upon hearing this. After all, Wan Hai is currently only the head of a company under the Wan's Group, but if he successfully takes over, he will immediately control the Wan's Group, which has assets of tens of billions, and as Wan Hai's confidant and assistant, Xiao He's status will inevitably rise dramatically. Not being happy would be false. Young Master Wan, will the family head truly retire and hand over the group to you to manage? After all, the family head is currently in his prime and in very good health. Wan Hai heard this and said confidently, Since father said it, he will definitely do it. It's just a matter of time, but one thing is certain, and that is, I will be the person with the best chance to inherit the Wan's Group, bar none. Moreover, now that old Master Wan has finally recovered his health, father's greatest wish is to stay by old Master Wan's side. Other matters will only consume father's energy, so handing over the group to me to manage is also a matter of course. In short, this matter is currently known only to you and me. At other times, don't speak carelessly to avoid mistakes. You are a smart person, you know what to do, right? Xiao He immediately nodded heavily and said, Young Master Wan, rest assured, I know what to do. However, I still want to congratulate young Master Wan. At such a young age, you are about to become the head of the Wan family, not to mention the entire Jiang city, even in the entire East Province, your youthful achievements are among the top. Who doesn't like to hear pleasant words, especially when they are true? The smile on Wan Hai's face hadn't faded since he received the news. Being among the top is not enough. The Wan family is still a bit weak right now compared to some big families and major forces in the East Province. It's not enough, far from enough. What I want to do is to lead the Wan family to become a first-tier family, a top wealthy family in the East Province, and to make the assets of the Wan's Group reach over 10 billion in the shortest possible time. That is the achievement I most want to make. For the Wan family to reach this point today is already very remarkable. However, to go a step further is actually very, very difficult. Wan Hai having such ambition only indicates that he has not yet experienced setbacks. At this moment, in the grand banquet hall of the Wan's hotel, many people had already arrived early. The entire banquet hall was bustling with people, adorned with jewels. One couldn't say that all the high society individuals in Jiang City had come, but it was true that 70 to 80% of them had arrived. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji had now arrived at the hotel's main entrance. Gao Qingyue was wearing a black evening gown, adorned and radiant. Especially the black evening gown, worn by Gao Qingyue, not only highlighted her perfect figure but also made her skin appear even fairer and more translucent. As for Lin Ji, she wore a light blue long dress, which also looked good however, whether it was the embellishment of jewelry or the material of the dress, it always felt as if she was a green leaf setting off a red fling next to Gao Qingyue. In short, one could tell at a glance who was the main focus and who was secondary. Despite any dissatisfaction, Lin Ji could only hide it in her heart anyway. Since she came, it was better than not coming. Many people are here today, all important figures rarely seen on weekdays. The Wan family's influence is truly extraordinary. Looking at Lin Ji's unworldly expression, Gao Qingyue smiled faintly and said, after all, it's the Wan family, a top family in Jiang City. It's normal for them to have such influence. However, it won't be long before Gao Qingyue will also possess such influence, and even surpassing the Wan family is not a difficult matter, so there's no need to envy anything. When saying this, Gao Qingyue had a look of arrogance, as if surpassing the Wan family was a matter of course and natural for her. Chapter 36 Self-Righteousness. Gao Qingyue said she wasn't envious, but at this moment, her eyes still revealed a hint of envy. However, while she said she was envious, Gao Qingyue also truly possessed that confidence, because her life had been too smooth, all the way. She had experienced smooth sailing, rapid progress, and never suffered a loss. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue, nodded lightly, and said, Qingyue, you can definitely do it in 3 years. You went from having nothing, starting from scratch, to building the Qingyue Group with assets over 1 billion. You are a miracle in the business world, who can deny that? So, as long as you are given time, surpassing the Wan family is only a matter of time. Gao Qingyue heard this, lifted her chin, looking very proud. Starting from scratch, relying on herself, Gao Qingyue said these words without a hint of blush. However, it was only because Mr. Yi was not here, otherwise, he would probably be laughing his head off, because if others weren't clear, would he, Yi Qing, not be clear? Was Gao Qingyue's entrepreneurial phase truly smooth sailing and rapid progress? In fact, it was not in the beginning. Gao Qingyue almost lost everything and was heavily indebted. Was Mr. Yi who asked people to help, protecting Gao Qingyue, which allowed her to come back to life. The so-called business genius was, in fact, merely the result of many people silently helping her from behind. But Gao Qingyue, on the other hand, still believed that all of this was due to her own ability, and she even disdained her greatest benefactor, looking down on him in various ways, not to mention actively proposing a divorce. It's just that Yi Qing hasn't freed up his hands yet, otherwise, Gao Qingyue would understand what it means. What comes easily is lost even more easily. Qingyue, let's go on. I see many people have noticed you and are coming towards you. Gao Qingyue heard this, nodded, and said with a smile, they are all prominent figures in Jiangcheng. It's not strange for them to greet me proactively when they see me. However, many of them are old perverts. Afterward, Gao Qingyue greeted the many wealthy individuals present, exchanging pleasantries and flattering each other, making quite a splash here. One who didn't know would even think this was Gao Qingyue's home turf. And just at this moment, Wan Hai had already arrived at the hospital with his assistant, Xiao He. After going upstairs and seeing Bai family head in the corridor, Wan Hai greeted him very politely. Uncle Bai, hello. Who among the big figures in Jiangcheng didn't know the Wan family's crown prince? Bai family head quickly greeted him back warmly. It's young Master Wan. Hello, how did you come? Wan Hai smiled and said, I'm here on orders to pick up Mr. Yi for the dinner party. Uncle Bai, you're going too, right? How about we go together? Bai family head heard this and quickly shook his head with a smile, saying, No, we'll go by ourselves. Mr. Yi is in the room, I'll call him for you. Wan Hai smiled and nodded. Then, after pushing open the door, the first person he saw was not Yi Qing, but Bai Ruoruo, dressed in a simple white evening gown with extremely fair skin. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo had a touch of sickly charm, making anyone who saw her feel pity and unforgettable. Especially with the embellishment of the white crystal romance, she was simply like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Wan Hai stared at Bai Ruoruo, completely stunned. It wasn't until Yi Qing spoke that Wan Hai reacted. You are Wan Hai? The Wan family head's son, right? Wan Hai looked at Yi Qing, quickly withdrew his gaze, and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, hello, I am here on my father's orders to pick you up for the dinner party. Do you think you are convenient now? Or do you need to wait a bit longer? Looking at Yi Qing, Wan Hai's face showed no expression, but in his heart, he frowned slightly. He looked good, and he had a good temperament, but wearing a cheap suit worth a few thousand yuan was a bit too unstylish, especially, for some reason, seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo together, looking very intimate. An uncomfortable feeling arose in Wan Hai's heart. Yi Qing, however, didn't know Wan Hai's ulterior motives. Since someone from the Wan family had come to pick him up, he didn't say anything, just nodded directly and said, "Okay, let's go then. Ruoruo and I will go together." Wan Hai heard this, thought for a moment, looked at Yi Qing, and whispered, "Mr. Yi, do you need me to prepare formal wear for you? It won't take any time. There's a Wan family clothing store on the way. You can just go to the store and pick something out then." In Wan Hai's view, he was trying to save Yi Qing's face and show how considerate he was, but he didn't know that this very gesture made Yi Qing somewhat displeased. Looking at Wan Hai, Yi Qing chuckled and said, "Young Master Wan, do you think Mr. Yi's attire is too cheap, and therefore, he's not worthy of attending the Wan family's dinner party? If that's the case, then I simply won't go." As soon as these words came out, Wan Hai's face immediately turned a little panicked. Are you kidding? Taking Yi Qing to the dinner party was a direct order from Wan family head. If he couldn't pick up the person because of this and also offended Yi Qing, Wan family head would surely be furious, and by then, his status as heir would probably be ruined. No, Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Really, I didn't. I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. Please don't be angry. At this moment, Wan Hai quickly apologized to Yi Qing, but in his heart, he felt somewhat humiliated and angry. He, Wan Hai, the crown prince of the Wan family, when had he ever apologized to anyone? Moreover, his intention this time was good. How could he be bullied like this? This was truly outrageous. And Yi Qing was too lazy to care what Wan Hai was thinking, because in his heart, even the Wan family head was nothing more than an expendable existence. It was they who begged Yi Qing, not Yi Qing who begged them. Young Master Wan, you don't need to be unhappy. I'll give you a reminder. You can keep it in mind, or you can forget it right away. It doesn't matter. Wan Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, put on a smiling face, and said, "Mr. Yi, please speak, I'm all ears." Chapter 37, This is too much. Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and said indifferently, "Old Master Wan is a good person, so I helped him without expecting anything in return, and for Wan family head, it hasn't been easy to get to where he is today. So, as the younger generation, you should cherish your blessings and, even more so, know how to be grateful and give back to society. That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you." Yi Qing's words sounded like a lecture to Wan Hai. Both the tone and the content of the words were condescending, which made Wan Hai increasingly uncomfortable. However, he couldn't show any of it on his face. "Mr. Yi, please rest assured, Wan Hai will keep your teachings firmly in mind." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Whether you remember it or can do it is your business. Let's go, let's set off." After speaking, Yi Qing helped Bai Ruoruo and began to walk out. Wan Hai took a deep breath, looked at Bai family head and Madame Bai, and smiled. "Uncle Bai, Madame Bai, we'll see each other later then." Bai family head smiled and didn't say much, but he was also secretly sweating, always feeling that Yi Qing was a bit impolite to this Wan family heir. But he didn't dare to speak up about such matters. After arriving downstairs, Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were seated in the middle car, while Wan Hai changed his mind and sat in the car in front. After the vehicle started, Wan Hai's expression could no longer be controlled and turned ugly. "This is outrageous. This Yi Qing, a penniless boy who appeared out of nowhere, relying on having saved Yin Fatty's grandfather's life and my father's gratitude towards him, actually dares to lecture me. This is simply infuriating." At this moment, Wan Hai couldn't help but roar loudly in the car, his face full of terrifying rage. Xiaobi sat in the passenger seat, looking at Wan Hai, and said through gritted teeth, "Young Master Wan, I saw everything that happened just now. This Yi Qing is simply preposterous and thinks too highly of himself. You clearly had good intentions, fearing he would embarrass himself when he arrived, but he didn't appreciate your kindness. He's simply a scoundrel. Not only that, he even dared to lecture you in the tone of an elder. This person is simply clueless." As Wan Hai's confidant and assistant, Xiaobi naturally had to side with Wan Hai at this moment and denounce Yi Qing thoroughly. Making his master happy would bring him good rewards. This was Xiaobi's awareness. Wan Hai sneered, saying, "A bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere, yet he thinks he's someone important. He just happened to save Yin Fatty's grandfather by chance. Just wait, he'll have his comeuppance. Xiaobi, later on, you still need to control your temper and not show it at this critical moment. My father also values him greatly. Will just endure a bit of annoyance for now once he's no longer needed, just watch how I'll deal with him. At this point, Won Hai's eyes lit up slightly, and he whispered, however, his relationship with Bai Ruoruo should be investigated. I remember seeing Bai Ruoruo before, but how did I not notice that she's grown so beautiful? Especially her aura today, it's absolutely stunning. She's so lovely that it makes one can't help but feel pity for her. Won Hai is in his early 30s but has remained unmarried. One reason is his high standards, and another is that he has dedicated all his efforts to his career. His ambition for his career far surpasses others, which is also one of the reasons he can stand out. However, as he gets older, marriage is inevitable because the head of a large family must have his own descendants, otherwise, many unnecessary troubles will arise. It would be best if he could find a woman who could help him both in his career and family background. Xiaohe looked at Won Hai and whispered, young Master Won, investigating these things is no problem, but I think the relationship between Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo is not simple at this moment. Even if you have any ideas, you must temporarily control them, otherwise, if you offend Yi Qing and he complains to one family head, it will be over. Won Hai's face immediately darkened, and he sneered, of course I know what you're saying, so I'm just investigating for now. As for the rest, I know what to do. This Yi Qing, I gave him enough respect, even tried to curry favor with him, but he was so tactless as to dare to lecture me. Fine, he really thinks of himself as my elder. Just wait, he'll get his just desserts. All the way, Won Hai arrived at the hotel entrance, fuming. Seeing that there was no one to greet them at the entrance, Won Hai didn't bother to pretend. After getting out of the car, he didn't proactively open the car doors for Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. However, after seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo get out of the car, Won Hai quickly walked over and smiled. Mr. Yi, Ruoruo miss, your seats have been arranged later. You and my father will sit at the main table. Would you like me to lead you there first? Yi Qing nodded, not wanting to say much for him. Where he sat was all the same. Bai Ruoruo hesitated for a moment, looking at so many people, and whispered, can we not sit at the main table? I don't really want to be stared at by so many people. The people sitting at the main table of the Won family's banquet were naturally wealthy and influential, definitely the focus of the entire event. Bai Ruoruo's body hadn't fully recovered yet, and given her personality, she didn't really want this kind of attention. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately nodded and said, of course, that's fine, just have him arrange a corner spot for us. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Won Hai and said, you heard what Ruoruo said, just arrange a corner spot. Since Ruoruo doesn't like to attract attention, we don't need to walk in together later. Also, tell your father not to deliberately come over to greet us. We are just here to attend the banquet. Today's protagonists are you. Won Hai dared not refute anything. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll make the arrangements. I will also convey Mr. Yi's wishes to my father, rest assured. So, shall I go in first now? Yi Qing nodded, signaling Won Hai to go first. Won Hai, hearing this, cupped his fists at Yi Qing and smiled, then I apologize, Mr. Yi, if there's any oversight, please bear with me. If you need anything, you can always come to me. After speaking, Won Hai directly led Xiaohe into the hotel. It was then that Yi Qing helped Bai Ruoruo and walked towards the hotel banquet hall. And just as Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo walked into the banquet hall, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qing was fine, but everyone's gaze fell on Bai Ruoruo. That plain white long dress, paired with her fair, somewhat pale complexion and exquisite jewelry, truly made everyone feel pity for her, unable to take their eyes off her. And among all these people were Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Chapter 38. Why are you here? Lin Ji, am I seeing things? Is that Bai Ruoruo? And Yi Qing? Although Gao Qingyue's seat was not at the main table, it was quite close, indicating Gao Qingyue's extraordinary influence. Moreover, as soon as Gao Qingyue sat down, almost the entire banquet hall's attention was drawn to her. Whether they had female companions or not, nearly everyone was secretly looking at her. This gave Gao Qingyue a strong sense of vanity, making her feel like a proud queen. She really liked this feeling. But just now, she had been upstaged, and her mood was already somewhat sour. Upon seeing that it was Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing, her mood grew even more displeased. Especially seeing Bai Ruoruo arm in arm with Yi Qing, walking in as if entering a wedding hall, the feeling was as unpleasant as if she had swallowed a fly. But what she couldn't understand most was, why Bai Ruoruo? Wasn't Bai Ruoruo supposed to be hospitalized after being severely beaten? Now she was standing here perfectly fine, and openly walking with Yi Qing. Had she gone mad? At this moment, Lin Ji also felt a pang of jealousy. Envying Gao Qingyue was one thing, but now, Bai Ruoruo had become the center of attention, appearing so pitiful yet lovely to behold, which left Lin Ji with mixed emotions. Once, the three of them were the best of friends. Lin Ji, with her good looks and figure, wasn't the best, but certainly not the worst. One could say they each had their own merits. But now, she had become a mere green leaf, while both Gao Qingyue and Bai Ruoruo had become cherished flowers. This feeling made her very unhappy, even furious. It is Bai Ruoruo, but why is it Bai Ruoruo? Qingyue, wasn't Bai Ruoruo beaten and hospitalized? This news couldn't be wrong. Could it be that young Master Tan finally took pity on her and hit her too lightly, so we can't see the injuries? But, isn't the person she's with Yi Qing? She still dares to walk with Yi Qing, and so openly. Has she gone mad? Mad? Isn't she afraid young Master Tan will find out and beat them to death? Lin Ji also found it unbelievable. This scene was truly too strange, completely unexpected. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and said, Lin Ji, go and see what's going on and remind them that this is the Wan family's banquet, not a place they should be. Gao Qingyue wanted to go herself, but she felt it would be a loss of face to take the initiative, so she sent Lin Ji. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately nodded and walked directly towards Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo, why are you here? Lin Ji frowned slightly, speaking with a somewhat condescending tone. Yi Qing glanced indifferently at Lin Ji and said, whether we come or not, or where we go, is none of your business. Lin Ji sneered, do you think I want to ask? I saw Bai Ruoruo with you and was worried something would happen, so I came over to kindly remind you. Bai Ruoruo, you're really not afraid of being discovered by young Master Tan, are you? They said you were beaten into the hospital by young Master Tan. Now it seems young Master Tan probably went easy on you, but today, walking so openly with Yi Qing, do you think young Master Tan will still tolerate you? Even if young Master Tan tolerates you, the Tan family won't let you off. Hearing Lin Ji mention young Master Tan and the Tan family, Yi Qing knew that these two probably hadn't kept up with the latest news. Otherwise, they would know that young Master Tan was already living a life worse than death in the hospital, and the Tan family members were in the same state. Bai Ruoruo looked at Lin Ji, knowing that the other party had no good intention. She sighed softly and said, Lin Ji, we used to be good friends, so I don't want to have any conflict with you today. Yi Qing and I are just here to attend the banquet, so, is there anything else? If not, please leave. Attend the banquet? Lin Ji sneered, the Bai family is almost bankrupt, yet they can still be invited to a banquet? Fine, then what about you, Yi Qing? You came as a family member, right? You're really bold. I won't waste any more words with you. You two should leave quickly, otherwise, if something happens, it will be Qingyue's reputation that suffers, and that would be bad. What she said was truly unreasonable. Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji, then directly put an arm around Bai Ruoruo and said with a smile, Bai Ruoruo, how we are has nothing to do with Gao Qingyue, and even less to do with you. As for how I came, we were naturally invited. It's you, Lin Ji, who came as Gao Qingyue's follower, right? Haha, I saw Gao Qingyue, adorned with jewels and radiating brilliance, but you, next to her, seemed to be there just to highlight her. Your friends, even best friends, are you really willing to accept this outcome now? As he spoke, Yi Qing surprisingly began to sow discord. Although his words struck a chord with Lin Ji, they truly made people very uncomfortable. Because Gao Qingyue was not far away, Lin Ji dared not say much and could only cooperate by praising Gao Qingyue. Yi Qing, stop trying to sow discord here. You, a good-for-nothing who came out of prison, what do you know? Qingyue is a prodigy. By following her, I can have better development. What's wrong with me being a green leaf? It's better than you, who is nothing at all. Do you know Qingyue's experiences over these years? Years? Do you know what kind of woman she is, who creates miracles? In just 3 short years, she started from scratch and built a company with assets over $1 billion. This is rare in the entire East Province for such a person. I follow her willingly. As for you, you're utterly useless, a complete good-for-nothing. Do you even have the right to talk about others? You should first consider your own situation. And you, Bai Ruoruo, don't just think the Tan family won't let you off if they find out about this. Even your parents won't let you off. I advise you to leave this good-for-nothing quickly, otherwise, in the end, you'll regret it too late. Bai Ruoruo was displeased with Lin Ji's various sarcasms towards Yi Qing and was about to speak when Yi Qing gently shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't mind her, she's just venting her dissatisfaction and resentment on us. Who knows how much she hates Gao Qingyue in her heart." Haha, a business prodigy, a beautiful CEO? Creating miracles? Really, how impressive. When Yi Qing said this, his eyes were full of playfulness and mockery, as if he was listening to a huge joke. Seeing Yi Qing's mocking expression, Lin Ji immediately sneered, "What? You don't believe it? Yi Qing, you've been in prison for 3 years, I think you've gone mad. A business prodigy, that's what's recognized throughout Jiangcheng and even the East Province. If you don't believe me, just look up some information online. If that's not enough, just try and see if you can succeed. Forget 10 billion in 3 years, Yi Qing, if you can earn 10 million in 3 years, then you're impressive. Ignorant, yet unaware, truly foolish. Lin Ji, how dare you speak about Yi Qing like that? Apologize, I want you to apologize immediately." Bai Ruoruo could no longer hold back and spoke up directly for Yi Qing. At this moment, Gao Qingyue had already walked over and said with a sneer, "Oh, apologize? Apologize to Yi Qing? If an apology is needed, it should be Yi Qing who speaks. You, Bai Ruoruo, what right do you have to speak for Yi Qing? Do you really think you're Yi Qing's wife? How ridiculous, ha ha ha." Chapter 39 Your jewelry is fake. At this moment, the scene at the entrance of the banquet hall attracted everyone's attention. There was no other way, after all, it was hard not to attract attention when 3 beautiful women stood together, and Yi Qing, standing among them, also became the focus of the entire hall. Watching Gao Qingyue approach, Bai Ruoruo was not to be outdone and gritted her teeth. "Gao Qingyue, you abandoned Yi Qing yourself, and now you've brought Lin Ji here to mock him. What exactly do you want to do? How exactly did Yi Qing offend you to make you speak such harsh words relentlessly? Do you really have to see Yi Qing suffer to be happy? Gao Qingyue, if others thought that way, I wouldn't say anything, but you have no right to. Who saved your entire Gao family back then? Who cried and shouted that she wanted to marry Yi Qing and deeply loved him? And who gave him the most pampering and warmth, even going to jail for him? Gao Qingyue, tell me yourself, do you still have a conscience doing this now? After Yi Qing was released from prison, not only did you not compensate him, but you directly divorced him. You even condoned your family bullying Yi Qing, and you yourself were cold and sarcastic to you. Are you worthy of Yi Qing, worthy of his past kindness to you?" At this moment, Bai Ruoruo had completely vented the resentment in her heart. Everything she said revolved around Yi Qing, speaking of facts that Gao Qingyue now refused to acknowledge. Gao Qingyue's face turned pale at this moment. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, she roared in a low voice, "Bai Ruoruo, I think you've really lost your mind. You're speaking up for Yi Qing like this. Aren't you afraid of people finding out and then beating you into the hospital? Also, I've long known that you harbor ill intentions towards Yi Qing. Now that you see Yi Qing and I are divorced, you think you have a chance and want to hook him, right? Heh, you're only fit to pick up my discards. Yi Qing, this piece of trash, if you want him, just take him. Just don't let you two wander in front of me, it makes me sick." At this point, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, her brows tightly furrowed, and sneered, "Yi Qing, I know you have feelings for me. You knew you were coming to see me today, so you deliberately wore this outfit, didn't you? If I remember correctly, this is the suit you bought for a few thousand yuan when we got married, right? Hee, you still keep it. It's truly moving. It's a pity, no matter how devoted you are, I, Gao Qingyue, still look down on a good-for-nothing like you." Looking at Gao Qingyue, who was mean-spirited and spoke to him coldly, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I'm a nostalgic person, but you're wrong. The reason I'm wearing this outfit today isn't because it's what I wore at my wedding, but because Ruoruo helped me pick it out when I bought it. It has nothing to do with you, understand? Oh, of course, it has some relation. After all, this outfit was indeed worn for you, but today, it's also a conclusion, because today, I'm wearing this outfit for Ruoruo. The person standing beside me is Ruoruo, not you. Gao Qingyue, don't be so narcissistic. Even if I, Yi Qing, am a good-for-nothing, I wouldn't look at a fickle, ungrateful woman, understood?" Hearing that Yi Qing dared to talk back to her, and even said that this outfit was worn for by Ruoruo, Gao Qingyue was so angry that she almost couldn't help but curse. It was only because of the environment that she didn't, otherwise, Gao Qingyue would have truly erupted on the spot. And where there was anger, there was also happiness. By Ruoruo. Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing with a lovesick expression, her face filled with happiness. It turned out that Yi Qing had deliberately worn this outfit, and most importantly, Yi Qing said that the person standing beside him was her. By Ruorowo, did this mean that Yi Qing had already accepted her? The more she thought about it, the redder Bai Ruorowo's face became, and she even felt a little shy. And a sudden blush on her fair, smooth face made Bai Ruorowo even more beautiful and charming. Gao Qingyue was furious at this moment, but then she suddenly saw the necklace Bai Ruorowo was wearing, and she was immediately stunned. Wasn't this magnificent, captivating jewelry the white crystal romance she had seen with Yi Qing at Yunwan Jewelry before? For this, Yi Qing even pulled out Bai Ruorowo's card, pretending to be a big shot and saying he could buy it. How was it now on Bai Ruorowo's body? Then, Gao Qingyue examined it carefully. It was a complete set, which was simply incredible. Bai Ruorowo, what are you wearing? How do you have these? After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and sneered, this isn't something you, Yi Qing, gave her, is it? Are you going to tell me that you actually bought this white crystal romance back then? Yi Qing nodded faintly at the words and said, so what? What? You like it? Then why didn't you buy it back then? Now that I've bought it, it's too late for you to regret it. Moreover, I think this set of jewelry is most suitable for Ruorowo. You've seen it. It looks like it was custom made for her when she wears it. Watching Yi Qing say these words, Gao Qingyue was furious. However, she then burst into laughter. The more Yi Qing said this, the more she believed that Yi Qing was lying. Looking at Bai Ruorowo, Gao Qingyue shook her head with some pity and said, Bai Ruorowo, why do you have to fall for a liar, of all people? And a useless liar who only boasts and pretends. You're saying that this set of white crystal romance, Yi Qing told you that he bought it for you, gave it to you, and that it's worth over 100 million yuan, huh? Bai Ruorowo immediately shook her head at this and said, this set of jewelry was given to me by Yi Qing, but it's not the white crystal romance, it's Bai Ruorowo's love. At this point, Bai Ruorowo's face was red, and she said with a moved expression, although the jewelry is beautiful and well made, it's not valuable. What do you mean, worth over 100 million yuan? What are you talking about? This set of jewelry is only worth tens of thousands of yuan. Of course, I know Yi Qing is comforting me, afraid I wouldn't accept it, because even if I don't understand jewelry, I know that this set of jewelry would cost at least hundreds of thousands to 1,000,000 yuan to acquire. But as long as it's from Yi Qing, I'll like it. Looking at Bai Ruorowo's infatuated expression, Gao Qingyue said disdainfully, see, I told you were fooled. This set of jewelry is fake, it's a counterfeit. What, Bai Ruorowo's love? Nonsense. The true name of this jewelry is White Crystal Romance, and it's the treasure of Yunwan Jewelry, priced at 99,999,000 yuan. But it's not easy for Yi Qing to counterfeit a fake since he can't afford the real 1-inch. Fortunately, I've seen the real one, otherwise, I really would have been fooled. It seems, Bai Ruorowo, all the money you gave Yi Qing was used by him to buy this fake jewelry, but a fake is a fake, it's embarrassing. Hearing this, Bai Ruorowo, fearing Yi Qing would be embarrassed, immediately took his arm and said, even if it's fake, as long as Yi Qing gave it to me, I like it. Yi Qing patted Bai Ruorowo's head and chuckled, Ruorowo, don't listen to her, this jewelry is real, rest assured. Bai Ruorowo nodded and smiled, yes, whatever you say, Yi Qing, if you say it's real, then it must be real. I'll keep it well and cherish it. This truly infuriated Gao Qingyue. This was definitely Yi Qing doing it on purpose. First, he wore their wedding suit, then he wore a fake white crystal romance, and he was deliberately so intimate with Bai Ruorowo in Gao Qingyue's eyes. All of this was Yi Qing trying to anger her, all intentional, wanting to make her jealous and regretful. That's right, it must be like this. Chapter 40, Just a Clown. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on her face, because she found that more and more people were paying attention to this side, and even the Wan family's crown prince had begun to walk this way. She didn't want to show her barbaric, angry side to everyone. Yi Chang, I know you want to provoke me, make me jealous, make me change my mind, and let me know that you are liked and wanted, right? But, you are dreaming. Everything you are doing now, in my opinion, is like a clown, extremely ridiculous, and disgusting. Wearing a wedding suit to make me remember you, buying a fake and renaming it Bai Ruorowo's love to disgust me, making me think you are very rich and that I misjudged you, do you have any other tricks? Are you with Bai Ruorowo and deliberately trying to provoke me? How ridiculous, how pathetic, Yi Qing, you are just a clown. Leave here immediately, that is my final advice to you, otherwise, you will die miserably, because even if the Bai family doesn't touch you for Bai Ruoro's sake, the Tan family won't let you go. Moreover, you probably forgot one thing, that is, the Wan family's ninth uncle is Yin Fatty's boss. If ninth uncle knows that you hurt Yin Fatty, you won't have a good outcome. After saying this, Gao Qingyue looked at Wan Hai, who had already walked to her side, and immediately showed an enthusiastic smile, saying, "Young Master Wan, congratulations. It's a great thing that the old man's body has recovered tonight. I will definitely give you good support." And when Lin Ji saw young Master Wan, she also quickly preened to attract young Master Wan's attention. There's no helping it, Wan Hai, the crown prince of the Wan family, is the golden bachelor everyone in Jiangcheng wants to marry. Not only is his reputation excellent, but his ability is extremely strong, and he is almost the undisputed heir of the Wan family. Who wouldn't like him, who wouldn't want him? Even if Gao Qingyue had better options, she wouldn't offend Wan Hai. Wan Hai heard this and said with a smile, "General Manager Gao, thank you for your concern. The old man's body is much better. I was just watching you all chat for a long time. So, do you and Mr. Yi and Ruoro Miss know each other?" "That's great, no need for me to introduce you." As soon as these words came out, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were both stunned. If Wan Hai knowing Bai Ruoro was excusable, then what was the deal with him knowing Yi Qing? Moreover, he kept calling him Mr. Yi, showing great respect. "Young Master Wan, you also know Yi Qing?" Gao Qingyue glanced at Yi Qing, frowned slightly, and spoke softly. Wan Hai at this time remembered Yi Qing saying he wanted to keep a low profile, so he didn't dare to reveal too much about Yi Qing's situation. He immediately said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Yi and I also met by chance. General Manager Gao, it seems you are very familiar with Mr. Yi." "By chance?" Gao Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, "Yi Qing and I are indeed familiar after all. Bai Ruoro and I used to be very good friends." When Bai Ruoro was mentioned, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruoro, and a different kind of light flashed in his eyes, and this gaze was seen by Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Wan Hai liked Bai Ruoro. This discovery made Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji a little unhappy. After all, they were both beauties, but the excellent man liked another woman, and it was a woman they didn't like. This made them feel a little frustrated. Yi Qing at this time looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled, "Is there anything else? Ruoro's body is a bit weak. If there's nothing else, we'll go sit down first." Wan Hai also quickly said, "Mr. Yi, come, I'll take you to your seats." General Manager Gao, we'll chat later when we have time. Since we all know each other, let's keep in touch more often in the future. After speaking, Yi Qing helped Bai Ruoro walk towards the corner, and Wan Hai also followed. Gao Qingyue said with a somewhat livid face, "Damn it, how does this Yi Qing even know young Master Wan? If we try to cause him trouble again, it might be a bit difficult." Lin Ji heard this and immediately said, "Qingyue, maybe they just met after all. Young Master Wan's gentlemanly demeanor is known throughout Jiangcheng. Even if he doesn't like someone, he won't directly refuse them. What's more, Qingyue, you saw young Master Wan's eyes, right? Young Master Wan has taken a liking to Bai Ruoro. If you ask me, young Master Wan is only like this towards Yi Qing because of Bai Ruoro. But if he knew that Bai Ruoro likes Yi Qing and is deeply devoted to him, then the first one to deal with Yi Qing would probably be young Master Wan, right? So, we don't need to worry about anything." Gao Qingyue heard this, nodded, and said, "I thought Yi Qing had some new ability, but he's still just a clown, and an increasingly ugly clown." "You saw Yi Qing today, right?" To be honest, if I didn't know Yi Qing's background, I would have been really surprised, thinking he was very powerful. After all, that white crystal romance is worth over 100 million. Does Yi Qing deserve it? A clumsy lie. Just wait one day, I'll take Bai Ruoro directly to Yunwan Jewelry. At that time, I'll let her see the real white crystal romance with her own eyes, and let the salesperson personally expose Yi Qing's ugly. At that time, I don't believe that Bai Ruoro won't feel ashamed." Lin Ji heard this and immediately covered her mouth and laughed. "Qingyue, your idea is brilliant. At that time, no matter how much Bai Ruoro likes Yi Qing, she will feel embarrassed and humiliated. Let's go." Qingyue fakes or ultimately fakes Yi Qing's pretenses just like a beggar wearing a dragon robe, a monstrosity. "Let's sit down first. I always feel that there's some fun to be had today. Qingyue, Xiaoyi, young Master Wan's assistant, and I have some connections later. When I see Xiaoyi, I'll ask about the specific relationship between Yi Qing and young Master Wan. If there's really no relationship, then we won't have to worry about anything. At that time, we must make Yi Qing suffer, and see how he can pretend anymore. Gao Qingyue heard this, nodded, looked in the direction of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, snorted coldly, and then returned to her seat. At this moment, after Yi Qing sent young Master Wan away, he and Bai Ruoruo sat at the table and didn't greet anyone else. He just smiled and said, Ruoruo, the situation just now must have made you unhappy, right? Don't mind them, they are just frogs in a well. Bai Ruoruo smiled and nodded, saying, I won't be angry, it's just that seeing them treat you like that, I feel wronged for you. Others don't know, but I do how good you were to them, how much you helped them, but now, they are really too hateful, truly ungrateful to the extreme. Yi Qing, I feel it's not worth it for you. Yi Qing heard this, smiled slightly, and said, it's okay, evil people will get their just desserts. It's not that they won't be punished, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Don't worry, there will be a time when they cry bitterly. Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Obviously, he wasn't as indifferent as he seemed on the surface. On the contrary, he cared very much. At the very least, everything he gave out, he had to get back. And looking in Lin Ji's direction, Yi Qing suddenly had an idea. Chapter 41. The jewelry is real. People are inherently greedy and prone to jealousy. Especially when friends around them are doing better and better, while they remain stagnant or even become followers, it's very difficult for their mindset not to change. Lin Ji is also human, so she naturally has this flaw. Moreover, Lin Ji is a beautiful woman, so she would feel even more discontent. Yi Qing had already seen envy and jealousy in Lin Ji's eyes more than once. There was even dissatisfaction towards Gao Qingyue. So, letting Lin Ji replace her might be difficult for others, but for Yi Qing, it was just a wave of his hand. When Lin Ji and Gao Qingyue's positions were reversed, he really wanted to see what kind of expression Gao Qingyue would have. Bai Ruoruo looked at the pensive Yi Qing and said softly, Yi Qing, don't think about it anymore. I know you're very angry, but please, don't think about these things, okay? Don't worry, evil people will always get their just desserts. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, smiled, and nodded, I'm not overthinking anything, I just thought of something fun, I'll show you when it's done. Bai Ruoruo didn't know what Yi Qing was thinking, but she still nodded, then hesitated, and said, Yi Qing, actually, you don't need to do things you shouldn't just to save face. I, Bai Ruoruo, am not a vain person. You really don't need to go to such trouble for me. As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo touched the jewelry on her neck, which Yi Qing had named Bai Ruoruo's love, and said softly, even though this jewelry is fake, its craftsmanship is so exquisite that it made Gao Qingyue envious. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Yi Qing, the money I gave you was for your living expenses. You spend it all on me. What are you going to do? Ultimately, Bai Ruoruo still somewhat believed Gao Qingyue's words and misunderstood Yi Qing. Indeed, Yi Qing had just come out of prison, yet he claimed he could afford the White Crystal romance, which was worth nearly 100 million. That was too ridiculous. Even if Bai Ruoruo wanted to believe Yi Qing, it wasn't in this way. Yi Qing seemed to have seen through Bai Ruoruo's thoughts, and he chuckled, saying, Ruoruo, do you believe me? Bai Ruoruo immediately nodded heavily, saying, I believe you. Yi Qing nodded, smiling, it's good that you believe me. Then I'll tell you, this set of jewelry I gave you is indeed called White Crystal Romance. I thought it suited you best, so I changed it to Bai Ruoruo's love, but this set of jewelry is real, not fake. Yunwan Jewelry City, worth 99,999,000, genuine and authentic. If you don't believe it, you can go to Yunwan Jewelry to verify it anytime. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's mouth immediately dropped open, looking at Yi Qing in disbelief. Really? Looking at Yi Qing's sincere gaze, even if Bai Ruoruo couldn't believe it, at this moment, she chose to believe him. It's just, where did the money come from? Even if Yi Qing really took out so much money, spending nearly 100 million just to give her a set of jewelry, this was simply unimaginable. Yi Qing, where did you get so much money? At this point, Bai Ruoruo seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, did you use the Wan family's money? You have a favor with old Master Wan, so if you ask, the Wan family wouldn't refuse. You know, Yi Qing, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Please quickly return this set of jewelry and give the money back to the Wan family, okay? Yi Qing, I know you're good to me, but you can't do this. The Wan family's money isn't easy to take, especially this much money. What if the Wan family asks you to do something you don't want to do again? Please return it. I know your intentions, okay? Bai Ruoruo's first thought was still for Yi Qing. In her opinion, by accepting so much money from the Wan family, Yi Qing's future would truly be controlled by others. She didn't want to see Yi Qing, who loved freedom, being constrained for her sake. Yi Qing chuckled, patted Bai Ruoruo's head, and said, "Silly girl, where are you thinking? Let me just ask you one thing, do you like this jewelry?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said, "I like it, but..." "No buts." Yi Qing shook his head directly, smiling, "It's fine as long as you like it. This set of jewelry is from me to you, just wear it well, don't worry. I can afford this much money, and it's not the Wan family's money, it's mine, Yi Qing's, own money." Ruoruo, believe me, I don't have time to tell you too much right now, but slowly you will know that I, Yi Qing, am much more powerful than many people imagine. When Yi Qing spoke, he was full of confidence, with an arrogant expression. He didn't sound like he was lying at all. Bai Ruoruo opened her mouth, looked at Yi Qing, and could only nod gently, saying, "Okay, then I'll accept it for now. If you need it back, you can take it anytime, anywhere. Yi Qing, I believe you won't be a fish in a pond. You are the best, the greatest." Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Once again, he ruffled Bai Ruoruo's hair, looking extremely doting and intimate. And this scene made Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji grit their teeth in annoyance. Similarly, Wan Hai also saw this scene, but he dared not show his anger, only lowering his head and clenching his teeth. In Wan Hai's heart, for some reason, from the moment he saw Bai Ruoruo, he couldn't help but want to possess her, as if he had met the person he didn't want to give up in this lifetime. But unfortunately, this person seemed to have someone she liked, and it was someone who had done a favor for the Wan family. This feeling made him, the Wan family's young master who had always had a smooth life, very unhappy. A pair of scoundrels, Bai Ruoruo, that fool, she will definitely regret her choice today. Gao Qingyue lowered her head, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and said softly, "Qingyue, don't be angry. Once Yi Qing's true colors are exposed, Bai Ruoruo will naturally know what kind of timid, lying good-for-nothing she fell in love with." Gao Qingyue nodded and said, "You go find young Master Wan's assistant Xiao He and clarify the relationship between young Master Wan and Yi Qing, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to act." Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately stood up and walked directly outside. And Xiao He was currently sitting in the lobby playing on his phone. "Assistant Xiao He, long time no see." Lin Ji saw Xiao He, revealed a charming smile, and greeted him. Xiao He's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Ji, and he immediately smiled, "Oh, it's Sister Lin Ji. It really has been a long time. You're so beautiful today, I can't take my eyes off you." Lin Ji heard this, covered her mouth and chuckled, "Oh, no, there are so many beautiful people today, I don't even rank. Assistant Xiao He, don't tease me." Assistant Xiao He heard this, quickly shook his head, and whispered, "I'm serious. Among everyone here today, Sister Lin Ji, you can at least rank in the top 3. Others' beauty comes from their clothes and jewelry, but Sister Lin Ji, you are naturally beautiful, truly captivating." At this point, Lin Ji felt comfortable. Because, this was a fact, at least, in Lin Ji's heart, this was a fact. It's just that she shouldn't be ranked in the top 3, she should be ranked first. "Assistant Xiao He, your words are so sweet. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I wanted to ask you something. I wonder if it's convenient to tell your sister?" As she spoke, Lin Ji's hand gently patted Assistant Xiao He's arm. This expression immediately made Assistant Xiao He swallow hard, almost losing his sense of direction. "Convenient, of course convenient. If Sister Lin Ji asks, there's never an inconvenient time for me. Just ask." Chapter 42. He and Mr. Wan have no friendship. Assistant Xiao He's lecherous expression made Lin Ji instinctively feel disgusted, yet also a little proud. Lin Ji, beautiful and with a good figure, should naturally attract the attention of many men. In fact, there were indeed young talents and even middle-aged tycoons who extended olive branches to her. If it had been in the past, perhaps Lin Ji would have accepted. But after witnessing Gao Qingyue's glory, Lin Ji refused to accept her fate. She, Lin Ji, was not inferior to Gao Qingyue in any way, so why should her life be worse than Gao Qingyue's? She was not convinced, she would not accept it. She simply felt that she was just missing an opportunity. "Assistant Xiao He, does young Master Wan know Yi Qing?" Young Master Wan seems to have mentioned that Yi Qing helped him, which is why their relationship is good, is that right? Hearing this question, Assistant Xiao He immediately smiled and said, "Yes, Yi Qing did help young Master Wan, which is why young Master Wan treats Yi Qing with such courtesy. How about it?" Does Sister Lin Ji also know Yi Qing? Lin Ji smiled and nodded, saying, I know him. We're quite familiar. However, our current relationship isn't as good as it used to be. Assistant Xiaohe, so, young Master Wan is very grateful to Yi Qing, right? Assistant Xiaohe fell silent at her words. Is young Master Wan grateful to Yi Qing? Perhaps at the very beginning, there was some of that, and he wanted to befriend Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was truly tactless and gave young Master Wan no face, which greatly annoyed young Master Wan. Especially, Assistant Xiaohe knew clearly how unhappy young Master Wan was seeing Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing together, even if others didn't. But, how should he put it? What? Is there something Assistant Xiaohe finds inconvenient to say? It's fine, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. I can't make things difficult for you. Looking at Lin Ji, Assistant Xiaohe immediately smiled and shook his head, saying, There's nothing inconvenient. As for gratitude, yes, there is some. But you can't say their relationship is very good, huh? I can't say much more about other things. Not being able to say much, not being able to say the relationship is very good. This, in fact, already subtly conveyed the meaning. Lin Ji immediately understood. Even if young Master Wan was grateful to Yi Qing, it was merely gratitude. Their friendship could not be described as deep. In fact, it was probably almost non-existent. That meant young Master Wan would probably not bother with Yi Qing's troubles. That was enough. Assistant Xiaohe, the banquet is about to begin, so I'll go in first. Let's find some time to sit down and have a good chat. Assistant Xiaohe looked at Lin Ji reluctantly, gently pulled Lin Ji's hand, and smiled. Sister Lin Ji, if you have time, we must sit down together. I'll be waiting any time. Lin Ji suppressed the displeasure in her heart, smiled and nodded, then quickly pulled her hand away. Walking to an unpopulated area, Lin Ji disgustedly used a disinfecting wet wipe to vigorously wipe her hand, as if Assistant Xiaohe was very dirty. Returning to Gao Qingyue's side, Lin Ji smiled and whispered, I've asked everything clearly. Yi Qing does indeed know young Master Wan, but it's only the kind where he helped with a small favor. There's no deep friendship to speak of, so it's still no problem to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I knew it. Yi Qing couldn't possibly have any connection with the Wan family. He must have just gotten incredibly lucky and helped young Master Wan. Alright, then I know what to do. A small favor doesn't grant such great face, especially when Bai Ruoruo was involved. At this point, Gao Qingyue sneered, women are always the fuse for wars between men. This statement is not at all false. Perhaps, we don't even need to do much. Young Master Wan himself will be unable to resist dealing with Yi Qing. However, it's truly unpleasant that this Bai Ruoruo would gain young Master Wan's favor. If Gao Qingyue was unhappy, Lin Ji was naturally even more so. It was one thing that she couldn't compare to Gao Qingyue, but even Bai Ruoruo, who never left her home and was utterly useless except for being gentle and devoted, was finding her destined person. This was simply a slap in her face. Young Master Wan might just be momentarily infatuated, but it doesn't matter. It's better if young Master Wan doesn't like her, but if he does, then it'll be interesting. Qingyue, you know Bai Ruoruo has liked Yi Qing for a long time, and she's stubborn. Perhaps, at that time, young Master Wan will also make a move for her sake. Let's just wait and watch the show. Gao Qingyue nodded at her words. Looking in Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo's direction, she snorted, clearly displeased. At this moment, one family head and Uncle Jiu had already entered through the banquet hall's main entrance. One family head saw Yi Qing's direction, but then he saw Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo speaking in low voices. He immediately knew that Yi Qing wanted to keep a low profile, so he did not go forward to greet him, but continued to walk towards the main table. At this time, Gao Qingyue already had a smile on her face. She stood up, walked a few steps forward, extended her hand, and smiled. One family head, Uncle Jiu, congratulations, congratulations. It's truly a joyous occasion that the old master has recovered his health. It's just that time was too short, and I didn't have time to prepare a gift. Please don't take offense. One family head heard this and laughed heartily, saying, General Manager Gao, what are you saying? Your presence at this charity banquet today gives me, one, face, and it also adds much luster to this place. This is the greatest gift. Ha! Uncle Jiu even laughed. General Manager Gao, Qingshu, is everything alright? How come I didn't see you bring him? Gao Qingshu was considered to be following Uncle Jiu, but in fact, it was just Uncle Jiu giving Gao Qingyue a face, nominally taking him in as a playful gesture. Gao Qingshu needed Uncle Jiu's name to live a life of ease and swagger in Jiangqing. For this, Uncle Jiu, for the sake of Gao Qingyue, the beautiful general manager turned a blind eye. Bringing him up proactively was giving Gao Qingyue face. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's expression became a little unnatural. She chuckled. "Thank you for your concern. Uncle Jiu Qingshu offended someone and was beaten into the hospital, so he couldn't come here today." As soon as she said this, Uncle Jiu had no choice but to respond. After all, he had asked about it himself, and it was someone who followed him. Losing face for Gao Qingshu also meant losing his own face. Who is so bold as to dare to beat Qingshu into the hospital? When did this happen? How come I don't know? General Manager Gao, don't worry, I will see this matter through to the end. I want to see who is so suicidal as to dare to beat your brother, General Manager Gao, and my brother, Uncle Jiu, in Zhangcheng. Uncle Jiu was Uncle Jiu after all. With a glare, the might of an underground world boss immediately emanated from him. Gao Qingyue immediately smiled and said, "It's also Qingshu's fault for not having much ability. He embarrassed you, Uncle Jiu, but don't worry, as his older sister, I will step forward if there's a need to trouble Uncle Jiu. Then, please Uncle Jiu, lend a helping hand. Today is a good day for the Wan family. Let's not talk about these unhappy things." Wan family head, Uncle Jiu, please. Wan family head nodded at her words and smiled. "Alright, General Manager Gao, if there's any problem, just find Uncle Jiu. We're considered family, no need to be polite." Uncle Jiu nodded even more, saying, "Remember to find me if you need anything in Zhangcheng, there's nothing we can't solve." After speaking, the two greeted everyone and walked towards the main table. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold smile, having achieved the result she desired. Chapter 43. He deliberately disgusted me. After greeting the guests at the main table, one family head directly picked up the microphone and stepped onto the stage. Looking at the crowd below, one family head's face was constantly wreathed in smiles. He was truly happy. Old Master Wan's recovery had resolved his biggest concern, making him exude an aura of joy from inside out. "First, I want to thank everyone for your presence, and for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this charity dinner. On behalf of the Wan family, I will first donate 10 million to the charity fund, to be used for poverty alleviation, charitable education, and other benevolent projects. Secondly, my Wan family will put up some items for auction, and all proceeds will be used for charity projects. I can guarantee here that not a single cent will be used for other purposes. Everyone can supervise this, and the funds will also be publicly disclosed. Thank you all." After one family head finished speaking, he was about to step down. At this moment, someone smiled and said, "One family head, Old Master Wan's recovery is a big deal. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to visit him?" Today's charity dinner was held because of Old Master Wan's recovery, but since one family head hadn't mentioned it, everyone couldn't help but want to ask. After all, if Old Master Wan's health truly recovered, one family head would indeed be in a good mood, and perhaps projects that couldn't be collaborated on before might now be possible. One family head heard this, looked at everyone, and smiled. "Thank you all for your concern for Old Master Wan's health. Yes, Old Master Wan's health has recovered, but he still needs to rest, so I'm afraid I'll have to trouble everyone not to visit him." After saying this, one family head directly stepped off the stage. Subsequently, the charity dinner officially began. Everyone present today knew they had to spend some money, so soon, the auction items on stage were all sold one by one. "Qingyue, aren't you going to bid on anything? After all, it's a charity dinner hosted by one family head, you should at least show some respect, right?" Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and whispered. Gao Qingyue nodded upon hearing this and said, "I know what I'm doing. The banquet has just begun, and the good items haven't appeared yet. Besides, if I'm going to bid, I should bid on something I truly like." As she spoke, the auctioneer on stage began to introduce the next item. "Ladies and gentlemen, this calligraphy is an authentic work by Master Grandmaster Hong San from 100 years ago. I don't need to introduce Master Grandmaster Hong San too much, so the starting bid is 1 million. Hearing that it was one of Master Grandmaster Hong San's rare authentic works, people who liked calligraphy and painting eagerly bid. Gao Qingyue also couldn't help herself at this moment. Old Master Shiman seems to really like Master Grandmaster Hong San's works. If I can bid on this calligraphy and painting and give it to him, he will surely like it. Gao Qingyue's eyes lit up, and she immediately had an idea. Lin Ji immediately nodded upon hearing this and said, "Yes, Old Master Shiman is famous for collecting calligraphy and paintings, and among them, Grandmaster Hong San is one of his favorite calligraphers. However, Qingyue, looking at this situation, it won't be easy. Indeed, as soon as this calligraphy came out, it had already gone through several rounds of bidding, with the price directly rising from 1 million to 10 million. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth upon hearing this and said, "It won't be easy, but I have to do it. Acquiring this work is very important to me. Not only can I please old Master Shiman, but I can also make a splash at this banquet and give the Wan family enough face. It's hitting two birds with one stone, so I must bid." As she spoke, Gao Qingyue directly said, 11 million. However, Gao Qingyue's bid was quickly covered by other shouts. After several more rounds of bidding, Gao Qingyue couldn't hold back and directly said, 30 million. The price of 30 million already far exceeded the true value of this calligraphy, so at this moment, no one temporarily called out a bid. Gao Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. 30 million was almost all the cash she could come up with. If it were more, she probably would have had to give up. Just then, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled. "Ruoruo, if I'm not mistaken, you've liked calligraphy since you were a child, and Grandmaster Hong San is one of your favorite calligraphers, right?" Bai Ruoruo's personality was gentle and elegant. She disliked noise but had a particular fondness for writing and painting. In fact, Bai Ruoruo's own calligraphy skills were quite well known. Now, hearing Yi Qing say this, she gently nodded and smiled. "That's right, I do like Grandmaster Hong San quite a bit. It's just a pity I haven't had the chance to collect his works. However, Yi Qing, don't mess around today. This work has already far exceeded its inherent value, and besides, we don't have that much money." Bai Ruoruo saw through Yi Qing's thoughts and immediately spoke up, telling Yi Qing not to get involved. It wasn't just a matter of money. More importantly, it was clear that Gao Qingyue wanted to acquire this calligraphy and painting, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone up to 30 million. Bai Ruoruo didn't know whether Yi Qing's move at this moment was to give her this calligraphy and painting or to spite Gao Qingyue, but no matter which it was, she felt it wasn't worth it. However, whether it was worth it or not was a different matter in Yi Qing's eyes. "Ruoruo, nothing else matters. I just have one question for you. Do you like this calligraphy and painting?" Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and finally nodded gently, saying, "I like it, but..." Yi Qing laughed heartily, shook his head, and said, "As long as you like it, there are no buts involved." After speaking, just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Yi Qing raised his hand and smiled faintly, saying, 31 million. As soon as this bid was called out, Yi Qing immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone thought that this round of bidding was already over, and Gao Qingyue was even about to stand up and nod to the crowd, but then someone unexpectedly appeared and called out such a price. No matter what, it made people feel as if it was deliberately aimed at Gao Qingyue. And seeing that it was another stranger, it made people even more puzzled. Only Gao Qingyue, at this moment, gritted her teeth, her face red with anger. "Damn Yi Qing, this is deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. He didn't bid early, he didn't bid late, but he chose to cause trouble just when the hammer was about to fall. He's intentionally disgusting me." Lin Ji was also quite angry and said, "Does he have money? How dare he bid like that? Even if Bai Ruoruo gave him all her money, it probably wouldn't be enough. He's falsely bidding, he's looking for trouble." Gao Qingyue frowned slightly upon hearing this, gritting her teeth and saying, "I think he's acting with impunity. Don't forget, he has a connection with young Master Wan, he helped young Master Wan, and young Master Wan owes him a favor, so, even if he can't produce the money in the end, young Master Wan probably won't say anything and will even speak up for him. Yes, it must be like this. He's relying on that favor to intentionally disgust me. Alright, then I'll see if Yi Qing is truly insane." After saying that, Gao Qingyue raised her hand and continued to bid. 35 million. After calling out the bid, she even gave Yi Qing a cold glance. The meaning in her eyes was only one thing: if you dare, keep following. Chapter 44: Malicious Price Raising. One family head saw this scene, his brows slightly furrowed, and he said to his Uncle Gio beside him, "Uncle Gio, Mr. Yi likes this calligraphy and painting, so I think, shouldn't we just give it to Mr. Yi directly instead of auctioning it?" Uncle Gio heard this and gave a wry smile, saying, "Family head, I know you want to be on good terms with Mr. Yi, but if you really do that, not only might you offend many people, but today, the Wan family would also become untrustworthy. Moreover, Mr. Yi likes to keep a low profile. If you really do that, it wouldn't be good. I think we should just let nature take its course. Mr. Yi probably wouldn't want the Wan family to get involved." One family head nodded and said in a deep voice, "In that case, we'll just observe. However, when you find Mr. Yi later, tell him that if he likes anything, he can bid freely, and the Wan family will pay for it. Regardless of whether Mr. Yi accepts, we must show our sincerity." Only then did Uncle Joe nod in agreement. Indeed, other things could be ignored, but the Wan family could afford this money, and it was also the best method. Neither the Wan family nor Uncle Joe actually knew the relationship between Yi Qing and Gao Qingyue. It wasn't that they couldn't find out, but rather, they dared not investigate, which was a basic respect for Yi Qing. However, it now seemed that Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing were acquainted, and their relationship was probably not that simple, which made one family head somewhat thoughtful. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo also showed a wry smile, looking at Yi Qing and saying, "Yi Qing, why don't we just forget it? Although I like Master Grandmaster Hong San's work, it's not to the point where I must collect it, and spending so much money, it's really not worth it." Yi Qing heard this but smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, you won't lose out. The true price of this calligraphy and painting is far more than 30 million, it's just that none of you have discovered it." As soon as these words came out, Bai Ruoruo was stunned. She looked at Yi Qing and said, "Really? But when did you learn about calligraphy and painting? I remember you liked writing and painting, but it was just a hobby." It wasn't that Bai Ruoruo looked down on Yi Qing, but calligraphy and painting sometimes required research. Yi Qing said with a smile, "My 3 years at prison university weren't for nothing. In prison, I met many experts and learned a lot of things. Of course, this doesn't mean my calligraphy skills have reached any particular level, but rather, I just happen to know something about this grass script calligraphy. Everyone thinks this grass script calligraphy is a casual work by Master Grandmaster Hong San, and its price shouldn't be very high, but they don't know that this grass script calligraphy is Master Grandmaster Hong San's only work written after getting drunk, a beautiful poem for his deceased lover, and it was also his true final work after writing it, so its value far exceeds imagination." Bai Ruoruo was dumbfounded at this moment, never expecting such a story. If what Yi Qing said was true, then the value of this grass script calligraphy was truly immeasurable. But could this be true? Bai Ruoruo was a little suspicious but found it difficult to question Yi Qing. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Believe me, it's true. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that it can make you happy, and that's worth it." Who doesn't like to hear such sweet words? Especially Bai Ruoruo, she felt that these 2 days were simply blissful to her core. Once, she deeply loved Yi Qing but could not have him. She could only settle for second best, watching Yi Qing and Gao Qingyue together, silently standing in the corner, silently loving him. Now, Yi Qing was released from prison, Gao Qingyue was divorced, and she, in such a difficult situation, went to see Yi Qing despite the danger. Now it seemed everything was worth it. Although Yi Qing hadn't said what their relationship was, at least they were much closer now. In time, after Yi Qing resolved the knot in his heart, she believed that Yi Qing might turn around and embrace her. "And, I believe you, but really, it's okay if we don't buy it after all, it's too expensive." Yi Qing smiled slightly, raised his hand, and said with a laugh, 36 million? Just 1 million more. It looked like he was really deliberately targeting Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue was indeed very angry and said coldly, "This Yi Qing, I can see it now, he's definitely deliberately targeting me. He's only bidding a minimum of 1 million more, otherwise, he would do something like just 1 more yuan. I didn't realize he was so disgusting before, but now it seems leaving him was the best decision I've ever made in my life." Fine, he wants to compete, does he? I'll see how much money he has to compete with me. Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and directly raised her hand, saying, 40 million. Yi Qing heard this, calmly raised his hand, and said, 41 million. Gao Qingyue sneered and continued to bid. 50 million. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and directly raised his hand. 51 million. At this moment, Gao Qingyue could no longer sit still. This meant he wanted to fight her to the end. Lin Ji quickly pulled Gao Qingyue and whispered, "Qingyue, the price has reached 50 million. It's not worth it. Why don't we just forget it? When Yi Qing can't pay later, we can figure something out then." Gao Qingyue said through gritted teeth, "This scoundrel is doing it on purpose. Lin Ji, I really can't wait to expose his true colors right now and let everyone see that this scoundrel who came out of prison is just a penniless pauper." Lin Ji immediately shook her head and said, "Qingyue, no, you can't. After all, today is a charity gala hosted by the Wan family, and it's also to pray for old Master Wan. Causing trouble now would really look bad and make the Wan family uncomfortable." We'll just wait for the opportune moment eventually. When the Wan family finds out he can't afford so much money, young Master Wan will be very unhappy. After all, Yi Qing is causing trouble at that time. The favor will be gone, and young Master Wan won't help him anymore. Then we can manipulate him however we want. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue felt she was right. However, she was holding this anger in her heart, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Okay, then I'll make one last bid. If Yi Qing still dares to follow, I won't want it. I want to see how he'll end up. After speaking, Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and said, I bid 60 million. Then, Gao Qingyue looked in Yi Qing's direction and said with a somewhat cold expression, This gentleman, it seems you also like Master Grandmaster Hong San's calligraphy, but the current price has far exceeded its original value. Are you sure you want to continue competing? And, this gentleman, this is cash payment. Are you sure you can afford it? Don't buy something and then not be able to pay for it. Making a fool of yourself is a small matter, but disrupting the charity gala the Wan family specially organized for the old master would be a sin. As soon as these words came out, the people present discussed animatedly. After all, they knew Gao Qingyue, a beautiful CEO with a net worth of over 100 million, tens of millions, she could still squeeze out. But they didn't know Yi Qing. And Yi Qing, facing everyone's gaze, still maintained a calm expression. He smiled slightly and said, Whether this grass script calligraphy is worth this price or not, let's not discuss it, but the young lady beside me really likes Master Grandmaster Hong San, and she really likes this work, so, as long as she's happy, no matter how much money it is, it's worth it to me. After speaking, Yi Qing slowly raised his hand and said with a smile, 61 million. Chapter 45. He definitely has no money to pay. At this moment, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. It wasn't because Yi Qing had offered the high price of 61 million, but rather, it was the words he had spoken. It was clearly a grand gesture, spending a fortune just to win a beauty smile. And when everyone saw Bai Ruoro's face and figure at this moment, each of them understood, she was indeed beautiful enough to be unforgettable at first glance. They somewhat understood Yi Qing. But this display of affection was truly unbearable for Gao Qingyue. Alright, since you're still bidding, then I don't want this item, hee. What a truly loving scene, spending 61 million to win a beauty smile, how generous, how rich. Then, congratulations to you both. After speaking, Gao Qingyue sat down, her face almost black with rage. Qingyue, don't be angry, Yi Qing definitely can't come up with that much money, so when the time comes, we just need to watch him make a fool of himself, and besides, this item will definitely still be yours. Lin Ji carefully comforted Gao Qingyue. But Gao Qingyue, at this moment, was angry not just because Yi Qing was directly competing with her for some calligraphy and painting, but because he was openly displaying affection with Bai Ruoro in public. What was this? What did he take her, his ex-wife, for? Yi Qing, I will never rest until I get even with you. You are simply too much. Do you think that by infuriating me like this, you can truly make me angry? Do you think that by showing your affection for Bai Ruoro, you can make me think you are a good man who can give everything? Nonsense, who the hell cares about useless tenderness? I don't like it at all, and I won't get angry, I'll only feel pathetic. Gao Qingyue muttered all these words to herself, but no matter how one looked at it, she seemed to be angry. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue, sighed softly, and said, Qingyue, perhaps this is Yi Qing's objective. If you really get angry, then you've fallen into his trap. I can almost confirm now that Yi Qing is specifically trying to provoke you. Gao Qingyue remained silent, not speaking, even though she had spoken so freely earlier, but at this moment, she herself had to admit that she was recalling the past. In the past, she and Yi Qing were also deeply in love, especially since Yi Qing was truly good to her. For her, he not only learned to wash clothes, cook, and clean, but also pampered her excessively, never letting her suffer even a little, and even went to jail for Gao Qingyue in the end. These things, every single one of them, were in her memories, and it was very, very difficult to forget them. Especially, no matter how much Gao Qingyue belittled and despised Yi Qing, she had to admit one thing, Yi Qing was very good to her, truly very, very good, to the point where he could even sacrifice his life. Would such true love truly exist again? Would she truly meet such a good man again in the future? Thinking of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoro together, thinking of Yi Qing spending a fortune just to make Bai Ruoro smile, for some reason, at this moment, Gao Qingyue felt like crying. Sadness, unexpectedly, outweighed anger. Unconsciously, Gao Qingyue's eyes reddened, and the sadness in her eyes was momentarily uncontrollable. Lin Ji, seeing this from the side, was completely stunned. This wouldn't do. If Gao Qingyue recalled Yi Qing's goodness and then changed her mind, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? Qingyue, what are you doing? You're not suddenly regretting it just because you saw Yi Qing being good to Bai Ruoruo, are you? I'm telling you, don't do anything foolish. Don't forget, Yi Qing is just a good-for-nothing, and a good-for-nothing who came out of prison if you were with him, not to mention whether there would be trouble in the future. Just the embarrassment alone would be mortifying. You are the dignified CEO of Qingyue Group. Also, you've already figured it out. This is Yi Qing deliberately stirring up trouble and doing it for you to see if you really soften, then you've fallen for his trick. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue quickly hid her sadness, gritted her teeth, and said, "No, how could I soften? How could I regret? Lin Ji, you're thinking too much. I'm just a little angry for a moment. Although Yi Qing and I are no longer together, the fact that he moved on so quickly is a betrayal to me, an insult to me. I can't stand it." Hearing this, Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief, but if this anger wasn't released for Gao Qingyue, there would inevitably be more trouble in the future. Qingyue, actually, there isn't no way. We both know that Yi Qing is deliberately trying to anger you, which means he still loves you the most. If you truly can't stand it and want to teach Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo a lesson, we can just find another opportunity to trick them. Then we'll make them cry their eyes out. Gao Qingyue, hearing this, quickly looked at Lin Ji and said, "How do we trick them?" Lin Ji thought for a moment and whispered, "That's not hard at all. Yi Qing loves you to the bone. As long as you drop a hint and give him a little sweetness, he'll do whatever you want, won't he? Then, just make him abandon Bai Ruoruo. Wouldn't that be enough? If you don't feel satisfied, you can also make him humiliate Bai Ruoruo severely in front of you. For you, he will definitely do it. Also, you can make him prove his sincerity. Then, you can treat him like a monkey and make him do some extremely humiliating things to prove how much he loves you. Anyway, he was willing to go to jail for you, so other things are nothing. This way, wouldn't it be fun? Make Bai Ruoruo sad, trick Yi Qing, and also make him completely collapse? It's killing several birds with one stone, don't you think? How insidious, how vicious." But the more Gao Qingyue listened, the brighter her eyes became, and finally, she nodded heavily. "Lin Ji, you're right, this is exactly what we should do. It will make Yi Qing never dare to play these mind games with me again, and it will also make Bai Ruoruo see clearly that as long as I, Gao Qingyue, am here, she, Bai Ruoruo, will always just be a backup. He could. Let's do this. I'll arrange it as soon as I find some time." She seemed to have already imagined the scene, and at this moment, the corners of Gao Qingyue's mouth uncontrollably curved upwards. And Lin Ji also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, felt that there was entertainment to be had. Just then, the auction item had already been delivered to Yi Qing's hands. Yi Qing, in front of everyone, directly gave it to Bai Ruoruo. A calligraphy and painting worth over 60 million was given away just like that, making people sigh with emotion that Yi Qing was truly extraordinarily generous in his efforts to win a beauty smile. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and softly said, This is too precious." Yi Qing heard this, smiled slightly, and said, "You're already wearing the white crystal romance, so what's another grass script calligraphy? Besides, anything that can be bought with money isn't truly precious. What's truly precious is what money cannot buy." This was indeed true with Yi Qing's current abilities, not to mention everything he possessed. Even if he had nothing, as long as he wanted money, wealth would flow in. After all, the most expensive things in this world are not anything else, but health and life. And he, precisely, controlled the magical arts that could bring people health and life. Chapter 46 People's Doubts. After Yi Qing generously bid over 60 million for the grass script calligraphy, the subsequent auction items, while still rare, did not reach the same high prices. After all, it was just a charity auction, and even if the items were valuable, there wouldn't be too many more expensive ones. However, the donations raised at tonight's charity dinner had already exceeded 100 million, making this charity dinner a success. One family had personally stepped onto the stage, looked at everyone, and smiled. "First, I want to thank everyone present here. It is your kindness that has brought the donations to 115,600,000. This money will be able to help many elderly and children in need, and I, on their behalf, express my gratitude to you." After speaking, one family had bowed to the crowd. The crowd applauded thunderously. One family head then continued with a smile, as the head of the Wan family, I guarantee that every cent of the donations will be used where it is needed, and it will be supervised throughout, with all details made public. Anyone with questions can verify it. Alright, I won't say much more. Everyone, please enjoy the food and drinks. I thank you all once again. Then, just as one family head was about to step down, President Ching-yue couldn't help but stand up and say, one family head, first, congratulations on your full recovery, and second, I would like to ask if all the auction payments have been received? It's not that I doubt everyone's financial capability, it's just that many of today's bids were very high, even exceeding the normal prices by a lot. I, for the sake of the donations, felt it necessary to speak up and remind everyone. I hope one family head doesn't take offense. At these words, everyone present frowned, but after a second thought, no one blamed President Ching-yue, because they all knew that her words were not directed at them, but at Yi Qing, who had intensely bid against President Ching-yue and caused her to lose the item. Who doesn't like to watch a good show? Everyone present turned their gaze to Yi Qing. One family head, at this moment, was somewhat displeased. After all, Yi Qing was someone he needed to curry favor with. The Wan family had originally intended to pay for Yi Qing, so they hadn't even approached him for payment. Now that President Ching-yue had caused such a stir, he had no choice but to ask Yi Qing for the money. After all, he couldn't possibly announce here that he would pay for Yi Qing, as that would draw attention to Yi Qing and make people curious about his identity, which was not something Yi Qing liked. At the same time, the Wan family did not want anyone competing with them for Yi Qing's friendship. Taking a deep breath, one family head smiled and said, I know some people will have doubts, but please rest assured, all auction payments will be collected. After all, those who can attend this evening's banquet are undoubtedly strong, and they are all friends of the Wan family. I don't think anyone would do something so shameful for a bit of money. If there truly is someone, then my Wan family is willing to make up the difference. Now, everyone, are you at ease? One family head had already spoken to this extent. Anyone sensible would know that at this point, they should shut up and not continue to pester, otherwise, it would be disrespecting one family head. However, President Ching-yue, seeing Bai Ruoruo holding the grass script calligraphy with a happy expression, was filled with anger, so she disregarded everything else. She simply wanted Yi Qing to lose face, and she wanted Bai Ruoruo to lose face. In President Ching-yue's view, if they didn't lose face, then she herself was being humiliated. Ching-yue, stop talking. If you say any more, one family head will get angry. Lin Shi pulled President Ching-yue, speaking softly. President Ching-yue, however, ignored her, gritting her teeth and saying, one family head, your generosity and magnanimity are well known in Jiangchang. You are a hero, a figure like a hero, so naturally, you wouldn't bother with these matters. Moreover, the Wan family has a large enterprise and wouldn't care about such small sums of money. However, we can't let swindlers sneak in, can we? That would be disrespectful to you, and disrespectful to us here. So, I still ask one family head to collect the money that should be collected. One family head took a deep look at President Ching-yue, took a deep breath, nodded, and smiled. Alright, since President Ching-yue has such concerns, and it even involves questions of fairness, then no problem, we will do as President Ching-yue says. After speaking, one family head looked at Wan Hai, beckoned, and said, Wan Hai, come here. Wan Hai, hearing this, quickly stepped forward and said, Father, you speak. One family head smiled and said, go see who hasn't paid yet and collect the funds. Since President Ching-yue has questioned it, we can't act unfairly. After all, they are all our friends, how could we let our friends lose face? Do you understand? After one family head finished speaking, he gave Wan Hai a deep look. Wan Hai immediately nodded and said firmly, Father, I understand. I'll go now. There was only one person in the entire auction hall who hadn't paid, and that was Yi Qing. The Wan family had intentionally not made Yi Qing pay, originally planning to discuss it privately with him. But now, with President Ching-yue causing this incident, he had no choice but to go now. However, one family head's meaning was also very clear, don't let a friend lose face. That meant no matter whether Yi Qing could pay the money or not, Wan Hai had to say that the money had been received. Only Only in this way would it give Yi Qing the greatest respect. After all, it was over 60 million, even knowing that Yi Qing was no ordinary person, could he really come up with that much money? It still made people somewhat doubtful. Wan Hai, due to Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing's attitude, really wanted to see Yi Qing lose face, but he knew in his heart that if he made a mistake at this moment and made Yi Qing lose face, he, Wan Hai, would be blamed later. So, even if he harbored resentment, he could only endure it now and cooperate well. Picking up a card swiper, Wan Hai walked up to Yi Qing in front of everyone and whispered, "Mr. Yi, you need to make the payment now." Yi Qing heard this, nodded, then fumbled around on his person, and then froze. He had changed clothes, and it seemed he hadn't brought his wallet or cards. Wan Hai seemed to have noticed Yi Qing's predicament, and immediately began to despise him in his heart. President Qingyue was truly right, this Yi Qing really was randomly bidding and deliberately causing trouble, knowing that the Wan family owed him a favor and wouldn't bother him. This was intentional. This was simply too despicable. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, he couldn't say it aloud. Wan Hai took a deep breath and whispered, "Mr. Yi, it's alright, just take out any card, and it will be fine." This hint was already clear enough, just short of directly saying, "Just pretend to swipe any card, and I'll say the money has been received." But the problem was, Yi Qing didn't have a single card on him right now. This was truly terrible luck. He wanted to cheat, but he couldn't. Chapter 47 I Can't Afford to Lose Face. The longer the time dragged on, the more people realized Yi Qing's predicament. At this moment, everyone began to whisper, as if saying that Yi Qing was too pretentious. Without money, he still dared to bid wildly, which was simply causing trouble. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo also gave a bitter smile and quickly whispered, "Yi Qing, I don't want this grass script calligraphy anymore, let's return this calligraphy in painting." But now, it was no longer a question of whether to return it or not, but rather that everyone was watching. If Yi Qing couldn't produce a card to pay, then he would lose a lot of face. Moreover, returning it would only confirm that Yi Qing had no money if he had no money, but still deliberately bid just now. What was that if not intentionally causing trouble? It was a public disgrace. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, even if I don't have money, this grass script calligraphy is yours, no one can take it away." These words made Wan Hai, who was standing by, almost despise Yi Qing to death. If he had no money, he had no money, but he was acting quite well in front of a woman, saying that even without money, others couldn't take it away. These words were truly domineering. He was just so sure, so certain that he had the Wan family cornered, right? He was treating the Wan family as a big fool, right? If it weren't for fear of Wan family head's anger, at this moment, Wan Hai would have been unable to resist tearing Yi Qing apart and mocking him. Wan Hai gave a wry smile, looked at Mr. Yi, and softly said, "Mr. Yi, how about I just say that you have already paid, and I made a mistake?" Who would believe such words? Such a simple matter, not even knowing whether payment had been made or not, the Wan family would become a laughingstock. Just as Yi Qing was about to say something, Gao Qingyue stood up and smiled, "Young Master Wan, what are you and this gentleman talking about? Is he unable to pay?" No way. When he was fighting for this grass script calligraphy just now, his stance was so imposing, it made people scared. How could he not have money? Impossible, it must be impossible. Gao Qingyue felt great joy seeing this scene. Now she finally got her revenge, making Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo lose face in front of so many people. It was simply exhilarating. Bai Ruoruo couldn't help it at this moment, holding the grass script calligraphy, she was about to hand it to Wan Hai. "Yi Qing, I really don't want this grass script calligraphy anymore, just let the Wan family take it back." Yi Qing heard this, shook his head, and smiled, "Ruoruo, it's okay, just accept it with peace of mind. When have I ever disappointed you? It's just money, although I forgot to bring my card, that doesn't mean I can't pay." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and smiled, "Are you in a hurry for payment? If not, could you wait a few minutes for me? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you before the banquet ends." Since Yi Qing said such words, what else could Wan Hai say? He could only whisper, "Is Mr. Yi going to borrow money?" "It's okay, actually, it's not that troublesome, just ask someone to send a card. Whether there's money in the card or not isn't important, this is what my father specifically instructed, please rest assured." Yi Qing shook his head and said, "No need for such trouble, whatever the price is, that's what it is. I, Yi Qing, can still afford this amount of money. I cannot afford to lose this face. However, could we add one more item for auction?" Add one more item for auction? Wan Hai was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Yi Qing wanted to do. He wanted to take out an item for auction on the spot, and then use the money from the auction to pay for this grass script calligraphy. However, Wan Hai scrutinized Yi Qing from head to toe for a long time, but he couldn't see any valuable items on Yi Qing. One must know that the price of this grass script calligraphy had reached over 60 million, which meant that the item Yi Qing took out for auction must at least fetch a price of 60 million or more. Otherwise, it would be useless. Then, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruoruo, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the white crystal romance on Bai Ruoruo's neck with his discerning eye. Although he couldn't tell the exact value of this set of jewelry, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item, and its price would not be low. "Mr. Yi, it's possible. Are you going to auction the set of jewelry on Ruoruo, miss?" In Wan Hai's eyes, this was the only thing that could be valuable. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo immediately tried to remove the jewelry she was wearing, but Yi Qing immediately stopped Bai Ruoruo. "Young Master Wan, you talk a bit too much. I just asked you if it's possible or not. Just answer directly. Also, I, Yi Qing, have never taken back anything I've given away. I cannot afford to lose that kind of face." Wan Hai saw that Yi Qing was a bit displeased and immediately dared not say more. He could only say, "We can add an item for auction. I can make this decision for my father right now." Yi Qing heard this, nodded, and said, "Go, help me prepare a blank sheet of Xian paper, and then prepare a brush and ink. Of course, if it's too much trouble, any paper and pen will do." These words made Wan Hai completely stunned. Yi Qing, was he planning to write a calligraphy and painting himself for auction? Moreover, if there was no Xian paper, any paper and pen would do. What was this? On-the-spot creation, and he planned to auction it for a sky-high price of over 60 million? What did Yi Qing think of himself? A peerless master? One must know that even this grass script calligraphy by Grandmaster Hong San Grandmaster, its inherent value was far from 60 million, that was the result of Yi Qing's malicious price inflation. Now, Yi Qing actually wanted to use his own calligraphy work to surpass the price of this grass script calligraphy. It was simply incredible and a wild fantasy. However, despite his unspoken thoughts, Wan Hai didn't say much. He directly returned to the stage, walked to Wan Family Head's side, and whispered a few words. Wan Family Head also showed a surprised expression, but he still nodded readily. In his opinion, Yi Qing could do anything since he didn't bring a card and wanted to auction his own calligraphy and painting, then just auction it off. Wan Family Head then took the microphone and said with a smile, "Everyone, excuse me for a moment. Just now, Mr. Yi Qing, because he didn't bring a card and didn't want to trouble others, proposed to add an auction item to pay for the previous auctioned item, so, please look forward to it. I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically. The result will not disappoint everyone." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the hall. No one expected the outcome to turn out like this. However, everyone didn't say anything, but they did want to see what kind of item Yi Qing could produce to fetch a price of over 60 million. At this moment, Gao Qingyue laughed even louder, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Lin Ji, you see? I told you Yi Qing had no money at all and was deliberately causing trouble with me. Now it's good, he's been exposed, but he still wants to quibble and continue to pretend. Alright, I want to see what he can bring out that's worth over 60 million inch." Lin Ji heard this and suddenly thought of the jewelry Bai Ruoruo was wearing. She whispered, "It wouldn't be that fake white crystal romance, would it? After all, it's made to look like the real thing, dazzling and magnificent." Gao Qingyue heard this, narrowed her eyes slightly, and immediately shook her head. "Impossible. There are so many people here, some will definitely know their goods. If he really dares to bring out fake goods to trick everyone, then fine, I'll make him socially dead on the spot. Moreover, I actually hope he uses this fake item for auction. Just think, the jewelry worn by Bai Ruoruo, but then taken off by Yi Qing. That taste, that feeling, it's not good, is it? It's simply a huge disgrace, ha ha ha." Chapter 48. My words are worth a fortune. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji could only think of these possibilities. After all, in their opinion, neither Yi Qing nor Bai Ruoruo were worth 60 million yuan combined, so what good could they possibly bring out? The only thing that seemed presentable was the fake white crystal romance set worn by Bai Ruoruo, so they naturally assumed that Yi Qing's auction item was this. However, when Yi Qing slowly walked onto the stage, and with Xian paper and ink already placed there, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were both stunned. Not only were they stunned, but everyone else present was also completely dumbfounded. Almost everyone immediately guessed what Yi Qing wanted to do. After all, the items were all laid out so completely. Yi Qing was already on stage, and he had even picked up the brush and ink. How could they not understand this? But, what a joke. In today's world, among calligraphy masters, no one had ever heard the name Yi Qing. Not only had they not heard of him, but even if Yi Qing truly was some calligraphy master, could a single piece of calligraphy really be worth 60 million yuan? What a joke. The one family head looked at the somewhat boisterous scene and slowly smiled, saying, "Everyone, I know you have all guessed what Mr. Yi Qing's auction item is. That's right. It's a piece of calligraphy personally created by Mr. Yi Qing. Hehe. Trust me, you will not be disappointed if you bid on this work, so I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically." In everyone's eyes, the one family head was smoothing things over for Yi Qing, afraid that no one would bid, which would be embarrassing, and of course, it wouldn't look good for the Wan family either, which is why he spoke this way. Someone in the audience immediately laughed and said, "One family head, don't worry, this charity gala must end perfectly no matter what, so, no matter how well this gentleman writes later, I will definitely bid. It's for charity anyway, so whether I buy something or not isn't important." Once someone spoke, others chimed in. "That's right, Boss Wan, don't worry, this gala will definitely have a good ending for the last auction item. We must bid something, no matter what." Everyone spoke up, seemingly agreeing, not for Yi Qing's work, but merely to save face for the one family head and prevent an awkward silence. At this moment, Lin Ji frowned slightly and said with some concern, "Qingyue, this is a bit unexpected for us. These bosses seem to be planning to bid for the one family head, which is a huge advantage for Yi Qing." Gao Qingyue also felt a bit displeased. She had originally wanted to see Yi Qing make a fool of himself, but it turned out this way, which made her very unhappy. "It's nothing, it's just everyone giving the one family head face, but no matter how much face they give, it's impossible to spend a large sum for no reason. We'll see later, at most, a few 100,000, and that's the absolute limit." Yi Qing trying to repay the 60 million, he still managed to pull it off. He could just scribble something and sell it for hundreds of thousands. This fool might even genuinely believe his calligraphy is good. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and said softly, "It doesn't matter, Qingyue, even if what he writes sells for hundreds of thousands, no one will think it's his ability, they'll only mock him. But he is quite clever, seeing that in this kind of setting, everyone has to give the one family face and bid. Hehe. Luckily he didn't bring out the fake jewelry Bai Ruoroa was wearing, otherwise, he would truly have made a fool of himself. From this perspective, he does have some self-awareness. Moreover, it further proves that the jewelry Bai Ruoroa was wearing must be fake, it certainly can't be real." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue sneered and said, "How could it be real? Fake is fake, no matter how convincing it looks, it's still fake. The true white crystal romance is worth nearly 100 million. Him, Yi Qing? Give him 10 lifetimes, and he still couldn't afford it. However, I'm unhappy that Yi Qing is getting away with this. Just wait, I will make sure everyone knows about the fake jewelry, and I will make him lose a lot of face because of it. Lin Ji, don't you happen to know a jewelry appraiser? At that time, find an excuse to invite them over, choose a public setting, and I want them to be so humiliated they won't want to live." Lin Ji heard this, smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay." Coincidentally, the jewelry appraiser I know is also one of Yunwan Jewelry's exclusive appraisers at that time, with official certification, no one can change it, hehe. Gao Qingyue then nodded with satisfaction, seemingly already envisioning Yi Qing's social demise and Bai Ruoroa's inability to face anyone. At this time, Yi Qing was already writing with sweeping strokes. Whether he could write or wrote well was beside the point. But everyone watching Yi Qing's grand, flowing, and unhindered movements truly made him look like a calligraphy master, especially Yi Qing's demeanor. He showed no fear whatsoever, and his confidence was quite abundant. After writing the 4 large characters for Fushou and Kong, blessings, longevity, peace, health, Yi Qing also wrote his name in the corner as a signature. Not only that, but he also drew a special flourish to show everyone that this was his, Yi Qing's, masterpiece. After finishing, Yi Qing nodded to the Wan family head. The Wan family head immediately ordered someone to unfurl the calligraphy for everyone to see. However, unfortunately, most of the wealthy people present did not understand calligraphy well, so they truly couldn't tell much about whether it was well written or not. They could only say that at least, it was not bad. The Wan family head then smiled and said, "Everyone, I, Wan, dare not claim any profound accomplishments in calligraphy, but I love calligraphy, and many people here know this. Therefore, I believe I am qualified to talk about my feelings regarding this piece of calligraphy. That is, it is grand and magnificent, as imposing as a mountain. Good, very good, excellent, truly a rare masterpiece." Everyone present heard the Wan family head's commentary, but how much they actually took in was unknown, as they all knew that the Wan family head was just trying to smooth things over. After all, they were going to auction Yi Qing's calligraphy, so it was impossible to say that he wrote poorly. However, Yi Qing, at this moment, smiled and said, "The Wan family head flatters me. To be honest, my calligraphy is only passable, legible, but it cannot be called masterful, it's just decent. However, I am confident in this calligraphy of mine, because today, whoever bids on this piece will be able to make one request as long as it's not excessive and doesn't make me feel difficult, then I, Yi Qing, will agree to act once for that person. This time, it's also a small contribution to charity. So, I announce that the starting bid for my calligraphy this time is 1 yuan. Everyone, you may begin bidding." After speaking, Yi Qing stood to the side, showing no signs of nervousness. It was as if he was certain that his calligraphy could fetch a sky-high price. Chapter 49 Bid Humiliation. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. I thought Yi Qing was going to deliberately boast about how amazing his calligraphy was, or who his master was, just to fool everyone, but it turns out he's even more shameless than I imagined. Saying that as long as someone bids on this calligraphy, they can make a request of him. Make a request, fine, but then he adds, as long as it's not too excessive, as long as he thinks it's acceptable. Doesn't that mean if he thinks it's not acceptable, then it's not acceptable? Arrogance, but not this kind of arrogance. Yi Qing is certain this calligraphy will be sold, so he's deliberately trying to make himself look good. Otherwise, he would never have said anything about contributing his strength to charity. Those words are clearly meant to remind everyone that today is the Wan family's charity banquet, and everyone should give the Wan family face. Shameless, simply too shameless. Gao Qingyue watched Yi Qing, who was calm and composed on stage, and her heart grew increasingly displeased. She immediately voiced her suspicions, believing them to be the truth. Lin Ji also nodded and said, "Too pretentious, truly too pretentious. How much money could this broken calligraphy be worth? Not to mention Yi Qing's conditions, it's simply ridiculous. So many people here are prominent figures, who would care what Yi Qing is. It's simply laughable. But Qingyue, this time, he'll probably still get away with it. After all, everyone has to give the Wan family face." This was precisely what displeased Gao Qingyue. She nodded and said, "Let him pretend then. In the end, it won't sell for much money anyway. There will be a time for him to make a fool of himself. And the starting bid is 1 yuan, setting the price so low, what if it only sells for a few tens of thousands in the end? That would truly make people laugh their heads off." As if to confirm Gao Qingyue's suspicions, at this moment, the bidding on the floor had already begun. The calligraphy is not bad, but the extra request is unnecessary. It's for charity, so I'll bid 10,000. A pot-bellied boss spoke with a chuckle, as if he were bestowing a favor. This scene also drew laughter from many people, who chuckled and followed suit with their bids. Indeed, since it's all for charity, we can't be too stingy, making it seem like we don't have compassion, so I'll bid 15,000. I am also duty-bound to participate in charity, I'll bid 20,000. Everyone is participating, how can I be left out? I don't care about any requests, I'll bid 30,000, nothing else, just compassion. Many people made playful bids, each seemingly treating this auction as entertainment, and even treating Yi Qing as a clown. And this was the outcome Gao Qingyue wanted to see. Gao Qingyue now smiled triumphantly and said, "See? Yi Qing has become a clown now. No one cares about him at all. They're all treating him as a laughingstock. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace." Lin Ji, hearing this, also smiled and said, "Qingyue, haven't you noticed? Bai Ruoruo's face seems even redder. I'm afraid she also finds Yi Qing very embarrassing now, and even regrets coming here with Yi Qing today. Do you think she'll leave early later? Will she and Yi Qing go their separate ways?" Gao Qingyue, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and immediately burst into laughter. Clearly, this was a scene she enjoyed. "I'll join in the fun too, otherwise, it would be boring." After speaking, Gao Qingyue raised her hand and said with a smile, "Just now, Mr. Yi snatched the grass script calligraphy from my hands now. I still have to support you, huh? This time, you can't snatch your own item, can you? I'll bid 100,000 after all, it's for charity, so let's not be too stingy. It wouldn't look good if the auction price was too low." When a beautiful woman speaks, there are always those who will follow. After all, in any era, the destructive power of a beautiful woman has always been great. And there were even more people with some capital who wanted to attract the attention of beautiful women. Since President Qingyue has spoken, we can't be too stingy either. Indeed, this is for charity everyone, let's be more generous. I'll bid 150,000. Updates are not easy, remember to share 101 Kenshukum. Alright, since you are all like this, I can't be stingy either. I'll bid 200,000. Although I can't tell good calligraphy from bad, I am willing to bid a high price, so 300,000. However, you don't want Mr. Ye's request, but I do. After I win the bid, I will request that Mr. Yi apologize to President Qingyue. After all, what happened just now was truly a bit excessive. A slightly younger boss, at this moment, used this method to express his goodwill towards Gao Qingyue, which immediately made many people feel it was a good opportunity, so they all started bidding, all demanding that Yi Qing apologize to Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue sat there, and at this moment, she didn't bid, but looked at Lin Ji and smiled. "See, Lin Ji? Now, I don't even need to act myself, someone is standing up for me and the request isn't excessive. I want to see what kind of face Yi Qing is left. And by Ruoro, see? She's been restless. I think she's about to give up." Lin Ji, hearing this, immediately smiled and said, "Qingyue, this time, you've really made Yi Qing miserable. I'm afraid he truly wants to find a hole to crawl into right now, and he regrets proposing any conditions just now. This is simply bringing trouble upon himself." In Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's eyes, Yi Qing had no room to recover. The many bosses present were all bidding and mocking, clearly treating Yi Qing as a clown. At this time, it was also inappropriate for the Wan family to say much, so Yi Qing was truly isolated and helpless. And the Wan family head, at this moment, also felt a bit embarrassed. Most importantly, he dared not truly let these people offend Yi Qing. They didn't know Yi Qing's value, but the Wan family head did. Moreover, he not only knew, but also understood that Yi Qing's so-called ability to make a request of him was simply priceless, and at critical moments, it could save lives. The Wan family head had already decided that this calligraphy would be his and no one else's. I, Wan, will also participate. I hope everyone won't find it difficult. Hearing the Wan family head speak, everyone chuckled and said, "If the Wan family head likes it, just speak up." That's right, today is the Wan family's home turf. The Wan family head kindly wants to do good deeds. We all understand and empathize. The Wan family head, hearing this, shook his head and said, "I'm bidding because this calligraphy is worth it. Don't misunderstand." After speaking, just as the Wan family head was about to speak, someone from the audience spoke first. "Excuse me, Wan family head, I think, as the host, you'd better not compete with us. 5 million. I want this calligraphy." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Yi Qing's calligraphy, in everyone's opinion, could at most fetch a few 100,000, and that was entirely to give face to the Wan family. But now, someone actually bid 5 million right off the bat, which was simply incredible. Even to curry favor with the Wan family, there was no need to go that far. But what was even more unexpected was yet to come. Chapter 50. 100 million. Impossible. Gao Qingyue almost spat out her water when she heard 5 million. However, before she could even process her shock, the next scene left her and Lin Ji staring at each other, feeling as if either they had gone mad and their ears were malfunctioning, or everyone else had gone completely insane. "Mr. Sun, 5 million? You really think you can snag this calligraphy for so little?" 20 million, and this calligraphy is mine." A 50-something-year-old boss with graying hair, seated at the main table, spoke with a laugh, as if 20 million was merely a number in his eyes. The boss addressed as Mr. Sun looked at the man, smiled, and said, "Indeed, there are those who recognize its value. If that's the case, then I won't delude myself into thinking I can get a bargain. I offer 30 million. At this moment, another middle-aged noblewoman smiled and said, "Excuse me, everyone, but I've also taken a liking to this calligraphy and I offer 66 million. Your previous bids were too stingy. did you forget that this calligraphy is meant to pay for the auction of that previous grass script calligraphy? If you really managed to snap it up for a bargain, that would truly be a joke. By now, most of the bosses present were utterly bewildered. Especially those who had made bids earlier, each of them was dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. Wasn't it just a piece of calligraphy written by the unknown Yi Qing? How could it be worth so much money? And even if it was to curry favor with the Wan family, there was no need to go to such lengths. The most crucial point was that the few people bidding now were all powerful, even if not as powerful as the Wan family. They were close. There was absolutely no need for them to spend such a large sum of cash to flatter the Wan family. There was a problem, there must be a problem, and it was likely a huge problem, but where exactly did this problem lie? Gao Qingyue's face turned ashen at this point, and she looked at Lin Ji, saying, "Am I crazy, or are they crazy? How did things suddenly turn to this extent? 66 million? What a joke! Have all these big bosses gone insane?" Gao Qingyue couldn't understand. Even the initial 5 million offered by someone else seemed unbelievable to her, let alone now, with several bosses competing for this calligraphy. This was simply a huge joke. Others might not know Yi Qing's skill level, but how could she not know? His calligraphy was merely passable. Besides that, what other reason could there be? Yi Qing's promise to grant one wish? It seemed that was the only explanation, yet, precisely because it was the only explanation, it was incomprehensible. What was Yi Qing? Who cared about his promises? Gao Qingyue, like most people present, felt that those who were bidding had gone mad. Otherwise, why would they do such a crazy thing? 66 million? What a joke! However, at this moment, one family head personally stepped in. Heh, it seems you all are discerning individuals. However, I apologize, although this banquet is hosted by my one family, and I, Wan, thank you all for your support, I still intend to bid on this calligraphy. At this point, one family head cupped his hands and looked at everyone, saying softly, "Everyone, my one family is determined to acquire this calligraphy. I ask for your assistance. Please lend a hand, and consider it a favor owed by me, Wan. I bid 100 million. As the bid of 100 million was announced, the entire hall immediately erupted. Especially what one family head said, it clearly implied that he felt these people still wanted to compete with him. So he offered to owe a favor in exchange for them stopping what was going on? Crazy, everyone's gone crazy. What in the world is going on? Yeah, what's happening? If I hadn't been here the whole time, I'd suspect I missed something. What are these big shots thinking? Is this a play specially designed for charity? Most people were puzzled, each trying to make sense of it. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's faces were now extremely grim. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Yi Qing as a mere clown who had thoroughly embarrassed himself, but now it seemed they were the clowns. Lin Ji, can you give me an explanation? What exactly happened? Have they all lost their minds? Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, feeling somewhat disheartened, as if everything happening before her eyes was beyond her comprehension. And Lin Ji, at this moment, was also dumbfounded, but if Gao Qingyue wanted an explanation, she herself also wanted a reasonable explanation. Qingyue, is it possible that the Wan family orchestrated this whole play themselves? After all, this is the Wan family's home ground, so they don't want any mishaps to occur. They're just using Yi Qing's matter to let everyone know the Wan family's strength? As for those big shots who opened their mouths to bid, they were probably all pre-arranged with one family head, just to show support and highlight the Wan family's power. You saw it. One family head even said he owes them a favor. This is him making a promise to them. Lin Ji's analysis was not without reason, but to say it was reasonable, it was truly too far-fetched. But in this situation, how else could it be explained? There was simply no explanation. Gao Qingyue forced a smile and said, "Perhaps, it's true, but, no, I must find out the truth." Lin Ji nodded and said, "Qingyue, do you remember what young master once said earlier, that Yi Qing helped them a little? Is it possible that this is them repaying that favor? After all, the Wan family is wealthy, and today is the Wan family's charity event. However, items being auctioned have already fetched tens of millions, while the Wan family previously only donated 10 million. This is somewhat overshadowing the host, so the Wan family is taking this opportunity to bid a large sum, just to prove that the Wan family is still the largest contributor to the charity funds of this evening. This explanation, it seems, makes sense. Moreover, Qingyue, pay attention to young Master Wan's expression. I just looked, and young Master Wan's expression isn't very good. Others might not know the inside story, but young Master Wan is clear. Perhaps, young Master Wan is very annoyed with Yi Qing right now, feeling that Yi Qing caused trouble, which made the Wan family unnecessarily spend so much more money. If Yi Qing truly had such skill, such ability, do you think young Master Wan wouldn't be currying favor with him? Would he dare to harbor resentment in his eyes towards Yi Qing? Obviously, that's impossible. The more Lin Ji analyzed, the more she felt her words made sense, and moreover, it was almost certainly the truth. And her analysis slowly restored Gao Qingyue's complexion. If that's the case, then this has nothing to do with Yi Qing. Any random ego could have achieved the same result. Yi Qing is nothing more than a clown used by these powerful figures to achieve their own goals. Yes, that's right, it must be like this. Yi Qing is just a clown. It's just a pity that he's still managed to show off in front of Bai Ruoro. I'm afraid Yi Qing is very inflated now, even thinking it's his own ability. Bai Ruoro probably thinks so too. No, I must expose them. I must make Bai Ruoro understand that Yi Qing is nothing. Chapter 51. This is all about the Wan family's face. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were both immersed in their own imaginations at this moment, because the current outcome was simply unacceptable to them. Only this explanation made sense, and most importantly, it could put their minds at ease. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and said softly, "Qingyue, even if we were to expose Yi Qing, we probably can't do it now. After all, the Wan family has already gone this far. Even if everyone knows it, they won't say much, because it concerns the Wan family's reputation. So, I'm afraid we can only quietly watch Yi Qing put on this act." Although Lin Ji said this, when she looked at Yi Qing, a hint of doubt and seriousness appeared in her eyes, as if she was beginning to suspect Yi Qing's identity in her heart. However, despite her suspicions, she said nothing. At this moment, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth, appearing very angry. Damn it, just because we have to consider the Wan family's face, we have to watch Yi Qing, this clown, put on an act. I'm really, really angry. Alright, we can't offend the Wan family, can we? Then so be it. However, there's no way I'll let him succeed in front of Bai Ruoro. After the banquet disperses, we'll go find Bai Ruoro and tell her the truth, letting her know that this seemingly glorious guy in front of her is actually just a jumping clown, good for nothing. Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing were completely at odds. Besides being annoyed by Yi Qing's prestige, it was probably more because Yi Qing and Bai Ruoro were getting too close, so close that it made her heart ache. It was just that Gao Qingyue was unwilling to admit this point. At this moment, because of one family head's words, the scene had become quiet. It seemed no one was bidding anymore. Yi Qing, however, was not disappointed. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. After all, he had not truly revealed his identity. It was just a special signature that these influential figures, who were qualified to bid, saw. But in reality, they were not entirely convinced, otherwise, the price would probably have been even higher. Of course, it might also be because they were unwilling to offend the Wan family. After all, the Wan family is a truly top-tier wealthy family in Jiangcheng. No one would want to offend the Wan family unless absolutely necessary. What's more, there was also the promise of the Wan family owing a favor. This time, they wouldn't lose out. Wan family had breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no one bidding, and he was also very fortunate that only some important figures from Jiangcheng came today. If important figures from the entire East Province had come, then he would not have been qualified, nor would he have dared to say these words. After all, he did not have such great influence, and Yi Qing's promise would make many people go crazy. Hee, it seems everyone has given me this face. Good, then I thank you all. After speaking, one family head looked at Mr. Yi and smiled. Mr. Yi, 100 million is a bit little, I hope you don't mind. Is 100 million still little? This is cash, not shares or assets. Among the many important figures present today, There wouldn't be many who could easily produce 100 million without batting an eye. However, in terms of the value of Yi Qing's promise, 100 million is truly not much. In fact, it can be said to be very little. After all, Yi Qing's promise could save lives. Yi Qing looked at one family head, smiled, and said, "One family head is too kind. It's already very worthwhile for me to exchange a piece of calligraphy and a promise for 100 million. Moreover, it's for charity, helping those in need, which is very good. Then, I suppose I don't need to pay for the grass script calligraphy that I hadn't paid for before, do I?" One family head heard this and quickly shook his head, saying, "No need, of course not, Mr. Yi, please." Yi Qing nodded, then smiled, and walked off the stage. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the audience were fixed on Yi Qing. There was no way around it, he had caused such a big stir that it was impossible not to notice him. However, most people's gazes were filled with confusion and incomprehension. Including Bai Ruoruo, who was also full of confusion and incomprehension. However, besides that, Bai Ruoruo felt more admiration and happiness. At least, Yi Qing hadn't lost face, which was very, very good. As for why Yi Qing's calligraphy could sell for so much money, Bai Ruoruo also found it unreasonable, but as long as it was something Yi Qing did, what did it matter if it was unreasonable? In her eyes, Yi Qing was the best, the greatest. "Yi Qing, you scared me to death. I thought we were really going to make a fool of ourselves. I genuinely wanted to go on stage just now and return this grass script calligraphy." Bai Ruoruo patted her chest, still looking shaken. Yi Qing heard this and laughed heartily, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? Since I told you to trust me, then just remember to trust me. What's more, since I, Yi Qing, said I would give you the grass script calligraphy, then I will definitely give it to you. How could I let you return it?" Bai Ruoruo heard this and showed a sweet smile, nodding gently, her eyes full of tender affection as she looked at Yi Qing. At this point, the banquet was nearing its end. There were no further surprises. However, when the banquet dispersed, many people wanted to exchange business cards with Yi Qing, but he refused them all. This unapproachable attitude made many people feel even more dissatisfied with Yi Qing. Young Master Wan walked up to Yi Qing at this moment and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, the car is ready for you. I'll personally drive you and Ruoruo Miss back." Yi Qing heard this and waved his hand directly, saying, "No need. We'll just walk. You go do what you need to do." After speaking, Yi Qing walked forward directly, with Bai Ruoruo holding his arm, the two of them looking like a sweet young couple. This scene made fire almost shoot out of young Master Wan's eyes. Not only was he angry about how close Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were, but also because Yi Qing's attitude towards him truly annoyed him. He, the dignified heir of the Wan family, who in all of Zhongqing didn't give him some face. Moreover, he wasn't the kind who just idled around, waiting to die. He was a true scion, known as a young talent, whom many admired, worshipped, and wanted to be with. Even the older generation of figures showed young Master Wan full respect. But surprisingly, when it came to Yi Qing, he, young Master Wan, had no face at all, as if he wasn't even qualified to speak with Yi Qing. This was simply outrageous. Assistant Xiaoyi stood beside young Master Wan, looking at Yi Qing's back, and sneered, "What's with the arrogance? To dare to be so disrespectful to you, young Master Wan, it's truly infuriating." Young Master Wan heard this and showed a dangerous glint in his eyes, saying, He's my family's savior, so of course he's arrogant. He is a divine doctor, after all." "A divine doctor?" Assistant Xiaoyi heard this and said softly, "What if he's a divine doctor?" In the end, a divine doctor is just a doctor, nothing more. Besides that, what else does he have? He can save others, but can he save himself? If he offends truly powerful figures, they can just send anyone to kill him. Then, is he still a divine doctor? Assistant Xiaoyi's words made young Master Wan's eyes light up, and he then laughed. Indeed, he can heal others, but can he heal himself? A divine doctor can't block a knife or an axe, let alone a bullet. Just then, Gao Qingyue and Lin Zhu walked up to young Master Wan and said with a smile, "Young Master Wan, this Yi Qing seems to be disrespecting you. Your Wan family gave Yi Qing such great face today, yet he didn't even smile when he spoke to you. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" Chapter 52 You are a big liar. A man never wants to lose face in front of a beautiful woman, especially someone like young Master Wan. Watching Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji approach with smiles, young Master Wan couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. Everyone appreciates beauty, and Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were indeed stunning, especially dressed up so beautifully today. Who wouldn't let their imagination run wild upon seeing them? President Qingyue, you just our Wan family, after all, owes him a favor. It's understandable if he's a bit aloof, isn't it? Gao Qingyue smiled and replied, I know that it's just that the favor has probably been repaid, hasn't it? If young Master Wan and Wan family hadn't stepped in today, Yi Qing would have been utterly humiliated, especially in front of Bai Ruoruo. One can only say that young Master Wan, you are too kind, and Wan family head values loyalty too much. However, buying that worthless calligraphy for 100 million, even if it was a huge favor, has settled the debt. They can't just extort the Wan family because of a favor and expect the Wan family to always cover for him. Young Master Wan heard this, looked at Gao Qingyue, and chuckled. That's not likely. It seems President Qingyue observes very carefully. How do I get the feeling that President Qingyue and this Mr. Yi are very familiar? They've been married, how could they not be familiar? However, Gao Qingyue couldn't bring herself to speak of such a shameful matter. Indeed, somewhat familiar, so I know a little. I just can't understand how this Yi Qing, fresh out of prison, could make your Wan family owe him a favor. Young Master Wan, would you mind telling me? Gao Qingyue genuinely wanted to know, to ascertain the relationship between the Wan family and Yi Qing. Otherwise, many things she tried to do would be hindered. Young Master Wan, however, didn't know that Yi Qing had just been released from prison, and he was momentarily stunned when he heard this. If Yi Qing could even go to prison, then he was clearly not a significant figure, nor did he have a strong background. He just had some medical skills, or perhaps he just coincidentally cured the old master's illness. There was no need to be wary of such a person. Thinking of this, young Master Wan felt relieved. My apologies, Miss Qingyue, but that is our private matter. However, as Miss Qingyue said, the favor has been repaid, but the necessary face still needs to be maintained. Alright, Miss Qingyue, if there's nothing else, I'll go see our guests out. Gao Qingyue smiled and nodded, watching young Master Wan leave. After young Master Wan left, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and smiled. Did you hear that? There's no longer any significant connection. Clearly, our guess was correct. However, we still need to wait a bit before making a move on Yi Qing. After all, the Wan family's reputation is at stake here. If Yi Qing truly seeks out the Wan family, they might still help him. Let's wait. It's better to be cautious. Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this. You're right, it's better to be cautious. The favor has been used up, and in a few days, it will be completely forgotten. At that point, we can manipulate him however we want. Just thinking about how Yi Qing used to put on airs annoys me. Qingyue, when the time comes, deal with him thoroughly, preferably in front of Bai Ruoruo. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue remained silent for a moment before smiling. Do you remember what I just said? I want to see who Yi Qing will ultimately choose, and how deep his feelings are for Bai Ruoruo. If he wants to play, then we'll play with his emotions, then abandon him, and make Bai Ruoruo heartbroken and leave him. How satisfying would that be? Just wait a few days, I'll make my move then. Lin Ji listened, growing excited, and laughed. I can't wait. Qingyue, given Yi Qing's feelings for you, as soon as you beckon, he'll come running, wagging his tail. Bai Ruoruo will surely cry her eyes out then, huh? So what now? Are we still going to find Bai Ruoruo? To provoke her? Gao Qingyue checked the time, then looked at the retreating figures of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, her eyes narrowing slightly. I have some free time right now, and since I'm idle, why not prepare for what's to come and have a chat with them? Let's go. Lin Ji will go meet these two who just made such a splash. They're probably incredibly proud and constantly bragging right now. Let's go pour some cold water on them. With that, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji got into the car and quickly drove up to Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. At this moment, Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were walking on the road, a handsome couple, dressed somewhat formally. Their return rate was 100%. Ruoruo, if it's too much, let's take a car back. You're too beautiful like this, almost everyone on this road is looking at you. Bai Ruoruo chuckled upon hearing this and said, it's fine, let them look. I don't feel bad about it at all. On the contrary, I'm happy to have them see me walking with you. This was truly Bai Ruoruo's heartfelt sentiment. Walking hand in hand with Yi Qing like this was something she had dreamed of countless times. However, the former Yi Qing was Gao Qingyue's man, and she, whether for moral reasons or otherwise, could only hide her feelings in her heart. Now, there were finally no such constraints between them, so Bai Ruoruo was truly very happy. Yi Qing looked at the happy Bai Ruoruo and smiled. You're different from before. The old you always smiled gently, rarely spoke, and rarely expressed your feelings. Now, I feel you've become much more cheerful. This is very good. If there's anything, don't keep it hidden. It's best to speak it out. Bai Ruoruo nodded gently, and just as she was about to speak, Gao Qingyue's car stopped in front of them. Seeing Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji get out of the car, both Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo frowned. Gao Qingyue, what are you doing here? Gao Qingyue looked at the two of them arm in arm, a flash of anger in her eyes, and sneered, What? Can't I come? A person who can spend 60 million to snatch the grass script calligraphy from me, and a person whose 4 casually written characters can sell for a sky-high price of 100 million. Can't I come and see what kind of people you are? Yi Qing, you're incredible, truly incredible. But do you think you can deceive Bai Ruoruo, deceive all those people present, and still deceive me? Today, you deliberately put on this performance to make me see it, to get my attention, to make me feel I was blind, is that it? But I'm telling you, Yi Qing, I've seen through your tricks. Everything was just a coincidence, just borrowing the Wan family's prestige. Do you dare to deny that? After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Ruoruo and sneered. Bai Ruoruo, was Yi Qing just now showing off to you, saying how amazing he was, bragging to the high heavens? Haha, you idiot, he's only deceiving you after all. Such a lie is easily exposed. Yi Qing, do you dare to tell the truth of the matter? Do you dare to admit that all of this was meticulously planned by you, that you are actually a liar? And you certainly wouldn't dare tell Bai Ruoruo that everything you did was for me. Chapter 53. Yi Qing, do you still love me? Yi Qing truly admired Qingyue now. Her thought process was just so peculiar. He hadn't noticed it before. Qingyue could even say things like everything was meticulously planned, everything was just to deceive her. Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, and looked at Qingyue, who was acting like she was about to demand an explanation, believing she had seen through all his tricks, and softly said, Qingyue, have you been sick these past few years? If you're sick, go see a doctor, don't delay it. Hearing Yi Qing say she was sick, Qingyue immediately got angry and pointed at Yi Qing's nose, scolding him. You're the one who's sick, Yi Qing. Do you really think I don't know that you and the Wan family only have that much of a relationship? But what you did today has already used up all your favors. What other cards do you have left? After speaking, Qingyue pointed at the white crystal romance on Bai Ruoruo and sneered, You've created a good persona, haven't you? You used a fake white crystal romance to trick Ruoruo, and you even deliberately appeared in front of me, wanting to pass off the fake as real, to make me regret and envy. Then you brought Ruoruo to this charity auction, knowing that the Wan family, for the sake of face and the favors owed, would have no choice but to cover for you, so you, without a penny, directly competed with me for the grass script calligraphy, and then deliberately wrote the calligraphy to make the Wan family step in this way. The Wan family saved face, and you, Yi Qing, also saved face. You used this kind of scam on me. Do you think I'd believe it? How ridiculous, how pathetic. Qingyue laughed heartily, like a victor, pointing at Ruoruo and saying, Only this foolish woman has been devoted to you without regret, so she'd willingly accept your deception. Otherwise, who do you think you could fool? A pauper who spent 3 years in prison with no real ability, yet he can produce a white crystal romance? Not only that, but he can also bid for the grass script calligraphy and come up with 60 million? And your most clumsy trick was going on stage to write calligraphy for the auction. It's simply laughable. Who do you think you are? A calligraphy master? It's utterly ridiculous. Too clumsy, too childish. Yi Qing, you really disappoint me. Bai Ruoruo was also indignant at this point. She looked at Qingyue and angrily said, Qingyue, you can't talk about Yi Qing like that. You're making people so sad. Just as Bai Ruoruo wanted to continue speaking, Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, Ruoruo, there's no need to argue. It's meaningless. After speaking, he looked at Qingyue and smiled faintly. Alright, since you think everything is fake and I'm a liar, why are you here looking for me? You've exposed me, and you've laughed at me to my face. Is that enough? Can you leave now? We still want to go shopping, and we're not in the mood to play with you. With that, Yi Qing put his arm around Bai Ruoruo and gently smiled. Ruoruo, let's go. Bai Ruoruo's face flushed, and she nodded slightly. And this scene made Qingyue completely furious, showing affection, still showing affection in her eyes. This was deliberately meant to provoke her. At this moment, Lin Ji quietly pulled Qingyue's hand and said, "Qingyue, don't forget, groundwork, groundwork." Qingyue then took a deep breath and controlled her temper. Meanwhile, Lin Ji smiled and said, "Ruo Ruo, can you come with me for a moment? I have something to say, and it'll also let Yi Qing and Qingyue talk." Bai Ruo was a bit unwilling, but it seemed she was afraid of causing trouble for Yi Qing, so she still followed Lin Ji to the side. And when only Yi Qing and Qingyue were left, Yi Qing looked at Qingyue indifferently and said, "Alright, you've sent everyone away, speak your mind. However, I don't think there's anything left for us to talk about, is there?" Seeing Yi Qing's indifferent expression, Qingyue was furious, but in order to better retaliate against Yi Qing and Bai Ruo later, she endured it at this moment. "Yi Qing, there's a misunderstanding between us." Qingyue suppressed her temper and suddenly uttered this sentence. Yi Qing almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "A misunderstanding? Qingyue actually said there was a misunderstanding between them? Qingyue, you don't have a fever, do you? Do you know what you're saying? Or do you think I, Yi Qing, am truly an idiot? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Was it a misunderstanding that you divorced me the moment I got out of prison, before I even had a sip of water? Or was it a misunderstanding that your brother and Yi Qing's mother came to my house to cause me trouble? Or was it a misunderstanding that you, Qingyue, threatened me and treated me with various forms of disdain and mockery? If all of these are misunderstandings, then it truly is a colossal misunderstanding." Qingyue knew she was in the wrong hearing Yi Qing list every single thing. Her face turned ashen. However, in order to make both Yi Qing and Bai Ruo suffer the consequences, she felt she had to endure it. Only then could she achieve the best outcome. Qingyue took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and softly said, "Yi Qing, I know you're very angry right now, which is why you're doing so many things to make me angry and dissatisfied." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately sneered, Qingyue, you've misunderstood. Everything I do has nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself." Qingyue didn't get angry. She still softly said, "You're saying that out of anger. If you truly didn't care about me, you wouldn't have stopped for me. If I truly weren't in your heart anymore, then you wouldn't be Yi Qing." "Yi Qing, do you dare to face reality? Do you dare to tell me from your heart that I am completely out of your heart now, that you don't love me anymore? Yi Qing, you've never lied to me. Are you going to lie now? Do you dare to tell the truth?" After Qingyue finished speaking, her large eyes stared intently at Yi Qing, as if she was very nervous at this moment. And Yi Qing, at this moment, suddenly fell silent. He didn't want to lie. He knew the answer to Qingyue's question. He still had Qingyue in his heart, and perhaps he still loved her. This was a fact after all. Qingyue had been with him for more than just a few days, and he had missed Qingyue for 3 whole years while in prison. Now, how many days had it been since he was released from prison? How many days had it been since their divorce? If he could forget Qingyue and move on from this relationship in just a few short days, then was Yi Qing's past love truly love? But Yi Qing also had his own bottom line, and he knew clearly when to do what. Looking at Qingyue, Yi Qing chuckled softly, nodded, and said, "Indeed, I admit, I might still love you, and you are still in my heart, but so what? We're already divorced. I've seen what you're like, what kind of person you become, so, even if I haven't completely forgotten you yet, it's only a matter of time." Qingyue, does saying all this now still have any meaning? Upon hearing Yi Qing's answer, Qingyue immediately showed a triumphant expression. Sure enough, Yi Qing still loved her, and she was still in his heart. As long as she was, everything would be easy. At this moment, Qingyue didn't know if she was truly excited or just happy that her scheme was about to succeed, but when she heard Yi Qing say he still loved her, her heart was indeed filled with joy. Chapter 54 Yi Qing, I regret it. It's meaningful, of course it's meaningful. As long as you still love me, everything still has meaning. Yi Qing, I know I didn't do well before and hurt your feelings, but I also had my own difficulties. At this point, Gao Qingyue's eyes became moist, as if she had been greatly wronged. This scene made Yi Qing frown. Gao Qingyue, what do you want to say? Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, revealing a bitter smile, and said, Forget it, you won't understand these years. You were confined in prison, and I was outside, seemingly free, but in reality, I was not my own master. Yi Qing, you see me as glorious now, but what's the truth? Along the way, I've been walking on thin ice, trembling with fear. You don't know how many people I've flattered, how many people I begged and pleaded with. You also don't know that if I made even one wrong step, it would be an abyss. Yi Qing, I've really had a very, very difficult time, but can you understand? If Yi Qing hadn't known the actual situation, he might have really been fooled by Gao Qingyue. But now, Yi Qing was very clear that Gao Qingyue was lying. Others' entrepreneurship might be like walking on thin ice, but Gao Qingyue's wasn't. She was protected by many people and had a smooth journey. Otherwise, could she, or her family, have developed such an arrogant and overbearing personality? Could she be so condescending? All of this was because things were too smooth, which made her too arrogant. Yi Qing didn't intend to expose Gao Qingyue, because when the truth came out, Gao Qingyue would realize how much she resembled a clown. Haha, I understand it's not easy for men to start a business, and it's even harder for women, but what does this have to do with divorce? Gao Qingyue, to put it bluntly, no matter how much you quibble or how many reasons you have, you can't deny that you divorced me because I was in prison and you felt ashamed, afraid it would affect your good image. Perhaps you even had someone else in your heart, haha. Oh, and also, my mediocrity and incompetence were also reasons for your divorce. These are all facts. Can you deny them? Yi Qing spoke with a smile, seemingly having already let go. But when these words came out, Yi Qing only felt pathetic. Years of deep affection, even going to jail for the woman he loved, only to be met not with gratitude, but with abandonment. Who wouldn't feel disheartened and heartbroken? Today, being able to stand and speak calmly with Gao Qingyue already showed how deeply Yi Qing loved Gao Qingyue and how magnanimous he was. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, lowered her head, and softly said, I don't deny that I didn't do well before, and my family didn't do well either, but that's no reason for you to hit my mother and hit Yin Fatty. Yi Qing, I'm not talking about who's right or wrong now. I just want to tell you that I regret it. In fact, I already had some regrets when you signed the divorce agreement. When I saw you getting close to Bai Ruoruo, my heart ached. I knew then that I still loved you. Yi Qing, you tried every possible way to deceive me, to pretend to be capable, to pretend to be rich. I know you weren't doing it for Bai Ruoruo. Everything was for me, wasn't it? You did all this to make me see you, to make me regret. Well, you succeeded. I really do have some regrets now. You must be happy, right? At this point, Gao Qingyue squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes. Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue, sighed softly, and said, Gao Qingyue, you're a dignified CEO, after all crying on the street, aren't you afraid of people laughing at you? People who don't know might think I bullied you. Stop crying, okay? Seeing Yi Qing's attitude soften, Gao Qingyue knew her tears had worked. She immediately clenched her small fists and playfully pounded Yi Qing's chest, as if pouting. Woo, you bullied me, you bullied me. You big bad guy, it's all your fault. All your fault, woo. Anyone watching this scene would think Gao Qingyue was pouting, and that the two of them were just flirting. Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue helplessly, shook his head, and said, alright, even if I bullied you, it's all my fault, alright? So what do you want to do now? Gao Qingyue heard this, looked at Yi Qing, and choked out, I want you to leave Bai Ruoruo. I don't like her. This woman has had improper thoughts about you ever since she first met you. After all these years, she still harbors fantasies. I hate her. After a moment of silence, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said, Ruoruo and I have a normal relationship so far, and, as for your request, why do you think I would agree to it? Just because you're pouting? Haha, but we don't have any relationship, do we? Just as Gao Qingyue was about to speak, Yi Qing shook his head and said, alright, there's no need to say anything more. Gao Qingyue, you should take care of yourself. I don't trust you now. Even if I did, Bai Ruoruo was my friend, and I can't betray a friend. Moreover, this friend was the one who stayed by my side when the person I loved most abandoned me. Seeing Yi Qing's resolute attitude, Gao Qingyue knew that getting a result today was unrealistic. However, she wasn't in a hurry for it today. Moreover, who said Bai Ruoruo couldn't betray Yi Qing? Looking at Yi Qing, Gao Qingyue's face showed a gentle expression, and she said, Yi Qing, I know you don't trust me now, but it's okay. I'll wait for you and prove it to you. But I need time. You know, whether it's family matters or external affairs, I need to arrange everything before we can be together again. Wait for me, okay? Trust me. Trust me, this time, I won't let you down. After speaking, Gao Qingyue shouted towards Lin Ji's direction, Lin Ji, are you done talking? If you are, it's time to go. As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo and Lin Ji both turned to look at Gao Qingyue at this moment. Gao Qingyue's lips curved into a smile, and then she extended her arms and hugged Yi Qing. As if to provoke, she deliberately glanced at Bai Ruoruo. As expected, with that glance, Gao Qingyue saw Bai Ruoruo's unease and worry. When Lin Ji and Bai Ruoruo walked over, Gao Qingyue seemed to be in a very good mood, smiling as she said, "Since we've finished talking, let's leave it at that. Ruoruo, for the next few days, I'll trouble you to help take care of our Yi Qing. I'll repay you well later. Goodbye." After that, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji got into the car, and from inside the car, they didn't forget to wave goodbye to Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, who looked incredibly pale and whose eyes had become somewhat sad. Chapter 55 The mastermind behind the scenes is me. As the car started, Gao Qingyue immediately burst into laughter. "Lin Ji, did you see Bai Ruoruo's expression? It was simply too laughable. Her face was so pale, truly pitiful." At this moment, Gao Qingyue was laughing extremely happily, making it hard to tell if she was happy because she had angered Bai Ruoruo, or if she felt she still had a chance to reconcile with Yi Qing. Lin Ji smiled and nodded, saying, "I saw it, Qingyue. As long as you make a move, Yi Qing will inevitably be taken down in minutes." "How was it? Was Yi Qing very touched, very eager to reconcile with you immediately? I just saw you two embrace. Yi Qing must be overjoyed, right?" Gao Qingyue heard this and showed a proud expression, saying, "Naturally, Yi Qing personally admitted that he still has me in his heart, that he still loves me, haha. Although he's hurt now and doesn't dare to have much expectation, this is enough. Just wait and see when the time comes, I'll make both of them fall from heaven to hell, make them suffer so much they'll wanna die. How dare they lie to me, how dare they trick me, how dare they hit my family? Do they really think I'll forgive him? Simply idiotic. Lin Ji, I'm increasingly certain now that everything Yi Qing did was to get my attention. Haha, he succeeded. It's just that the result is the opposite. The more he makes me notice him, the more I dislike him, the more I hate him this time. Watch me completely ruin him." Lin Ji heard this and smiled slightly, saying, "I just had a talk with Bai Ruoruo. Everyone can clearly see that Yi Qing is a liar, but Bai Ruoruo can't see it clearly. This is probably what they mean by the one involved is confused. I even suggested the simplest method, which is to go to Yunyuan Jewelry to verify the authenticity of her jewelry, but she doesn't even dare to do that, fearing her beautiful dream will shatter. But looking at it now, our good friend is probably heartbroken and wants to cry, right?" Gao Qingyue sneered, "How dare she snatch something that belongs to me, Gao Qingyue? She deserves to cry herself to death. Even if it's something I, Gao Qingyue, don't want, no one else is allowed to interfere. What is Bai Ruoruo? How dare she compete with me? Is she even worthy? And the Tan family, although I don't know what happened, the Tan family will not give up easily. Others might not know, but I'm very clear that the Tan family's foundation is deeper than imagined." Lin Ji heard this and nodded, saying, "Then Qingyue, let's go to the hospital first. Your brother, Qing Shu, is probably already impatient for revenge at this time. We can't act recklessly after all. Although the one family repaid Yi Qing's favor, they might not help Yi Qing again, but we still need to be careful these few days, and you still have your own plan, don't let it be ruined." Gao Qingyue nodded, saying, "Okay, to the hospital." Meanwhile, Bai Ruoruo stood in front of Yi Qing, head bowed, hands fiddling with her skirt, feeling somewhat at a loss, somewhat hurt. "What's wrong, Ruoruo? Did Lin Ji say something that hurt you? If so, you don't need to pay attention to her. She and Gao Qingyue are in cahoots now." Bai Ruoruo lowered her head and softly said, "No, I won't care what Lin Ji says. Yi Qing, I'm fine. I want to go home." At this moment, Bai Ruoruo's mood was very low. Yi Qing sighed softly and smiled, "Your mood isn't high, huh? You were clearly so happy just now. Why are you unhappy now? Is it because you saw Gao Qingyue hugging me? So, you think that Gao Qingyue and I might reconcile, and you feel sad in your heart? Is that it?" Bai Ruoruo heard this and could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes reddened, and she looked at Yi Qing, saying with a choked voice, "Yi Qing, I know you're the best. Gao Qingyue will definitely regret leaving you. I just didn't expect her to regret it so soon. But it's okay, Yi Qing. No matter what choice you make, I will support you, and I also know that in your heart, you haven't forgotten Gao Qingyue. You still love her. So, even if you want to get back together with her, I will definitely bless you. I just hope that this time, you can take good care of yourself. She, after all, is not the same as she used to be. I'm afraid she will hurt you again." As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo's tears fell, plink, plink, as if she had already lost Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the kind girl in front of him, feeling very touched. Even now, Bai Ruoruo was still thinking of him, as if as long as he was happy and content, Bai Ruoruo could let go of everything. Gently rubbing Bai Ruoruo's head, Yi Qing smiled, Ruoruo, in your eyes, am I, Yi Qing, such an easily bullied person? Yes, I admit that I once deeply loved Gao Qingyue, so no matter how she and her family treated me, I would tolerate them. However, after returning this time, I have seen many things clearly and cut off many emotions. I, Yi Qing, may not be able to accept a new relationship for now, but at the same time, I will absolutely not repeat the same mistakes and make the wrong choices. What's more, Ruoruo, do you really believe that Gao Qingyue is truly repentant and wants to start over with me? Do you really think she's sincere? Bai Ruoruo heard this and was stunned for a moment. She looked at Yi Qing and said blankly, then why did she hug you? Why did she say so many things to you and express her feelings? If she didn't want to get back together with you, she wouldn't need to do that, right? Could it be? Just to make you not hate her? Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, if it were just to keep me from hating her, she wouldn't do this either. Although I can't guess what her scheme is right now, one thing I'm very sure of is that she, Gao Qingyue, will absolutely not change her mind. At least, now is not the time for her to change her mind. She definitely has a scheme, but it doesn't matter. No matter what scheme she has, it won't succeed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo finally smiled, but there was still some worry in her smile. Yi Qing, is it really okay? If Gao Qingyue is determined to deal with you now, you'll really be in danger. I know you might have a good relationship with the Wan family, but Gao Qingyue is not simple, truly not simple. These past few years, her entrepreneurship has been smooth sailing. No one knows how many people helped her behind the scenes. If she goes all out to deal with someone, I am really a bit worried. Bai Ruoruo's worries were not unfounded. This was also why many people, despite knowing Gao Qingyue was not as capable as them, still didn't dare to get involved, because some people had done these things, but their final outcome was very, very tragic. It was as if there was an invisible big hand protecting Gao Qingyue behind her, not allowing anyone to harm her. But precisely, this big hand was invisible to everyone. However, Bai Ruoruo's worry was wrong. Because this invisible big hand that once protected Gao Qingyue was now gently caressing her hair. Chapter 56. Because of me, I'm awesome. Ruoruo, don't worry. She's no longer who she used to be, so am I still who I used to be? With that, Yi Qing pointed to the grass script calligraphy in Bai Ruoruo's hand and chuckled. Do you really think this grass script calligraphy was intentionally bought by me without spending money, relying on the Wan family's favor? Do you truly believe what Gao Qingyue said, that my 4 characters sold for 100 million yuan just because the Wan family had to save face and had no choice? Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. The item was now in her hands, genuinely auctioned for over 60 million yuan. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. And Yi Qing's 4 characters indeed fetched an astronomical price of 100 million yuan. This was also an undeniable fact. She wanted to believe Yi Qing, yet she didn't know what the truth behind all of this was. She just felt it was too exaggerated, so exaggerated that she couldn't process it. But if she didn't believe him, should she believe Gao Qingyue? Yi Qing looked at the silent Bai Ruoruo, chuckled softly, and said, the 4 characters I wrote are indeed not worth much. If they were truly put up for auction, selling for a few thousand yuan would be quite good. What's truly worth 100 million yuan is my promise. Yi Qing didn't hide anything from Bai Ruoruo, speaking with a smile. Bai Ruoruo was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Qing, and said, your promise? But how can your promise be so valuable? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing patted Bai Ruoruo's shoulder and continued walking forward. Because my promise can save lives. Ruoruo, have you forgotten that old Master Wan was saved by me? Have you also forgotten that your injuries recovered so quickly because my acupuncture played a role? So, do you understand now? My medical skills, at critical moments, can truly save lives. This is what's truly valuable. Speaking of this, Yi Qing chuckled softly and said, of course, my promise is not limited to saving people with medical skills. As for how it's used, and whether I'm willing, that's another matter. Bai Ruoruo then realized that Yi Qing's medical skills were indeed incredibly miraculous. She had experienced them firsthand, especially when the acupuncture needles entered her body. That warm sensation still faintly lingered, repairing her body. She had actually forgotten this. So that's how it is, Yi Qing, you clearly possess everything beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Why didn't you tell Qingyue? I believe that as long as you let Qingyue know your abilities, there's no way she would have left you. The kind of connections and wealth that Yi Qing, with such miraculous abilities, could bring was imaginable. If Gao Qingyue had truly understood all this, she wouldn't have left Yi Qing even if it killed her. Yi Qing scoffed upon hearing this, saying, I didn't intend to hide it, it's just that as soon as I got out of prison, before I even saw Gao Qingyue, Lin Ji, and a lawyer delivered divorce papers, do you think I still needed to say anything? Speaking of this, Yi Qing found it laughable. He had just been released from prison, hadn't even gone home, and was picked up by people sent by Gao Qingyue, forced to divorce. Ruo, if only Gao Qingyue had delayed our divorce a little, even if she had just waited for me to get home and have a meal with me, I would have revealed everything about my experiences over the years. I would have let her reach the pinnacle, become the happiest woman in the world, whatever she wanted, everything I could give her, but she didn't even give me that much time. After speaking, Yi Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly, unsure whether he felt sad for himself or pathetic for Lin Qingyue. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing at this moment. Yi Qing's mood was not high. This was a fact. Even after getting revenge on Gao Qingyue, it was by no means an utterly satisfying event for Yi Qing, because the emotional investment was real. Yi Qing, don't be sad, it's Gao Qingyue who was blind, she missed out on you, she'll regret it. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, it doesn't matter, including whatever schemes Gao Qingyue has now, it doesn't matter to me. Ruo, let's go, I'll take you home. Along the way, Bai Ruoruo seemed to be trying to alleviate Yi Qing's somewhat low mood by talking about happy things. Soon, they arrived at her doorstep. At this moment, a girl of 18 or 19, looking graceful and youthful, rushed over to Bai Ruoruo's doorstep when she saw Bai Ruoruo. Sis, you're back. You had me worried sick, I thought something had happened to you again. Bai Ruoruo looked at the girl in front of her, smiled, and said, Wei, what are you thinking? Come, let me introduce you, this is Yi Qing, you should call him brother Yi Qing. Yi Qing, this is my cousin, Bai Weiwei. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, hello, Weiwei. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, her brows slightly furrowed, and said, you're Yi Qing? You're the one who caused my sister to be beaten? There was resentment in her words. Bai Ruoruo quickly said, Weiwei, it's all a misunderstanding, don't think too much. Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, what misunderstanding? You were injured, weren't you? Speaking of this, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo, who didn't seem to be very injured, and asked in confusion, but looking at her, she doesn't seem to have suffered much. However, her face is very pale, so she must have been bullied quite a bit. Yi Qing, you're the one who caused it, do you admit it or not? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded and said, I won't deny that point. After all, your sister was indeed brutally beaten because of me. Brutally beaten? Hearing the words brutally beaten, Bai Weiwei was furious. She immediately pulled Bai Ruoruo over, looked at Yi Qing angrily, and said, brutally beaten? You caused my sister to be brutally beaten, and you can still smile? Yi Qing, are you even human? Get out of here, or this girl won't let you off. After speaking, Bai Weiwei didn't wait for Bai Ruoruo to explain. She pulled Bai Ruoruo and said discontentedly, sis, why are you still associating with this kind of person? Let's go home, you're not allowed to see him again. With that, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, snorted coldly, and directly pulled Bai Ruoruo into the house. Bai Ruoruo didn't even have time to say anything, and Yi Qing also shook his head helplessly, without much explanation. After all, no matter how Bai Ruoruo was now, that previous brutal beating was real. Yi Qing could even imagine how desperate and helpless Bai Ruoruo must have been when young Master Tan was punching and kicking her on the ground at that time. Thinking of this, Yi Qing's eyes glowed with killing intent. He always felt that his retaliation had been a little too lenient. Chapter 57, Someone from Cloud Group. At this moment, back home, Bai Ruoruo pulled Bai Weiwei aside and said, Weiwei, you were very impolite just now. Bai Weiwei said indignantly, sister, that's Yi Qing. I know you've loved this man for many years, so much so that you've lost all your friends and besties. A man who's been to prison, and after being released, was abandoned by his own wife. He's just using you as a last resort, and you're actually throwing yourself into it for him. Sister, you're so confused. Bai Ruoro sighed, looking at Bai Weiwei, and said, Weiwei, you don't understand, wait until I tell you everything, then you'll understand. Bai Weiwei covered her ears and said angrily, I don't want to know about your messed up affairs, all I know is that you two aren't suitable together, he's not worthy of you and will only harm you. In short, I don't agree, he's just a pitiful, abandoned nobody's sister. Think about it carefully, in any case, I will not agree to you two being together. After speaking, Bai Weiwei ran off angrily. Bai Ruoro looked at Bai Weiwei's retreating back with a helpless expression. Regardless, Bai Weiwei was thinking of her and truly cared for her, she was very clear on this point. Although Bai Weiwei was her cousin, she was closer than a biological sister. It wasn't surprising that Bai Weiwei misunderstood, anyone would probably misunderstand. Meanwhile, at the hospital ward, young Master Tan was almost completely insane, his injuries were terrifying to behold, but what was most frightening was young Master Tan's mental state, which truly alternated between lucidity and madness. He was completely ruined. The Tan family head and Madame Tan sat in the ward, staring blankly at their son, who was now tied to the hospital bed and struggling painfully. Only they understood the anguish in their hearts. Madame Tan continuously wiped away tears, while the Tan family head's eyes were incredibly cold. If this vengeance is not exacted, I, Tan, swear I am not human. The Tan family head gritted his teeth and spoke. At this moment, Madame Tan choked out, you yourself were dealt with, you saw how ruthless Yi Qing was just now, most importantly, he has the Wan family backing him, how can we get revenge, boo-hoo-hoo. The Tan family head gritted his teeth and said angrily, what if the Wan family is backing him? My life, Tan, is ruined anyway, but even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. Do you really think my Tan family is easy to bully? Do you really think I, Tan, have been messing around for nothing all these years? Alright, then let's go for broke, a fight to the death. After speaking, the Tan family head gritted his teeth and looked at Madame Tan, saying coldly, you stay here and take good care of your son once his external injuries heal, take him home, I'll go out for a few days first. In short, don't worry about anything, I will definitely get this revenge. With that, the Tan family head was about to leave. Madame Tan grabbed the Tan family head's hand and choked out, you can't do anything foolish. Our son is already like this, if something happens to you too, how can I live? Upon hearing this, the Tan family head's expression, cold with a hint of madness, said, live? I don't want to live anymore. In short, no one can stop me from getting revenge. Bai Ruoro, that wretched woman, is the root cause of everything, just wait, I won't let them off. With that, the Tan family head directly shook off Madame Tan and walked out of the ward with a crazed look. No one knew where he went or who he was going to find, but Madame Tan knew that this matter was not over, and it was likely that something even bigger would soon erupt. At this time, Yi Qing was unaware of this. If he had known that the Tan family head was still not giving up and was thinking of revenge, he probably would have been even more ruthless when he attacked the Tan family head, crippling him directly. When he returned to the community, Yi Qing saw 3 luxury cars parked in front of his house. Moreover, the license plates were not local. Frowning slightly, Yi Qing knew that they were probably looking for him. Sure enough, as Yi Qing approached, an elderly man with somewhat graying hair got out of the car and looked at Yi Qing with a very excited expression. You are Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, correct? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded and said, who are you? Upon hearing the affirmative answer, the old man's expression became even more excited. My surname is Gu, and I am one of the directors of the Yunduan Group. Mr. Yi, may I have a word with you? Hearing that it was someone from the Yunduan Group, Yi Qing was not surprised at all. From the moment he bought White Crystal Romance with the Yunduan card, he knew that people from the Yunduan Group would definitely come looking for him. It wasn't intentional, but since he had done it, Yi Qing was already prepared to meet them. Anyway, if he didn't meet them now, he would meet them sooner or later. Gu, old master, right? Alright, come in. With that, Yi Qing went straight upstairs and opened his room. Gu, old master left everyone else downstairs and followed Yi Qing into the room alone. Mr. Yi, may I ask you a question? After Gu, old master entered the room, before even sitting down, he eagerly wanted to ask. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, you may, but there's no need to rush. Gu, old master, please sit down, have some tea, and rest. With that, Yi Qing brewed a cup of tea for Gu, old master. Gu, old master held the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up, saying, "What kind of tea is this? I've never had such delicious tea. Not only is it sweet on the palate, but there also seems to be a warmth circulating within my body, making me feel extremely comfortable." Yi Qing sat opposite Gold Master and said with a smile, "The tea is just ordinary tea, it just tastes different when brewed by me." Gold Master looks like he's been traveling a long way. "You must have rushed here non-stop after getting the news, huh? Have some tea, calm down, it won't hurt. You want to ask about old Jun, right?" Upon hearing this, Gold Master immediately looked at Yi Qing with a serious expression, nodding heavily, and said, "That's right, Mr. Yi, it's about old Yun. He has disappeared since his release from prison, yet he transferred all his shares to you and specifically appointed you to manage the entire Yunwan group, and even serve as the Yun family's special enshrinement, with the authority to handle all matters, big and small, of the Yun family. May I ask, is all of this true?" Whether it was true or not, Gold Master actually knew in his heart. However, precisely because it was so incredible, he couldn't help but ask once he met the person in question. Yi Qing nodded and said, "Indeed, I originally didn't want to accept, but old Yun has been kind to me, so for his peace of mind, I could only reluctantly agree." Upon hearing this, Gold Master didn't know what to say. Accepting old Yun's shares and managing the Yunwan group, with assets worth hundreds of billions, is that considered reluctant? Serving as the Yun family's enshrinement, controlling all the power of the Yun family, and even having the authority to influence the choice of the Yun family head, is that also reluctant? Any one of these, when casually brought up, is a huge fortune that countless people desperately seek, yet in Yi Qing's mouth, it seemed to have become a burden. This made Gold Master feel a bit uncomfortable in his heart. "Mr. Yi, do you know what you are saying? That's the highest authority of the Yunwan group and the entire Yun family." Chapter 58. I'm afraid there will be a river of blood. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled at Gold Master and said, "But there are also a lot of troubles, aren't there?" At the mention of this, Gold Master's face immediately fell. Yes, there were many troubles. Yunwan group was currently embroiled in a power struggle, and the entire Yun family was also restless. While these might be manageable, if Yi Qing, as an outsider, took control of the most significant power, no one would be convinced at that point. He would almost be an enemy to all vested interests, and they would not let Yi Qing off the hook. After all, this concerned a commercial empire worth hundreds of billions and the vast Yun family. Just as now, Gold Master knew very well that besides him coming to find Yi Qing, others were also on their way. However, Gold Master had taken some measures to ensure they hadn't found Yi Qing's whereabouts yet. "Mr. Yi, it seems you are very clear about what you will face, but even so, you won't give up, right? After all, this is the great power of Yunwan group and the entire Yun family." Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Gold Master, you underestimate me. I admit that Yunwan group is very rich, and the Yun family is very valuable, but these don't move me. What's more, I would have to fight with many people for this. I am actually most afraid of trouble and just want to live a peaceful life. It was old Yun's entrustment, even his pleading, that I reluctantly accepted, and even then, the main reason was that I owed old Yun a favor." Pleading? These two words made Gold Master feel somewhat angry. That was old Yun, the famous old Yun, who started from scratch and created countless miracles. Would such a figure plead with others to accept such vast wealth? It was simply ridiculous. However, looking at Yi Qing's calm expression, Gold Master immediately believed his words. Mr. Yi, then, I'll trouble you. But, can you tell me, old Yun, where exactly did he go? Compared to other things, what these loyal people like Gold Master most wanted to know was old Yun's whereabouts and safety. But Yi Qing could not tell him. "I'm sorry, Gold Master, I promised old Yun that I wouldn't disclose his whereabouts. However, I can tell you that old Yun is very safe, and you don't need to worry as for whether old Yun will return. I don't know, but there is a possibility." When Gold Master was about to ask further, Yi Qing shook his head and smiled. "Gold Master, if I were so loose-lipped, do you think old Yun would trust me? Moreover, if I can tell you old Yun's news, then what about others? Will I leak it to them too? So, don't waste your efforts." Gold Master nodded and said, "I was presumptuous since old Yun chose you. We all trust you. I know that whether it's Yunwan group or the Yun family, it will be difficult for you to gain full control, but us old fellows will do our best for you. Please rest assured." Mr. Yi, then, when do you plan to go to the Yun family, to Yunwan group? Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then said, let's wait a bit longer whether it's the Yun family or Yunwan group. I've actually understood quite a lot of the situation right now. I still have other matters to handle, so I won't go for now in any case. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Of course, I must say up front, even if I go to Yunwan group and the Yun family, I won't really stay there forever ultimately. The Yun family's matters still need to be handled by the Yun family. As for me, I'll just be responsible for standing behind the scenes. The specific details can be discussed later. Upon hearing this, Gu Old Master also knew he couldn't sway Yi Qing, although he didn't know Yi Qing well. Well, since he was the person Old Jun chose and trusted, he could only believe that Yi Qing had the ability to resolve everything. Alright, then I await your esteemed presence at any time. However, Mr. Yi, this time you used the Yunwan card, and the news has leaked. Not only am I here, but those who oppose the Yun family will also come looking for you. Do you need me to stay and handle the trouble for you? Yi Qing waved his hand and smiled. I am a low-key person. If you stay, how can I be low-key? Gu Old Master, if I can't even solve this much trouble, then I'm not worthy of your trust, am I? Go ahead, don't worry. However, my methods will depend on my mood. If I go too far, or even cause deaths, I hope Gu Old Master won't take offense then. Gu Old Master had always known that the person Old Yun personally selected could never be a simple character. However, it wasn't until this moment that Gu Old Master truly saw that Yi Qing was not just not simple, but his methods were probably beyond ordinary imagination. Taking a deep breath, Gu Old Master stood up, bowed slightly to Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi, I have no right to interfere with what you want to do. However, I ask that you, for Old Yun's sake, spare their lives when you act. After all, they are all Old Yun's bloodline. This was true, but Yi Qing had no intention of listening. Looking at Gu Old Master, Yi Qing simply asked one question. Gu Old Master, do they still count as Old Yun's bloodline? How many of them are after money and power, and how many genuinely care for Old Yun, respect Old Yun, and want to find Old Yun? Gu Old Master, please return. I know exactly what to do. Gu Old Master knew that at this moment, he shouldn't say anything more. He nodded, took out 2 business cards, and gently placed them on the table. Mr. Yi, these 2 business cards, one is mine. If you ever need anything, you can call me anytime, and I will do my utmost for you. The other one is for the president of Yunwan Group in East Province, who is also my disciple. He can be trusted. If you find it inconvenient to contact me, you can directly contact him, and he will do everything you want. Gu Old Master was very thoughtful. He didn't bring people directly but only gave business cards, which showed he was considering Yi Qing's wishes. Yi Qing nodded, accepted the business cards, and personally saw Gu Old Master out the door. After getting into the car, Gu Old Master made a phone call. Once the call connected, Gu Old Master said with a serious expression, I didn't get any news about Old Yun, but I met the person. Old Yun has good judgment, but this person, I'm afraid, is even more extraordinary than we imagined. Notify everyone to be prepared. I have a premonition that this person will probably turn the Yun family upside down, and perhaps even cause a bloodbath. Chapter 59. Are you still my daughter? At this moment, Yun Leopard, the 3rd-generation young man of the Yun family, had already arrived in Zheng City, escorted by numerous bodyguards. However, Yun Leopard clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He was unhurried throughout the journey, and even a bit displeased. These people, they only know how to boss me around. Why don't they come themselves? It's so far, rushing here overnight, I'm exhausted. Yun Leopard sat in the car, complaining with great dissatisfaction. His attendant, sitting in the passenger seat, said with a smile, Young Master Yun, this shows the family values you. Otherwise, why wouldn't they send someone else? Coming to Zheng City this time is actually an opportunity for you. As long as you complete the mission, no one will dare say you're idle and don't do proper work anymore, right? At the mention of this, Yun Leopard became somewhat happy. In his opinion, it was just about dealing with someone he'd never met, who had inexplicably received shares from their family for him. It was a piece of cake. The mission will definitely be completed. He's just a poor kid who got lucky for some unknown reason. How dare he covet the Yun family's wealth? He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I even suspect that the old man is either completely muddled or has a deep hatred for this person. Otherwise, why would he send him to his death? At this moment, Yun Leopard's attendant Little Guzzi cautiously said, Young Master Yun, for the sake of the bigger picture, it's better if we bear with it for now. Let's observe the situation first. If it can be resolved with money, let's resolve it with money. After all, if this mission is completed well, you'll be well rewarded when you return. To resolve the matter perfectly without creating new problems is what's most important for you, of course. If this person is not sensible, then that's another story. Young Master Yun heard this, looked at Little Guzzi, and laughed. Little Guzzi, that's why I always like to bring you along. Your mind is just sharp, alright, then it will depend on my mood at that time. However, we've already arrived in Jiang City, and the address hasn't been found yet. What a bunch of useless people, but no rush. Let's find a place to stay first and have some fun. Oh, right, let's go to the hospital first, damn it. I don't know what I ate on the way. My stomach hurts a bit. Let's go to the hospital to get it checked out. Yun Leopard said, clutching his stomach, looking quite annoyed. The attendant quickly told the driver to drive to the nearest hospital. At this time, Gao Qingyue had also arrived at the hospital and was in Qing Shu's ward, explaining to Qing Shu why Yi Qing could not be touched for now. However, from Qing Shu's dissatisfied attitude, it was clear that Qing Shu was unhappy. No, sis, if you don't help me, then I'll do it myself. He's just a mere Yi Qing. I don't believe I can't deal with him. Sis, tell me the truth, do you still have feelings for Yi Qing and want to rekindle your old flame with him? Is that why you're here telling me to let him go for now? Tell me, is that what you're thinking? Qing Shu was making a fuss in the ward, starting to question Qingyue. At this moment, Mother Gao was also nearby, and upon hearing this, she immediately became displeased. Gao Qingyue, are you still my daughter? Are you still Qing Shu's sister? Now your own brother and your own mother have been beaten by Yi Qing, and not only do you not care, but you also tell us to let it go for now? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you want to rekindle your old flame with him, no way. Unless we sever our mother-daughter relationship. Mother Gao pointed at Gao Qingyue's nose, speaking angrily, even uttering words like severing their mother-daughter relationship clearly. She was genuinely very angry and furious. However, Gao Qingyue felt even more wronged. If it was about lingering feelings, perhaps she couldn't say anything, because, deep down, she did seem to have some feelings for Yi Qing. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel heartache and anger when she saw Bairuo getting close to Yi Qing. But rekindling an old flame, that was absolutely impossible. Gao Qingyue had worked so hard to reach her current position, she absolutely could not let anyone destroy it. She wanted to go higher and further, and Yi Qing, not only couldn't help her, but would also hinder her progress. How could she possibly rekindle an old flame? Mom, what are you saying? How could I possibly rekindle an old flame with Yi Qing? If I wanted to do that, why would I divorce him? You say, right? I truly have my own considerations now. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge this for you, and it will be the kind that absolutely satisfies you. You don't know, Yi Qing got involved with the Wan family. The Wan family even owes Yi Qing a favor. Tell me, can we take revenge? Revenge now? Upon hearing this, Mother Gao and Qing Shu were stunned. Qing Shu was even more anxious, saying, the Wan family owes Yi Qing a favor? Sis, are you kidding me? You're not lying to me, are you? Gao Qingyue frowned, looked at Qing Shu, and said coldly, do I need to lie to you? I heard this directly from young Master Wan's own mouth. However, you don't need to worry, this favor has already been repaid, and young Master Wan also dislikes Yi Qing. It's just that, since the favor was just repaid, we need to calm down for a few days, otherwise, it won't look good for the Wan family, you say, right? Qing Shu then nodded dejectedly, saying, alright then, sis, remember, you must help me get revenge. Even if Yi Qing doesn't die, I want him crippled. Mother Gao said even more coldly, fine, do as your brother says. Gao Qingyue, if you can't handle this well, then don't call me your mother. Gao Qingyue nodded helplessly, saying, don't worry, I have my own plans. When the time comes, after I've finished my own matters, I'll just find someone to break his legs. Are you satisfied now? Mother Gao and Qing Shu then reluctantly nodded. It seemed that breaking Yi Qing's legs was still a bit too light for them. And Gao Qingyue said somewhat wearily, alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. I've been busy all day, I need to go back and rest. In short, don't worry, I'll handle it. After speaking, Gao Qingyue directly left the ward, not wanting to stay there for another minute. And just as Gao Qingyue was walking downstairs, she happened to encounter young Master Yun Leopard, who had just finished his injection and was about to leave. At this moment, Gao Qingyue was still dressed as she was at the banquet, beautiful enough to make people unable to look away. And Yun Leopard, upon seeing Gao Qingyue, was completely stunned. His eyes were even filled with a fiery desire. Chapter 60 Beauty, I love you. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Watching Gao Qingyue's retreating figure, Yun Leopard swallowed hard. It wasn't that he hadn't seen women before, as a direct descendant of the Yun family, countless beauties had thrown themselves at him. He had even encountered women like Gao Qingyue before, but for some reason, seeing her today gave him a feeling he had never experienced. Little Guzzi, did you see that? Her figure and face are both top-notch. Most importantly, her pretty face is slightly cold right now, giving her a frosty, icy demeanor, and that cool, aloof aura. She's truly unforgettable. With that, Yun Leopard quickly jogged forward. Beauty, wait a moment, please wait a moment, beautiful lady. Gao Qingyue was currently furious hearing someone running over to strike up a conversation with her. She immediately frowned and said, "Who are you?" Yun Leopard walked up to Gao Qingyue looking at her slightly furrowed brows. He found her even more captivating after all. When he, Yun Leopard, used to approach women, it was always successful, and almost always, they were the ones clinging to him. Now, having someone give him the cold shoulder, the feeling was indescribable. "Hello, beautiful lady, I am Yun Leopard. I just saw you and was awestruck by your beauty, so I wanted to get to know you. Is that convenient?" With that, Yun Leopard took out his business card from his pocket. However, before he could hand it to Gao Qingyue, she had already turned and walked away coldly. "It's not convenient." Just those 3 words, and then Gao Qingyue directly got into her car and left the hospital. Yun Leopard hadn't even reacted yet, still holding the posture of offering his business card. At this moment, little Guzzi, his attendant, walked up to Yun Leopard and said angrily, "Who is that? She's completely ignorant. She actually dared to refuse your business card, young Master Yun, and even spoke coldly to you. That's outrageous." "Young Master Yun, don't worry, I will definitely find out who she is by then. I'll make her apologize to you personally." Young Master Yun waved his hand upon hearing this, not at all angry, and laughed. "No, there's no need for that, huh? This feeling truly has a unique flavor. Having seen too many obedient women, now seeing one who was cold to me, don't you think it's very interesting? Moreover, the more she is like this, the stronger the sense of conquest will be in the end, and the more physically and mentally enjoyable it will be. Investigate now. I've decided. Our most important task in coming to Jiangcheng is to find this woman and conquer her, ha ha ha." Seeing little Guzzi's lecherous expression, his attendant, little Guzzi, was already used to it and quickly said, "Don't worry, young Master Yun, I guarantee I'll get to the bottom of it for you." Young Master Yun nodded and said, "Then let's go remember to find that lucky fellow who tried to take advantage. Resolve it quickly so I can handle other matters sooner." After giving his instructions, young Master Yun left the hospital with his people. Before coming, his mind was empty, but after arriving, his mind was filled with Gao Qingyue's cool and aloof face. At this moment, Gao Qingyue still didn't know that Yun Leopard had set his sights on her. Returning to her villa, Gao Qingyue's mind was in a mess. After showering and changing into her pajamas, she lay on the bed and took out a photo of her and Yi Qing from the bedside table. It was their only photo together. Looking at the intimate appearance of the 2 people in the photo, Gao Qingyue frowned slightly and softly said, "If you must blame someone, blame yourself for being too mediocre, too incompetent. It's not that I, Gao Qingyue, am cold and heartless, it's just that I've already seen the scenery from a higher place and no longer wish to live such a mundane life. Yi Qing, I can only say that we were destined to be without fate. You were destined to become my stepping stone. However, I'm sorry, even if I don't want you anymore, I can't watch you get involved with Bai Ruoruo." With that, Gao Qingyue sighed softly and threw the only photo into the trash can. At this moment, it was fortunate that Yi Qing hadn't heard Gao Qingyue's words, otherwise, besides being speechless, he could only be speechless. Early the next morning, after Gao Qingyue woke up and finished breakfast, she prepared to go to work at the group. However, as soon as she stepped out of the door, she was shocked by the scene before her. Early in the morning, around 8 o'clock, her doorstep was piled high with bouquets of fresh flowers. At least dozens of red roses were stacked on both sides of the entrance. Women do love romance, and Gao Qingyue was no exception. But this was a bit too romantic, and more importantly, who sent them? Now, Gao Qingyue, with a net worth of over 100 million, could no longer be moved by ordinary romance. And just as Gao Qingyue was wondering who sent the flowers, Yun Leopard walked out from the side, with the demeanor of a refined gentleman, slowly approaching Gao Qingyue. It was love at first sight at the hospital last night, leaving me consumed by longing and sleepless nights. Beautiful lady, can we get to know each other now? Young Leopard had a gentle smile on his face. If his face wasn't a bit too ordinary, he would truly give people a good impression. Last night? The hospital? Gao Qingyue remembered that Yun Leopard was the one who had blocked her path last night, but now, she didn't feel romantic, only disgusted. So, you've been following me since last night, is that right? Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard, her brows slightly furrowed. Yun Leopard, however, shook his head and smiled. How could I do something so impolite? I simply saw you, miss, as if I had seen a celestial being, and fell in love at first sight, so I just had someone inquire a little, and only then did I learn that not only are you beautiful and lovely, but you are also exceptionally talented. This couldn't help but make me even more joyful. President Qingyue, I can now tell you with certainty that I, Yun Leopard, truly like you very much. Are you willing to be with me, even if we just start as friends? Despite having little culture, he deliberately put on a cultured air. Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard and once again said coldly, I'm sorry, I don't think we can be friends. Also, please stop following me, otherwise, I will not be polite. With that, Gao Qingyue prepared to leave. Yun Leopard waved his hand and smiled slightly, saying, if you want to be impolite to me with just these people, then, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Qingyue. Subsequently, Gao Qingyue's bodyguards were directly brought over by Yun Leopard's subordinates. And this scene made Gao Qingyue frown deeply. She knew that she had probably underestimated Yun Leopard. Chapter 61, Yun, the Yun of Yunwan Group. Yun Leopard looked at Gao Qingyue with a chuckle and said, Miss Qingyue, your bodyguard's skills are truly too poor. How can such skills protect you well? But don't worry, miss, as long as you need, I can introduce you to better bodyguards anytime, anywhere. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Now, I wonder if miss can chat with me. Believe me, you won't regret knowing me as a friend, miss. Yun Leopard spoke slowly, looking powerful and confident, as if he had never failed in his life. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, and her expression became calm as she looked at Yun Leopard. Hey, Mr. Yun Leopard, it seems you are no ordinary person. It's just, I wonder why I haven't heard of your name? Jiangcheng, no, even East Province, it seems there's no such prominent Yun family. Could it be that you're from outside the province? Yun Leopard chuckled and said, Qingyue, why bother probing me? If you want to know who I am, all you need is a word. After speaking, Yun Leopard once again took out his business card and handed it to Gao Qingyue. This time, Gao Qingyue took the business card, but looking at the title of General Manager of Yun Leopard Investment Company on it, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. An investment company named after himself provided no useful clues at all. She had never heard of this company, so she couldn't discern Yun Leopard's origins at all. So, Mr. Yun, who exactly are you? Gao Qingyue raised the business card in her hand, looked at Yun Leopard, and spoke directly. Yun Leopard smiled and said, when you're out and about, you always need a title at home. I am indeed a bit idle, so I haven't officially joined the family business yet. However, my own ventures have also achieved good results. Miss Qingyue, my surname is Yun, the Yun of Yunwan Group. As soon as these words came out, Gao Qingyue's eyes widened instantly, and she swallowed as she looked at Yun Leopard. Having the surname Yun was not strange, but the Yun of Yunwan Group, that was a different concept altogether. Yunwan Group. A super enterprise that ranked among the top in the entire Dragon Country, with assets reaching hundreds of billions no matter where it went. It was an absolute god of wealth. A descendant of the Yunwan Group's founding family, no wonder he was so flamboyant and so arrogant. But at this moment, Gao Qingyue truly dared not offend Yun Leopard, because the gap between her and him was simply too great. So it's young Master Yun of the Yun family. This humble girl truly failed to recognize a great figure. I wonder why young Master Yun came to Jiangcheng? Is it for leisure and sightseeing? Or visiting relatives and friends? Looking at Gao Qingyue, whose attitude had changed drastically, Yun Leopard laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. This was the feeling he wanted. Women should submit to him. Gao Qingyue's previous coldness and current gentleness were proof. I came to Jiangcheng to handle some matters. Hey, it seems Miss Qingyue is quite familiar with my Yunwan Group. That's good. I heard Miss Qingyue also has her own company. We can cooperate if there's an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately smiled and said, a business giant and behemoth like Yunwan Group is well known not only to people in the business world but also to ordinary people. If I could truly have some cooperation with Yunwan Group, that would naturally be my honor. It's just that I'm afraid my Qingyue Group doesn't have that qualification yet. Gao Qingyue also had self-awareness. What was the scale of her Qingyue Group, and what was the scale of Yunwan Group? Cooperation? To put it bluntly, just a little bit of what they casually leaked would be enough for Qingyue Group to be overflowing with profits. Moreover, Yun Leopard himself said that he held no position in Yunwan Group, appearing to be just a playboy. He couldn't make decisions for Yunwan Group. However, Gao Qingyue also didn't want to offend Yun Leopard. After all, he was an absolutely good connection. Yun Leopard looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled. What, Miss Qingyue, are you afraid you don't believe in my ability? But it's understandable. Cooperation with Yunwan Group headquarters is naturally difficult, but I think as a direct descendant of the Yun family, I still have the influence to speak. For example, arranging for the Yunwan Group's East Province branch to engage in some necessary cooperation with Qingyue Group. I think that's not a big problem. When saying this, Yun Leopard was very arrogant. And the smile in Gao Qingyue's eyes grew even wider. Don't underestimate a provincial company of Yunwan Group. Its scale is absolutely much larger than her. Qingyue Group's cooperation would naturally bring many benefits. Then I thank young Master Yun Bao very much. Young Master Yun Bao, why don't we go inside and talk? Standing here without even a sip of tea means I, Gao Qingyue, have been neglectful of my guest. People would scold me if they knew. Just as Yun Leopard was smiling and about to nod, Little Guzi walked up to Yun Leopard and whispered, Young Master Yun, the person has been found. When would you like to deal with him? Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light, and he sneered, the sooner the better. Of course I want to see who was so bold as to dare take advantage of my Yun family. However, the most important thing now is not this matter, but to send Miss Qingyue to work. After speaking, Yun Leopard looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled. I wonder if I have the honor of driving Miss Qingyue to work and at the same time, visit Miss Qingyue's company? Gao Qingyue naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately nodded in agreement. Young Master Yun Bao is so kind, I naturally cannot refuse. It's just, I just heard young Master Yun Bao say you have something to deal with. It won't delay your matters, will it? Yun Leopard waved his hand and smiled. It's just resolving a small problem. Miss Qingyue doesn't need to worry. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue nodded and smiled. If young Master Yun Bao needs my help, please don't hesitate to ask. Qingyue is, after all, a native of Jiangcheng and has some capabilities. If I can be of some help to young Master Yun Bao, I would be very happy. Yun Leopard laughed heartily, nodded, and said, if needed, I will certainly trouble Miss Qingyue. However, for now, it doesn't seem necessary. Let's go. Miss Qingyue, please get in the car. As he spoke, Yun Leopard's car had already driven over. And Yun Leopard looked at Little Guzi and said lightly, arrange for a few people to bring him to me. He's just an ignorant fellow. Do I really need to go see him myself? Upon hearing this, Little Guzi immediately nodded and said, young Master Yun, rest assured, I will personally handle it and ensure everything is foolproof. You, enjoy yourself. As he spoke, Little Guzi's smile was quite meaningful. And young Master Yun Bao laughed heartily, patted Little Guzi's shoulder, and then got into the car, sitting next to Gao Qingyue. Chapter 62. You dare to play tricks on me? Along the way, Gao Qingyue and Yun Leopard didn't talk much about anything else, just casually chatted about some topics. It had to be said that Yun Leopard had a sweet tongue and made Gao Qingyue very happy. Soon, the vehicle arrived downstairs at Qingyue Group, and Lin Ju was already waiting there. When she saw Gao Qingyue get out of Yun Leopard's car, she was stunned for a moment, and even more so after seeing Yun Leopard's appearance. However, Lin Ju was very smart. Just by looking at Gao Qingyue's expression, she knew that this Yun Leopard was not simple. President, this is? Lin Ju walked up to Gao Qingyue and asked. Gao Qingyue smiled and said, this is Yun Leopard, Mr. Yun. Yes, the Yun from Yunwan Group. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ji's eyes immediately lit up. The Yun from Yunwan Group, that truly was a cloud floating in the sky. Immediately, Lin Ji showed a passionate gaze, looking at Yun Leopard, and bowed with a smile. Hello, Mr. Yun, I am President Qingyue's assistant, Lin Ji. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Yun Leopard looked at Lin Ji and smiled. As expected of a beautiful president, even her assistant is a peerless beauty. How wonderful. Although he said that, Yun Leopard's eyes did show a moment of amazement, but then he lost interest. He had seen too many stunning beauties, but it was very, very difficult to enter his heart. Gao Qingyue was different because she didn't give him any special treatment at the hospital, which sparked a strange interest in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. But Lin Ji, upon seeing him, immediately became passionately enthusiastic, especially her gaze, which was almost the same as how other women looked at him. This made Yun Leopard lose a lot of interest. Lin Ji also noticed the indifference in Yun Leopard's eyes and felt a sharp pain in her heart, especially when she saw how eager and fiery Yun Leopard's gaze was towards Gao Qingyue. That kind of jealousy made Lin Ji almost grit her teeth in anger. Why is everyone so good to Gao Qingyue, so fond of her, but indifferent to herself? Why can she only be Gao Qingyue's subordinate, only admired by ordinary people with no financial means? Can't she also be admired by some rare young talents? It's unfair, truly unfair. Lin Ji was completely confused about what she lacked compared to Gao Qingyue. Miss Qingyue, let's go introduce your company to me properly later. I'll arrange for someone to discuss cooperation. By then, we'll be partners. Yun Leopard was once again drawing a big picture for Gao Qingyue, but this time, Gao Qingyue truly couldn't refuse to take this bait. Meanwhile, Little Guzi had already taken people to search for Yi Qing. Guold Master's blockade of news about Yi Qing could only be temporary after all. Although Guold Master held significant power in Yunyuan Group, the people of the Yun family also held considerable power and were by no means weak in ability. It was only a matter of time before Yun Leopard received the news. Guold Master had already reminded Yi Qing about this. Yi Qing didn't take it seriously, so Guold Master had no other choice but to trust Yi Qing. After all, this was someone even old Yun trusted. Upon arriving at Yi Qing's doorstep, Little Guzi nodded to the bodyguards, and immediately, the bodyguards knocked heavily on the door. In front of Yun Leopard, Little Guzi was just a follower. However, when young Master Yun was not around, Little Guzi was the dog Xiao. Putting everything else aside, just Little Guzi's current appearance, with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression, truly made him seem more like Yun Leopard than Yun Leopard himself. After Yi Qing opened the door, he looked at Little Guzi and the others, said nothing, and directly turned around to return to the living room, where he sat down and brewed a cup of tea. This scene made Little Guzi and the others pause, looking at each other in confusion. This situation truly surprised them. Shouldn't he ask who they were? Shouldn't he ask what they came for? Just like that, he opened the door, said nothing, and went straight back to the living room to sit down. What was going on? Little Guzi entered the room with 4 bodyguards, looked at Yi Qing sitting on the sofa, frowned slightly, and said, "You know us?" Yi Qing shook his head and said calmly, "No." Little Guzi immediately laughed. "You don't know us, yet you let us in without even asking a single question. What do you mean?" Yi Qing glanced at Little Guzi and said, "Why bother with that effort? Anyway, you're here for me, that much is certain. Since you're here, just say what you need to say. You don't look like you're here to give gifts, so you must be here to cause trouble. Let's get straight to the point then." Goodness, Little Guzi had lived for so long, and this was truly the first time he had seen such a person, which made him quite interested. Sitting opposite Yi Qing, Little Guzi looked at Yi Qing and smiled. "Interesting, I actually quite like you." Alright, then let's talk. Where is old Yun?" Little Guzi got straight to the point, directly asking about old Yun's whereabouts. Just like Guold Master before, old Yun's existence was something that no one in the entire Yun family, from top to bottom, would or dared to ignore. Yi Qing looked at Little Guzi and said calmly, "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Little Guzi looked at Yi Qing, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and said, "Good, kid, you're quite arrogant, but I wonder if you have the capital to be arrogant, and since I asked that question, you must already know who we are and who we represent. Are you sure you can resist? I advise you to be honest. That way, you'll not only suffer less and endure less, but perhaps even gain some benefits. However, if you're stubborn, then I can only apologize to you." After speaking, Little Guzi directly took out a contract and said calmly, "Sign this equity transfer contract, and from then on, old Yun's shares will have nothing to do with you. However, as compensation for you, I will provide you with 1 million in cash. Kid, getting 1 million in cash for doing nothing, you've hit the jackpot." Little Guzi said this without batting an eye, as if Yi Qing had truly stumbled upon a huge bargain. However, Yi Qing looked at Little Guzi as if he were an idiot and said, "Are you drunk?" Little Guzi frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, "What do you mean?" Yi Qing oed and said, if you're not drunk, then you must have a brain illness. However, although I know a bit about medicine, I don't treat brainless idiots. You should go to the hospital. If you don't know how to get to the mental hospital in Jiangcheng, I can tell you the address. As soon as these words came out, Little Guzi immediately became furious. This was clearly playing him for a fool, and even insulting him. Bastard, kid, you dare to call me an idiot? As these words fell, Little Guzi slammed his palm heavily on the table, making a deafening sound. Chapter 63, 1 million to buy your shares. Yi Qing looked at the table that Little Guzi had slapped heavily, and said in a deep voice, apologize to my table. As soon as these words were uttered, Little Guzi was immediately stunned, and the 4 bodyguards also looked at Yi Qing speechless, feeling that there was something wrong with this person's mind. Not to mention that the table was intact, without a single crack. Even if it had been smashed directly, there was no reason to apologize to a table. Little Guzi was directly angered into laughter. Looking at Yi Qing, he sneered, kid, not only do you call me an idiot, but now you dare to play with me, apologize to your table? Do I have to apologize to you if I slap you? Kid, can't you distinguish the situation? Do you really not know what kind of situation you are facing right now? You want to die, don't you? Yi Qing was silent, then looked up at Little Guzi, and said indifferently, aren't you an idiot? Otherwise, how could you say such foolish words? 1 million, and you want to buy the shares of old Master Yun in my hand? Are you sure your brain isn't sick, that you're not an idiot? Can't you even do such a simple calculation? Then I'll tell you, the shares old Yun gave me are worth tens of billions, and you want to buy them for 1 million, acting as if you're doing me a favor. Aren't you playing with me? What's more, what old Yun gave me is not just shares, but also the power to control the entire Yunwan group and the Yun family. These are not comparable to mere shares. You guess, aren't you sick in the head? Everyone can do calculations. If Little Guzi were truly an idiot, he wouldn't be taken everywhere by Yun Leopard. However, calculations aren't done this way. Little Guzi looked at Yi Qing, smiled and shook his head, saying, no, kid, you've miscalculated. At least, there's one thing you not only miscalculated, but also thought wrong. Money is very important. The shares in your hand are indeed worth tens of billions. There's nothing wrong with that. However, this tens of billions of wealth also needs a life to spend it. If you don't even have a life, then do you think you still have any wealth to speak of? Kid, let me advise you, never be greedy, and never hope to get things you shouldn't get, otherwise, people will die, and when people die, everything is gone. 1 million, that's really cheap for you. Otherwise, do you believe that 1 million can buy you several lives? Yi Qing smiled. Threats, how interesting. Since he was released from prison, he seemed to have been threatened by many people. These successive events really made him feel annoyed. Looking at Little Guzi, Yi Qing sighed, is life really that worthless? Upon hearing this, Little Guzi laughed heartily, thinking that Yi Qing was scared. Life, of course, is valuable, but it depends on whose life. For example, your life is worth this 1 million, and it's our charity. Take this 1 million, sign the contract, and you live. Don't take it, don't sign, then use this 1 million to buy your life, and you die. A very simple choice, isn't it? Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, saying, simple and clear. So, who are you? Someone from the Yun family? Little Guzi shook his head and smiled. Do I need a Yun family member to come find you? That would be too undignified. I'm just an attendant by young Master Yun's side. My presence is already giving you enough face. Kid, be sensible, sign it. Yi Qing slowly stood up, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, don't you feel your stomach starting to feel uncomfortable? Little Guzi was stunned when he heard this. He was about to say something, but then he saw the 4 bodyguards suddenly clutching their stomachs, one by one, writhing on the ground in pain, as if they were enduring 1,000 cuts and a myriad of tortures. Little Guzi's face changed, and he suddenly felt a knife-like pain in his stomach. Unable to stand up, cold sweat instantly covered his entire body. What did you do? Little Guzi collapsed directly onto the ground, clutching his stomach, gritting his teeth, and looking at Yi Qing. Yi Qing spoke indifferently, nothing, you just got poisoned, that's all. Don't worry, this poison isn't fatal, but it really will make you feel like dying from pain. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at the time and smiled. 30 minutes. Well, based on past experience, this kind of pain can make a person endure for at most 30 minutes. Either they die, or they commit suicide. Come on, apologize to my table, and I'll give you the antidote. At this moment, little Guzzi was in too much pain to speak. He didn't know if what Yi Qing said was true or false, but he knew very clearly that he was currently in excruciating pain. If this pain continued, he probably would indeed die from the pain in 30 minutes. Looking at the leisurely Yi Qing, at this moment, little Guzzi really wanted to cry. He had originally thought it was a simple, good errand, but how did it suddenly turn out like this? You, quickly give us the antidote, otherwise, the Yun family will not let you go, you will die. Yi Qing nodded, picked his ears, and said disdainfully, alright, I know, no more threats, they're not new at all. Quickly kowtow and apologize to my table, otherwise, I won't give you the antidote. After speaking, Yi Qing pulled out 5 small pills and was about to throw them away. Little Guzzi also couldn't bear it anymore and directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the table he had just slapped. Table, I'm sorry, I was blind just now, I shouldn't have slapped you, I was wrong, I'm sorry. What a great humiliation, it was truly an unforgivable humiliation in this life. He, little Guzzi, following Yun Leopard, was considered someone important now. He was forced to kneel and kowtow to a table to apologize. This was simply unreasonable. But he had no choice. And Yi Qing, true to his word, threw the pills to little Guzzi and the others as if he were teasing a dog. Little Guzzi and the 4 bodyguards, at this moment, frantically snatched the pills and eagerly swallowed them. It must be said that Yi Qing did not deceive them. As soon as they took the antidote, the pain immediately eased significantly. And after the pain subsided, little Guzzi immediately became furious, pointing at Yi Qing and angrily saying, you dare to poison us, you're looking for death, I'll kill you right now. Yi Qing looked at little Guzzi with an indifferent expression and said, alright, go ahead and kill me, but be careful not to die from pain again later. Upon hearing this, little Guzzi's face was filled with terror, including the 4 bodyguards, who immediately covered their mouths and noses, as if fearing being poisoned again. And Yi Qing waved his hand indifferently, saying, get lost, before I change my mind, let your manager come to me personally. Little Guzzi and the others were helpless now. In their eyes, Yi Qing was like a hedgehog. They couldn't fight him, nor could they not fight him. Besides retreating, they seemed to have no other choice. Good, you wait, we will definitely avenge today's grudge. After speaking, little Guzzi took the 4 bodyguards and fled Yi Qing's house as if it were some kind of hell, filled with poisonous gas. And Yi Qing, looking at the retreating figures of little Guzzi and the others, sighed, it seems this house can't be lived in anymore. Everyone can just show up at my door. Do they really think this is a vegetable market? Meanwhile, Yun Leopard was currently in Gao Qingyue's office, chatting animatedly with Gao Qingyue, while Linji stood to the side, her eyes still full of anticipation, but deeply hidden with jealousy. Chapter 64 Throwing Away the Cup He Used. Young Master Yun, you have graced Jiangcheng with your presence, and I must host you well. Do you have anything you'd like to do or any places you'd like to visit? I'd be happy to accompany you, Qingyue said, looking at Yun Leopard with a smile. She completely pushed aside the company's matters, intending to build a good relationship with Yun Leopard. Yun Leopard smiled and nodded, saying, with Qingyue by my side, I'd be happy anywhere. This is my first time in Jiangcheng, and I'm not familiar with it, so Qingyue, you can make the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Qingyue smiled and nodded, saying, alright, since young Master Yin doesn't mind, I'll take the liberty. If there's anything not up to par, please be understanding, young Master Yun. Oh, by the way, young Master Yun, there's something I'd like to inquire about. Young Master Yun heard her and said, Qingyue, just speak directly. I will certainly tell you everything I know, without holding anything back. He kept calling her Qingyue, as if his relationship with Gao Qingyue was already very close, but Gao Qingyue didn't object and was quite pleased. It's like this, young Master Yun. I was browsing Yunwan jewelry earlier and saw a set of jewelry called White Crystal Romance. It was truly exquisite and captivating. I wanted to ask, young Master Yun, is this White Crystal Romance set the only one in all of Yunwan jewelry? Upon hearing this, young Master Yin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Qingyue, you really asked the right person. I'm not very familiar with the operations of Yunwan Group, but I happen to be most familiar with Yunwan jewelry. This was not a lie. As a famous profligate son of the Yun family, young Master Yun was quite generous with his spending. Which girl wouldn't like jewelry? So, Yunwan jewelry was indeed the place Yun Leopard frequented the most, and he truly knew quite a bit about it. I don't know what white crystal romance you're referring to. I haven't seen it, however. Anything that has a special name, a dedicated counter, and is displayed individually must be unique, so there's only one set, and that's it. What? Qingyue likes it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. It would be wrong of me to let you buy something from Yunwan Jewelry and pay for it, especially with a Yun family member like me present. At this moment, Lin Ji swallowed her saliva and involuntarily blurted out, "Oh my god, young Master Yun is so generous. That's jewelry worth 99,999,000. He's giving it away just like that. He's truly too generous." It was at this moment, upon clearly hearing what Lin Ji said, that young Master Yun's expression immediately fell. Giving away jewelry, he could do that. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even a few million, he could grit his teeth and pay for it. But 99,999,000? What a joke! His annual allowance wasn't even that much, giving it away like that. He'd be crazy to do that. However, it's not appropriate for me to step in after all. I'm here for official business this time. If people found out I ran off to Yunwan Jewelry to buy some jewelry, and the family found out, they'd think I wasn't doing proper work at that point. I might be punished. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. So, let's wait for an opportunity. In any case, I've noted this down, Qingyue, rest assured. Young Master Yun secretly wiped his cold sweat, thinking, fortunately, he covered it up quickly, otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to end it. Could he possibly take Gao Qingyue to Yunwan Jewelry and then say he didn't have money to buy it? Or, would he go all out, temporarily acquire it using Yun Leopard's identity, and pay for it later? What a joke! They might not even give him that much face. Young Master Yun Bao, if he were employed at Yunwan Group, it would be fine if it were something worth a few 100,000, it would also be fine, but something worth almost 100 million? No one would give him that much face. Gao Qingyue looked at the somewhat guilty Yun Leopard and immediately understood that young Master Yun might indeed be a direct descendant of the Yun family, but his status was probably not that high. Then thank you, young Master Yun. However, it's impossible for young Master Yun to pay for it. When I earn enough money, I'll buy it myself. I asked about this because I wanted to know, what if someone counterfeits this set of jewelry? Young Master Yun's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he sneered, someone dares to counterfeit jewelry from my Yunwan Group? That's seeking death. What, Qingyue knows about this? Just speak directly. If I can't handle it, I'll inform the family and the group, and then someone will come to handle it. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, it's nothing, I was just asking. Come, young Master Yun, have some tea. Just then, Little Guzi and his group suddenly walked in, and their faces fell when they saw Yun Leopard. Yun Leopard frowned slightly and said, the matter wasn't settled? Little Guzi nodded dejectedly. He had been so confident before, wanting to make a good impression in front of Yun Leopard, but now, he had completely lost face. Yun Leopard looked at Little Guzi and said coldly, useless trash, disgracing me. If the soft approach doesn't work, don't you know to use the hard approach? Or are you saying you can't even handle the hard approach? It really makes me curious what kind of person dares to disrespect my Yun family? This is refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. After speaking, Yun Leopard stood up, looked at Little Guzi, and said, lead the way, I'll go meet him personally. At this moment, Gao Qingyue also quickly stood up and said, young Master Yun, do you need my help? It's still the same, in Jiangcheng, I have some influence, big or small, whether it's legal or illegal. If young Master Yun finds it inconvenient, I can help. Young Master Yun looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled, saying, alright, thank you, Qingyue. However, I can handle it. If I truly need Qingyue's help, I won't be polite. Then, I'll be going now. After I resolve this trouble, I'll properly chat with Qingyue. With that, young Master Yun took his people and left directly. And after young Master Yun left, Gao Qingyue's expression immediately turned cold. Looking at the cup young Master Yun had used, she said coldly, Lin Ji, throw this cup away, it's disgusting to look at. Lin Ji was stunned for a moment, somewhat bewildered. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly and said coldly, didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and throw this cup away. He doesn't even look at himself, yet he dares to pursue me. He truly doesn't know his place. Lin Ji was stunned by these words. Was this still Gao Qingyue? He was, after all, a young master of the Yun family. Lin Ji walked to the table, picked up the cup, and threw it into the trash can, saying, "Qingyue, isn't he a young master of the Yun family?" Gao Qingyue sneered, "There are many young masters in the Yun family, how important is he? He's just a useless person who can't even make decisions about a set of jewelry. How high can his status be in the Yun family?" My smiling face towards him is already me not wanting to offend people. If he truly thinks he can manipulate me just because of his identity as a young master of the Yun family, then he underestimates me, Gao Qingyue, too much. After speaking, Gao Qingyue squinted at Lin Ji and said, "You, on the other hand, are quite enthusiastic and attentive. How about I doll you up and introduce you to him? I think he wouldn't refuse, but whether you can truly occupy a place in his heart, I can't say." Chapter 65. Who do you want to seduce? Anger. At this moment, Lin Ji felt insulted and was filled with anger. Gao Qingyue herself was disgusted with Yun Leopard, even throwing the cup Yun Leopard had used into the trash, yet she actually said something about dressing Lin Ji up and introducing her to Yun Leopard? And she even said that whether Lin Ji could occupy a place in Yun Leopard's heart was hard to say. What did this mean? This clearly meant she looked down on Lin Ji, believing that Lin Ji not only needed to be dressed up to approach Yun Leopard, but also, very likely, would only be played with? There's no bullying people like this. Gao Qingyue, you've gone too far. However, Gao Qingyue being so excessive wasn't a 1 or 2 day thing. They seemed to be best friends, but in reality, after Gao Qingyue's status and position improved, the gap between them had long since widened greatly. Besides enduring, Lin Ji couldn't do anything else right now. "Qingyue, you've misunderstood. I just think that since he's from the Yun family, it's not good to offend him. I have no other intentions." Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, sneered, and said, "It's best if I've misunderstood, but what does it matter whether I've misunderstood or not? You, Lin Ji, are still single. Is it really that no one is pursuing you, or is your taste too high? You know best. I also know that you've always been comparing yourself to me, and you even feel that you're stronger than me in every way, yet you just can't surpass me, so you must be very unhappy, right? Do you dream of taking my place?" 101 Red Books 101K Ankam Full Manual, no errors. At this point, Gao Qingyue stood up, walked over to Lin Ji, and actually laid it all out. Upon hearing this, a trace of panic flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and she quickly shook her head, saying, "Qingyue, you've misunderstood. I really didn't." Gao Qingyue smiled and ran her finger across Lin Ji's beautiful face, but her long fingernails made Lin Ji's skin feel a slight pain. Misunderstanding or not, having it or not, fate is sometimes like this. When you should learn to accept your fate, you must learn to accept it. Lin Ji, you should understand this truth after following me for so many years. I don't care what you're thinking. People strive for higher things, and I can understand that, and even help you, but if you even want to touch or covet my, Gao Qingyue's, things, then do you think I would be happy? Lin Ji, you're the only friend I have left. Don't disappoint me, okay? Lin Ji quickly nodded and said, "I understand, Qingyue, don't worry, I won't disappoint you." At this time, the more she said, the more mistakes she would make, so Lin Ji didn't dare to explain anything and could only nod in agreement. Gao Qingyue then smiled, patted Lin Ji's shoulder, and said, "That's good. You don't need to accompany me today. Go find Bai Ruoro. After all, you're old friends. Our relationship should be eased a bit when it's time, especially Bai Ruoro. She's so pure and kind, the easiest to be deceived. Before, she already saw me embracing Yi Qing, so she must not be happy. Go, comfort her, and by the way, prepare for the appraisal of White Crystal Romance." At this point, Gao Qingyue revealed a smile and said, "It truly takes no effort to get young Master Yun. Just happened to come to Jiangchen. What could be more authentic than young Master Yun's word? He. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's eyes lit up, and then she suddenly thought of something. "Qingyue, you said, if young Master Yun were to meet Bai Ruoro, would he have any ideas? After all, young Master Yun Bao seems like a lecherous fiend, not someone to be trifled with." Gao Qingyue nodded indifferently and said, "Then, whatever anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for making Bai Ruoro see the truth and making Yi Qing realize what regret is. There's nothing else. It's up to you." Afterward, Lin Ji nodded and quickly left Gao Qingyue's office. After walking out of the office, a sinister glint flashed in Lin Ji's eyes. Clearly, she remembered the events that had just transpired and held a grudge. At this moment, Yun Leopard, led by Little Guzi, was heading towards Yi Qing's home. In the car, Yun Leopard was very dissatisfied with Little Guzzi's performance, but Little Guzzi was truly wronged. Looking at Yun Leopard, Little Guzzi immediately burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged. "Young master, you know my character best to do things for you. I would even risk my life without hesitation, but this Yi Qing is truly vicious. He actually poisoned us, and the most crucial thing is, we don't even know how we were poisoned. You don't even know, young master. I just slapped the table, and he actually forced me to kowtow and apologize to the table. Woo-woo, young master, I, Little Guzzi, have never been so humiliated in my life. I don't even want to live anymore, woo-woo." Little Guzzi cried bitterly at this moment. He didn't care about his dignity anymore and blurted out everything that had happened before, especially how terrifying Yi Qing's poison was when he administered it, and how malicious Yi Qing was. Yun Leopard was stunned as he listened. "Really? This Yi Qing can poison you all without anyone knowing, and poison you so that you can neither live nor die? And he made you kowtow and apologize to the table?" When he said this, Yun Leopard's face, besides a hint of fear, also held a trace of amusement. Little Guzzi was truly suffering, and he nodded heavily, saying, "Young Master Yun, I really didn't lie to you. The 4 bodyguards who went with me can all testify." At this point, Little Guzzi hesitated for a moment, looked at young Master Yun, and said, "Young Master Yun, do you really want to go? How about you don't go, and let these bodyguards go up and beat him half to death first? After all, if you were to get poisoned too, then it would be over." Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard immediately wanted to agree, but after a second thought, he still shook his head. "Don't worry, since he wants me to talk, he's clearly not satisfied with the price. He, a person with means and who is interesting. I do want to meet him. If I can subdue a master of poison, it's not a bad thing for me." Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Yun Leopard's eyes. He, Yun Leopard, was not without enemies, nor was he without people he wanted to deal with, but sometimes, perhaps due to strength, or perhaps due to influence, he had to grit his teeth and accept it. However, if he could poison people without anyone knowing, that would be a different matter entirely. Having thought all this through, Yun Leopard was now even somewhat impatient to meet Yi Qing. "Little Guzzi, go, find a place, and buy a gas mask for everyone. Then, when we go, there will be no problem." As soon as these words were spoken, Little Guzzi's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Yun Leopard, immediately showering him with a string of flattery. "Young Master Yun, you're still the smartest. Yes, why didn't I think of that? If we wear gas masks, we won't be afraid of his tricks anymore." Good, I'll go buy gas masks right away. This damn thing, when he has no poison, I'll see what other means he has to deal with us." Little Guzzi was extremely excited now. He immediately arranged for people to find a place to buy gas masks. Chapter 66. 100 million is enough. Soon, Yun Leopard's motorcade stopped downstairs at Yi Qing's building. However, this time, the dozen or so people who got out of the cars made everyone wonder if they were crazy. Because each of them was wearing a gas mask, as if there was a plague here. When they arrived at Yi Qing's doorstep, Yi Qing's door was not closed, evidently waiting for them. Yun Leopard glanced at Little Guzzi, who immediately understood. Although he was a bit hesitant, he thought about wearing a gas mask, so he stepped directly into the room. "Yi Qing, get out here. We're back again." Yi Qing was currently tidying up dishes in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, he calmly wiped his hands and walked into the living room. Seeing Little Guzzi and the others all wearing gas masks, Yi Qing showed a mocking smile. Then, he walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down again, and said indifferently, "Your attire is quite interesting, but is it useful? Alright, has the main person arrived? If so, come in. Don't stay outside and scare the neighbors." Yun Leopard then led his people, all walking into the room. The dozen or so people instantly made the not-so-large room crowded. Yun Leopard sat directly opposite Yi Qing. After sizing Yi Qing up and down, he smiled and said, "You must be the person designated by Old Yun. You are indeed quite capable, but if you only rely on this much ability to get Old Yun shares, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough." Yi Qing sighed helplessly upon hearing this, pointed to his ear, and said, "What did you say? I can't hear clearly." This instantly deflated Yun Leopard. Indeed, a gas mask might be good, but it affects sound transmission. Communication like this was truly exhausting. Yi Qing then pointed to Yun Leopard's gas mask and said indifferently, take it off if I wanted to poison you, 100 gas masks wouldn't help. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a demonstration. After speaking, Yi Ching looked at little Guzzi, who had entered first, and smiled faintly. Just now, your mouth wasn't clean, so it's you kid, did your stomach not hurt enough just now? What about now? Immediately after, little Guzzi felt cold sweat pouring down his stomach began to ache uncontrollably again within a few seconds. Little Guzzi was in so much pain that he couldn't stand straight, directly kneeling on the ground and groaning in agony. This scene startled Yun Leopard and the others. Before, they had heard that Yi Ching's use of poison was masterful, but they didn't believe it now. Yi Ching clearly hadn't done anything, yet they were already poisoned. This was simply incredible. However, this also proved one point: Yi Ching truly could ignore gas masks. Taking out an antidote, Yi Ching placed it on the table, looked at little Guzzi, and said indifferently, "Kowtow and apologize to your grandpa table again, then eat this, and you'll be fine." Little Guzzi felt like he was going crazy today. He hadn't done anything but apologize to a table. If this got out, he wouldn't be able to face anyone, especially now, in front of Yun Leopard. But at this moment, the intense pain made him forget everything else. He directly knelt on the ground, took off his gas mask, and began apologizing repeatedly. Then, he quickly picked up the antidote and ate it. A few seconds later, his body instantly felt much more comfortable, but in just those few dozen seconds, little Guzzi was already drenched in sweat, as if he had lived a new life. Only then did Yi Ching look at Yun Leopard and smile faintly. "So, are you still going to wear that thing?" Yun Leopard was also straightforward. He immediately took off his gas mask, looked at Yi Ching, and smiled. "Mr. Yi, what excellent methods! Unfathomable, truly formidable." Yi Ching looked at Yun Leopard and said indifferently, "If you're asking about old Yun's whereabouts, then save your breath. If you're planning to spend 1 million to buy the shares in my hand, then please close your stinky mouth and just leave." Yun Leopard was stunned upon hearing this, then glanced at little Guzzi and said, 1 million? Cold sweat instantly streamed down little Guzzi's face. He immediately knelt on the ground and said to Yun Leopard, "Young Master Yun, I just wanted to save you some money at the time. I had no other intentions." Yun Leopard glared fiercely at little Guzzi, then looked at Yi Ching and smiled. "Mr. Yi, a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. It's obviously impossible to buy the shares in your hand for 1 million. 10 million in cash, plus real estate and storefronts in East Province, with a total value of no less than 50 million. Look, is that sincere enough? Of course, I know very well that compared to the value of the shares in your hand, 50 million still seems a bit too little. However, things shouldn't be looked at this way. But from another angle, for example, these shares are worthless in your hands, and might even bring about a fatal disaster. But if you hand them over to us, not only will you be set for life, but you'll also gain a friend. Why not do it? Mr. Yi is a smart person. I think you should know how to choose." Compared to the previous offer of 1 million to buy out Yi Ching's shares, Yun Leopard now directly offered 50 million in cash and real estate, which was clearly much more generous. If it were an ordinary person, they might compromise when threatened and enticed like this. But was Yi Ching an ordinary person? Looking at Yun Leopard, Yi Ching smiled and said, "Your offer is indeed much more generous. It seems there's room for negotiation after all. Since you can offer 50 million, then obviously, your bottom line is far from it. How about this? You just tell me your lowest price. I want to see how generous the Yun family people truly are." Hearing Yi Ching's question, Yun Leopard clapped his hands, smiled, and stood up, saying, "Good, straightforward. Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you, Mr. Yi. This time, our Yun family's bottom price is very simple. 100 million. That's right, 100 million. As long as you sign the share transfer agreement, 100 million in cash will be immediately transferred to your card. How about it? Isn't that straightforward? 100 million in cash, at your disposal, with no risks compared to shares that are unseen and intangible, which is more cost-effective. I think you should understand." Yi Ching looked at Yun Leopard and sighed softly. "A difference of thousands of times, young Master Yun. I truly can't bear to part with it. Most importantly, I'm a person who values promises. Since I promised to help old Yun take care of the Yun family and Yun One Group, then I cannot go back on my word. Young Master Yun, right? I think, how about this, since you were sent here, evidently, even if you're not highly regarded by the Yun family, you're still a direct descendant of the Yun family. How about this, follow me instead. In the future, I'll give you a meal ticket, and you might even achieve something with such conditions. I think you should feel honored, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Leopard was instantly stunned. Before, he had been thinking of trying to win over Yi Qing and have him follow him, but before he could even speak, Yi Qing actually told him to follow Yi Qing? What a joke! A dignified direct descendant of the Yun family following an outsider? It was simply ridiculous. Mr. Yi, you're really good at joking, haha, but this joke isn't funny at all. Yi Qing looked at Yun Leopard indifferently and sneered, joking? I never joke with strangers. The reason I'm saying so much to you today is out of respect for old Yun, showing consideration for the Yun family's descendants. Otherwise, do you think you'd be qualified to stand before me and chat so casually? Just because your surname is Yun? But so what if your surname is Yun? Chapter 67. Do you still remember your grandfather? So what if your surname is Yun? Only Yi Qing dared to say that, and he dared to say it in this setting, in front of the Yun family. But this immediately enraged Yun Leopard, who pointed at Yi Qing and said coldly, Yi Qing, I advise you not to be ungrateful, otherwise, you will regret it. If the terms can't be agreed upon, I can give you face, and we can discuss it slowly. No matter how much money you have, you need to be alive to spend it. Do you think that just because you have some crooked methods, you can do whatever you want? Since you know the strength of the Yun family, you should be even clearer that if the Yun family wants to deal with you, they can make you disappear without a trace in minutes. Are you really looking for death? Since interests couldn't be agreed upon, they resorted to threatening lives. Yun Leopard, this scion, truly wasn't afraid of anyone. However, was Yi Qing afraid of anyone? Looking at Yun Leopard, Yi Qing calmly said, What, are you cornered and lashing out? Then you might as well think, if I don't let you leave this door today, can you get out? After speaking, Yi Qing looked at little Guzi and sneered, without seeing some blood, without a life being taken, some people always treat me like a soft persimmon to be squeezed. How about you, then? Use your life to set an example for your master? Upon hearing this, little Guzi was practically going crazy at this moment. Others were poisoned only once, which was already excruciatingly painful. Little Guzi said nothing, yet for the sake of demonstration, he had been poisoned twice and suffered excruciating pain twice. Now, Yi Qing's attitude clearly showed he wanted to give Yun Leopard a warning, but why did it have to be him? Little Guzi immediately pulled a long face and stepped back, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yun Leopard seemed to recall little Guzi's miserable state earlier, and also remembered Yi Qing's uncanny poisoning methods. Immediately feeling apprehensive, he looked at Mr. Yi and said, Mr. Yi, I came to talk to you with good intentions. There's no need to get angry. To be honest, I really admire you. We can continue to discuss the money matter, but there's another thing I think we can talk about. Although I, Yun Leopard, don't have much ability, I am still a direct descendant of the Yun family. Mr. Yi, why don't you follow me? I guarantee that as long as I have food to eat, you will never go hungry. Moreover, I'll ensure you get whatever you desire. How about it? Consider it? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing burst into laughter, looking at Yun Leopard and saying somewhat mockingly, Follow you, a mere good-for-nothing? Looking at your body, hollowed out by wine and women, I even doubt if you can walk steadily. What do you want me to do by following you? Help you poison enemies? Or drug and rape women? But, can you even do it? My young master Yun, do you still have a man's capabilities now? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire room instantly became chillingly cold, as if a blast of icy wind had swept through. Both little Guzi and Yun Leopard's bodyguards kept their mouths shut, not daring to even breathe loudly. A raw nerve. Yi Qing's words had touched Yun Leopard's raw nerve. Because Yun Leopard was, indeed, almost not a man. Others might not know this, but those who followed Yun Leopard were more or less aware of it. It was just that no one dared to speak of it, let alone mention it. But now, how did Yi Qing know? Young Master Yun's face turned extremely pale. He looked at Yi Qing, gave a dry laugh, and said, Mr. Yi is truly interesting. Your words are quite incomprehensible. I am a man. There's no need to prove anything. Mr. Yi, using such a method to humiliate me, it's truly meaningless, isn't it? Yi Qing looked at young Master Yun, chuckled softly, and said, Your name is Yun Leopard. Yun Haishan is your father. When you were young, you grew up by old Yun's side. Although you weren't exceptionally intelligent, you were considered honest. As for what you became later, and why you became this way, I don't want to say much, nor am I entirely clear, but old Yun felt very emotional when he mentioned you. I'm telling you all this today because I want to ask, do you still remember that grandfather who carried you on his back and made you happy? As soon as these words were uttered, Yun Leopard was immediately stunned no matter what. He had never expected Yi Qing to say such words, and these words plunged him into memories. There were many Yun family descendants, and not a few had been personally cared for by old Yun. However, Yun Leopard, due to losing his mother early and his father being distraught, had received extra care from old Yun. To put it bluntly, Yun Leopard missed old Yun. Otherwise, at this moment, his eyes wouldn't have reddened. Yi Qing, did Yin Fatty's grandfather tell you all this? Yi Qing nodded and said, old Yun is in very good health, it's just that he has more important matters, and things he wants to pursue, so he is temporarily unwilling to return to the Yun family. The fact that your eyes can redden means that your conscience and bottom line have not been completely lost today. Knowing it was you, Yun Leopard, who came, I showed mercy. Yun Leopard, is it truly what you want to muddle through life like this and disappoint old Yun? Let everyone else leave you and let's talk. Yi Qing slowly stood up, walked to Yun Leopard's side, gently patted Yun Leopard's shoulder, side, and said, old Yun is worried about you. Yun Leopard suddenly choked up, as if, for all these years, he had not been happy in the Yun family, and had suffered too many grievances in his heart. Looking at little Guzzi and the others, Yun Leopard waved his hand and said, you all go out and wait for me first. Little Guzzi, wanting to show his loyalty at this moment, quickly said, young Master Yun, I'll stay here with you if he tries anything bad. Little Guzzi, will protect you even if it costs my life. Looking at the loyal little Guzzi, Yun Leopard, at this moment, lost his usual composure and roared directly, get out. With that roar, little Guzzi was immediately scared into scrambling out with the other bodyguards, leaving Yi Qing's room. Yun Leopard, at this moment, calmed himself down, looked at Yi Qing, and said, you have successfully broken through my defenses. However, if you only intend to use this method to prevent the Yun family from acting against you, I'm afraid you are greatly mistaken. After all, you know very well what the things you hold represent. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, smiling slightly, and said, Yun Leopard, do you think old Yun is senile? Or do you think old Yun's judgment of people is very inaccurate, so he sent me here to die? Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard was stunned. What kind of person was old Yun? He started from scratch, led the Yun family to a powerful rise, and created miracles. To this day, legends of old Yun are still circulating throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Would such a person misjudge people? Would he be senile? Clearly, this was impossible. Therefore, Yi Qing's words made Yun Leopard frown involuntarily. Ha, you understand now, right? That's right, the reason old Yun handed these things to me and entrusted the entire Yun family and Yunwan group to me, has only one meaning. He wants me to rectify the Yun family and Yunwan group. In other words, he hopes that my existence can ensure the Yun family descendants have food and clothing, and prevent them from being utterly destroyed. And I, who old Yun places such high hopes on, am I truly someone you can manipulate as you please in your eyes? Yi Qing smiled slightly, shaking his head and saying, not being able to see even this point means that the Yun family is destined to fall into crisis. Yun Leopard, I'll just ask you one thing, do you want to follow me? Do you want to let old Yun feel at ease and comforted? Of course, if you think I can't win, you can also choose to continue to side with the Yun family and act against me. However, I have already given you the respect I should, and I have also given old Yun the respect I should. Next, I will not show any mercy. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. You may leave. With that, Yi Qing was about to close the door and see him out. But Yun Leopard, at this moment, seemed to have made up his mind. No need for 3 days, I can answer you right now. Chapter 68. You have a man's hidden disease. Whether or not I follow you is hard to say, but for Grandpa, I'm willing to trust you once. Yi Qing, don't let me find out you're lying to me, otherwise, I won't let you off. Yun Leopard made his decision, choosing to follow his heart. Yi Qing smiled slightly, nodded, and said, alright, then, after playing here for a few days, you can go back. Just tell the truth. After a while, when I'm done, I will personally go to the Yun family and resolve these troubles. All you need to do is honestly collect all the incriminating evidence you know about the Yun family. That's enough. Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard hesitated, looked at Yi Qing, and asked, how do you plan to deal with the Yun family? Yi Qing's eyes slightly chilled, and he softly said, if forgiveness is possible, I will choose to forgive, but some people are not worth saving. Then, they can only be sent to receive punishment. After all, they are old Yun's bloodline, and if I can avoid killing, I will try my best not to kill. As soon as he said this, Yun Leopard felt a chilling killing intent wash over him. Yi Qing's words made him realize at that moment that Yi Qing was definitely not an ordinary person, someone who tries not to kill when possible means that when it's time to kill, Yi Qing doesn't care about taking lives. How could such a person be a pushover? Taking a deep breath, Yun Leopard stood up, looked at Mr. Yi, and asked, "Mr. Yi, how did you know about my hidden illness?" Yi Qing smiled gently upon hearing this and said, "Do you remember that I am a master of poison? Poison arts and medical arts are actually interconnected, and coincidentally, I am quite proficient in both, so, from the moment you walked in, I could tell your physical condition. After all, your situation hasn't been for just a day or two, it's very easy to see." Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard nodded dejectedly. Clearly, his hidden illness was a deep-seated concern for him, but then, a glimmer of light appeared in Yun Leopard's eyes. He looked at Mr. Yi, swallowed, and said with hope, "Mr. Yi, since you could see my problem at a glance, does that mean you can help me cure this ailment?" "Mr. Yi, can you? Can it be cured?" Yi Qing looked at Yun Leopard and smiled, saying, "You've searched for many doctors for this, but they were all helpless, right? You've tried various methods, but the results were not good. Over time, you became disheartened, feeling that life had lost its meaning. Slowly, you became a philandering playboy. That's because the more you lack something, the more you desire it. Your hidden illness is actually man-made and difficult to cure, but I can indeed cure it. It's just that I don't have time right now. After all, it's quite time-consuming and laborious to treat you. Rather than that, there's a simpler method. Have you heard of Myth Group? Yi Qing could cure it, but he didn't have time to cure him personally. However, being able to cure it meant there was hope. At this moment, Yun Leopard's eyes were filled with tears of hope, and he was almost crazily excited. But as Yi Qing mentioned Myth Group, Yun Leopard immediately nodded and said, "I've heard of it. It's a legendary group. In a short time, it's worth tens of billions, and its products are very mysterious, making people confused. Those who believe wholeheartedly and seek it out with heavy money. Those who don't believe, refuse to believe no matter what, thinking that such magical things can't exist in the world, and they consider them a scam company." "Mr. Yi, what do you mean by mentioning Myth Group?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "Myth Group's life elixir is real and effective, and it will only be better and more useful than you imagine. Your problem can be cured by the life elixir. There's no need to waste my time. Of course, given your situation, you probably won't be able to get the life elixir, but it doesn't matter. Myth Group will issue an announcement in the next few days. At that time, Myth Group will launch various products, all with miraculous effects. Your opportunity has come." Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard's mouth dropped open. He looked at Mr. Yi and said with some disbelief, "Mr. Yi, how do you know so much about Myth Group? And are the rumored effects of the life elixir really true? If so, then, that's simply a miracle. And you said that Myth Group is about to release many products and sell them to the public, and they also have miraculous effects. If this is true, then to what extent will Myth Group expand? It's simply unimaginable." Yun Leopard was, after all, a Yun family disciple. He immediately recognized the commercial value of the news from Mr. Yi's mouth. If Myth Group was truly as Yi Qing said, then it would instantly grow into an unrivaled behemoth. Its financial resources would be so immense that it would inspire fear. Yi Qing didn't answer Yun Leopard's question. He just smiled faintly and said, "At this stage, you don't need to know so much. Go do what you need to do, and you will receive your due reward. Most importantly, Old Yun will be gratified to see you succeed and make the right choices." Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard immediately fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Yun Leopard looked at Mr. Yi, bowed deeply, and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for showing me hope and for helping me find myself again. Please rest assured, Yun Leopard knows what to do now." After speaking, Yun Leopard left Yi Qing's house. After he left the door, Little Guzi immediately stepped forward, smiling obsequiously and saying, "Young Master Yun, how was it? Did that kid agree? Do you want to teach him a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Yun Leopard directly slapped Little Guzi across the face and angrily said, "Teach what lesson? Teach the lesson of watching you kowtow and apologize to the table? Scram, all of you scram. No one is allowed to leak what happened here today. Damn it, those people in the Yun family, every single one of them guessed that things were tricky and refused to show up, making me the scapegoat. I'm not going to be one." With that, Yun Leopard walked downstairs. However, when no one was looking, the previous profligacy in Yun Leopard's eyes was gone. Instead, a hint of solemnity and shrewdness was revealed. He still had to keep up the act. This also fit his persona in the Yin family. If he couldn't accomplish something, it wouldn't be blamed on him, but if he acted differently now, anyone would notice a problem. So, he still had to continue being this profligate. Besides, hadn't he already been one for a long time? Meanwhile, Yi Ching stood by the window, watching Yin Leopard's motorcade leave. Only then did he take out his phone and call CN, the CEO of Myth Group. CN, regarding the multi-product, large-scale launch of the Life Elixir, give me a quick summary again. If there are no surprises, then issue the announcement as soon as possible. At this moment, CN, who was at Myth Group headquarters, heard Yi Ching's instructions and became excited. Receiving Yi Ching's approval meant that everything could proceed as planned. At that time, Myth Group would immediately become a behemoth that no one could ignore. He, CN, would also become the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 69: The Terror of the Myth Group. Mr. Yi, regarding the multi-product development of Life Elixir, it is temporarily set as the following types. First, Life Essence, which is Life Elixir diluted 10 times, sells for 100,000 per small bottle. Second, Light of Life, which is Life Elixir diluted 100 times, sells for 10,000 per small bottle. The third is Spring of Life, produced from Life Elixir diluted 10,000 times or more, selling for 30 yuan per bottle, comparable to various mineral water beverages and so on. Mr. Yi, as long as these 3 products are officially launched, Myth Group will immediately become a myth in the entire Dragon Country, and even the whole world. By then, Myth Group will possess unimaginable cash flow. No one knew the effects of Life Elixir better than Yi Ching, because it was refined through the Azure Emperor longevity art combined with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with various effects beyond imagination. Just 3 products, of course, were far from reaching the limit of Life Elixir's functions. However, with the launch of these 3 products, as long as their effects are verified, there will be a frantic buying spree, creating an unimaginable scene. Yi Ching looked at the phone, his eyes showing no fluctuations, and he said indifferently, Life Elixir can also be developed into skincare products, as well as Chinese and Western medicines, and various health products. These can all be put on the agenda. However, CN, you should be very clear that after immense profits, various dangers will follow. When the profit exceeds 10 times, it is enough to make people take risks, even at the cost of their lives. In Myth Group, Life Elixir will attract the attention of how many people, making how many people drool. I don't need to say. From this moment on, your security forces will be increased tenfold, all research personnel will have their security levels raised, and for any other troubles, you can report directly to me, and I will handle them. Yi Ching could not just see the immediate profits without seeing the dangers behind them. For any company or organization, when it possesses unimaginable profits, it will attract countless gaping maws. This is an unavoidable fact. Black, white, major groups, major forces, major families, facing a high-quality enterprise that earns hundreds of billions or even trillions annually, who would not be tempted? Who would not take risks? In this world, no one doesn't need money. Even Yi Ching needs money, a lot of money, and he needs people, resources, endless resources. It is true that the Azure Emperor longevity art can bring continuous benefits, but it is also a money pit to continuously improve the Azure Emperor longevity art and enhance his own strength. Yi Ching needs countless money and manpower to collect the resources he needs. This is also a helpless fact. Otherwise, relying solely on Yi Ching's own strength to cultivate the Azure Emperor longevity art to its limit, it would probably take an unknown amount of time. Mr. Yi, rest assured, we already have a contingency plan. Yi Ching nodded, then hung up the phone. The things Yi Ching wanted to do, the realm he wanted to achieve, were beyond the imagination of outsiders. That was truly the peak of the world. It's just a pity that the woman who could have stood at the peak of the world with him now no longer had that qualification. At this moment, Gao Qingyue still didn't know what she had missed. At this moment, Gao Qingyue was in her office, receiving a special guest. If Yi Ching were here, he would immediately recognize that this guest was none other than Bai Ruoruo's cousin, Bai Weiwei, who was very displeased with and disliked him, Yi Ching. Gao Qingyue looked at the uneasy Bai Weiwei, smiled, and said, Weiwei, you used to play with Ruoruo Jia and me. There's no need to be so reserved here, just treat it like your own home. Seeing Gao Qingyue being so approachable, Bai Weiwei immediately smiled and said, Qingyue Jia, I wouldn't dare. You are now a female CEO with a net worth of over 100 million, who started from scratch. If I were to act presumptuously with you, I would be scared myself. Moreover, Xingyue Jia, you don't even know, you are an idol to me and many of my classmates and friends. We all admire you so much. As Bai Weiwei spoke, her eyes sparkled, not seeming to be faking it. That was true. For these young people, Gao Qingyue's rags to riches story of creating a business miracle was a legend. Not admiring her was impossible. Especially since Gao Qingyue was also so beautiful and gentle. Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. Alright, Weiwei, stop flattering me. If your sister finds out, she'll definitely be unhappy. After all, she's not on the same path as me anymore. She has a misunderstanding about me, but I can't explain it clearly. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. As Gao Qingyue spoke, it was as if she had suffered a great grievance. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately said with displeasure, Xingyue Jia, don't be angry with my sister. I'm so mad at Ruoro Jia right now. I feel like she's not smart at all anymore and keeps doing silly things. Xingyue Jia, you and Ruoro Jia have the best relationship. Even if there's a misunderstanding, it can be resolved. I came here this time, in fact, to apologize to you on behalf of Ruoro Jia. Please, don't be angry. Gao Qingyue looked at Bai Weiwei, puzzled. You apologize? What are you apologizing for? What happened between Ruoro Jia and me has nothing to do with you. Besides, I won't really be angry with her sometimes. I just worry that she can't see things clearly, can't see some people clearly, and I'm afraid she'll suffer losses. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately nodded vigorously and said, Xingyue Jia, Ruoro Jia is just confused. She's actually gotten together with Yi Qing now. This is simply too unreasonable. Regardless of what kind of person Yi Qing is, just the fact that he is your ex-husband means Ruoro Jia shouldn't get involved with him. After all, the bond between you sisters is much deeper. How can she abandon her sister for a man, especially a man that Xingyue Jia you discarded? That's even more unacceptable. After all, Xingyue Jia, you are the smartest. The man you saw through and discarded must not be a good person. These words made Gao Qingyue a bit speechless. Was her admiration a bit over the top? Ha, Weiwei, do you really think so? Have you not thought that your sister would be unhappy if she heard that? After all, in her heart, Yi Qing is a treasure. It was my, Gao Qingyue's, mistake to abandon Yi Qing. I was blind. As soon as Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately became anxious. No, how could that be? How could Xingyue Jia be wrong? The one who was wrong must be Yi Qing. He is not a good man. If he were a good man, would he have gone to jail? Chapter 70. Please come to my birthday party. Can a good man go to jail? This question left Gao Qingyue at a loss for how to respond. After all, while others might not know, Gao Qingyue knew best that Yi Qing's imprisonment was entirely for her sake. Weiwei, you can't say that. After all, I understand Yi Qing. He's not a bad person. It's just that he and I weren't a good match, so we broke up peacefully. Your sister has liked him for a long time, so you should try to understand her more. Gao Qingyue was playing the good person at this moment. But Bai Weiwei had already formed a negative impression of Yi Qing in her heart, so upon hearing Gao Qingyue's words, she immediately said, Xingyue Jia, you were so kind. I know you don't want to speak ill of anyone, but facts are facts. It's my sister and Yi Qing who wronged you. Even though they knew you were with Yi Qing, my sister still got entangled with him, and Yi Qing, having such a wonderful wife like you, didn't know how to cherish her. They both wronged you. Gao Qingyue even suspected Bai Weiwei was her biological sister. Gao Qingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, Alright, Weiwei, you don't need to say so much. After all, that's your sister, you can't complain about her. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. What about you? Did you come to see me for something this time? Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei blushed and took out an invitation from her bag, saying somewhat shyly, Xingyue Jia, my birthday is in 3 days. It's my 18th birthday, which is also considered a coming-of-age ceremony. I want to invite you to attend, if you can. I know you're very busy, but if you have time, I still hope you can make it. After all, my classmates and friends all admire you very much. If they could see you, they would all be very happy. Gao Qingyue took the invitation, smiled, and said, Little girl, did you boast to others that I would definitely come? Alright, don't worry, I will definitely attend. Upon hearing that Gao Qingyue had agreed so readily, Bai Weiwei immediately showed a touched expression and said, Xingyue Jia, you were so kind. Thank you. Gao Qingyue smiled and stood up, saying, Is there anything else? If not, I have a meeting to attend later, so I can't accompany you anymore. However, I still want to advise you not to quarrel with your Ruoro Jie. She has always been kind. Perhaps it's Yi Qing who was entangled, but if they truly have feelings for each other, we should also give them our blessings. At this point, Bai Weiwei became displeased and immediately shook her head, saying, No, Qingyue Jia, I can agree to anything else you ask, but not this. I absolutely cannot agree to this. I hate Yi Qing to death. It's already an enormous sin that he made you unhappy and caused your divorce. Now he's bothering my sister again. I will definitely not let him succeed. In short, Qingyue Jia, I will see Yi Qing and my sister's matter through to the end. Alright, Qingyue Jia, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be leaving now. After speaking, Bai Weiwei happily skipped away. As Gao Qingyue watched Bai Weiwei's retreating figure, a cold smile appeared on her lips as she said, Bai Ruoro, Yi Qing, you didn't expect this, did you? I don't even need to come looking for trouble with you. Someone already hates you to death. Ha. This little girl, although she can't do anything big, annoying you too is not bad at all. After speaking, Gao Qingyue picked up the invitation, a flicker of cunning in her eyes, and smiled. Perhaps this birthday banquet is the best opportunity. Yi Qing, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking me. Then you'll have to bear the consequences. And you, Bai Ruoro, you even dare to snatch a man I don't want. Heh, then I'm sorry. At this moment, Bai Weiwei happily left Qingyue Group. Downstairs, in 2 cars, 3 or 4 young men and women were waiting for Bai Weiwei. Seeing Bai Weiwei emerge, they excitedly asked, Weiwei, how was it? Did General Manager Gao agree to attend your birthday party? Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei showed a proud expression and smiled. Of course she agreed. After all, that's my Qingyue Jia, my sister's best friend, and she treats me like her own younger sister. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to Qingyue Jia then. The others immediately became excited upon hearing this, smiling, Weiwei, let's go out for a drink and celebrate. Telling others this news will definitely make them green with envy. This is our legend, the beautiful CEO Gao Qingyue. Bai Weiwei also showed a hint of pride, but she shook her head and said, No, you go first. I still need to go to my sister's house. I want to tell my sister this news, and I also have something else to tell her. The others saw that Bai Weiwei wasn't going and didn't insist. Afterward, Bai Weiwei drove directly to Bai Ruoro's home. Upon seeing Bai Ruoro, Bai Weiwei didn't bother with pleasantries and angrily blurted out, Sister, I'm asking you one more time, what exactly is your relationship with Yi Qing? Are you two already together? Bai Ruoro looked at the fuming Bai Weiwei, frowned, and said, Weiwei, what are you doing? Also, I've already told you about Yi Qing and me. That's our business, and it has nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious? Nothing to do with me? How can it have nothing to do with me, sister? You've really been completely bewitched by that fox spirit, Yi Qing, haven't you? He's a menace. If Yi Qing had heard this, he would only have felt speechless. He had become a fox spirit. Bai Ruoro frowned, looking at Bai Weiwei, and angrily said, Bai Weiwei, what nonsense are you spouting? What fox spirit? What completely bewitched? I'm telling you, you are not to speak of Yi Qing like that, do you hear me? Bai Weiwei saw that Bai Ruoro was still defending Yi Qing at this point, and she immediately became furious. Sister, you're confused. I'm doing this for your own good. Besides, he clearly had such a good wife in Qingyue Jia, yet he didn't know how to cherish her and still hooked up with you. He's just not a good person. These words directly infuriated Bai Ruoro, who raised her hand to slap Bai Weiwei. Hit me, go on, hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I'll still say it. Chapter 71 Sisters Fall Out. Bai Weiwei stuck out her head, letting Bai Ruoro slap her eyes full of defiance, and her mouth not giving an inch. Even if you beat me to death today, I won't let you and Yi Qing be together. He's a bad person otherwise. Why would he get together with you right after divorcing Qingyue? Is that love? If that's love, then Yi Qing's love is too cheap, able to switch people anytime, anywhere. What kind of love is that? Sister, you've been deceived by Yi Qing. You can't continue to be so muddled. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who was defiant and acted as if she understood everything while others didn't, Bai Ruoro truly didn't know what to do. Helpless, she could only say, Weiwei, there are many things you don't know. Clearly what you know now might not be the truth, so please stop talking, okay? Yi Qing is not a bad person. He is the best person in this world, and he is the most loyal. I don't care where you heard bad things about Yi Qing, but none of it is true. Believe your sister, okay? In Bai Ruoro's heart, Yi Qing was the best person in this world. And in fact, Yi Qing really hadn't done anything bad and had always been helping others, whether it was for Gao Qingyue or for Bai Ruoro, or for other things. Yi Qing was a good person. At the very least, Yi Qing was definitely not the shameless person Bai Weiwei claimed him to be. But Bai Weiwei didn't understand any of this. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoro and said angrily, "Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I can see many things clearly myself. Yi Qing, he is not a good person. At the very least, if he were a good person, why would he hook up with you? Knowing that you and Qingyue are good best friends, he caused you two to become enemies. What kind of good person is that? Sister, Qingyue is actually very pitiful. She doesn't even want to badmouth you two and even advised me to understand you. Sister, look how good Qingyue is." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoro immediately frowned, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said, "You went to find Gao Qingyue?" Bai Weiwei nodded and said, "That's right, I went to find Qingyue. There's a misunderstanding between you two, and you're unwilling to apologize, so I can only apologize for you. Qingyue is so good, and you're estranged from her for a bad man. This in itself is your fault. Moreover, you're even snatching the man Qingyue didn't want. Sister, don't you think you're going too far?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoro clutched her chest, too angry to speak. Bai Weiwei was her biological cousin, someone she had cared for and raised like a younger sister since childhood, yet now she was saying such words to hurt her, preferring to believe others over her own sister who wouldn't be sad in such a situation. "Get out! Get out of here!" Bai Ruoro pointed to the door, telling Bai Weiwei to leave. Bai Weiwei, however, felt that she had rendered Bai Ruoro speechless, and immediately intensified her words, saying, "Sister, you have no more arguments, do you? I'm telling you, you must apologize to Qingyue, and you must break off all ties with Yi Qing. He is a scourge. In short, I will not agree to you two being together. Let me go. I can leave right now, but you must promise me, otherwise, I will use my own methods to deal with this matter." Bai Ruoro truly had no choice. She looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, "Weiwei, can't you trust me? Yi Qing isn't the kind of person you imagine, and I'm not what you think either. We're not bad people, do you understand? Here, I'll explain it to you properly, and you'll understand. Listen to me." At this moment, Bai Weiwei covered her ears, shaking her head, and said, I won't listen no matter how much you try to argue. Don't think you can deceive me. I, Bai Weiwei, have my own judgment, and besides, I haven't even said the uglier things yet. Sister, tell me, did Yi Qing hit Qingyue's brother? Did he hit Qingyue's mother? How can a person who can even hit his own mother-in-law and brother-in-law be called a good person? You've truly been brainwashed by him. You're hopeless. In short, sister, I'm telling you, I will definitely stop you too. After speaking, Bai Weiwei seemed even angrier than Bai Ruoro, and slammed the door shut as she stormed out. Bai Ruoro looked at Bai Weiwei's retreating back, too angry to catch her breath for a long time. She smiled bitterly and said, Weiwei, there is right and wrong in this world, but what you see and hear with your own eyes, is it necessarily black or white? Why are you so insensible? After speaking, Bai Ruoro thought of something and quickly dialed Yi Qing's number. After the call connected, Bai Ruoro said with a bitter smile, Yi Qing, can you do me a favor? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing chuckled and said, tell me, what is it? Bai Ruoro sighed and said, if Weiwei, my cousin, comes to cause you trouble, promise me you won't hurt her, okay? She's still young and doesn't know how to distinguish right from wrong, and she's thinking of me, so sometimes she speaks and acts without thinking. Please, don't blame her. Yi Qing knew immediately that Bai Ruoro and Bai Weiwei must have had a big argument again because of him. He immediately smiled and said, did Bai Weiwei scold me? It's okay, she's just a child, I won't hold it against her even if she comes knocking. If I need to teach her a lesson, I won't do anything to her, don't worry. Only after receiving Yi Qing's affirmative answer did Bai Ruoro finally relax. Having personally witnessed Yi Qing's methods, she knew very well that Yi Qing was not to be trifled with. If he truly decided to deal with someone, it would be that person's disaster. Bai Weiwei had been deceived. However, who could say that there wasn't Gao Qingyue fanning the flames in all of this? The way she kept saying Qingyue made Bai Ruoro's head ache. And at this moment, Bai Weiwei was indeed very angry and furious. She immediately called her classmate. Huzi, don't you know some guys from the streets? Can you find some people to help me get some revenge? Oh, and find a few young, pretty girls. I want to see this bad man reveal his true colors then. Yes, okay, then I'll bring the person to the bar tonight, and you prepare everything. Remember, also record a video, so that this scoundrel won't deny it later. Enan, he's my enemy, and even my sister's and Xingyue's enemy anyway. Don't worry about it. After the matter is done, you'll be rewarded. You won't be treated unfairly, Enan. Okay, that's it then. After speaking, she hung up the phone, and a smug smile appeared on Bai Weiwei's face, as if she had already seen Yi Qing's true colors revealed. Yi Cheng, oh Yi Qing, aren't you lustful? Aren't you pretending to be a good person? Fine, then today, I'll see how honest and good a person you really are. Chapter 72. Throwing yourself into his arms. When Bai Weiwei arrived at Yi Qing's doorstep, there were still two beautiful young women, 18 or 19 years old, with good figures, sitting in the car. These two were her classmates and friends. Of course, they were also the type who enjoyed playing around and causing mischief, so when they learned that they wanted to trick Yi Qing, and that there might even be a seduction involved, both of them immediately volunteered. However, their looks and figures were truly impeccable, especially the youthful vitality about them, which many people couldn't compare to. Diyu, aren't you being a bit too conservative wearing a tracksuit? It won't be easy to hook Yi Qing that way, especially since your long legs and good figure are your most attractive features. Mao, you're doing well. Once you put on that little camisole and short skirt, how many men will be so captivated by you that they can't even walk? Bai Weiwei looked at the two beautiful women in the car and began to comment, as if she was afraid they wouldn't complete the task well. The two young beauties looked at Bai Weiwei's serious expression and immediately burst into laughter. Relax, Weiwei, you're making too much of a fuss. It's fine. He's just a stinky man who's been out of prison for a long time and hasn't seen a woman, not to mention us personally going. Even if we just found someone to approach him, he probably couldn't resist him. He's really getting off easy. It's you, Weiwei, you're also dressed very conservatively. Tight jeans and a small camisole, although they outline your figure perfectly, it's still not as good as wearing hot pants. Who knows, he might even take a fancy to you. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei's eyes immediately widened, and she said coldly, how dare he? If he dares to flirt with me, isn't he afraid my sister will cause him trouble? However, it's true, if he dares to have designs on me too, it will only prove that he is a bad person. At that time, I will have even more to say. Good, that's a good suggestion. In short, we'll play it by ear. When the time comes, I'll go find him first, you two wait for me. After speaking, Bai Weiwei got out of the car and walked towards Yi Qing's house. One had to admit, the 18-year-old Bai Weiwei was youthful and beautiful, especially her figure, which was truly amazing. She was a campus belle-level beauty, no joke. And Yi Qing, upon hearing the knock on the door, sighed helplessly. Moving must really be put on the agenda, and bodyguards and attendants too. It seems I can't avoid hiring them. Throughout the day, several groups of people had come to visit Yi Qing. Whether with good intentions or bad, Yi Qing would get annoyed, especially with those neighbors. It was false to say they had no opinion. After opening the door, Yi Qing was not surprised to see Bai Weiwei outside. After all, Bai Ruoruo had already called to remind him, but he didn't expect that Bai Weiwei would really act on her word and not let him off. Weiwei, you're here. Is there something you need me for? Yi Qing asked, not intending to let Bai Weiwei in. Bai Weiwei, however, didn't fall for that. She directly pushed Yi Qing aside and entered the room, saying, What, can't I come find you? Yi Qing, you're already with my sister, so now you're considered my brother-in-law, right? Then it's not like I can't come here for a drink of water, is it? Yi Qing shrugged and nodded. Don't just say water, you can even have a drink. However, you're here to find me, and it's definitely not just about drinking water. Is it because of Ruoruo? Weiwei, you don't understand yet, you're too young, so I can understand some misunderstandings. However, many things can be explained clearly. If you're unwilling to listen to your sister explain it to you, then I can explain it to you clearly as well. How about you sit down first, and I'll tell you the whole story, alright? Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I came to find you to play with me. Get ready and come with me. Yi Qing was stunned when he heard this, and asked, Go where? Where? Where to? Bai Weiwei immediately frowned upon hearing this, and said, Are you a man or not? Why so much nonsense? Just come with me. What? Are you afraid? Don't worry, I won't eat you. I'm just bored and want to go to a bar, you can come with me. After speaking, Bai Weiwei directly pulled Yi Qing and left the house. One had to admit, 18-year-old Bai Weiwei was youthful and beautiful, especially her figure, which was truly amazing. She was a campus belle-level beauty, no joke. And Yi Qing, upon hearing the knock on the door, sighed helplessly. Moving must really be put on the agenda, and bodyguards and attendants too. It seems I can't avoid hiring them. Throughout the day, several groups of people had come to visit Yi Qing. Whether with good intentions or bad, Yi Qing would get annoyed, especially with those neighbors. It was false to say they had no opinion. After opening the door, Yi Qing was not surprised to see Bai Weiwei outside. After all, Bai Ruoruo had already called to remind him, but he didn't expect that Bai Weiwei would really act on her word and not let him off. Weiwei, you're here. Is there something you need me for? Yi Qing asked, not intending to let Bai Weiwei in. Bai Weiwei, however, didn't fall for that. She directly pushed Yi Qing aside and entered the room, saying, "What, can't I come find you?" Yi Qing, you're already with my sister, so now you're considered my brother-in-law, right? Then it's not like I can't come here for a drink of water, is it? Yi Qing shrugged and nodded. Don't just say water, you can even have a drink. However, you're here to find me, and it's definitely not just about drinking water. Is it because of Ruoruo? Weiwei, you don't understand yet, you're too young, so I can understand some misunderstandings. However, many things can be explained clearly. If you're unwilling to listen to your sister explain it to you, then I can explain it to you clearly as well. How about you sit down first, and I'll tell you the whole story, alright? Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I came to find you to play with me. Get ready and come with me. Yi Qing was stunned when he heard this, and asked, Go where? Where to? Bai Weiwei immediately frowned upon hearing this, and said, Are you a man or not? Why so much nonsense? Just come with me. What? Are you afraid? Don't worry, I won't eat you. I'm just bored and want to go to a bar, you can come with me. After speaking, Bai Weiwei directly pulled Yi Qing and left the house. Yi Qing, helpless, looked at Bai Weiwei and could only let her have her way. He also wanted to see what tricks Bai Weiwei could play if possible. It would be best if he could help Bai Weiwei and Bai Ruoruo resolve their misunderstanding. After going downstairs, Bai Weiwei directly opened the back car door and told Yi Qing to get in. Seeing two beautiful women, as youthful and vibrant as Bai Weiwei, already sitting in the back seat, Yi Qing frowned and said, I can just sit in the passenger seat, there's no room here. Bai Weiwei, however, blocked the passenger seat and looked at Yi Qing, saying, Yi Qing, not just anyone can sit in my passenger seat. Just sit in the back. What are you afraid of? These two, she's Mao Mao, and she's Dayudiyu. These two beautiful women aren't afraid of you taking advantage, so why are you so hesitant and unmanly? Was he being looked down upon now? Yi Qing was truly speechless. This Bai Weiwei was really going to great lengths to cause him trouble. At this moment, Mao Mao, who was sitting on the outside, got out and looked at Yi Qing with a smile, saying, He really is a handsome guy. You can't tell at all that he's almost 30. Hello, Shuage, I'm Mao Mao. It's nice to meet you, please take good care of me. After speaking, Mao Mao actively extended her hand, and Yi Qing had no choice but to shake it. However, just as Yi Qing was about to withdraw his hand, Mao Mao gently squeezed it. Was this considered flirting? That's right, brother Yi Qing, get in the car. Weiwei's passenger seat is only for someone she likes, she doesn't let anyone else sit there. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei's face immediately flushed, and she glared at Dayudiyu, saying, No one's asking you to speak, no one thinks you're mute. After speaking, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, frowned, and said, Are you a man or not? Just sit when I tell you to, why so much nonsense? And so, Yi Qing was half dragged, half pulled into the car. He sat in the back row, right in the middle of the two beautiful women, Mao Mao and Dayudiyu. Yi Qing didn't care anymore since Bai Weiwei wanted to play, then so be it. However, when playing with fire, one must be careful not to get burned. Along the way, Mao Mao and Dayudiyu kept talking to Yi Qing, and their bodies intentionally or unintentionally made contact. There was no avoiding it. After all, the space was too small, and they were already squeezed together, so it was impossible not to touch. Yi Qing didn't mind anymore. He looked indifferent, of course. Whether this indifference was seen as enjoyment in others' eyes was hard to say. At least, through the mirror, one could see that Bai Weiwei's look of disdain was not fake. And so, it was already evening, and the car soon arrived in front of the bar. Bai Weiwei skillfully greeted the people at the bar entrance, then led Yi Qing, Mao Mao, and Dai Yudiu into the bar. They found a booth, sat down, and without further ado, ordered a table full of drinks. Yi Qing saw this scene and chuckled, saying, "Are you planning to get me drunk today? Let me tell you first, I'm not very good at drinking. Generally, 3 bottles of alcohol will get me drunk." The 3 bottles referred to 3 bottles of baijiu, not 3 bottles of beer, but Yi Qing didn't clarify that. However, even with that, Bai Weiwei's eyes still showed disdain, as if it was embarrassing for Yi Qing to only be able to drink 3 bottles of beer. "You two sit for a bit. I saw someone I know, so I'm going to say hello." After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she left, leaving only Yi Qing and the 2 beautiful women at the table. Chapter 73. You find a way to leave. Bai Weiwei walked to another booth in the bar and greeted a young man with a buzz cut who was drinking with a dozen other young people. "Huzi, are you ready?" The young man stood up with a smile and said, "How dare I disobey your orders, Weiwei? Don't worry, everyone is arranged and ready to act at any time, so, do you want to do it now?" Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, "No need, I'm still preparing to capture other evidence of him. When I'm done here, I'll send you a message, and then you can come and cause trouble." Upon hearing this, Huzi quickly smiled and said, "Weiwei, it seems you two have a deep-seated hatred, otherwise, you wouldn't be so ruthless." Bai Weiwei sneered and said, "You're right, it is a deep-seated hatred anyway, don't worry about it, just follow my instructions when the time comes." After speaking, Bai Weiwei returned. Feeling a surge of excitement, she felt that she was about to expose Yi Qing's true colors and, at the same time, avenge Bai Ruoruo and Gao Qingyue. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. Upon returning, Bai Weiwei saw Mao Mao and Dai Yudiu continuously trying to get Yi Qing to drink, but he hadn't had a single drop, which immediately made her angry. "Are you two even capable? You can't even get such a big man to drink, it's so embarrassing." Dai Yudiu was fine, she didn't really want to drink anyway and was only going along with Bai Weiwei's antics out of politeness. However, Mao Mao was displeased. She picked up a bottle of alcohol, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Brother Yi Qing, if you don't drink, I'll chug this whole bottle and then feed it to you sip by sip. Tell me, do you want me to feed you mouth to mouth? If you do, just say so. You're so handsome, it's not like it's impossible." After saying that, Mao Mao took a sip of alcohol and leaned closer to Yi Qing. Yi Qing frowned slightly, smiled, and shook his head, saying, "Alright, I'll drink, just don't do these messy things. It's just drinking. Fine, let's drink." With that, Yi Qing didn't waste any more words, picked up a bottle of beer, and chugged it down. After finishing, he placed the bottle on the table and smiled. "How was that? Satisfying, right?" Mao Mao clapped her hands cooperatively, looking at Yi Qing with admiration, saying, "Brother Yi Qing is amazing. Such a good drinker, so impressive." Dai Yudiu merely smiled but didn't say much. Seeing that things were progressing, Bai Weiwei immediately showed a smug smile and said, "That's right, since we're out having fun, don't have so many worries, Yi Qing. I know what you're worried about, that I'll tell my sister, right? Don't worry, I will absolutely not tell my sister. I still understand the rules. What's more, I'm the one who brought you here. If I were to tell my sister, she would also know that I came to the bar to drink and play, wouldn't she? I wouldn't do something that's like shooting myself in the foot, so you can rest assured." Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, "You're still young, and you really shouldn't come to bars often if you want to drink. It should be in moderation. Your sister is right to manage you. You need to be more careful in the future." Hearing Yi Qing lecture her as if he truly saw himself as her brother-in-law, Bai Weiwei immediately felt annoyed. "Yi Qing, can't drinking shut you up? Don't lecture me. Do you even have the right? Someone who's been to jail can lecture me? How ridiculous." Bai Weiwei spared no disdain or dissatisfaction towards Yi Qing, speaking hurtful words directly. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, didn't get angry. He just looked at Bai Weiwei and said, "Since you look down on me so much, you could just ignore me. Why did you ask me to come here? I think I should just leave." With that, Yi Qing was about to get up and leave. Bai Weiwei immediately glanced at Mao Mao and Dai Yudiu, and the two girls instantly understood. Mao Mao directly pulled Yi Qing's arm and smiled. Brother Yi Qing, why are you arguing with a girl like Wei Wei? That's not gentlemanly at all. Been to jail? Wow, how cool. Brother Yi Qing, tell me your stories from jail. I heard that in prison, you get beaten, and if you're fair-skinned and handsome, you even get that? Is that true? After saying that, Mao Mao looked at Yi Qing with wide, curious eyes, even showing a mischievous smile. It was as if Yi Qing was indeed fair-skinned and handsome. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, looked at the three girls and said in a deep voice, "Prison is not a fun place. I advise you not to be curious, and definitely don't think about trying it, otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives." This was the truth. For Yi Qing to be safe and sound and to have obtained unimaginable fortuitous encounters was something that could not be sought even in 10,000 years. However, just because he could obtain it did not mean others could. If one truly entered prison, it would truly be a place where one could call out to heaven and earth, but no one would answer. At this moment, Dai Yudiu looked at Bai Weiwei and whispered, "Wei Wei, come out for a moment. I want to tell you something." Bai Weiwei heard this and immediately walked aside with Dai Yudiu. "Dai Yudiu, what's wrong? You don't seem to be in high spirits. Mao Mao has been doing all the drinking, and you haven't been interacting. I know you also find Yi Qing annoying, but just for my sake, please cooperate, okay?" Dai Yudiu sighed bitterly upon hearing this, shook her head, and said, "Wei Wei, I came to find you not for that reason, but to say that Yi Qing doesn't seem very bad. Do you really want to do this? Getting him drunk is one thing, but also having Huzi bring people to beat him up? Is that really appropriate?" Bai Weiwei immediately frowned upon hearing this, looked at Dai Yudiu, and said, "Dai Yudiu, you're not falling for Yi Qing because he's handsome, are you? Let me tell you, this Yi Qing is not a good person. He's very bad. Don't be fooled by his appearance anyway. Remember, absolutely do not like him, otherwise, I won't be your friend." "Alright, that's enough. Just do as I say. Help me call Mao Mao over. Since you're unwilling, I'll let Mao Mao help, and you just help with the drinking." Dai Yudiu, helpless, could only go back and call Mao Mao over. Then, Dai Yudiu still looked at Yi Qing with some hesitation and said, "Brother Yi Qing, later, you should try to leave first." Yi Qing heard this, glanced at Dai Yudiu, and chuckled, "What's wrong? Didn't you bring me here to drink? Wouldn't it be bad if I left early? What's more, leaving you three girls here alone would be very dangerous, especially since Bai Weiwei is here. She's Ruo Ruo's sister, so I have to take good care of her." Dai Yudiu looked at Yi Qing and just felt that he was a bit foolish. She had already said so much, didn't he understand? "Oh, brother Yi Qing, just listen to my advice. Try to leave later. Wei Wei will be fine, and will be fine. The one who will really be in trouble is you. Anyway, I can't say much more. Just listen to me." As she spoke, seeing that Bai Weiwei and Mao Mao had already returned, Dai Yudiu quickly closed her mouth. Everything that needed to be said had been said. As for whether Yi Qing would listen, she couldn't do anything else. Chapter 70. For the most powerful boss in East Province, Uncle Gong. After Bai Weiwei returned, she looked at Yi Qing and said, "My stomach is a bit uncomfortable. I'm going to the restroom. You guys keep drinking." After speaking, Bai Weiwei gave Dai Yudiu a look and then left the booth. At this time, Dai Yudiu whispered in Dai Yudiu's ear, "I told Weiwei that with her sister-in-law here, Yi Qing definitely wouldn't be able to let loose, so she won't be coming over for now. We two can really go all out and get him drunk." Dai Yudiu was a bit speechless when she heard this. She looked at Dai Yudiu and whispered, "Dai Yudiu, I don't think this is quite right. Is it really okay for us to target Yi Qing like this? He's just an innocent person." Dai Yudiu was speechless when she heard this. She looked at Dai Yudiu and said, "Dai Yudiu, what are you thinking? Wei Wei just said you seem to have fallen for Yi Qing and were going soft. I didn't believe it. This is simply too unbelievable. I know you think he's handsome. It's not like you can't take advantage of the opportunity if it arises, but right now, we must help Wei Wei with her matter. How about this? Since you're unwilling, then you just cooperate with me, and I'll do it." After speaking, Dai Yudiu said no more. She looked directly at Yi Qing, raised her glass, and smiled, "Brother Yi Qing, let's drink." "But, just drinking is boring. Shall we play a game? Whoever loses drinks or grants the other person a wish. How about it?" At this point, Dai Yudiu looked at Yi Qing ambiguously and smiled, "Any request is fine. Brother Yi Qing, don't punish me too harshly. Remember to be gentle with women." Yi Qing looked at Dai Yudiu, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's play. Then you tell me, what game should we play?" Dayudia took out a few dice and smiled. How about we keep it simple, guess the size. This way, we won't waste time, right? Dayudia wanted to remind Yi Ching at this moment, but Dayudia's gaze stopped her. Yi Ching was also not polite. He nodded and smiled. No problem, but I'm not very good at guessing the size. If I lose, I'll just drink. Subsequently, the two of them started playing. Meanwhile, Dayudia sat to the side, feeling a bit helpless. In the bar, Hu Zi sat at another booth, his eyes a bit fiery, and he was already somewhat impatient. Damn it, isn't it just about teaching this kid a lesson? Just do it directly, letting two beautiful women play with him. He's really having a good time. No, later, I must break his dog legs, otherwise, I won't be able to vent this anger. And at this moment, no one noticed that three men in black walked into the bar. These three men had very cold eyes, so cold that they seemed devoid of human emotion. And after they arrived at the bar, they quickly locked onto Yi Ching's position and then sat not far away. A beautiful waitress asked them if they wanted to drink, but they were dismissed with a cold get lost, as if they had no mercy for women in their eyes. One of the leading men in black took out Yi Ching's photo and said indifferently, Yi Ching, that's him. We can make our move once Tan Family Head calls. Remember, according to Tan Family Head's request, before he dies, first break his legs, then his hands, and then kill him, understand? The other two men in black nodded silently, as if Yi Ching, in their eyes, was no longer a person, but merely a lamb to be slaughtered. And at this moment, at the Wan family. Wan Family Head was in the study, meeting with Tan Family Head. Tan Family Head, I heard about your son's matter. Please don't grieve too much. May I ask what brings you to me this time, Tan Family Head? When Tan Family Head heard Wan Family Head mention his son, his face immediately twisted, and a cold killing intent instantly emanated from his eyes. Wan Family Head, I came here this time for one thing, and that is, my matter with Yi Ching. Please, Wan Family Head, do not interfere. I know that Wan Family Head and Yi Ching have a friendship, but this time, Yi Ching and I will fight to the death. Please, Wan Family Head, understand. Wan Family Head's expression also turned a bit unsightly upon hearing this. Tan Family Head really didn't put him in his eyes now. He actually dared to come to his house and say these things to him. Was this a threat? Tan Family Head, are you threatening me? Since you know that Yi Ching and I have a friendship, and even that Yi Ching has been kind to my Wan family, your words mean you don't respect me. Tan Family Head sneered upon hearing this, shaking his head. Wan Family Head, I have now lost my son, I have lost everything, and I no longer care about anything. However, I also don't mean to disrespect you, so I came to your door proactively, just to inform Wan Family Head in advance that I am about to act. Please, Wan Family Head, do not do anything unnecessary. Of course, I know I'm not qualified to say these things to you, so please, Wan Family Head, answer the phone. After speaking, Tan Family Head took out his phone and handed it to Wan Family Head, saying softly, Wan Family Head, it's better to answer this call. Wan Family Head frowned, then took the phone Tan Family Head handed him. I am Wan Haixin, who is this? No one knew what was said on the phone, but Wan Family Head's expression instantly became solemn, and his face turned a bit unsightly. Uncle Gong, it's you, old man. Are you going to get involved in this matter? Yes, I know, but Uncle Gong, please listen to me. This Yi Ching, he... Okay, I understand. Goodbye, Uncle Gong. After hanging up the phone, Wan Family Head looked a bit disheartened, looking at Tan Family Head with a hint of bitterness. Tan Family Head, I didn't expect you to have a friendship with Uncle Gong. Tan Family Head said in a deep voice, many years ago, by chance, I saved Uncle Gong once. I have never used this favor until now to kill Yi Ching. I am going all out. The strongest big shot in East Province's underground world is personally coming to deal with Yi Ching. I don't believe that Yi Ching can escape. Wan Family Head, I came to you this time because I don't want you to get involved. You know, you can't afford to get involved in this muddy water. Wan Family Head showed a bitter smile. Indeed, Uncle Gong clearly told Wan Family Head on the phone not to get involved, so Wan Family Head, even if he had 3 times the courage, wouldn't dare. They were simply not on the same level. Uncle Gong's methods were well known throughout East Province, and his power was immense. As Wan family could not afford to provoke him. Tan Family Head, Yi Ching is not simple. If you really kill him, perhaps others won't be able to do anything to Uncle Gong, but many people will not let you off. Do you understand? This was all Wan Family Head could say now. However, Tan Family Head sneered, stood up directly, and said, as long as Yi Ching dies, I don't care about anything. One family head, everything that needed to be said has been said. You also know what Uncle Gong meant from now on, take care of yourself. After speaking, Tan family head left. And one family head sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, his face enveloped in smoke, becoming somewhat angry and even ferocious. Chapter 75 Bet on the Future. You dog! How dare you threaten me? One family head slammed the ashtray onto the floor, his face twisted in anger. Just then, Uncle Gong, hearing the commotion from the room, quickly walked in. Family head, what happened? One family head immediately told Uncle Gong what had just transpired. Uncle Gong's face also showed surprise upon hearing it, and then his brows furrowed tightly. This Tan family head, to actually be able to persuade Uncle Gong, this is troublesome. One family head gritted his teeth and said, Yi Ching saved old Master Wan's life, and in the future, we might even need his help. Yet now, we can only stand by and do nothing. Alas, Uncle Gong, what do you think we should do? One family head was a person who valued loyalty and righteousness. Yi Ching saved old Master Wan's life, and based on that alone, he couldn't ignore Yi Ching's danger. Moreover, Yi Ching was not simple, he clearly understood the great future value of Yi Ching's friendship. But if Yi Ching were to die like this, it would truly be regrettable. Uncle Gong heard this and said in a low voice, we cannot afford to offend Uncle Gong family head. You also know how ruthless that big shot, Uncle Gong, is. If we truly dare to become his enemy, then he will absolutely not miss an opportunity to cause us trouble. At that time, the Wan family will be in danger. However, it's not entirely without a solution. Didn't old Chen owe Yi Ching a favor? We can tell old Chen about this and let him mediate. Perhaps there's still a chance for things to turn around. After all, even Uncle Gong would have to give old Chen some face, right? When one family head heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He then nodded and said, yes, how could I have forgotten about this? That's right, find old Chen. We can't act now, but if old Chen speaks, it should still be effective. Call old Chen now. This can be considered us doing our part. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong immediately dialed old Chen's number. However, the phone remained off. Uncle Gong then called old Chen's trusted aide and learned that old Chen was currently on a plane. At this, Uncle Gong was also at a loss. Let's wait a bit longer, we'll contact him once old Chen gets off the plane. It shouldn't be that urgent. One family head heard this and immediately showed a bitter smile, saying, what I'm afraid of is that something will happen in this very moment. Judging by the Tan family head's intentions, I'm afraid he plans to act tonight. Uncle Gong, it's our turn to make a decision now. This time, it concerns the Wan family's life and death. What do you say we should do? Uncle Gong fell silent upon hearing this. Clearly, this decision was not easy to make. One wrong move could lead to eternal damnation. After a moment of silence, Uncle Gong looked at one family head and softly said, family head, you decide everything, I will listen to you. One family head took a deep drag from his cigarette, gritting his teeth, and said, damn it. I, Wan, am not someone who was raised to be scared. Even if Uncle Gong wants to deal with me, it won't happen in just 2 or 3 days. If I don't even have this much courage, then what's the point of me living? That Tan family head dares to ride on my head, relieve himself, and come over to threaten me? Fine, then I'll go all out. Uncle Gong immediately arranged for people to arrest the Tan family, then quickly sent people to find Yi Ching. No matter what, you must not let Yi Ching get into trouble. This time, I'm gambling. It was indeed a gamble. If he won, it would be fine, but if he lost, it would truly be eternal damnation. However, Uncle Gong didn't hesitate at all and immediately went to carry out one family head's orders. In the study, only one family head remained. Amidst the swirling smoke, one family head's face was still grim and distorted, but his eyes held a hint of ruthlessness and determination. Yi Ching, whom even old Chen respects immensely, not only possesses incredibly miraculous medical skills but also has ruthless methods. How could such a person be simple? I'm betting that he will definitely live. At this moment, in the bar, Yi Ching was still playing dice with Mao Mao. He could guess many of Bai Weiwei's little schemes, but Yi Ching truly had no idea that the Tan family had found Uncle Gong to deal with him. Even if he had known about it, Yi Ching could only say that he had underestimated the Tan family. Not giving up was one thing, but to even find such a powerful figure, however, what did it matter? If Yi Ching didn't even have the ability to protect himself, then he would probably have died in prison long ago and wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Looking at Mao Mao, who had already drunk 9 beers in a row and was completely lost in a daze, Yi Qing smiled and said, "How about we just stop? Don't play anymore, your luck isn't good today." Was this a matter of bad luck? Mao Mao was now playing dice with a bit of madness, like a gambler who had lost too much. Yi Qing had won against her 9 times in a row even with probability. It shouldn't play out like this. Mao Mao glared at Yi Qing angrily, gritting her teeth, and said, "Yi Qing, do you dare to play for high stakes? If I win, you have to drink 9 beers in a row, and then go on stage and do a striptease." Hearing Mao Mao say this, Dai Yudiu was startled and quickly pulled Mao Mao, saying, "Mao Mao, you've had too much to drink, don't drink anymore, don't play anymore." Mao Mao heard this and shook her head, saying, "I haven't had too much to drink at all, this much alcohol is just a mouthwash for me, I'm just very angry right now, how can Yi Qing keep winning? This is simply impossible. Dai Yudiu, you know my skill when playing dice, I rarely lose, so there must be something fishy, I won't accept this." Mao Mao's words made Dai Yudiu helpless, she couldn't persuade her, simply couldn't persuade her. Yi Qing then smiled and said, "I won't drink 9 beers, but I can have 1 beer with you, Mao Mao, let's not play anymore, you've had too much to drink." When Mao Mao heard that Yi Qing was actually trying to back out, she immediately grabbed Yi Qing's arm and said, "No, we must play, you win and then you want to stop playing? Are you even a man? Putting on your pants and not owning up? You bad guy, no, we must play." Hearing this, Yi Qing gave a bitter smile. Dai Yudiu even covered her face, not knowing what to say. What she said was too, it was as if Yi Qing had done something to Mao Mao and then refused to acknowledge it afterwards. If someone heard that, it would be strange if they didn't misunderstand. Mao Mao, however, bothered with none of that, continuously grabbing Yi Qing, insisting that Yi Qing play with her. Yi Qing, helpless, could only nod and say, "Alright, then to avoid doing that striptease, I can't lose, but if you lose, then don't play anymore, okay?" Mao Mao heard this and sneered, "What a joke, are you looking down on me, Mao Mao? Mao Mao, am someone who can afford to lose, don't worry, if you win, I'll drink 9 more beers, and then I'll go on stage and do a striptease, is that fair?" It was fair, but given that Mao Mao was Bai Weiwei's friend, Yi Qing couldn't possibly let Mao Mao actually do a striptease in public. If he really did that, he would truly be solidified as a bad guy in their eyes. Chapter 76. Are you the god of gamblers? No, let's not. If you talk like that, I wouldn't dare play with you if I made you do a striptease in public. Bai Weiwei would misunderstand me even more. Meow meow, forget it, let's just be friends today, have some drinks, and chat, okay? Upon hearing this, Meow Meow immediately refused, looking at Yi Qing and saying, "Brother Yi Qing, how can you be so sure you'll win?" "Alright, even if you can win, then, I understand your concerns, I'll change the game, will that be alright? If I lose, I'll continue drinking, and I won't do the striptease, however, I'll spend a night with you, how about that? Don't worry, I know what you're concerned about, I promise, I won't tell anyone." As she spoke, Meow Meow looked at Yi Qing, revealing a hint of an ambiguous smile. At this moment, Dai Yudiu sighed and said, "Meow Meow, I heard everything." Meow Meow seemed to just notice Dai Yudiu, smiling and saying, "So what if you heard? You wouldn't tell Weiwei, right? If not, we too can play with Brother Yi Qing together. Weiwei always says Brother Yi Qing is a bad person and not good anywhere, but Brother Yi Qing is tall, handsome, and has a good temperament, I really like him, don't you, Dai Yudiu, like him? I just saw you constantly sneaking glances at Brother Yi Qing, how about it, Dai Yudiu? Do you want to consider giving your first time to Brother Yi Qing? You won't lose out." What kind of brazen words were these? Yi Qing never expected such words to come from Meow Meow's mouth. And Dai Yudiu's face was already red to her neck, looking at Meow Meow, so angry she was about to swing her hand to hit her. "Meow Meow, what nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." As she spoke, Dai Yudiu dared not look at Yi Qing again, as if one more glance would lead to a misunderstanding. Her face was as red as an apple, looking exceptionally enticing. Meow Meow laughed heartily, looking at Yi Qing and saying, "Dai Yudiu is shy, let's ignore her, however, what I said counts, Brother Yi Qing, you won't lose out if you win, I'll let you do as you please, how about it?" Yi Qing looked at Meow Meow, revealing a wry smile, and said, "Are girls nowadays all so bold? And, can this also be a steak? Meow meow, I advise you, don't drink alcohol anymore, it's really not good. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow looked at Yi Qing, somewhat displeased, and said, Brother Yi Qing, are you looking down on me, Meow Meow? I admit, what I said today might give that impression, but I tell you, I, Meow Meow, am also a person who keeps herself pure. The reason I'm like this today is because I want to give myself to you. If I don't want to, no one can force me. After speaking, Meow Meow seemed very angry, directly snorting and turning her head away. Yi Qing was truly helpless. He didn't seem to be the victim, but how did this turn into him bullying them? Sighing softly, Yi Qing picked up the dice and smiled. Alright, let's say I said the wrong thing. I apologize to you, is that alright? I'll play with you, but if I win, I'll set the conditions, and you don't need to think about anything else. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow looked at Yi Qing and said, Then I want you to win 9 more times in a row, only then will I listen to you. Yi Qing heard this and, without even hesitating, immediately nodded and said, Good, then 9 wins in a row. He agreed so readily, as if Yi Qing was very sure that he would absolutely not lose. In fact, next, Meow Meow and Dayudiu were both dumbfounded, because Yi Qing truly won 9 times in a row, adding to the previous ones, he had already won 18 times in a row. At this point, anyone who still said Yi Qing won by luck would truly be brainless. This was clearly skill. Meow Meow looked at Yi Qing with adoration and said, Brother Yi Qing, you are amazing. You're practically a god of gamblers. Can you teach me? Yi Qing heard this, nodded, and said, Yes, but now, I can make a request, right? Meow Meow heard this, nodded, and blinked her big eyes at Yi Qing, saying, Of course you can, but, Brother Yi Qing, you really have to think carefully. I will agree to any request you make, even if you ask me to secretly be your lover, it's fine. Meow Meow was trying to tempt Yi Qing again. However, Yi Qing still shook his head firmly and said, The only request I have for you is that from now on, you are not allowed to say these words again. I'm not saying you don't respect yourself, nor am I saying you don't love yourself. I don't know what you've been through, so I have no right to judge. However, I hope that in the future, you can find a good boyfriend and have a proper relationship, instead of doing things against your will. Meow Meow, Dayudiu, actually, I know you came here today to get me drunk, and perhaps even had other motives, but it doesn't matter. I can see that you are both good girls. Your lives have just begun. Don't do things that will make you regret. At this moment, Yi Qing's words stunned both Meow Meow and Dayudiu. They didn't expect Yi Qing to make such a request, especially that phrase good girls, which moved them deeply. How long had it been since anyone called them good girls? How long had it been since anyone cared about them like this? At this moment, both Meow Meow and Dayudiu felt a warmth rising in their hearts. Dayudiu could no longer hold back, looking at Yi Qing and saying, Brother Yi Qing, you are a good person. You are not the bad person Weiwei said you were. You should go. We will help you persuade Weiwei to stop bothering you in the future. However, it might not be very effective, but don't blame Weiwei too much. She is also doing it for her sister's good, afraid that her sister will be deceived. Meow Meow did not stop Dayudiu at this moment. Although she said nothing, she also fell silent. However, Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, I know, but misunderstandings will always be resolved. You don't have to worry, I won't be angry. As for you, I hope you can take my words to heart. I'm very happy to have met you today. If you have anything in the future, you can come to me. I will help you if I can. As for my safety, you don't have to worry. After all, sometimes, if I don't show some strength, I might be enveloped by endless trouble, so, it's better for me to see today what kind of people she can find to deal with me. And at this moment, Bai Weiwei sat with Huji, gritting her teeth and saying, How are they still chatting and laughing? This Meow Meow and Dayudiu were too disappointing. I told them to seduce Yi Qing, but now, besides some photos of them sitting close together, there's nothing else. Huji looked at Bai Weiwei and chuckled, Weiwei, if you want to take these kinds of photos, you don't need to go to all this trouble. Just knock him out, then strip him naked and throw him on the bed, find 2 random women, strip their clothes off, and have them lie next to him. Wouldn't that work? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Weiwei's face immediately lit up. That's right, why didn't I think of that? I can knock him out, and then everything will be at my mercy, right? Huji, you're very smart now. Good, good. Huji laughed heartily. I told you I'm smart. Moreover, this is nothing. If you could personally go into battle and lie next to him, wouldn't your sister go crazy when she sees it? She wouldn't even let you, Bai Weiwei, off the hook, and your sister would immediately fall out with him. It's just that you might have to sacrifice your looks and wear a little less when you're next to him. Bai Weiwei was silent for a moment upon hearing this, then her eyes lit up and she said, for Sister Qingyue, sacrificing myself is nothing. However, me personally getting involved, let's wait and see first. Let other women take photos. If my sister still has illusions, then I will personally get involved. Even if I personally get involved, the room for manipulation will be much larger at that time. Everyone will know that Yi Qing is a big pervert who bullied me. That would be the best outcome. The more Bai Weiwei spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and then she became somewhat impatient. Huji, then let's not wait, let's go and do it directly. Huji heard this, looked at Bai Weiwei, and smiled. Alright, just watch. After speaking, Huji looked at the dozen or so brothers sitting with him and smiled. Brothers, Miss Weiwei has given an order, we cannot disappoint a beauty. Just knock him out later, let's go. As he spoke, Huji led a dozen people towards Yi Qing. And at this moment, the three men sitting elsewhere, who had been staring at Yi Qing, received a call and were about to get up and act when they saw Huji and his group heading towards Yi Qing's direction. Immediately, they stopped their movements, intending to wait a moment. Chapter 77 Take Action. Huji brought his men, aggressively approaching Yi Qing. Looking at Mao Mao and Dayudiu, he said, I've been looking for you two for ages, so you were here. You wouldn't meet me, but you found a pretty boy to accompany you. This is clearly not taking me, Huji, seriously. Especially you, Mao Mao, didn't we agree to be boyfriend and girlfriend? You've got some nerve to cuckold me. Mao Mao and Dayudiu both knew Huji, aware that he was the person Bai Weiwei had found to deal with Yi Qing. If it had been before, they would have cooperated with Huji's act, but after their recent interaction with Yi Qing, they both felt a good impression of him. At this moment, at the very least, they didn't want Yi Qing to get hurt. So, Mao Mao couldn't help but stand up and say to Huji, stop it, Yi Qing Gij is a good person. Dayudiu also nodded at this time, saying, don't cause trouble, hurry up and leave. This completely bewildered Huji. What was going on? Didn't they agree to cooperate? Why were they turning against him now? However, even if Huji had doubts, he wouldn't listen to Mao Mao and Dayudiu. After all, Bai Weiwei was the one who asked him for help, and Bai Weiwei was his patron, someone he couldn't offend. As for Mao Mao and Dayudiu, they didn't have that kind of standing. You say he's a good person, so he's a good person? A good person would cuckold someone? Alright, you two move aside, don't interfere with my business. With that, Huji pushed Mao Mao and Dayudiu aside and sat directly in front of Yi Qing, sneering, kid, you're quite handsome, no wonder you can be a pretty boy, but you dared to cuckold your brother. Huji, did you eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? Yi Qing couldn't be bothered with their antics and directly said, Bai Weiwei only found these people? So, what are you planning to do? No need for nonsense, just say it directly. Huji heard this and sneered, what Bai Weiwei? I don't know her, but you're quite arrogant. Kid, you must have never been beaten before? Kneel down and apologize to me, and this matter will be over today, otherwise, I'll make sure you don't survive. As Huji finished speaking, a dozen of Huji's subordinates immediately roared at Yi Qing. Kneel down, quickly apologize to brother Huji. That's right, kneel down immediately and admit your mistake, or we'll break your dog legs. Each one of them was incredibly boisterous. And Yi Qing sighed, looking at Huji, and said, for Bai Weiwei's sake, I don't want to make a move today, so, just as you said, kneel, apologize, and then scram, and I'll let you off, otherwise, you won't even have a chance to kneel. When these words came out, Huji and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. What a joke, truly a joke. There were a dozen of them standing there, threatening Yi Qing, yet Yi Qing, alone, was threatening a dozen of them. If this wasn't a joke, what was it? Good kid, you've got guts, very arrogant. Alright then, you don't want to kneel, do you? Fine, then I'll see how hard your bones really are. After speaking, Huji glanced at his subordinates immediately. Two subordinates, without a word, directly lunged for Yi Qing's hair, intending to grab him and give him a good beating. And Yi Qing, his eyes slightly narrowed, his expression unchanged, directly grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it on the head of one subordinate. Then, the other was directly stabbed in the arm by Yi Qing with the shattered beer bottle. Blood immediately flowed freely. Huji's two subordinates immediately clutched their wounds in pain, squatted down, and let out screams. This scene stunned Huzi, and it also stunned Mao Mao and Dayudiu. They never expected that Yi Qing would dare to make the first move, and that his moves would be so ruthless. Huzi looked at Yi Qing and angrily said, "Bastard, you dare to make a move." Yi Qing heard this and sneered, "So, I should just sit here and let you bully me, unable to fight back, is that it? Is that your logic? Then let me tell you my logic." With that, Yi Qing slowly stood up, stretched his neck, and looked at Huzi and the others, saying coldly, "It's been a long time since I've moved my body, much since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep. I can't refuse, but don't worry, I'll be careful with my moves, I won't kill you." Arrogant, extremely arrogant. He spoke as if Yi Qing alone could deal with Huzi and all of them. At this moment, Huzi was furious. He didn't want to lose face in front of Bai Weiwei, and similarly, with so many people watching today, if he lost face, would he still be able to hang around here in the future? He would probably become a laughingstock. Those who live by their wits care most about face. If face is gone, then what's the point of living by your wits? Alright, kid, you've got guts, you can fight, huh? Then I'll see how well you can really fight. Brothers, go get him. Don't hold back, beat him to death. Looking at the thugs rushing forward, Yi Qing no longer held back. He directly punched the first one who rushed at him, smashing the opponent's mouth and nose until they bled, causing them to fall back. Then, Yi Qing grabbed the hair of the person rushing from the left and slapped him hard, breaking several of the opponent's teeth. Just like that, with a punch and a kick, Yi Qing easily dealt with all of Huzi's dozen or so subordinates. His moves were fierce, decisive, and incredibly fast. Huzi's subordinates couldn't even touch Yi Qing's clothes before they were all knocked down. And Yi Qing, looking at Huzi's subordinates lying all over the ground, calmly looked at the somewhat dazed Huzi, and sneered, "With such meager skills, you dare to mess around in the underground world? You guys must have never seen dead people, have you?" With that, without waiting for Huzi to speak, Yi Qing directly grabbed Huzi by the hair, lifting him up just like that. Then, with his right hand, he began to slap Huzi's face back and forth, making Huzi cry out for his parents, his mouth and nose bleeding, and his teeth shattering. This scene completely stunned Mao Mao and Dayudiu. They knew Yi Qing was tall and well-built, not only handsome but also charismatic, and had a good physique. However, Yi Qing looked gentle and refined, not like someone who could fight. Yet, with one move, he not only dealt with so many people but also acted so ruthlessly. This was no docile kitten, he was clearly a man-eating beast. Mao Mao swallowed, looked at Dayudiu, and whispered, "Dayudiu, Yi Qing is too fierce, isn't he? I couldn't tell it all before." Dayudiu heard this, looked at Mao Mao, and said, "Are you scared now?" Luckily, Yi Qing Gij didn't hold it against us, otherwise, how many slaps do you think you could have endured? Mao Mao's eyes lit up at this, and her body even felt a little weak. If Yi Qing Gij could slap me like that, I'd be happy too, but not too hard, just not hard enough to draw blood. It feels so exciting. When Dayudiu heard this, her eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Mao Mao speechlessly, feeling that Mao Mao was beyond saving. And just then, Huzi finally couldn't hold back anymore. Looking at Yi Qing, he began to threaten him. "Stop, quickly stop. Do you know who I am? You dare to treat me like this? You won't have a good end." Chapter 78. The boss is Uncle Joe. Threats. If they couldn't win, they'd threaten, then announce their names and call for backup. These thugs always used the same old tricks, with no improvement. Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, and said, "I thought you were more promising. Is this all you've got?" With that, Yi Qing released his grip on Huzi's hair, sat directly on the sofa, and said indifferently, "Alright, since I've already made a move today, I don't mind doing it a few more times. Go ahead and call your people today. Even if you call the king of hell himself, I'll still make you kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I will absolutely not let you off." Huzi glared at Yi Qing, gritting his teeth, and said, "Yi Qing, I know you're a strong fighter, but this is Jiangqing. This is our territory. No matter how strong you are, how many can you fight? We are just people who operate on the fringes of the underground world. Once the true big bosses of the underground world arrive, will you, Yi Qing, still dare to speak like that? I'm telling you, I follow Brother Tian, and Brother Tian's boss is Uncle Joe. Yi Qing, do you understand now who you've offended? Make me kneel and apologize? I think it should be you who kneels and apologizes right now, otherwise, you won't have a chance later." After speaking, Huzi took out his phone, ready to call for backup. And Yi Qing, at this moment, didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The world is truly small. Or rather, Uncle Joe's name, in Jiangqing's underground world, truly seems to be effective. Not only does Gao Qingshu follow Uncle Joe, but now Hu Ji is also considered Uncle Joe's subordinate, and yet, these people all come looking for trouble with him. This left Yi Qing truly at a loss for words. Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at Hu Ji and said, "So, you're one of Uncle Joe's people?" Upon hearing this, Hu Ji thought Yi Qing was scared and immediately nodded heavily, saying, "Are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's too late. Kneel down and apologize immediately, and I might forgive you for this matter, otherwise, just wait to die." Looking at Hu Ji, who still dared to speak so arrogantly, Yi Qing shook his head, then backhanded him with a slap across his face. "Didn't I tell you before? When you talk to me, be polite, don't curse at every turn, and your attitude needs to be good, understood?" Hu Ji was now on the verge of tears, wanting to curse at Yi Qing, but looking at Yi Qing's calm eyes, he was scared, he didn't dare. Okay, you wait, I'll call Brother Tian right now. When they get here, you're dead." With that, Hu Ji was about to dial the number. However, just then, Bai Weiwei's face changed drastically. She rushed over and grabbed Hu Ji's hand, saying, "Hu Ji, you can't make that call. If you make that call, someone will really die. It's not easy to update, remember to share with 101 Kenshukum." Bai Weiwei's original intention was just to teach Yi Qing a lesson. Even if he got badly beaten, it would be fine if it came down to it, even breaking an arm or a leg would be acceptable. But now, if this matter truly escalated, reaching Brother Tian and Uncle Joe, would Yi Qing still have a way out? So, all of a sudden, Bai Weiwei became anxious. But Hu Ji, at this point, couldn't listen to any persuasion. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who was blocking him, Hu Ji gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Weiwei, I've given you all the face I can, but now, Yi Qing has beaten all my subordinates down, not to mention humiliating me in every way. If I swallow this insult, how can I, Hu Ji, continue to operate in Jiangqing ever again? Get out of the way, this is no longer your business." Even though he usually spent a lot of Bai Weiwei's money, Hu Ji still knew what was more important. Bai Weiwei looked at Hu Ji and immediately knew that Hu Ji was truly angry today. It was probably impossible to resolve this peacefully. "No, Hu Ji, I'll make him apologize to you. Don't be angry, I'll definitely help you get back the face you lost. Don't make the call yet, please, I'm begging you, okay?" Hu Ji heard this, looked at Bai Weiwei, hesitated for a moment, and said coldly, "Alright, make him kneel down and apologize to me then, I'll break one of his arms, and this matter will be over today. I won't bother him again." This is called not bothering him? However, at this moment, in Bai Weiwei's eyes, this was already the best outcome. Bai Weiwei quickly walked up to Yi Qing, gritting her teeth, and said, "Yi Qing, why are you so impulsive? You've injured so many people, and you didn't give Hu Ji any face at all. Do you think being able to fight makes you so great? You simply don't know your place. Apologize immediately, do as Hu Ji says, kowtow and apologize to him, then break an arm, and this matter will be settled. Hurry up." Her words sounded like she was bestowing a favor, as if Yi Qing being alive right now was all thanks to her, Bai Weiwei. Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei, a cold smile appearing on his face, and said, "Bai Weiwei, who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Since I, Yi Qing, have made a move, I'm not afraid of the consequences. If he wants to call people, then let him call them. However many come, I'll deal with them. What's more, who told you that I can't afford to offend him? Alright, you want face, do you? Then I'll give you some face too right now. Make him kneel down and apologize to me immediately, then break one of his own arms today. I'll let him off and let him live, otherwise, he won't live." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he picked up a wine bottle from the table and smashed it fiercely onto the ground. The wine bottle instantly shattered into glass shards on the floor. And Yi Qing, pointing at the glass shards, said coldly, "Kneel right here, kneel down hard. When the blood covers all these broken glass pieces, then you can get up, do that, and I'll let him go. Remember, I'm only saying this once. Next time, when he kneels down to me on his own, it will be breaking one leg and one arm." After speaking, Yi Qing picked up a bottle of beer and drank it with an indifferent expression, as if the matters here had nothing to do with him. Both Bai Weiwei and everyone else present, hearing Yi Qing's words, all realized that Yi Qing was even more ruthless than they had imagined. Making Hu Ji kneel was one thing, but making him kneel on broken glass, and kneeling down hard, just thinking about it made them realize how much it would hurt. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, so angry at this moment that she could barely speak. "Yi Qing, you're going too far. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly and said, "Isn't this the outcome you wanted to see? Bai Weiwei, whether your sister spoils you or others spoil you, they've all protected you too well, that's why you're so out of line, not knowing the limits of a joke today. It's just me here, what if it were someone else? Wouldn't you really have broken their arm? So, just watch carefully today, no matter how many people are injured, or even die today, it's all your responsibility. I hope that in the future, when you do things, you'll think twice before acting." These words made Bai Weiwei almost go crazy. Was he blaming her? And lecturing her? Alright, Yi Qing, since you're like this, I won't bother with you, you're on your own. I want to see just how arrogant you are. With that, Bai Weiwei sat down on the sofa in a huff, looked at Hu Ji, and said, "Go ahead and call them, deal with him however you want, I don't care anymore." Chapter 79, Shaking People. Hearing this, Hu Ji sneered at Yi Qing and said, "You want me to kneel and apologize, and you deliberately made a mess of broken glass. Good, very good, this is exactly what I want, otherwise, I would have thought it was too easy for you if you just knelt down." After speaking, Hu Ji dialed Brother Tian's number. After connecting, Hu Ji immediately made a wrong sound. "Brother Tian, save me. Something happened to me, I was bullied right here at our bar. The other party is just one person, but he's really good at fighting. Brother Tian, I've already mentioned your name, and even Uncle Gong's name, but he doesn't give any face at all, and he even hit harder. Brother Tian, please bring people here quickly." Okay, Brother Tian, don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let him escape." After speaking, Hu Ji hung up the phone directly, his face regaining confidence, and he looked at Yi Qing arrogantly, saying, "You wait, my brother Tian will be here soon. By then, even if you want to kneel and beg for mercy, it will be useless." Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, saying, "Okay, I'm waiting." With that, Yi Qing once again smashed the empty bottle in his hand onto the ground, instantly adding much more broken glass to the floor. This scene made Hu Ji's eyelids twitch. He had already called for backup and stated who he was with, yet Yi Qing still looked completely unafraid. This calmness made Hu Ji feel a little uneasy. However, things had already reached this point, asking him to back down and compromise was absolutely impossible. At this moment, everyone in the bar had already gathered around, waiting to watch this big show. The three assassins sitting not far away had indifferent expressions, seemingly finding the scene before them quite boring. After all, their profession was killing, not playing around with endless quarrels. "Big brother, second brother, are we just going to watch like this? It's completely like children playing house, there's no meaning at all. I think we should resolve it as soon as possible and go back to report to Uncle Gong." The slightly older assassin said with an indifferent expression, "What's the hurry? If they want to play, let them play. If they can really take care of this Yi Qing, it saves us the trouble. Moreover, don't be too arrogant." When Yi Qing made his move just now, did you all see it? This person is not as simple as we imagined. At these words, the other two assassins also frowned slightly. Indeed, decisive in action, ruthless in methods, he's a good hand. However, it's useless facing the three of us, he will still surely die. This statement made all three of them nod, clearly admitting that Yi Qing's skills were good, but they didn't feel any threat. At this moment, the atmosphere in the bar was quite heavy, and even a bit awkward. Everyone else stood by watching the show, while Yi Qing sat on the sofa, calmly drinking beer. As for Mao Mao, Dai Yudiu, and Bai Weiwei, they didn't know whether to leave or stay, so they just sat there watching. After all, the current situation had nothing to do with them, and they couldn't influence anything. Only Hu Ji and his group, some lying on the ground, some standing, were just very awkward. However, this awkward atmosphere did not last long. A chaotic sound quickly came over. Next, they saw a middle-aged man leading a large group, at least dozens of hooligans, armed with machetes and clubs, swaggering in. As he walked, he roared angrily. "Who the hell dares to cause trouble here, dares to hit our people? You're looking for death. Come out, we'll beat you to death." Their fierce appearance made many people present change their expressions, and some timid ones were already preparing to quietly slip away. The others also made way, allowing Brother Tian and his group to pass smoothly. Hu Ji's face lit up with joy at this moment, and he excitedly shouted to Brother Tian, "Brother Tian, I'm here, over here." Brother Tian's face was cold. He walked up to Hu Ji and, without a word, slapped Hu Ji directly across the face. Useless trash, disgracing us. Hu Ji covered his face, not daring to speak, nor even daring to show a wronged expression clearly. He was afraid of this Brother Tian, and not just a little afraid. Brother Tian immediately noticed Yi Qing, who was sitting calmly on the sofa, and then sneered, "Was it you who beat my subordinates down and showed us no respect?" Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, saying, "Whatever he says, it's getting late. I'm busy, let's settle this quickly so I can go back to sleep early." With that, Yi Qing stood up directly, pointed at Hu Ji, and said, "Two paths. First, he immediately kneels on this broken glass until all the glass is covered in blood, then breaks an arm and a leg. This matter will be over, and I won't pursue it anymore. Second, I beat all of you down, and then you do the first option, you choose." These words stunned everyone present. They just felt that Yi Qing must have been really drunk. The situation now, compared to just now, had completely changed. Brother Tian had arrived, bringing dozens of fierce subordinates, and they were even carrying weapons at this point. A smart person would know to restrain themselves, right? But Yi Qing's current behavior was even more arrogant and domineering than before, which made people confused. Brother Tian's subordinates, at this moment, became even more boisterous. Brother Tian, however, frowned slightly. After all, he had been in the underground world for a long time, unlike Hu Ji and his group, who had no brains at all. Yi Qing's indifferent expression and ruthless methods clearly indicated he was not simple. Although Jiangqing's underground world belonged to them, who could say that there wouldn't be a powerful dragon passing through? "Brother, you are indeed very arrogant, but are you sure you know what you're saying? Do you know who you're talking to?" Yi Qing heard this, glanced indifferently at Brother Tian, and said, "Your people are already here, your strength has already been shown, so there's no need to beat around the bush with me anymore. You want to use Uncle Gong to pressure me? Then why don't you call Uncle Gong right now and tell him that Yi Qing is here, threatening you like this, and let Uncle Gong come to deal with me. I want to see if he has the guts." After speaking, Yi Qing directly sat down on the sofa, looked at Brother Tian, and said coldly, "Go ahead, call Uncle Gong." As soon as Yi Qing spoke these words, the entire bar instantly fell silent. Yi Qing directly mentioned Uncle Gong, and even said things like, "Let's see if Uncle Gong has the guts." This clearly meant he knew Uncle Gong, and their relationship was more unusual than they imagined. In Jiangcheng, how many people dared to say that Uncle Gong had no guts? Was it real? Or was he pretending? At this moment, Brother Tian's expression became extremely solemn. Looking at Yi Qing, he said in a deep voice, "Brother, those words are a bit disrespectful to Uncle Gong. Could it be that you know Uncle Gong? But I don't remember ever seeing you. May I ask, brother, do you really want me to make this call?" Yi Qing sneered upon hearing this, saying, "Make the call, tell him that I, Yi Qing, am waiting for him right here, let him come." Chapter 80. Someone wants to kill you. At this point, Brother Tian had no choice but to fight. Yi Qing's demeanor was too calm. If he said he didn't know Uncle Jiao, no one would believe him. At this moment, Hu Zi saw the change in Brother Tian's expression, gritted his teeth, and quickly said, "Brother Tian, don't believe him, he's full of lies and just bluffing, he's trying to trick you, to fool you, he just wants to find an excuse to leave. Others might not know his background, but I know at best he's just a small-time hoodlum who just got out of prison. Although he can fight a bit, he has no background at all, I can guarantee that. He definitely doesn't know Uncle Joe. Even if he did know or heard of Uncle Joe's name, it might have been from someone in prison. Even if there's a connection, it's probably a very distant one. But if you call Uncle Joe now, it's so late, Uncle Joe will be angry." What Hu Zi said wasn't without reason. Uncle Joe usually valued his rest time, and at such a late hour, no one would typically disturb him. However, Yi Qing's demeanor was a bit too calm. Looking at Hu Zi, Brother Tian said in a deep voice, "How can you be so sure? If he really has a close relationship with Uncle Jiao, then who will be responsible if we mess with the wrong person, you or me?" Hu Zi gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and said, "I'll be responsible. I can confirm he's just bluffing." Upon hearing this, Brother Tian immediately kicked Hu Zi and angrily said, "You'll be responsible? What the hell are you? Can you even take responsibility? Tell me, how can you be so sure? If you can't give me a good reason, even if he doesn't deal with you today, I'll severely teach you a lesson." At this moment, Brother Tian was truly annoyed. He had inadvertently brought such a huge problem upon himself, so it was only natural for him to be annoyed. At this moment, Hu Zi quickly pointed at Bai Weiwei and said, "She is Bai Weiwei from the Bai family. This man is dating her sister, so she knows his background best. There's no way it's fake." Brother Tian heard this and immediately looked at Bai Weiwei. Although Bai Weiwei usually seemed like a tomboy, when she truly encountered such a situation, she was very scared. At this moment, Brother Tian and everyone else's gazes were focused on Bai Weiwei, which immediately made her feel a bit flustered. "Bai Weiwei? Tell me, what's your relationship with this person? What's his background? Does he know Uncle Jiao? Tell me, if there's even half a lie, I'll disfigure your face." As soon as this was said, Bai Weiwei immediately shrieked and covered her face, as if she was already injured. I'll tell you, I've only met him twice, but I know who he is. His name is Yi Qinghe. He was in prison for 3 years and just got out. He's a native of Jiangcheng. Brother Tian, you've been with Uncle Jiao for so many years and are his confidant. If Uncle Jiao knew this person, wouldn't you know about it? Besides, he's only been out of prison for less than 2 days. He wouldn't have had time to get to know Uncle Jiao. It's fake, all fake. This person is a master at deceiving others. Otherwise, my sister and Qingyue wouldn't have been fooled by him. Seeing that Bai Weiwei didn't seem to be lying, Brother Tian nodded. Then, looking at Yi Qing, he sneered, "Kid, you almost fooled me. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that if I make a call, you won't be able to live?" Yi Qing heard this, shrugged, and said, "The phone is in your hand. Call if you want to. No one is stopping you if you don't. Just a reminder, don't make the wrong choice, or else, it'll truly be impossible to explain." After speaking, Yi Qing pointed at Bai Weiwei and smiled. "Most of what she said is correct, but I didn't deceive her sister, nor am I a liar. As for whether or not I know Uncle Jiao, you can decide for yourself." "Alright, stop wasting words. Whether we know each other or not, a phone call will clear it up. If you don't call, then let's fight. It's really troublesome, very annoying." After speaking, Yi Qing stretched, seemingly bored. However, the more indifferent he was, the more Brother Tian felt something was wrong. "Call." Gritting his teeth, Brother Tian still decided to make the call. Otherwise, as Yi Qing said, if they really knew each other, it would be too late. After dialing Uncle Jiao's phone, Brother Tian quickly put on a fawning smile and said, "Uncle Jiao, hello, it's your little Tian Zi. Yes, I didn't disturb your rest, did I? It's like this, I have something to report to you." After speaking, Brother Tian immediately gave Uncle Jiao a simple report of the situation, emphasizing Yi Qing's name. At this moment, Uncle Jiao's voice immediately rose, allowing many people to hear it. "What? Yi Qing is with you? Quickly let Mr. Yi answer the phone." At this moment, Uncle Jiao didn't need to answer anything else, because the single phrase Mr. Yi already explained a lot. Brother Tian immediately put on a smiling face, swallowed, and carefully handed the phone to Yi Qing, saying, "Mr. Yi, Uncle Jiao wants to speak with you." The huge difference between before and after was clear to everyone present. The outcome was already beyond doubt. And Hu Zi slumped to the ground with a look of despair. He already knew what his fate would be. Taking the phone, Yi Qing remained calmly seated, while Brother Tian stood respectfully in front of him, smiling obsequiously. "Uncle Jiao, yes, it's me, Yi Qing." On the phone, Uncle Jiao's voice was very anxious. "Mr. Yi, stay where you are, don't move. I'm coming over now. Something has happened, someone wants to kill you." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing paused for a moment, then a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Someone wanted to kill him, and it was someone who could make Uncle Jiao lose his composure. The incoming person was probably not simple. "Is that so?" Haha, it's fine, Uncle Jiao doesn't need to worry. I'm doing very well here for now." "Mr. Yi, you must not let your guard down. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. I'll rush over right away. Please give the phone to that person just now. I'll have them protect you first." Yi Qing nodded, then handed the phone to Brother Tian. Brother Tian took the phone and cautiously said, "Uncle Jiao?" Uncle Jiao had no time to waste with Brother Tian and immediately issued the strictest order. Tian, I don't care what you guys did between yourselves from now on. Listen to my command, and remember, it's a death order. If you can't complete it, all of you will die. Protect Mr. Yi. Someone wants to harm Mr. Yi. Use your lives to protect Mr. Yi. Do you understand? As long as Mr. Yi is safe, you will have rendered meritorious service, and I will personally celebrate with you. But if Mr. Yi is harmed even a single hair, all of you will be buried with him." Uncle Jiao's roar made Brother Tian's hair stand on end. Just as he was about to ask more, the call was directly hung up. At this moment, Brother Tian knew he had no choice. Protecting Yi Qing was his only path. Gritting his teeth, Brother Tian looked at all the subordinates present and angrily said, "Everyone, center around me and form a circle. No one is allowed to approach without my command." Chapter 81 Kneeling on Broken Glass. Brother Tian's command stunned everyone present. Especially Brother Tian's subordinates, who stared at him in a daze. Brother Tian, at this moment, couldn't care less, and angrily shouted, "What are you all looking at me for? Hurry up and follow orders. Remember, anyone who dares to make any malicious moves will be immediately apprehended." After saying this, Brother Tian respectfully looked at Mr. Yi and said, "Mr. Yi, please rest assured, as long as I, Tian, am here, I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm." These words left everyone present speechless. Weren't you the ones who wanted to harm Mr. Yi? Now, you've suddenly become his protectors? What's with this pretense? And Mr. Yi, knowing the truth, looked at Brother Tian and the others, nodding faintly, "Actually, there's no need for this, I can handle it myself." At this moment, whether Brother Tian believed Mr. Yi's words or not was no longer important. What was important was that he had to complete his mission. Yes, you certainly have the ability to protect yourself, but please, Mr. Yi, understand that the order Uncle Jiu gave us is to protect you from even a speck of harm, so, for such small matters, please allow us to serve you. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? I am truly sorry. Please, if you have any punishment in mind, just say it. I promise I will have no complaints whatsoever. At this point, Brother Tian kicked the already dazed Hu Zi, smiling, "Mr. Yi, Hu Zi was blind and made a mistake. Please punish him as you see fit." After speaking, Brother Tian looked at Hu Zi and angrily shouted, "You blind fool, why aren't you kneeling and apologizing to Mr. Yi right now?" Hu Zi finally came to his senses, his face filled with pain and regret. Even Uncle Jiu had to address him as Mr. Yi. What Hu Zi did just now was nothing short of courting death. "Bai Weiwei, you've ruined me." Thinking of this, Hu Zi glared resentfully at Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei was startled by Hu Zi's gaze, but she also felt speechless. How could things turn out this way? Mr. Yi, wasn't he just an ordinary person who just got out of prison? How could he possibly know Uncle Jiu? All of this was too surreal, so surreal that Bai Weiwei couldn't react at all. However, whether Bai Weiwei reacted now or not was no longer important. The outcome was set. Hu Zi was beyond help. Looking at Mr. Yi, Hu Zi gritted his teeth and said dejectedly, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong, please punish me." Mr. Yi looked at Hu Zi and said faintly, "How to punish you? I've already said it just now. It seems there's no need to repeat it, is there?" Indeed, Mr. Yi had already said it, but Hu Zi thought that since they were all on the same side now, perhaps the punishment might be lighter. However, he underestimated Mr. Yi's ruthlessness and overlooked a fact. Mr. Yi's words were set in stone. If an opportunity was given and not taken, then there would be no more opportunities. Hu Zi gritted his teeth, looked at the broken glass on the ground, and then slowly knelt down. The shattered glass instantly made Hu Zi feel a chill run down his spine, and he sweated profusely from the pain. But, just then, Mr. Yi spoke. "If I remember correctly, what I said just now was to make you kneel down hard." Just that one sentence made Hu Zi's face turn incredibly pale. Just kneeling down gently had already caused him immense pain from the broken glass. If he were to kneel down hard, Hu Zi was certain that even if his legs weren't crippled, they would be close to it. Because of this, Hu Zi looked at Brother Tian, his eyes full of pleading. After all, Hu Zi was his brother, so Brother Tian couldn't just ignore it. He could only look at Mr. Yi and softly say, "Mr. Yi, Hu Zi knows he was wrong. Please, could you consider a lighter punishment?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi glanced at Brother Tian faintly and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" As soon as these words came out, Brother Tian immediately felt his dignity plummet, but he dared not be angry or speak. How could he be presumptuous towards someone even Uncle Jiu treated with respect? No, Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I wouldn't dare. After speaking, Brother Tian looked at Hu Zi and slapped him hard across the face, angrily shouting, "Who allowed you to bargain? Hurry up and do as Mr. Yi said." Upon hearing this, Hu Zi knew he had no choice but to comply. Sighing softly, Hu Zi gritted his teeth and then knelt heavily onto the pile of broken glass. Instantly, the searing pain made Hu Zi unable to help but scream. Blood from his legs instantly flowed all over the ground. Just looking at the scene made one feel pain. At this moment, everyone present, when looking at Mr. Yi, involuntarily shivered. Ruthless, he was indeed ruthless. And at this moment, Mr. Yi ignored the crowd, leisurely drinking his wine, then suddenly laughed. If you don't make a move soon, you really won't have a chance later. These words left everyone present bewildered. Brother Tian and the others even thought he was talking to them. However, only the three people sitting calmly to the side understood that these words were meant for them. The leader of the three assassins chuckled and said, "From the moment these people suddenly started protecting Mr. Yi, we knew that the news of us coming here to kill him had leaked. I just didn't expect this Mr. Yi to be so arrogant." Alright, since there's no possibility of saving effort, then it's time to act. The second of the three assassins yawned boredly and said, "We should have acted earlier. Just kill them quickly and go back to report." Then, the three assassins slowly stood up and said faintly, "Since you knew we were coming and still dared not hide, Mr. Yi, do you think these people can protect you?" This sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. One wave had not settled before another rose. How many people had this Mr. Yi offended? And Hu Zi, at this point, had already fainted from the pain. Brother Tian and the others were on high alert, immediately taking defensive stances. Mao Mao and Diu Diu, at this moment, looked directly at Bai Weiwei, the meaning in their eyes very clear. Bai Weiwei immediately felt helpless. The scene of Mr. Yi knowing Uncle Jiu, including Hu Zi's punishment, had already left Bai Weiwei at a loss for what to do. Now, with people suddenly appearing wanting to kill Mr. Yi, Bai Weiwei truly didn't dare to involve herself anymore. "It's not my business, these people have nothing to do with me. I just asked Hu Zi to teach Mr. Yi a lesson. I didn't find anyone else, really I didn't." After speaking, Bai Weiwei seemed afraid that Mr. Yi wouldn't believe her, and quickly looked at Mr. Yi, saying, "Mr. Yi, these people weren't found by me, truly not. Besides, I never even wanted to kill you." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi glanced at Bai Weiwei faintly and said, "I know it has nothing to do with you. You don't have that much capability either." Hearing Mr. Yi's words, Bai Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief, but then, a surge of anger filled Bai Weiwei's heart. What did he mean? She didn't have that much capability? Was Mr. Yi looking down on her? Chapter 82 Three Killers. Bai Weiwei was filled with anger. She could perhaps understand and not be too angry at others looking down on her, but Yi Qing's disdain made her furious. Because she still couldn't believe that Yi Qing could be a very powerful person. Isn't he just a swindler who plays with people's feelings? Isn't he just an ordinary person who just got out of prison? Although she didn't know how he came to know Uncle Jiu, so what? A swindler is a swindler. Just then, the three assassin brothers had already approached Brother Tian and his men, looking at Brother Tian and the others, and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Brother Tian was truly furious today. Hu Zi had not only made him lose face but also almost caused a major disaster. But Yi Qing was, after all, taken care of by Uncle Jiu, so who were these three people who suddenly appeared before him? Each of them was as arrogant as Yi Qing was earlier, and he refused to believe that today, he truly couldn't afford to offend anyone? Who are you people, daring to cause trouble in Zheng City? I advise you to scram quickly, otherwise, we won't let you off. Brother Tian looked at the three assassin brothers, very angry. The three assassin brothers didn't speak. The three of them directly took out their respective weapons from their bodies, implying they would directly attack if there was any disagreement. At this moment, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Brother Tian, and said, "You are not their opponents, move aside." Upon hearing this, Brother Tian looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, please trust our strength. Although we don't dare to say we are Uncle Jiu's most capable subordinates, we are definitely the most loyal. Therefore, Uncle Jiu has commanded us that we absolutely cannot let you suffer even the slightest harm, so we must carry out the order without fail, even if it means sacrificing our lives." Brother Tian was afraid that Uncle Jiu would settle accounts with him, so he quickly seized every opportunity to express his loyalty. Of course, it also meant that Brother Tian was not at all afraid of the three assassin brothers in front of him. After all, there were only three people on the other side, while he had dozens of brothers armed with weapons. How could they possibly lose? Even if they lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Yi Qing gave Brother Tian a deep look, then smiled and nodded, saying, since you want to show off, then fine, I won't say anything more. After speaking, Yi Qing sat down again, seemingly truly not intending to interfere. Brother Tian smiled slightly, shook his head, then took a machete from a subordinate, pointed it at the three assassin brothers, and sneered, "A few ignorant fools, coming here to cause trouble since you won't leave, then you don't have to. Brothers, go at them. Capture them all and hand them over to Uncle Jiao later." With Brother Tian's command, Brother Tian's subordinates swarmed towards the three assassin brothers. However, facts prove that sometimes, numbers don't represent everything. Especially when facing powerhouses who could crush them, numbers were meaningless. The three assassin brothers didn't even bat an eyelid, directly charging towards the crowd. Their speed was so fast that it almost made people dizzy. Most importantly, the three assassin brothers struck ruthlessly, which was simply outrageous. Every strike resulted in one of Brother Tian's subordinates falling in a pool of blood, while the three assassin brothers, apart from a little blood on their bodies, didn't even have a single wound. In just a few minutes, half of Brother Tian's dozens of subordinates had fallen in pools of blood. This scene made Brother Tian's scalp tingle, and he felt fear. Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying, unbelievably strong. At this moment, Brother Tian's remaining subordinates seemed to have been scared out of their wits. They stood still, and some even began to retreat continuously, their eyes filled with terror. It was true that they were from the underground world, and it was true that they usually acted arrogantly as if they weren't afraid of death, but they were still ordinary people after all. As humans, there will always be fear. Facing three beings as strong as monsters, whose attacks were almost fatal, it would be strange if they weren't afraid. At this moment, the bar floor was already covered in blood. The pungent smell of blood and the tragic scene made many of the onlookers, who had been watching the commotion, scream and leave the bar. "Mr. Yi, how about I escort you away first? These three people are really too strong." At this moment, Brother Tian looked at Yi Qing, his face no longer showing his previous pride and arrogance, only a pale complexion remained. At this moment, he no longer spoke of being able to protect Yi Qing. He couldn't protect him. The opponents were too strong, and his subordinates were clearly scared out of their wits. Even if they could continue to fight, what then? It would only be a matter of a few more minutes before they were all beaten down, and then Yi Qing would still have to face these three terrifying assassins. However, Yi Qing had no intention of leaving. At this moment, Bai Weiwei, Mao Mao, and Dai Yudiu were already scared out of their wits. It was true that they liked to have fun, but they had never participated in, nor had they ever seen, such a bloody scene. These people truly dared to kill. If they could leave, they would have already left by now, but they had nowhere to go. Hearing Brother Tian wanting to take Yi Qing away, Bai Weiwei's eyes immediately lit up. Looking at Yi Qing, she anxiously said, "Yes, Yi Qing, hurry up and leave. It will be too late if we don't. These people are too terrifying." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Brother Tian and Bai Weiwei, smiled calmly, and shook his head, saying, "Leave? You mean escape, right? The word escape is not in Yi Qing's dictionary. Let them come, I'll just sit here and wait for them to kill their way over." At this moment, Brother Tian wanted to curse. Was this the time to show off? Still sitting here waiting for them to kill their way over? If they kill their way over, you won't even be alive, and you're still showing off. Bai Weiwei's face turned even paler with anger. She glared at Yi Qing and roared, "Yi Qing, what are you showing off for? What time is it? Why aren't you running? Do you really want to die here?" As she spoke, the three assassins had once again routed Brother Tian's subordinates. Another dozen or so people fell in pools of blood, and the remaining few no longer dared to block the three assassins. The assassin leader held a short knife, licked the blood on the blade, and sneered, "Satisfying. It's been a long time since I felt this good, truly exhilarating. It's a pity we can't kill too many people or make too much of a fuss otherwise. Today we really should have slaughtered everyone here. That would be truly interesting." The second assassin brother heard this and laughed, "Big brother, if you kill them, you kill them anyway. In the end, there's the big boss here to cover for us, the one called Uncle Jiao, right? Ha ha, does he dare to go against us? He's simply courting death. However, it's good to keep a low profile. The boss said not to be too high profile, so let's keep it low key." Brother Tian's scalp tingled as he listened to their conversation. They had already shed so much blood, and they called this keeping a low profile? And what surprised Brother Tian the most was that they actually knew this was Uncle Gio's territory, yet they didn't care at all, even saying that Uncle Gio wouldn't dare to go against them? This meant that Uncle Gio knew them. At this moment, Brother Tian was almost going crazy. What in the world was going on? My lords, is there some misunderstanding between us? How about we sit down and talk? I don't think there's a need for all this fighting and killing. Brother Tian was helpless at this moment. He was directly facing the three assassins, and besides stalling for time and trying to reconcile, he had no other options. Chapter 83. Do you dare to stop us? The three assassins looked at Brother Tian, sneering, now you know fear? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You want to talk with us? Fine, you personally kill Yi Qing, and then we'll let you go. This deal is very cost-effective, isn't it? Upon hearing the three assassins' conditions, Brother Tian was on the verge of tears. He did want to kill Yi Qing, but the problem was, he didn't dare. This was someone Uncle Gio explicitly wanted to protect. If he dared to lay a hand on Yi Qing today, even if these three assassins didn't touch him, Uncle Gio would kill him. Three big brothers, you must be from the underground world. You should know Uncle Gio, right? I'm with Uncle Gio, and Mr. Yi here is also Uncle Gio's friend. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. How about we talk it over? Don't worry, if there really is any misunderstanding, we'll apologize as we should and compensate as we should. We definitely won't let you come in vain. What do you think? Brother Tian's tone was very soft, and his posture was very low. He even directly mentioned Uncle Gio's name, hoping they would show mercy for Uncle Gio's sake. Unfortunately, Brother Tian was thinking too much. The three assassins looked at Brother Tian, sneering, you want to scare us with Uncle Gio's name? Ha, you should be considering whether Uncle Gio knew we were coming here to kill Yi Qing when he protected him. If he knew, I think the most he should do is go as far as possible, or even help us take action. Otherwise, do you really think Uncle Gio dares to be our enemy? Even if he had 3 times the guts, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare. Ha ha ha. Arrogant, very arrogant. These words clearly showed no regard for Uncle Gio, as if Uncle Gio would be terrified once he knew who they were. Brother Tian's heart instantly sank. Because he knew one thing very clearly, these 3 assassins had already reached this point, and there was no possibility of them deceiving him, so what they said must be the truth. Who exactly are you? Brother Tian asked this question with a bitter expression. And the 3 assassins looked at Brother Tian, speaking with great disdain, you are not qualified to know our identities. Uncle Gio coming would be more like it. After speaking, the 3 assassins looked at Yi Qing, who was still calmly sitting on the sofa, and sneered, Yi Qing, will you take your own life, or will we do it? However, you need to consider carefully, if we do it, then you will be very painful. At this moment, Yi Qing stretched, slowly got up, looked at the 3 assassins, and sneered, the same words, I return them to you. If you don't want to suffer too much, just take your own life. As soon as he said this, the 3 assassins burst into laughter, as if they had heard a joke. Interesting. I originally thought a trip to Jiangcheng would be a very boring matter, but I didn't expect it to be quite interesting. Alright then, let's see what abilities you, Yi Qing, have besides a tough mouth. After speaking, the 3 assassins were about to make their move. And at this moment, Uncle Gio arrived. Stop immediately, otherwise, I won't let you leave Jiangcheng. The 3 assassins merely turned their heads, glanced at Uncle Gio, then sneered, and continued walking towards Yi Qing. Clearly, they didn't take Uncle Gio seriously, nor did they care about his threats. And Uncle Gio's face was extremely grim at this moment. Others didn't know who sent these 3 assassins, but he knew perfectly well in his heart. Precisely because he knew, he was full of misgivings. Originally, he had still been thinking about whether the conflict could be resolved, but now it seemed impossible. What's more, one family head had already made a decision, and someone from the Tan family was already going to arrest people just based on this. They had no choice. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Gio directly pulled out a pistol and fired at the 3 assassins. This scene stunned everyone. Guns were involved. This was completely different from other brawls. After the gunshots, the third of the 3 assassins looked at his arm, which was shot through and bleeding continuously. His face, whether from pain or anger, was twisted to the extreme. You're courting death. The assassin leader and his companions turned around furiously, looking at Uncle Gio holding the gun, and roared, you dared to shoot. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you're attacking? Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe slowly moved forward, and at this moment, a large group of people immediately gathered behind Uncle Joe, following him as he continuously walked forward. All irrelevant personnel, disperse. With Uncle Joe's command, his subordinates immediately began to clear people out, including Bai Weiwei and the others, who were all driven out. However, no one complained in such a situation where a slight carelessness could lead to injury or death. They had long wanted to leave. After everyone had left, Uncle Joe took a deep breath, looked at the three assassins, and said, "Mr. Yi is my Uncle Joe's, and even more so, a distinguished guest of my Wan family. He absolutely must not suffer even the slightest harm. Uncle Gong, we can't contact him for now, but I think if Uncle Gong knew that my Wan family is protecting this person at all costs, he would probably give us some phase 3 friends. I advise you, it's better to leave, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Upon hearing Uncle Joe's words, the three assassins immediately sneered, saying, "So, you know who we are? What courage, what great courage! Knowing that we were sent by Uncle Gong, you still dared to attack us and even use a gun. Uncle Joe, you are deliberately courting death." In the entire East Province, Uncle Gong's words are like an imperial decree. Uncle Joe, you, including the entire Wan family, should prepare for annihilation. Although these three assassins were arrogant, the words they spoke made Uncle Joe unable to refute them. The reason was simple: as the most powerful magnate in the entire underground world of the East Province, Uncle Gong indeed had such qualifications. And Uncle Gong's subordinates indeed had such confidence. If possible, neither Uncle Joe nor Wan family had wished to be enemies with Uncle Gong, but now that they had made their decision, there was no turning back. Since that's the case, if the three of you refuse to leave, then please stay in Jiangcheng as guests later. We will give Uncle Gong an explanation. After speaking, Uncle Joe waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately surrounded them. And the three assassins, seeing that Uncle Joe dared to forcibly keep them, immediately showed angry expressions. "Uncle Joe, do you know what you're doing? It's still not too late to regret, otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe said in a deep voice, "Whether I'll regret it, I don't know, but today, as long as I'm here, you can forget about harming a single hair on Mr. Yi's head. Surrender, and you will live. Dare to resist, and I will kill you." As he spoke, Uncle Joe once again raised the gun in his hand. The threat of the hot weapon made the three assassins incredibly angry, yet powerless. They were very strong, but they knew very well that they were not strong enough to be more powerful than bullets. Good. It seems your Wan family wants to rebel. Fine, we will surrender and let you do as you please, but you remember this clearly: however you capture us today, later, I will make you beg on your knees for us to leave." After speaking, the three assassins directly put away their weapons, not intending to resist. And Uncle Joe also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if he could avoid killing them, it was better not to. If he really killed them, then it would truly be an endless conflict. At least, at this moment, Uncle Joe was still fantasizing about being able to coexist peacefully with Uncle Gong. Even apologizing and paying some money would be better than becoming enemies. Chapter 84, Kill with One Strike. However, no one consulted Mr. Yi about the decision they made. Mr. Yi looked at the three assassins who were about to surrender, smiled faintly, and said, "It seems I'm the protagonist of this game, but it looks like no one is taking me seriously." Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong immediately looked at Mr. Yi with a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, the crisis has been temporarily resolved. Please rest assured, with us here, no one will harm you." Mr. Yi looked at Uncle Gong and chuckled. "Is it really worth it to offend Uncle Gong for me? Is it worth it? This is truly a good question, because if they're not careful, it won't be as simple as an apology. It could be the downfall of the Wan family." Uncle Gong's ruthlessness was well known throughout the entire East Province underground world. If he were to get angry, the fate of the Wan family would be unimaginable. Precisely because they knew this, Uncle Gong and the Wan family head were hesitant at first, even wanting to call Uncle Gong to plead for mercy. But in the end, they couldn't get in touch with Uncle Gong. What forced them to make the decision to protect Mr. Yi and oppose Uncle Gong was not just because Mr. Yi possessed miraculous medical skills. If one's life was gone, what good would miraculous medical skills do? It was because they felt that Mr. Yi was not simple. Moreover, Mr. Yi also had Elder Chen backing him, and while Elder Chen might not be as powerful as Uncle Gong, he could definitely speak on Mr. Ye's behalf to Uncle Gong. Therefore, in the eyes of the Wan family head and Uncle Gong, everything might not have reached its worst point yet. Mr. Yi, you are the Wan family's benefactor. Doing anything for you is what the Wan family should do. If we were to abandon you in danger, the Wan family would be ridiculed. Furthermore, Uncle Gong doesn't yet understand the specific situation. If he knew that you and Elder Chen have a close relationship, Uncle Gong would likely give you face as well. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi suddenly understood, smiled, and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is. However, no matter what, I will accept this favor. But since these 3 assassins came to kill me, let me handle them." As soon as he said this, Uncle Gong was stunned. He looked at Mr. Yi and asked, "Mr. Yi, how do you want to deal with them?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi smiled faintly and said, "Since others have come to kill me, I don't have such a good temper, so let them die." The phrase "let them die" was said simply and straightforwardly, as if it wasn't 3 people dying, but 3 ants. Uncle Gong's expression instantly became somewhat troubled. After all, if the 3 assassins were still alive, everything would be fine, but if these 3 assassins died, then it would truly be difficult to explain. Even if Uncle Gong eventually let Mr. Yi go out of respect for Elder Chen, he would definitely resent the Wan family in his heart. At this moment, the 3 assassins also looked extremely grim. They had heard the conversation between Mr. Yi and Uncle Gong, and they also knew Elder Chen's name, so they also had a feeling that perhaps in the end, a major issue would be turned into a minor one, and a minor one into nothing. This was perhaps the best outcome, but now, Mr. Yi actually wanted to kill them? This was simply unforgivable. "You bastard, we haven't even killed you, and you want to kill us? Damn it, you really deserve to die. Uncle Gong, is this the person you want to protect? He actually doesn't know his place and wants to kill us. Are you still going to protect him? Mr. Yi, you really don't know your place. Do you really think that just because Uncle Gong and his men are protecting you, we can't kill you? If they weren't holding guns and protecting you fiercely, you would already be a corpse by now. Do you believe that?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi sighed softly and said, "Perhaps, but the current result is that I am still alive. And this person, actually don't have a very good temper, especially recently, with all sorts of troubles coming one after another, making me very, very annoyed. I've been thinking, why do so many people dare to trouble me? Now, I understand it's because you simply don't know that I have a very bad temper, and even more, you don't know that I, in fact, can also kill people. So, perhaps if I kill a few people and let everyone know my temper, there might be fewer troubles. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, don't leave." After speaking, Mr. Yi picked up a dagger that had fallen to the ground, then blew on it. A cold glint shone, indicating its extreme sharpness. Sighing softly, Mr. Yi, before anyone could react, flashed past directly. The sharp dagger instantly slit the throats of the 3 assassins. With a single fatal blow, the 3 assassins were quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly cut down by Mr. Yi. And at this very moment, the 3 assassins, who were masters, looked at Mr. Yi with nothing but inexplicable anger and a trace of horror. Others couldn't tell, but they could just by Mr. Ye's recent move, it was enough to prove that he was a powerful person. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible for a single flash of the blade to directly kill all 3. And such skill made them clearly understand that even without Uncle Gong, it would have been very, very difficult for them to kill Mr. Yi. No wonder Mr. Yi had always been so calm and composed. It turned out he was so strong. These were the last thoughts of the 3 assassins. Then, they slowly fell, forever sinking into darkness. And this scene stunned everyone present. No one had expected that in the end, it would be Mr. Yi who suddenly burst forth and killed. Everything had clearly been settled, and there was still room for maneuver. At least, they hadn't completely fallen out, but now, there was truly no turning back. At this moment, even Uncle Gong was somewhat angry. Mr. Yi had gone too far. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing? They had already surrendered, there was no need to kill them." Uncle Gong's voice was somewhat angry. Clearly, this was not the result he wanted to see. Of course, if the 3 assassins had been unyielding, that would be another matter, but the key was that they were willing to stop. This truly couldn't be justified. Looking at the angry Uncle Gong, Mr. Yi merely smiled faintly and said, "What? According to your meaning, Uncle Gong, they can come and kill me, but I, Mr. Yi, cannot kill them? Uncle Gong, since you chose to protect me today, you have already made your decision. Since you have made your decision, don't hesitate. I have already killed the people. If Uncle Gong is not satisfied, you can arrest me now and send me to East Continent to Uncle Gong. I think he won't blame you and the Wan family. If he could, Uncle Gong truly wanted to do that, but if he did, what was the point of everything he had done before? Sighing softly, looking at the bodies of the 3 assassins on the ground, Uncle Gong gave a bitter smile and said, Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I just felt that this matter might have a better way of being handled. However, since the people are already dead, there's nothing more to say. Your safety, Mr. Yi, is the most important. After speaking, Uncle Gong looked at his subordinates and coldly ordered, what are you still standing there for? Clean up the bodies. Then, Uncle Gong looked at Mr. Yi and said, Mr. Yi, the Tan family has already caught the person. Do you want to handle it yourself? Chapter 85 Unwilling to believe. The Tan family? So, the Tan family was unconvinced and persuaded Uncle Gong, leading to today's assassination, right? Yi Qing immediately grasped the crucial point. Uncle Jiao nodded slightly and said, that's right. I don't know what kind of relationship the Tan family head has with Uncle Gong, but he convinced Uncle Gong, who then sent the assassins here. Mr. Yi, what about the Tan family? What do you think we should do? Yi Qing heard this and said in a deep voice, since the people have been caught, I'll make a trip there. My hands are already stained with blood, and staining them a little more is unavoidable. I let the Tan family off before, thinking they would learn their lesson, but now it seems there are many people in this world who don't learn. Let's go, Uncle Jiao, I'll go with you. This was the best outcome at the moment, so Uncle Jiao didn't say much more and immediately invited Yi Qing to leave with him. Meanwhile, outside the bar, many people had already dispersed, but Bai Weiwei and her 2 friends had not left yet. The situation had escalated to a point they had never imagined. They had only intended to find someone to teach Yi Qing a lesson, but who would have thought that in the end, not only was he not taught a lesson, but he also taught them one. And that wasn't all, assassins were actually dispatched to kill Yi Qing, and Uncle Jiao even drew his gun. Things had gotten serious. Weiwei, Yi Qing, he'll be fine, right? Dai Yudiu asked, a little worried. Mao Mao also stared intently at Bai Weiwei, as if she knew the answer. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was very annoyed. She gritted her teeth and said, how should I know if he'll be fine? You saw it yourselves, things are no longer under my control. This damned Yi Qing, how does he know Uncle Jiao? But, I guess there won't be any danger now. However, someone still wants to kill him, which shows how many people he offends on a daily basis. I told you he was a big liar, but you didn't believe me. Bai Weiwei was absolutely unwilling to admit that Yi Qing was a good person, and besides, Yi Qing's performance today didn't show any signs of being a good person. Of course, she didn't feel afraid of Yi Qing either. In her eyes, Yi Qing was still a big liar who deceived emotions. Dai Yudiu was a little unhappy at this point and said softly, Weiwei, after talking with Yi Qing just now, I feel like you might have misunderstood him. He's not as bad as you say. Mao Mao also nodded when she heard this and said, Dai Yudiu is right, I think so too. So, Weiwei, why don't you investigate again? Maybe you really misunderstood Yi Qing, you never know. Hearing her 2 best friends speak up for Yi Qing at this moment, Bai Weiwei immediately felt betrayed, very angry and furious. And all of this had to be blamed on Yi Qing. If it weren't for Yi Qing, how could her good friends betray her? Investigate what? Am I, Bai Weiwei, going to lie to you? All of this is real. If he's not a bad guy, not a liar, then am I? Seeing the agitated Bai Weiwei, Mao Mao and Dai Yudiu quickly stepped forward to comfort her. No matter what, they were also Bai Weiwei's friends. They couldn't just abandon their friend for another man, could they? Weiwei, we didn't mean to not believe you. Look at you, why are you so angry? Yes, Yi Qing is a big liar, but now, Weiwei, we can't do anything about him, can we? After all, he knows Uncle Jiao in Jiancheng. Who doesn't know Uncle Jiao's name? So, I think you should just put up with it. Mentioning this, Bai Weiwei was also helpless, yet very unwilling. So what if he knows Uncle Jiao? He might have even tricked Uncle Jiao. In short, you don't need to worry, I will expose Yi Qing's true colors sooner or later. Just then, Uncle Jiao and Yi Qing had already exited the bar. Seeing Yi Qing walk out safe and sound, Bai Weiwei felt relieved, but also angry inside. It would have been perfect if Yi Qing had gotten a little injured. Uncle Joe, you go to the car first, I'll go say a few words to my friends. After speaking, Yi Qing walked up to Bai Weiwei and her friends and said softly, that scene just now, it didn't scare you, did it? At this moment, Yi Qing's voice was very gentle, as if he was genuinely concerned about whether they were scared. After all, they were girls. Mao Mao and Daiudio quickly shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. Bai Weiwei, however, looked at Yi Qing and gritted her teeth, saying, Yi Qing, I admit that Hu Zi was someone I found to deal with you, but those 3 assassins were really not hired by me. I said this just now. If you don't believe me, you can check. Yi Qing heard this, shook his head, and said, no need to check, I know you didn't hire them. However, Bai Weiwei, this world is more dangerous than you imagine. For these past years, you've been well protected, but now you've grown up and will soon step into society. At that time, there probably won't be as many people indulging you, so, when you do things in the future, use your brain, understand? These words made Bai Weiwei grit her teeth. This clearly meant that he thought Bai Weiwei had no brains. At this moment, Bai Weiwei really wanted to slap Yi Qing directly. However, seeing so many of Uncle Joe's subordinates waiting for Yi Qing, Bai Weiwei didn't dare to act presumptuously and could only snort to express her displeasure. What about Hu Zi? He didn't cause you any harm. You won't make things difficult for him, will you? Yi Qing heard this, shook his head faintly, and said, of course not. I haven't reached the point of being unforgiving when I'm in the right. However, before Bai Weiwei could even breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Qing's next words made her feel furious. Of course, it's impossible for someone who wants to cause me trouble not to pay a price. So, Hu Zi is still kneeling in the bar right now, kneeling on broken glass. I already said this just now, and it can't be changed. Alright, if there's nothing else, you all should go back first. It's late, don't play outside anymore. After speaking, Yi Qing directly left in Uncle Joe's car. And Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, this Yi Qing, he's simply detestable. A villain who gets his way, unforgiving when he's in the right. Why should he make Hu Zi kneel on broken glass? Come on, let's go take a look. With that, Bai Weiwei stormed into the bar, fuming. Chapter 86: The Cruelty of the Real World. When Bai Weiwei entered the bar, the mess had already been cleaned up, and only Hu Zi and a few of his brothers remained. Hu Zi was kneeling on broken glass, his face already contorted and grimacing from the pain. Bai Weiwei quickly stepped forward and said, Hu Zi, they've all left, you can get up now. Also, why are you so honest? Why do you listen to him so much? He told you to kneel on broken glass, and you just did it? You could have resisted. What is called naive, or even idiotic, was Bai Weiwei at this moment. If Hu Zi had one person he hated the most right now, it would undoubtedly be Bai Weiwei. If it weren't for Bai Weiwei bringing him such trouble, would Hu Zi have fallen to this state? However, seeing Bai Weiwei's unusual relationship with Yi Qing, Hu Zi wanted to get angry but didn't quite dare. Bai Weiwei, don't talk nonsense. Me resisting? Resisting whom? That's Uncle Joe's guest, and Uncle Joe is right here. If I resisted, would I wait to be beaten to death by Uncle Joe? Do you really think the underground world is like the playful bickering and houseplaying you usually see? I'm telling you, this place is full of blood and violence. One wrong step, and you'll die. Isn't my current predicament enough to make you understand this? Alright, I don't want to talk any more nonsense with you. You should leave quickly. Listening to Hu Zi's lecture, Bai Weiwei's eyes were a little red. Why are you being so fierce to me? I just feel bad for you. Get up quickly. They've all left. It's alright. Hu Zi heard this, pointed to a small clean patch of broken glass still on the ground, and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Yi said that I can only get up when all the broken glass on the ground is covered in blood. Right now, there's still a small patch. As soon as these pieces of broken glass are also stained with my blood, I can go to the hospital. Also, they may have left, but if I don't carry out this matter, the consequences won't be good. Bai Weiwei, you don't understand, so please don't speak. As he spoke, Hu Zi looked at his subordinates and angrily said, Come, break my left arm and left leg since it hurts, let it all hurt together, otherwise, I won't be able to hold back later. Hu Zi's subordinates, looking at Hu Zi extending his left hand, also felt their scalps tingle, but not doing it was not an option. Bai Weiwei watched this scene, covering her mouth, terrified. Hu Zi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you breaking your own arms and legs? Are you crazy? Hu Zi looked at Bai Weiwei and sneered, isn't this what Yi Qing just meant? He told me to kneel on broken glass, and then break my legs and hands. Don't come looking for me in the future, I can't afford to offend you, I really can't. Hu Zi was Bai Weiwei's friend. Although there was a significant age gap, he was indeed a friend. Seeing her friend suffer such a fate because of her willfulness, Bai Weiwei was not just remorseful, she was practically going crazy. No, I won't allow you to break your legs and hands. This is my fault. If there's to be punishment, let him punish me. Bai Weiwei suddenly blocked Hu Zi, gritting her teeth and saying, you don't need to heed Yi Qing's words. I'll bear whatever comes. He's my sister's boyfriend, and he listens to my sister the most. In short, I'll handle this matter, you don't need to worry about it. Just as Hu Zi was about to say something, Bai Weiwei roared in anger. Don't speak. What I say goes. I'm calling Yi Qing right now. After speaking, Bai Weiwei, choked with emotion, directly dialed Yi Qing's number. Yi Qing, let Hu Zi go, please, I beg you. Her voice was loud, even fierce. If this was how one begged, then no one in the world would ever beg. But at this moment, Yi Qing's voice calmly reached Bai Weiwei's ears, saying, give the phone to Hu Zi. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei quickly placed the phone in Hu Zi's hand. After taking the phone, Hu Zi said somewhat tremblingly, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it was my fault for being blind and doing something wrong. Please don't be angry. Weiwei's words do not represent my intentions. I will accept your punishment, please rest assured. Yi Qing, however, said calmly, no need. Since Bai Weiwei has spoken, I will spare you this time. You can go to the hospital. After speaking, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. Hu Zi handed the phone back to Bai Weiwei, sighed softly, and said, Weiwei, thank you. After he spoke, Hu Zi's subordinates quickly helped him up, about to take him to the hospital. Bai Weiwei wanted to follow, but Hu Zi refused her. Weiwei, please thank Mr. Yi for me also. I think you misunderstand Mr. Yi. He is not what you imagine him to be in the future. Treat him well, it won't do you any harm. Bai Weiwei really wanted to refute Hu Zi, but seeing Hu Zi unable to even walk and leaving a trail of blood on the floor, the words got stuck in her throat. Meanwhile, Mao Mao and Dayudia looked at Bai Weiwei and softly said, Weiwei, perhaps you really should consider it. At least, this time, Yi Qing gave you a lot of face, didn't he? Bai Weiwei gnashed her teeth and said, why do you all keep telling me to consider it? As if I did something wrong. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't. He, Yi Qing, is the one who's wrong. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened today. He isn't giving me face, he knows he made a mistake, that he was in the wrong, which is why he's acting this way. In short, I will definitely make you all see Yi Qing's true colors, I will. After speaking, Bai Weiwei ran out in a fit of anger. Mao Mao and Dayudio, helpless, could only follow. At this moment, in the car, Yi Qing looked at Uncle Jio and smiled faintly, Uncle Jio, I've rescinded the punishment for Hu Zi. He is your subordinate after all. Uncle Jio wouldn't blame me for overstepping, would he? Uncle Jio heard this and quickly shook his head, Mr. Yi, what are you saying? This is your kindness and magnanimity. Hu Zi offended you, so it should be you who decides his fate. Now I'm not worried about anything else, only that since these 3 assassins are dead, Uncle Gong will be relentless and send more people. So, Mr. Yi, what do you think? Should we send people to protect your safety during this time, or should you disappear for a while until the problem is resolved, and then reappear? This was a question that had to be considered from the moment the 3 assassins died. There was nothing more to say. However, Yi Qing merely looked at Uncle Jio and said calmly, would hiding be useful? It's not that I underestimate you, but if the Wan family could truly deal with Uncle Gong, Uncle Jio, you wouldn't have wanted to let those 3 assassins go earlier, would you? Chapter 87. They are already dead. Uncle Gong nodded bitterly and said, Mr. Yi, you are wise. Our Wan family is indeed not Uncle Gong's opponent, but we are not without a fighting chance. For your sake, we have already made our decision and will not regret it. Rest assured, even if we have to sacrifice everything, we will protect your safety with our lives. This is the Wan family's promise, so please don't worry. Yi Qing didn't know what prompted the Wan family to make such an unwise decision. After all, the Wan family didn't really understand Yi Qing's background, so making such a decision was actually very difficult. But now that the Wan family had made this choice, Yi Qing, even if he didn't want to admit it, had to acknowledge the fact. Perhaps, things won't reach the worst point, huh? Uncle Gong, maybe the choice you made was the right one, you never know. Looking at Uncle Gong's stunned expression, Yi Qing smiled and said nothing more. Soon, the motorcade arrived at the Wan family manor. At this moment, the Wan family manor was brightly lit, with guards every few steps. The defenses were much stricter than before, clearly indicating that preparations were already underway for any eventuality. Tan family head was currently locked in a warehouse in the Wan family's side yard. Wan family head was personally chatting with Tan family head, only one was sitting on a chair, while the other was tied up and sitting on the ground. Wan family head, I really didn't expect you to be so crazy. Weren't my words just now clear enough? Uncle Gong has already sent people to kill Yi Qing. Has your Wan family lost its mind? You even dared to provoke Uncle Gong? Tan family head was very angry and even more confused, because in his opinion, the Wan family was clearly seeking death, and for someone who had nothing to do with them. If you let me go now, there's still room for reconciliation. Otherwise, if Uncle Gong finds out, Wan family head, it will be too late for you to regret it. Tan family head wanted to risk everything to deal with Yi Qing, but he was also a person, and as a person, he had moments of fear. At least, he didn't want to die. Wan family head looked at Tan family head, sighed softly, and said, how good can your relationship with Uncle Gong be? It's nothing more than some past contact. Even if Uncle Gong helps you, I'm afraid he won't help you too much. When I can contact Uncle Gong, I will personally explain. At most, I will give up some benefits. I think Uncle Gong should give me this much face. But I must protect Yi Qing. This is non-negotiable. Tan family head, for your crippled child, you are willing to sacrifice the entire Tan family's interests. You are the one who is not clear-headed. Tan family head sneered upon hearing this and said, it hasn't happened to you. What if next time, Yi Qing harms your son, Wan family head? Can you still be so calm? Wan family head, there's no enmity between us. I really can't understand how someone as smart as you could make such a decision. Are you really not afraid? Is this Yi Qing truly worth such a huge price for you? I know he saved your family's old man, but is it worth it? Is it worth it? This is a question. Different people will have different answers. But for Wan family head, it was no longer a matter of whether it was worth it. Alright, Tan family head, I won't waste any more words with you. Mr. Yi will be here soon. When he arrives, I will try my best to persuade him for you. As he spoke, Yi Qing and Uncle Gong had already walked into the warehouse. No need to persuade me, there's nothing to say. I, Yi Qing, am vengeful, huh? After speaking, Yi Qing had already walked in front of Tan family head, looked at him, and said coldly, it was you who hired people to kill me, huh? Interesting. Truly interesting. I kindly let you off the hook, and the result is that I shot myself in the foot and brought trouble upon myself, right? Tan family head looked at Yi Qing, sneered, and said, Yi Qing, stop pretending to be a good person here. You injured my son like that and almost turned him into a madman. If I don't get revenge, will there still be a place for my Tan family in Jiangqing from now on? Yi Qing, don't think the Wan family can protect you. I'm telling you, they can't protect you. As soon as Uncle Gong's people arrive, you will surely die. Just wait. Yi Qing chuckled upon hearing this and said, it seems you still don't know. If you're talking about the 3 assassins sent by Uncle Gong, then I'm sorry, they have already been killed by me. Yes, Uncle Gong can testify to this. After all, I personally cut their throats in front of Uncle Gong. Upon hearing this, Tan family head was stunned, and even Wan family head was stunned at this moment, with cold sweat quietly trickling down his forehead. His eyes immediately turned to Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong showed a bitter smile and nodded slightly to Wan family head, indicating that what Yi Qing said was true. At this point, Wan family head could no longer remain calm. Even though he had already made up his mind, in reality, he still wanted to prioritize negotiations. Now that Uncle Gong's people had been killed directly, what was there left to talk about? They had completely fallen out. What exactly happened? Wan family head looked at Uncle Gong, speaking with some difficulty at this moment. Uncle Gong heard this and had a bitter smile. He wanted to explain, but it was simply impossible to explain clearly. And Tan family head, at this moment, suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Wan family head and Uncle Gong, and said, looking at your expressions, I know how much you regret it now, ha ha ha. Originally, you thought you had the right to negotiate, but do you still have it now? You know Uncle Gong's temper better than I do. Killing his people means endless conflict. a complete falling out now, you can't even reconcile one family head, can you still smile now? Ha ha ha. The more one family head listened, the uglier his face became. Indeed, Yi Qing's direct action in eliminating the 3 assassins meant cutting off all his escape routes, which was something one family head had not anticipated. Although he had already made up his mind, what he ultimately wanted was reconciliation. But now, reconciliation was hopeless. Taking a deep breath, one family head ignored Tan family head and let out a dry laugh, saying, "Were the assassins too arrogant, so they simply wouldn't listen to us and insisted on fighting to the death?" At this point, one family head was still trying to find a good excuse. However, the answer truly disappointed him. It was despair and confusion. Chapter 88, Are You Tough? It's impossible to hide it from one family head, even if you could hide it from others. Furthermore, the current situation isn't about hiding anything at all. Uncle Gong sighed, shook his head gently, and said, the 3 assassins knew they were no match, so they surrendered. It was Mr. Yi, dissatisfied that someone came to kill him, who personally executed them. Yi Qing heard this, looked at one family head, and said calmly, to put it simply, since they came to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed by me. So, I killed them, it's that simple. What? One family head also thinks I did something wrong? At this moment, one family head's scalp tingled. Did Yi Qing do something wrong? Of course he did, they had already surrendered, why kill them then? If they were still alive, his one family could have sacrificed some benefits and reconciled with Uncle Gong, but now? It's over, completely over, and the killing happened when they had already surrendered. If Uncle Gong found out about this, it would be impossible for him not to fly into a rage. But now, can Yi Qing be blamed? If he were to truly blame Yi Qing, then that person shouldn't have been saved in the first place. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I just thought there might be other ways to resolve it. However, since Mr. Yi has killed them, he certainly has his reasons. Don't worry, the Wan family has made its decision and knows what to do. It will absolutely not hold Mr. Yi back, nor will it have any other thoughts. At this point, there was truly no other choice. They had to see it through to the end, there was no other way. Tan family head had been listening the entire time and immediately understood what had happened, bursting into breathless laughter. This was truly amusing. Ha ha, one family head, you can't even cry now, can you? Yes, I, Tan, am nothing, but you've gone too far. Uncle Gong will absolutely not compromise with you this time, nor will he let you go. Hurry up, those who can escape, flee quickly. Those who can't, prepare for a funeral. The mighty One family of Jiang City is about to be annihilated in one day. Watching the gleefully laughing Tan family head, Uncle Gong could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and slapped Tan family head heavily across the face. Shut your mouth. Even if my one family is to suffer, it's not for a despicable wretch like you to mock. Ultimately, you are the culprit of everything, damn you, I'll kill you right now. Uncle Gong, enraged, pulled out a dagger, ready to end Tan family head's life. One family head, however, sighed at this moment, stopped Uncle Gong, and said softly, what Tan family head said is not wrong. Things have come to this point, there's nothing more to say. After speaking, one family head took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi, can you give me the honest truth? Since you clearly know who Uncle Gong is, and you personally killed his subordinates, do you have some plan? The reason one family head stood by Yi Qing's side was that he felt Yi Qing was extraordinary and mysterious, so he directly asked. What if? What if Yi Qing had his own plans, his own trump cards? Perhaps things hadn't reached their worst point yet. Yi Qing looked at one family head and smiled faintly, saying, One family head, I do know quite a few people. However, regarding this matter with Uncle Gong, I don't intend to let anyone else step in to resolve it, including Old Chen. My intention in killing them is very simple, just as I said before, since they came to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed by me. Of course, I know what you're worried about, and I can tell you, there's no need to worry at all. I'm the one who killed them, just let them come after me. These words were spoken simply. Yi Qing was indeed the one who killed them, but Uncle Gong was the one who restrained the assassins. Moreover, this was Jiang City, and it would be impossible for the Wan family to protect Yi Qing openly without Uncle Gong knowing. At that time, it would be impossible for him not to settle scores with the Wan family. Now that Yi Qing said he didn't want to involve anyone and only intended to resolve it himself, Wan family head could only nod helplessly and say, "Good, since Mr. Yi has a plan, then everything is naturally fine. Mr. Yi, rest assured, my Wan family is not cowardly. Since we've made our decision and stood by your side, we will not shrink back or flee. Rest assured, our Wan family will share life and death with you." After speaking, Wan family head pointed at Tan family head and said softly, "Mr. Yi, how to deal with this person is entirely up to you." Yi Qing looked at Tan family head and chuckled, saying, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Tan family head heard this, looked at Yi Qing with disdain, and said, "Yi Qing, stop pretending here. Do you think you can scare me? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I, Tan, even frown, then I'm your pet. I'm telling you, if you want me to bow to you, dream on. Come on, do it. I'll be waiting for you underground. Anyway, you'll all be coming to join me soon, ha." Looking at the arrogant Tan family head, Yi Qing smiled slightly and said, "Understood. Then, let's fulfill your stubbornness." With that, Yi Qing waved his hand, and a small, round, gray pill was directly thrown into the mouth of the laughing Tan family head. This immediately made Tan family head feel a sense of unease, and he angrily said, "Yi Qing, what did you throw into my mouth?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "Nothing, just an ordinary small pill. I named this little pill 100 Claws Scratching Heart Pill, meaning that after you eat it, you'll feel an incomparable itch, like 100 claws scratching your heart. Aren't you stubborn? So, I just want to see how stubborn your mouth truly is." After speaking, Yi Qing sat down in the chair and then looked at Wan family head, smiling, "Wan family head, release him, otherwise he will be very uncomfortable." These words made Wan family head pause for a moment, but then he obediently released all of Tan family head's restraints. At this moment, Tan family head, just as he was about to say something to Yi Qing, felt an itch all over his body and couldn't help but scratch. However, as if contagious, after Tan family head scratched the first time, his entire body began to itch incomparably. The most terrifying thing was that some of the itching came from his bones, making it utterly unbearable. In just a brief moment, Tan family head couldn't even speak and began scratching frantically at himself, even tearing his clothes. However, this was still not enough. The itch from his bones simply wouldn't stop, making Tan family head wish he could tear open his flesh and pull out his bones to relieve the itching. In the next scene, Wan family head and Uncle Gong watched with tingling scalps, their entire bodies drenched in cold sweat. Because Tan family head, at this moment, seemed to have lost consciousness. His entire body emitted a low roar, and his eyes had turned blood red. However, even more terrifying was Tan family head's body, which was now a bloody mess from his own scratching, yet he still felt no relief. A perfectly healthy living person, in the blink of an eye, turned into a bloody, self-mutilating monster before their very eyes. Who wouldn't feel their scalp tingle at such a sight? Chapter 89. Please, kill me. Wan family head and Uncle Gong exchanged glances, both seeing horror in each other's eyes. They knew Mr. Yu was not simple and understood his ruthless nature, but they had never witnessed such a method of torture. A simple pill could turn a person into a monster resembling a malevolent ghost. Just observing it felt like being in hell, suffering unbearable pain. As for what the Tan family head, the one experiencing it, felt, it was already unimaginable. At this moment, the Tan family head was rolling on the ground, scratching himself incessantly, as if only by doing so, only through pain, could he alleviate his suffering. Let me go, please let me go. I can't take it anymore, I truly can't take it anymore. The Tan family head kept rolling, using all his strength, looking at Mr. Yi, begging for mercy nonstop. At this moment, the Tan family head no longer showed any hint of stubbornness, continuously pleading for mercy, with blood tears even flowing from his eyes. However, Mr. Yi sat calmly in his chair, watching the Tan family head rolling on the ground, his flesh and blood falling off, with no sympathy in his eyes, only indifference. Let you go? Tan family head, You are quite disappointing. I originally thought you would be very strong-willed and wouldn't beg for mercy, but what is this now? Don't rush. The effect of the 100 claws scratching heart pill has not even reached halfway yet. The true pain will come when it fully erupts. Tan family head, enjoy it slowly. It definitely won't disappoint you. By this time, the Tan family head had almost torn all his flesh and blood, his entire body having almost no intact skin yet. According to Mr. Yi, this was only the beginning. The most terrifying consequences had not yet appeared. Hearing this made one feel utterly terrified. The Tan family head, like a madman, lunged towards Mr. Yi. However, before Mr. Yi could act, Uncle Gong directly kicked the Tan family head to the ground. Harm Mr. Yi in front of them? That was clearly impossible. After about 2 more minutes, the Tan family head was now sprawled on the ground, even spitting blood. His 2 legs revealed bones mixed with blood, and all of this was the result of the Tan family head scratching himself. If this continued, one could imagine what the Tan family head's final fate would be if nothing unexpected happened. Becoming a skeleton would not be an issue. However, whether he could still be alive by then would depend on how strong the Tan family head's will to survive was. Kill me. Please kill me. The Tan family head was now in too much pain to even commit suicide, because every time he wanted to end his life, that incomparably itchy sensation would make him do something else. The Tan family head couldn't even fall unconscious. He just endured the feeling of living a life worse than death. It wasn't until the Tan family head's 2 legs had turned into bone, and there was no intact flesh left on the rest of his body, that Mr. Yi lightly waved his hand. No one saw what Mr. Yi released with that wave, but they saw that the Tan family head slowly seemed to feel less of the unbearable itch. He even began to gasp for air. Just as the Wan family head and Uncle Gong thought the Tan family head would beg for mercy at this moment, the Tan family head made an unexpected move. He committed suicide directly. That's right, the Tan family head didn't hesitate for a moment, directly twisting his own neck and thus, leaving this world. The most terrifying thing was that after the Tan family head died, there was no resentment in his eyes. Instead, there was only relief. It was as if, in his final moments, he dared not resent anything, only wanting to seize time to die quickly, fearing that if he delayed even a second, he would have to endure that kind of pain again. Just from this point alone, one could imagine what kind of terrifying hell the Tan family head had been experiencing. Mr. Yi looked at the Tan family head's gruesome body, sighed, and said, "Why die? I already let you go. Truly, how pathetic." The Wan family head and Uncle Gong swallowed, looking at the calm-faced Mr. Yi. They knew that, in the end, they had underestimated Mr. Yi too much. They not only underestimated Mr. Yi's abilities but also his ruthlessness. But now, the person was dead, and nothing they said would help. The Wan family head cautiously looked at Mr. Yi and said, "Mr. Yi, the Tan family head is dead. Do you think his body can be disposed of now?" Mr. Yi nodded upon hearing this and said, "Did you record a video of what just happened?" At these words, the Wan family head and Uncle Gong were stunned. Who would have thought to record a video of what just happened? Mr. Yi said with some regret, "What a pity Uncle Gong didn't get to see such a spectacular show, but it doesn't matter, he will see it eventually, or experience it himself. Take pictures and send them to Uncle Gong. Yes, tell him this is my, Mr. Yi's, return gift to him. Also, send the photos of the 3 assassins' bodies along with them." Upon hearing this, the Wan family head and Uncle Gong exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but also somewhat hesitant. It was true that Uncle Gong had sent assassins, but was it really appropriate to provoke him so openly? And what did he mean? Uncle Gong would have a chance to personally experience the pain the Tan family had just went through. Was Mr. Yi not even planning to spare Uncle Gong? "Mr. Yi, do you truly wish to do this? If these are sent to Uncle Gong, then there will truly be no room for maneuver." The Tan family head persuaded Uncle Gong with past friendship and benefits, but Uncle Gong does not know your specific situation, so he probably just acted casually at this point. Perhaps there is still a chance to ease tensions. The Wan family head had never given up on the chance to ease tensions with Uncle Gong, even though 3 assassins died at Mr. Yi's hands. If they explained well and clarified Mr. Yi's connections and abilities, it might not be necessary to completely break ties. But now, sending photos of the Tan family head and the 3 assassins' bodies directly to Uncle Gong was a complete and utter provocation. It was practically telling Uncle Gong directly, "I have killed your people, and now I am waiting for you to kill me, or for me to kill you." What kind of person was Uncle Gong? The most powerful and well-known big shot in the East Province underground world. Could he tolerate this insult? If he could tolerate it, then he, Uncle Gong, would not have reached his current position. Mr. Yi looked at the Wan family head and smiled faintly, saying, "Do you think there's still room for maneuver now?" Uncle Gong immediately spoke upon hearing this. "Mr. Yi, not necessarily, as long as we explain clearly to Uncle Gong, and even pay some price. Uncle Gong will surely consider the consequences and not make things difficult." Hearing this, Mr. Yi smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. What I meant was not whether Uncle Gong would have room for maneuver or would turn hostility into friendship, but rather that I have no room for maneuver. This matter, I, Mr. Yi, do not intend to forgive. Did you hear that clearly?" Chapter 90. It's all Yi Qing's fault. What was said wasn't unclear, it was too clear. So clear, in fact, that the Wan family head and Uncle Gong both felt bitter. It was Yi Qing who didn't plan to let Uncle Gong off. Retaliating for every grievance to such an extent, Yi Qing was indeed ruthless. But that was Uncle Gong. Over all these years, whether it was in the East Province underground world or among other magnates and bigwigs elsewhere, it wasn't that no one had thought of challenging Uncle Gong, but the ultimate result was still Uncle Gong steadily sitting on the throne as the strongest magnate in the East Province underground world, unshaken by anyone. This was no joke. Just as Uncle Gong was about to say more to persuade Yi Qing, the Wan family head took a deep breath and stopped Uncle Gong. He couldn't say any more. If he said even a little more, then the camaraderie of choosing sides now would probably be gone. "Mr. Yi, everything will be handled according to your instructions. I will arrange for photos to be taken and sent to Uncle Gong immediately." Yi Qing nodded, looked at the Wan family head, and said, "I know what you're worried about, and I can understand. After all, I, Yi Qing, am so audacious as to dare to confront the strongest magnate in the East Province underground world. This looks like an egg hitting a rock, so it's normal for you to have concerns. Moreover, your choice this time is already benevolent and righteous. Wan family head, Uncle Gong, if you choose to withdraw now, it's still not too late. I can send the photos myself." Was it still not too late? Perhaps it was, but in reality, it was already too late. What's more, if he withdrew now, wouldn't the extremely difficult decision he made earlier be for naught? The Wan family head looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, you have shown great kindness to the Wan family. I, Wan, admire your loyalty and righteousness immensely. Therefore, being able to do what I can for you is my willing choice. Mr. Yi, I, Wan, can swear to you here that the Wan family, no matter what situation it faces, will inevitably stand with you to the death, even if it means falling into an abyss of eternal damnation. We will have no regrets." What a line, no regrets. Yi Qing looked at the Wan family head, smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "I won't interfere with your choice, and I can't promise you anything. Let's take it one step at a time. Since you've made your decision, I won't say anything more. Do as I said before. It's getting late, and I'm a bit tired, so I'll go back to rest first." After speaking, Yi Qing was about to leave, and the Wan family head looked at Uncle Gong and quickly said, "Please trouble Uncle Gong to personally see Mr. Yi off. I will handle the current matters." Uncle Gong immediately nodded and personally saw Yi Qing into the car. Only after watching Yi Qing's car leave did he sigh and return to the warehouse. "Family head, once these photos are sent, we truly have no other choice. In fact, we will be true enemies with Uncle Gong." The Wan family head heard this, nodded, and said, "I know, but now that the choice has been made, there's nothing more to say. Get to work." The Wan family head seemed reluctant to continue discussing the matter, as if afraid that if the discussion continued, he might hesitate again, which would truly make him waver and become a fence-sitter. And fence-sitters are the most disliked. Uncle Gong sighed, nodded, and said nothing more. Since the decision had been made, there was indeed no other way now. Meanwhile, at the Wan family. The young master of the Wan family, from the unusual movement of personnel within the Wan family, keenly sensed that something was about to happen to the Wan family. But when he asked the Wan family head, he didn't get any specific answers. However, he was unwilling. Upon learning that Yi Qing had come to the Wan family, and seeing the Wan family head go to rest, he immediately went to the warehouse and then saw the miserable state of the Tan family head. It seemed he had never seen such a miserable and disgusting sight, and young Master Wan immediately vomited. Uncle Gong frowned, looked at young Master Wan, and said, "This is not where you should be. You should go back and rest quickly. It's getting late." Young Master Wan was indeed the chosen heir of the Wan family, and due to the Wan family's special background, young Master Wan had quite a lot of contact with the underground world, which was also expected. Young Master Wan looked at Uncle Gong, pointed at the Tan family head on the ground, and said, "Uncle Gong, who is this person? How did he get so miserable?" Uncle Gong said indifferently, "He is the Tan family head. He made a mistake that put the Wan family in danger, so this is his deserved punishment. You don't need to worry about these matters, go back." Young Master Wan heard this and immediately shook his head, saying, "Uncle Gong, I cannot leave as a member of the Wan family. I have the right to know the truth of the matter, and I also have the right to share the Wan family's worries and difficulties." "Uncle Gong, I'm not a child anymore, just tell me what happened, perhaps I can even help. Moreover, the Wan family's unusual movements are not just noticed by me, others have noticed them too now, more or less. Some people are feeling uneasy. If I can know some of the situation, I'll also know how to comfort them." Uncle Gong heard this, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, "That's right, you've grown up now, it's time to get involved in some matters. Very well, then I'll tell you who was lying on the ground. The Tan family head, you know him, right? This is him." As soon as these words came out, young Master Wan's eyes immediately widened. Of course, he knew the Tan family head, but how did a perfectly fine person turn into such a state? Next, Uncle Gong briefly explained the Wan family's current predicament and danger, and informed young Master Wan that if anything went wrong, he should quickly prepare to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, young Master Wan was stunned. The Wan family had actually offended Uncle Gong, and to the point of no return. This was simply like an egg hitting a rock. "Uncle Gong, no, we can't do this. That's Uncle Gong. Our Wan family is simply no match for Uncle Gong. If we truly offend him completely, the Wan family will not have a good outcome." Uncle Gong heard this, nodded, and said, "What you're saying, how could I not know? But now that things have reached this point, there's nothing more to say. This is the Wan family's overall decision. You just need to obey, or well, you can just pretend not to know." Could he really pretend not to know? Then, when Uncle Gong came knocking, if he said he didn't know, would Uncle Gong believe him? Even if he did, would he let him go? Yi Ching. It was that scoundrel Yi Ching again. Everything was because of Yi Ching. If it weren't for Yi Ching, how would the Wan family have fallen to this point? Moreover, Yi Ching was arrogant and gave him, young Master Wan, no respect at all. He had long disliked him. "Uncle Gong, there's still a solution now." "Oh, what solution?" Uncle Gong looked at young Master Wan and asked curiously. A cold murderous intent flashed in young Master Wan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Kill Yi Ching, push everything onto him, and everything will be resolved." Chapter 91. Kill him. Killing Yi Ching, this was the only solution young Master Wan could come up with. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong's face instantly changed drastically. He looked at young Master Wan and immediately rebuked, "Impossible, young Master Wan, don't say such things again. If we were to kill Yi Ching, then why would we go through so much trouble to protect him? In fact, we only needed to stand by and do nothing, and we wouldn't have offended Uncle Gong. We wouldn't have ended up in this situation. You don't understand Yi Ching's importance. Don't say anything more. I'll pretend I didn't hear it." Uncle Gong now only felt a headache. He never expected young Master Wan to utter such a sentence. Kill Yi Ching? It sounded simple, but in reality, it was impossible. Young Master Wan, seeing Uncle Gong reject him without hesitation, did not show any surprise. Instead, he looked around and cautiously said, "Uncle Gong, I know Yi Ching's importance, and I understand even more that Yi Ching is the old man's savior. However, are we going to sacrifice the entire Wan family for one Yi Ching? If that's the case, then what kind of life-saving grace is this? This is clearly hatred that will lead to the Wan family's destruction. You saved Yi Ching before because you didn't know Yi Ching would be so ruthless, and you thought there was still a possibility of reconciliation with Uncle Gong, but now, is there still?" At this point, young Master Wan gritted his teeth, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and angrily said, "For Yi Ching, we've almost put our lives on the line, but what about Yi Ching? Does he have any gratitude towards us? Not only did he kill 3 assassins, and not only did he kill Tan family head, but he even wants to provoke Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong, tell me, has he gone insane? Can we still associate with such a person? Killing Yi Ching is the simplest method. In fact, if we push everything onto Yi Ching, perhaps we can even turn a disaster into a blessing and gain Uncle Gong's friendship. This would be killing multiple birds with one stone. Uncle Gong, you really need to consider this matter. It must be said that what young Master Wan said was not without reason. As long as Yi Qing died, and it was the Wan family who did it, then everything now could be pushed onto Yi Qing. After all, that was the truth. They didn't directly kill anyone, it was always Yi Qing who did the killing. As long as they handled the aftermath properly and gave Uncle Gong an explanation, who's to say the outcome wouldn't change? Uncle Gong fell silent. He felt that what young Master Wan said made sense, but he also knew very well that he couldn't do it. However, what should the Wan family do? For a moment, Uncle Gong was in a dilemma. At this moment, young Master Wan added fuel to the fire. Uncle Gong, I know this matter is difficult for you and father to handle, so let me do it. If this succeeds, it will be the Wan family's achievement. If it fails, it has nothing to do with you. I will bear the consequences alone. How about that? Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong's face immediately changed. He looked at young Master Wan and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. Don't you know that Yi Qing is more terrifying than we imagine? If we don't resolve him in one go, it will be a disaster for our Wan family, understand?" Young Master Wan nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "Uncle Gong, I understand. Don't worry, I won't underestimate Yi Qing. On the contrary, I will treat him as the most formidable enemy and go all out." In short, Uncle Gong, from now on, you can pretend you don't know about this matter. I'll handle everything else. Trust me, Uncle Gong, I am a member of the Wan family. I won't harm the Wan family. Uncle Gong wanted to stop young Master Wan, but young Master Wan had already left. Looking at young Master Wan's departing back, Uncle Gong sighed and said, "Is doing this right or wrong? But, we really can't fight Uncle Gong." Not stopping him was, in fact, already a form of acquiescence. At this moment, young Master Wan's eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, he could completely deal with Yi Qing. This was right. As long as Yi Qing was dealt with, he would be the greatest contributor to the Wan family by then, who would dare to challenge his position as heir. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei did not go home, but instead went to Bai Ruoro's house. She had to tell Bai Ruoro about Yi Qing's situation. It was too dangerous, simply too dangerous. Not only was she not the only one dealing with Yi Qing, but others even wanted to kill Yi Qing. Moreover, she had to clarify the relationship between Yi Qing and Uncle Gong. This matter was very important. Weiwei, it's very late. Why don't you go home? Mao Mao and Dayudia sat in the back row, looking at Bai Weiwei, whose eyes were red and seemed somewhat obsessed, and couldn't help but feel worried. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Go home? Go home for what? This matter must be resolved, otherwise, how can I sleep? Yi Qing, that liar, has deceived so many people. I must expose his true colors by then. I'll see what he'll use to act so arrogantly in front of me." Mao Mao and Dayudiu exchanged glances, feeling helpless whether Yi Qing was a liar or not. Putting that aside, Bai Weiwei was truly insane now. She was now determined to fight Yi Qing. What was originally a small conflict now seemed to have developed into an irreconcilable hatred between the two, which made it impossible for anyone to understand. Dayudiu sighed and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, "Weiwei, perhaps all of this is a misunderstanding, you." Before she could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Bai Weiwei. "Don't say anything more. You've all been deceived by Yi Qing. He's a big liar. Otherwise, how could you have been fooled? I'm calling Qingyue's sister now." After saying that, Bai Weiwei immediately stopped the car and then dialed Gao Qingyue's number. After the call connected, Bai Weiwei immediately said with a choked voice, "Qingyue's sister, Yi Qing is not a good person. He is a big liar. But how does he know Uncle Gong? Is he deceiving Uncle Gong too?" Uncle Gong made Bai Weiwei wary, but she didn't know the entanglement between Yi Qing and Uncle Gong, but Gao Qingyue might know. After saying this, Bai Weiwei directly turned on the speakerphone, letting Mao Mao and Dayudiu listen together. Gao Qingyue's voice instantly came from the phone. "What? Did you see Uncle Gong?" Bai Weiwei quickly said, "Qingyue's sister, I invited Yi Qing to a bar today, originally planning to find someone to teach Yi Qing a lesson. As a result, he knew Uncle Gong. Not only did I fail to teach him a lesson, but my friend also got hurt, and I completely lost face." Qingyue's sister, is Yi Qing's relationship with Uncle Gong very good? Is Uncle Gong protecting him? Gao Qingyue chuckled upon hearing this, saying, "Weiwei, if you had told me about this earlier, I wouldn't have let you do this at the very least, I wouldn't have let you do this these past few days. I'm not clear about other things, but I'm really clear about Yi Qing's relationship with Uncle Gong, or rather, with the Wan family. Don't worry, he has no relationship with Uncle Gong, it's just some insignificant past acquaintance, but now, what needed to be repaid has already been repaid in a few days, no one will pay attention to Yi Qing anymore. Chapter 92 Impersonation? In Bai Weiwei's eyes, Gao Qingyue would absolutely never deceive her, so Gao Qingyue's words must be reasonable. Hearing that Yi Qing and Uncle Jiu had no significant relationship, just some past, trivial acquaintances, Bai Weiwei instantly felt much more relaxed. So that's it. You scared me. I thought Yi Qing had some connection with Uncle Jiu and I wouldn't be able to deal with that big liar anymore. So, it's just such a simple relationship? Yet he was still putting on airs, looking so intimidating. Sure enough, he's just a big liar, everything was an act. Gao Qingyue heard this and smiled. Alright, Weiwei, don't be angry anymore if there's nothing else, I'm going to rest also, you don't need to bother dealing with Yi Qing, you just need to let your sister see his true colors. However, this is not a problem, your sister will see all of this sooner or later, that's all for now, goodbye. After speaking, Gao Qingyue hung up the phone. Bai Weiwei looked at Mao Mao and Diudiu in the car and smiled. Now, you've all heard it, right? This is Chairman Gao Qingyue of Qingyue Group. You wouldn't think her words are incorrect, would you? Gao Qingyue's persona was very successfully crafted. At least, in Jiang City, many people, especially girls, almost all regarded Gao Qingyue as an idol. After all, a woman starting a difficult business and creating such a huge miracle is something all girls envy and want to become. How could they not believe Gao Qingyue's words? Mao Mao and Diudiu were about to say something, but Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, no need to say anything more, I've arrived at my sister's house, I'm staying here tonight, we'll talk about anything else tomorrow. After speaking, Bai Weiwei got out of the car, leaving it for Mao Mao and Diudiu, and went directly to open Bai Ruoruo's door. At this time, Bai Ruoruo had not yet rested. Seeing Bai Weiwei show up again, she immediately felt a bit helpless. She truly doted on this younger sister, but also truly had no way to deal with her. Weiwei, it's so late, why are you here? Bai Weiwei heard this and smiled. Sister, I'm here to stay with you, is that not allowed? Seeing Bai Weiwei's smiling face, not looking like she was going to cause more trouble, Bai Ruoruo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't causing trouble, she was actually welcome. Of course, you can stay with me, it's just that you smell of alcohol. You went out to play again, didn't you? You can't do that anymore in the future, you're a big girl now, drink less alcohol, it's not safe outside either. Quick, go wash up. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was very obedient and did not refute anything Bai Ruoruo said. She quickly washed up, changed into her pajamas, and then ran directly into Bai Ruoruo's room, lying down beside Bai Ruoruo. Sister, do you really love Yi Qing? Have you never thought that he's just a liar who deceives people's feelings? Such a person won't have a good ending. What will you do then, sister? Seeing Bai Weiwei bring up Yi Qing again, and with ill intentions, Bai Ruoruo was truly a bit angry. Weiwei, I've already told you, Yi Qing is not a liar, he is the person I like, can you please stop misunderstanding him? Alright, you want to speak up for Gao Qingyue, right? Then I'll tell you about this matter. Bai Ruoruo could no longer hold back. She felt that she had to tell her about her and Yi Qing's story, otherwise, if Bai Weiwei continued like this, she would not only hurt Yi Qing but also herself. Then, Bai Ruoruo recounted how she had been infatuated with Yi Qing, how she had endured silently, how much pain she had suffered, and how she had waited for Yi Qing to return. She even included how Yi Qing dealt with the Tan family for her sake. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo sighed, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said, Weiwei, I've told you all of this, do you still think Yi Qing is a liar, a bad person? Do you even think that I, your sister, am a bad woman? Bai Weiwei heard this and fell silent. There were many things she truly didn't know. Hearing Bai Ruoruo speak now, she also felt that Bai Ruoruo had truly suffered too much these past few years, but she didn't feel any sympathy for Yi Qing. So, Yi Qing, knowing full well that sister has always liked him, didn't give any reaction until after sister Qingyue divorced him, and only then did he think to find you, sister, is that right? If this isn't a liar, what is it? This isn't just a liar, this is simply a good-for-nothing scoundrel who lives off women. What he's doing is just looking for a backup. Sister, there's no way I can let you be with Yi Qing. He's not a good person at all, and he doesn't love you. He's just using you and bullying you. Bai Ruoruo was utterly speechless. She looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, alright, whatever you say, but don't interfere in my and Yi Qing's business. My liking him is my business, okay? Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo, who didn't want to talk to her, and still relentlessly said, and about the Tan family matter, sister, I'll tell you the truth, I even think that even if you married young Master Tan, it would be better than being with Yi Qing. It's fine if he helps you solve problems, but to expect me to thank him? That's absolutely impossible, because he simply doesn't have the ability to help you solve problems. I already know his relationship with Uncle Jiu. Sister, you've been deceived. It was clearly the truth, but in Bai Weiwei's eyes, everything seemed to become a conspiracy. Bai Ruoruo didn't know what to say anymore. Her sister had gotten stuck in a rut and couldn't get out. Go to sleep. Bai Ruoruo sighed, no longer wanting to deal with Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei, however, directly pulled Bai Ruoruo and said, Sister, I know you're unhappy, but I still have to say, leave Yi Qing, and apologize to Sister Qingyue. You two are good friends. You can't break up and become enemies like this over a trashy man. Sister, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai Weiwei and was truly angry. Should she apologize to Gao Qingyue? Bai Weiwei, what are you saying? Am I your sister, or is Gao Qingyue your sister? Why don't you believe what I say, but instead believe Gao Qingyue's words? Yi Qing is a good person, a supremely good person. He is not the liar you speak of, nor has he deceived us about anything. He is clearly the victim. Why do you speak of him like this? At this point, Bai Ruoruo could no longer control her temper and angrily said, Liar? Do you know who the liar is? The real liar is Gao Qingyue. If it weren't for her desperate pleas back then, and her impersonating me, perhaps the person who married Yi Qing now wouldn't be her, but me. Perhaps I would have been with Yi Qing a long time ago. As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo seemed very aggrieved, her face turning completely red. Bai Weiwei heard this, was stunned for a moment, and said, What desperate pleas? What impersonation? Impersonation. Chapter 93. It was me who saved him back then. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo was truly furious. Her own sister didn't believe her, but constantly believed Gao Qingyue, and kept pressuring and slandering Yi Qing. She truly couldn't stand it. Everything was clearly Gao Qingyue's fault, so why should she and Yi Qing be spoken ill of? Bai Ruoruo truly intended to expose all the secrets completely, but looking at Bai Weiwei's face, she ultimately gritted her teeth, shook her head, and said, It's nothing, let's sleep. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo didn't want to continue the topic. But Bai Weiwei had finally heard a secret from it, so how could she let Bai Ruoruo sleep just like that? Sister, what exactly did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean? If it wasn't for Gao Qingyue's desperate pleas and impersonation, perhaps you and Yi Qing would have been married? Please explain yourself clearly. Bai Ruoruo frowned and said, Those are all things of the past, don't bring them up again. Besides, I promised Gao Qingyue that this matter would remain a secret. Even though there are many misunderstandings between us now, I still have to keep my promise. Weiwei, don't ask anymore, let the past be the past. It sounded simple, but the more Bai Weiwei listened, the more she wanted to hear, as if 100 claws were scratching her heart, leaving her with no sleepiness at all. Alright, sister, if you don't tell me, I'll call Sister Qingyue right now. I think she definitely won't hide it from me. If that doesn't work, I'll go find Yi Qing and ask him directly if he knows about this situation. In short, I will definitely find out the truth. After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she was about to get up, as if she couldn't wait to investigate the truth in the middle of the night. Bai Ruoruo immediately became anxious, stopping Bai Ruoruo and saying, What are you trying to do? You're not allowed to go find them. Finally, Bai Ruoruo sighed, nodded, and said, Alright, you want to know, right? Then I'll tell you, but you have to swear that after you hear it, you'll keep it a secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone, including Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing, okay? At this time, as long as she could know the secret, anything was fine. Bai Weiwei immediately swore to Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo sighed, a hint of bitterness in her eyes, and softly said, Back then, I didn't know Yi Qing, and Gao Qingyue didn't know him either. Gao Qingyue and I were still very good best friends. Her family's financial situation wasn't good, and I had always helped her with that. I suppose you're somewhat aware of that, right? This was indeed true. Bai Weiwei nodded and said, "That's why I said it's really not worth it for you and Sister Qingyue to be in this situation. Now you've had a relationship for over 10 years, and you used to be as close as one person. They used to be really good." Bai Ruoruo sighed and said, "One day, when Gao Qingyue and I were out playing, we happened to encounter Yi Qing, who had been in a car accident and was unconscious. There were many people present at the time, but no one helped because the vehicle had already started to catch fire. It was I who, disregarding my own safety, risked my life to rescue Yi Qing. Because of this, my back was severely burned by the flames. You know about this, right?" Bai Ruoruo touched her back, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes, as if recalling that scene. The burning sensation of the flames still left her with lingering fear. And Bai Weiwei was silent at this moment, looking at Bai Ruoruo, and said, "So, all these years, you never wore backless or off-the-shoulder clothes. Even when the weather was hot, you kept yourself completely covered, just not wanting people to see the scars on your back." Bai Ruoruo smiled slightly upon hearing this, and said, "I'm a girl too, and girls love beauty. I'm no exception. Although the injuries on my back have healed, the hideous scars remain. Not to mention in the past, even now, I actually feel very self-conscious." Bai Weiwei nodded, imagining that if she had a hideous and terrifying scar on her back, she would also feel self-conscious. "So what? You saved Yi Qing. Surely, it didn't turn into Sister Qingyue saving him, did it?" Bai Ruoruo nodded, sighed, and said, "Gao Qingyue's family situation wasn't good, and Yi Qing didn't look like a poor person, so, after saving Yi Qing, it just so happened that Gao Qingyue needed to pay for her brother's hospital treatment, and she asked me to say that she was the one who saved him. This way, she might get a thank you fee from Yi Qing, which could alleviate her urgent financial needs. I didn't think much at first. After all, we were good best friends, and it wasn't good for her to keep accepting my help. If someone gave her a legitimate thank you fee, perhaps it would be a good thing, so I agreed. The result, as you know, is that Yi Qing was extremely grateful to Gao Qingyue, always believing that Gao Qingyue had saved his life, so he was very, very good to Gao Qingyue. Even now, perhaps he still feels that he owes Gao Qingyue his life." After Bai Ruoruo finished speaking, she looked at Bai Weiwei and softly said, "But his life, actually, was saved by me. Weiwei, was I wrong, or was Yi Qing wrong? Where exactly did we go wrong? Why don't you believe us? Now that I've told you this secret, you have your own thoughts, and you'll definitely understand, so, please stop targeting Yi Qing, okay?" Bai Ruoruo never said anything like Gao Qingyue was not a good person. However, all the facts were already so clear, Bai Weiwei should understand what to do. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo and gently embraced her. "Sister, you are a good person. How could you be wrong? It's not Sister Qingyue who was wrong either, but, sister, you forgot one thing, and that is, people change. Didn't Yi Qing change? Sister, you have a filter for him, that's why you see him so well, and the reason Sister Qingyue married him is probably because he once helped Sister Qingyue. Gratitude outweighed emotion. Given Sister Qingyue's character, how could she abandon Yi Qing without reason? It must be that Yi Qing did something that angered both gods and men, something that Sister Qingyue could no longer tolerate, which made her act this way. So, sister, please stay away from Yi Qing, okay? For such a man, it's really not worth it, especially when you've fallen out with your best friend of so many years. Is it worth it?" As soon as Bai Ruoruo heard Bai Weiwei's words, she knew that she had truly been overthinking things. After talking for a long time, the other person hadn't listened at all, only thinking it was still Yi Qing's fault. But where was Yi Qing wrong? Bai Ruoruo pushed Bai Weiwei away and frowned. "Weiwei, I've told you all this, why don't you understand? It's not Yi Qing's fault. Yi Qing is not wrong. The one who is wrong is Gao Qingyue. It has always been her fault. People change, but the one who changed is not Yi Qing, it's Gao Qingyue. Bai Weiwei, have you been brainwashed by Gao Qingyue? How did you become like this now?" Bai Weiwei, seeing Bai Ruoruo scolding her, immediately straightened her face and said, "Sister, I have never changed, and it's you who misunderstand Sister Qingyue too deeply. It's all Yi Qing's fault. All of this is entirely Yi Qing's fault. In short, I will definitely not let this bad person off. Sister, I will definitely make you see Yi Qing's true colors. He is not a good person." After speaking, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but directly take out her phone, found a photo of Yi Qing sitting between Mao Mao and Dayudia drinking, and said, "Look, is this a good person?" Chapter 94. The underworld is all the same. In the photo, Miao Miao and Dayudia were clinging tightly to Yi Qing, making it seem, to an unknowing observer, that Yi Qing was enjoying himself with two women at once, embracing them on both sides. Bai Ruoruo saw the photo, her expression unchanged, and directly asked, "And then?" Bai Weiwei was stunned for a moment, pointing at the photo, and loudly said, "What and then do you need for this? Sister, have you gone crazy? Didn't you see? Yi Qing, he's embracing two women, drinking with other women. Someone like him, doing such things behind your back, do you still want to speak up for him?" Bai Ruoruo sighed, looking at Bai Weiwei with some annoyance, and said, "Bai Weiwei, if I'm not mistaken, these two people are your good friends, right? Then, the person who took the photo couldn't be anyone else, it must have been you. Given your eccentricities since childhood, Yi Qing must have been invited out by you as well, right? This whole thing is a setup by you, isn't it? So, what do you want me to see? To see how you plotted and framed Yi Qing? Alright, Weiwei, stop doing these kinds of things, okay? Just consider my feelings, please." Bai Ruoruo was truly speechless, only Bai Weiwei could pull off something like this. Bai Weiwei hadn't expected to be seen through by Bai Ruoruo so quickly, her face flushed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Sister, so what if I did it? Did Yi Qing refuse? You saw it, didn't you? He was drinking very happily. Someone like him, if he does it once, he'll do it a second time. Are you going to wait until Yi Qing even bullies me before you're willing to see his true colors?" Bai Ruoruo heard this and suddenly laughed, sizing up Bai Weiwei from head to toe, and said, "Weiwei, if there's any bullying, it's you bullying Yi Qing, so don't waste your effort, okay? Go to sleep, say whatever you want, I don't want to listen anymore, I'm going to sleep." After speaking, Bai Ruoruo ignored Bai Weiwei and directly lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei, at this moment, was so angry that her chest heaved incessantly, furious beyond measure. "Fine, sister, just wait until you regret it. I will definitely make you see Yi Qing's true colors." After saying that, Bai Weiwei also angrily lay on the bed, but her eyes couldn't close as she kept thinking about how to make Yi Qing reveal his true self and let everyone know his true colors. Using her best friends and friends to set up a trap was clearly not going to work. From Bai Ruoruo's reaction, she not only didn't believe it, but even if she did, she probably wouldn't be very angry. So, what if she used herself to set up the trap? What if she let her sister see herself and Yi Qing lying on the same bed? What if Yi Qing even bullied her? Perhaps, that would be different. The more Bai Weiwei thought, the brighter her eyes became, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. That's right, what could be more direct and shocking than personally getting involved? Only this way could Yi Qing's filter in Bai Ruoruo's mind be completely shattered. After making up her mind, a smile formed on Bai Weiwei's lips, and she slowly drifted off to sleep. At this moment, in the dead of night, Yi Qing, however, was sitting by the window, unable to sleep. He didn't care about the Tan family's hatred towards him. He didn't care that Uncle Gong sent people to kill him either. However, Yi Qing was no longer the magnanimous Yi Qing he once was. Perhaps, even if he was forgiving, it depended on the person and the situation. Uncle Gong, the strongest boss in the East Province underground world, who had dominated the East Province for decades, perhaps it was time for a change. After connecting to Tiger Tooth's video call, Yi Qing looked at the sleeping Tiger Tooth and smiled faintly, saying, "Soon, the Myth Group will release new products and become a globally recognized entity." Tiger Tooth, can you still sleep? I remember you've always been competing with Xian. Tiger Tooth heard this, looked at Mr. Yi, and said helplessly, "Mr. Yi, I do want to compete, but Xian controls the Myth Group and the life elixir you gave him. Just based on that, even if I wanted to compete, I couldn't win. You're looking for me so late, do you have any instructions?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Uncle Gong, you know him, right?" Upon hearing Uncle Gong's name, a hint of coldness flashed in Tiger Tooth's eyes, and he said, "Of course I know him, he's the boss known to everyone in the East Province underground world." What? Are you going to make a move on him? That would be great. I've been waiting for too long, Mr. Yi. As long as you give the order, I'll gather my men right now and declare war on him. Don't worry, while our numbers might not be enough, we certainly don't lack elites. If we really fight him, I guarantee we'll make him wish he were dead. Hearing Tiger Tooth's tone, Yi Qing knew that there was probably some animosity between Tiger Tooth and Uncle Gong. It wasn't surprising, after all, they both made a living in the East Province underground world. Tiger Tooth's rise would inevitably affect the vested interests of many people, and Uncle Gong, as the strongest boss in the East Province underground world, certainly wouldn't stand by idly. An old grudge? Tiger Tooth smiled slightly and said, "It's not really a grudge. There have been some frictions between us, but after Uncle Gong saw that we were difficult to deal with, he temporarily stopped his development, so he tolerated it. However, he has threatened me more than once and even sent people to break the legs of a few of my subordinates. I've always remembered that grudge." Yi Ching heard this and nodded, saying, "If there's a grudge, settle it. Contact Red Eyes and tell him it's time to return to the border. Let him bring his people and make a move too. This time, since we're making a move, let's make the East Province underground world uniform." These words instantly dispelled any sleepiness from Tiger Tooth, and he became excited. Making the East Province underground world uniform? This was an unprecedented feat that even Uncle Gong hadn't achieved. Once the East Province underground world became uniform, the terrible influence and benefits it would bring were beyond words. However, it was not that simple. "Mr. Yi, your subordinate obeys. However, to make the East Province underground world uniform, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as dealing with Uncle Gong. Not to mention other big bosses, even some other major forces won't sit idly by." Yi Ching naturally understood the difficulty of this matter. It couldn't be accomplished in just a few days, but since they were making a move, they had to set a goal. "What you said, I naturally understand. You just do what you need to do. At least, first give this Uncle Gong some trouble. Other matters can be discussed at length and taken slowly. As for other things, don't worry. Once the myth group truly enters everyone's sight, they will understand how to choose. What's more, I will personally come out and meet some people." With Yi Ching's words, Tiger Tooth immediately lost all his worries. Making it uniform was the ultimate goal, but before that, it could be done in stages. And the first one they would target was Uncle Gong. "Good, very good. Mr. Yi, then I have no more questions. When we deal with Uncle Gong, everyone else will stand by, or even add fuel to the fire. After all, Uncle Gong has been in charge of the East Province for so many years, and he has offended many people, and even more people want to bring him down. I know what to do. Don't worry, I can act now." Yi Ching nodded and said, "You are responsible for contacting Red Eyes. As for other matters, you can handle them as you see fit." After speaking, Yi Ching hung up the phone. Looking at the flickering neon lights outside the window, his eyes narrowed slightly. The wind is rising. Chapter 95, Crazy Guard, Red Eyes. At this moment, after hanging up the phone, Tiger Tooth couldn't hold back and immediately dialed his subordinate's number, then began to issue orders. What if it was night? Who said things couldn't be done at night? Moreover, matters of the underground world were best handled at night. Notify everyone immediately to clear out all the nightclubs, KTVs, bars, and all other venues operated and protected by Uncle Gong within East Continent. I want this East Continent to change overnight. I want everyone to know that I, Tiger Tooth, have started a war with Uncle Gong. Tiger Tooth's orders reached everyone's ears immediately, and Tiger Tooth's subordinates were all elites, and even more obedient. Facing a big shot like Uncle Gong, they had no fear in their hearts. On the contrary, there was only excitement. Who wouldn't want to replace him? At the very moment Tiger Tooth issued his orders, within East Continent, all properties belonging to Uncle Gong were smashed by Tiger Tooth's subordinates. For a time, East Continent experienced dozens of riots and disturbances. Meanwhile, Tiger Tooth dialed Red Eyes' number. Listening to the impatient voice coming from the phone, Tiger Tooth, this big boss, dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, he carefully plastered on a smile. Red Eyes, please don't be angry. I wouldn't dare disturb you for no reason. It's just that I'm calling you now under Mr. Yi's orders. Upon hearing Yi Ching's name, Red Eyes' tone immediately improved significantly. What did Mr. Yi say? Tiger Tooth said with a smile, Mr. Yi wants you to return to the border to help me clear out the East Province underground world, to make the East Province underground world uniform. Hearing this, Red Eyes' voice revealed dissatisfaction, but it wasn't directed at Yi Ching, but rather at Tiger Tooth's contempt. In over a year, you haven't been able to make the East Province underground world uniform, Tiger Tooth. You truly are as useless as ever. You've wasted Mr. Yi's trust in you. You should commit suicide to atone for your crimes. This was Red Eyes. Besides Yi Ching, he obeyed no one else, and his decisiveness was almost devoid of human emotion. Just as Tiger Tooth was about to say something, on the other end of the phone, Red Eyes' subordinate came to report the situation to Red Eyes. Lord Red Eyes, all 367 resistance spiders have surrendered. How do you wish to deal with them? Upon hearing this, Red Eyes simply said indifferently, kill them. Those who dare to resist and slaughter innocent civilians deserve to die. Kill them all, leave their bodies exposed in the wilderness for the beasts to feed on. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Afterward, the dense sound of gunshots came from Red Eyes' side. At this moment, Tiger Tooth swallowed hard, his face full of bitterness. This was Red Eyes. Killing over 300 people was like killing over 300 ants. Even if these 300 people had committed many heinous acts and deserved to die, they were still over 300 human lives. Many people would probably not be able to make this decision, let alone issue such an order, because they would be afraid. Not to mention others, even Tiger Tooth, if he were asked to directly order the execution of over 300 people and leave their bodies exposed in the wilderness, Tiger Tooth believed he couldn't do it. Indeed, Red Eyes was Red Eyes, no one could replace him. And Yi Ching recalling Red Eyes, one could imagine what kind of monstrous bloodbath it would bring. Red Eyes, my abilities are limited, so I naturally can't compare to you. That's why Mr. Yi asked me to contact you, hoping you could come back and help. Do you have time? Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately became enraged over the phone. Bastard, Tiger Tooth, do you dare to sow discord between me and Mr. Yi? Do you dare to question my loyalty to Mr. Yi? You're courting death. Tiger Tooth heard this and immediately forced a bitter smile, saying, No, I misspoke. I just saw that you were very busy, so I was thinking of you. After all, the time Mr. Yi gave is quite generous. At least, in the short term. Mr. Yi doesn't intend to completely unify the East Province underground world. He is given ample time. So, I was just thinking that you could finish your current tasks first. No rush, really, no rush. Are you kidding? If Red Eyes really thought he was sowing discord between Red Eyes and Yi Ching, Red Eyes, even out of respect for Yi Ching, wouldn't kill him, but he could break his legs. Red Eyes was capable of doing that. To put it bluntly, among Yi Ching's many friends or subordinates, those who weren't afraid of Red Eyes were not non-existent, but they were few and far between. The most terrifying thing was that these so-called few people were all lunatics, not much worse than Red Eyes, and some were even crazier. This was also why, after Yi Ching came out, he didn't find them immediately, nor did he let them find Yi Ching. Are you kidding? If he really did, it would simply be a disaster. But now, recalling Red Eyes, Yi Ching's plan probably wasn't just for the East Province underground world. Of course, it was also possible that Tiger Tooth was overthinking. After all, Red Eyes used to be Yi Ching's personal guard. This time, he should also be mainly responsible for Yi Ching's safety. Tiger Tooth, if you dare to act on your own or speak nonsense again, I'll pull out all your teeth. After speaking, Red Eyes directly hung up the phone. And at this moment, nearly 10,000 miles away from Long Country, a young man in his 20s, completely enveloped in a red robe, with even his pupils somewhat blood red, was currently looking at the ground covered with corpses, revealing a sinister smile. Listen to me, all of you. Next, clear out all remnants at the fastest speed, and then, follow me back to the border. This person was none other than Red Eyes. He looked delicate and harmless, but only those who truly understood him knew that Red Eyes was an out-and-out madman. In East Continent, after Red Eyes hung up the phone, Tiger Tooth wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed, Damn Red Eyes, just because you're a bit more powerful, what are you showing off for? You scared the hell out of me. And you want to pull out all my teeth? What kind of daydream are you having? After speaking, as if he remembered something, Tiger Tooth quickly checked his phone, seemingly afraid that the call hadn't been disconnected and that Red Eyes had heard what he said. Seeing that it was indeed disconnected, Tiger Tooth finally let out a long sigh of relief. This night was destined to be an unpeaceful one. And early the next morning, news of the chaotic battle in East Continent, and Tiger Tooth directly declaring war on Uncle Gong, spread throughout the entire East Province immediately. And at this moment, Gao Qingyue was accompanying Yun Leopard. Even though Yun Leopard was not good-looking, and even made Gao Qingyue feel a bit disgusted, it couldn't stop her from putting on a smiling face. After all, Yun Leopard was a member of the Yun family. Moreover, Yun Leopard still had use value now. Young Master Yun, how was your rest last night? Coming to find me so early in the morning, you truly treat me as a friend. Qingyue is very happy. Looking at Gao Qingyue, Yun Leopard said with a chuckle, of course I treat Miss Qingyue as a friend. What I, Yun Leopard, say counts, how could it not? Didn't Miss Qingyue want to tour Yunwan City? Didn't she want to cooperate with Yunwan Group? Well, I'm here to bring a gift. As soon as he said this, Gao Qingyue's eyes immediately lit up, and when she looked at Yun Leopard, she found him much more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 96 Women's Dinner. Young Master Yun, do I really have a chance to cooperate with Yunwan Group? That would be truly wonderful. Yun Leopard looked at Gao Qingyue, smiled slightly, and said, no rush, President Qingyue, you know, I don't hold a position in Yunwan Group, so I can only introduce your situation if all goes as expected. There's an opportunity for cooperation. However, the president of Yunwan Group in East Province is temporarily away, so the timing isn't right. Once he returns, I will arrange for you to meet at that time. You can have a good talk. President Qingyue, I've given you such a big gift, you should at least thank me, right? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately felt a bit displeased. After all that talk, there were still no tangible benefits. These were just invisible and intangible promises, and he was already asking for benefits? However, Gao Qingyue was still very happy to be able to get on board with Yunwan Group. Young Master Yun, let me treat you to a meal. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After speaking, Gao Qingyue called Lin Ji over and said with a smile, Lin Ji, arrange lunch. All morning appointments are cancelled today. Make sure young Master Yun is happy. Lin Ji heard this and immediately nodded with a smile, saying, okay, I'll go arrange it right away. After that, Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled, aren't you suspicious that the white crystal romance is fake? Young Master Yun is here, so let him come along and see, then everything will be clear. Gao Qingyue heard this, smiled, and shook her head, saying, how can that be? Young Master Yun is an honored guest, here to visit. Our own matters should be handled by ourselves. Yun Leopard heard this and immediately patted his chest, laughing, what are you talking about? It's no trouble at all anyway, I have nothing else to do here. Accompanying you on a trip and inspecting Yunwan City here is also appropriate. So, Miss Qingyue, please don't be so polite with me, otherwise, you're not treating me as a friend. Hearing Yun Leopard say this, Gao Qingyue hesitated for a moment before nodding, well, then I'll have to trouble young Master Yun. How about this, let's go have lunch first, and after we eat, we can go stroll around Yunwan City. After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and said, Lin Ji, please invite Bai Ruoro over too. It will be more interesting if we all go together. Lin Ji heard this, immediately smiled, and nodded, saying, okay, President, I'll go arrange it right away. After that, Gao Qingyue looked at Yun Leopard and smiled, Bai Ruoro was a good friend of mine, and she's also the one who was tricked into thinking she was given the white crystal romance. Young Master Yun, you must help my friend get revenge then, and my friend is very beautiful, not just pretty, but also charming and pitiable. Young Master Yun, I guarantee, although you've seen many beauties, Ruo is absolutely the most captivating one you've ever seen. As soon as this was said, Yun Leopard's eyes almost turned into heart shapes. He looked at Gao Qingyue and said impatiently, is there someone more beautiful than Miss Qingyue? I don't believe it, but it's good to meet her. Ha 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 ha. Gao Qingyue felt quite disdainful, but she still maintained a smiling face. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoro and Bai Weiwei had already woken up. The two sat at the dining table, eating breakfast, but neither spoke to the other. Finally, Bai Ruoro sighed and said, Weiwei, how are you planning to celebrate your birthday? After all, it's your 18th birthday. If you need help, just say so. When this was mentioned, Bai Weiwei said, how else? Just find a venue, then invite some people to attend. Sister, bring Yi Qing too. Bai Ruoro heard this and said helplessly, you clearly dislike Yi Qing so much, why do you still want to invite him? Bai Weiwei said angrily, but even if I dislike Yi Qing, don't you like him, older sister? If I don't invite him, you'll be unhappy too. Just let him come, maybe slowly, I can change my opinion of him. These words made Bai Ruoro very happy. After all, one was her younger sister, and the other was the man she deeply loved. If there was conflict between them, Bai Ruoro, standing in the middle, would truly be unhappy. However, Bai Ruoro did not see that when Yi Qing was mentioned, a hint of conspiracy and triumph flashed in Bai Weiwei's eyes, as if she had already made up her mind to do something to Yi Qing, to make Yi Qing completely lose face in front of everyone. Sister, let me tell you in advance, you are not allowed to lend money to Yi Ching. I know he doesn't have much money, and I don't need him to give me an expensive gift, but if you lend him money, that would be meaningless, and I would be unhappy. Bai Weiwei heard this, smiled, and nodded, saying, don't worry, I won't lend him money. He will definitely prepare your gift with sincerity. Just then, Lin Ji's call came in. Looking at the number, Bai Ruoruo frowned slightly. She and Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji used to be close friends who talked about everything, but now, Lin Ji and Gao Qingyue were the ones standing together. What did she want by calling her now? Lin Ji, is there something wrong? Ultimately, Bai Ruoruo still answered the phone. Lin Ji said with a smile, Ruoruo, Qingyue wants to treat you to lunch. You must come then. Treat her to lunch? Something good? Probably not. Bai Ruoruo directly refused. I'm sorry, I have something on at noon, so I can't go. You guys eat. After speaking, Bai Ruoruo was about to hang up the phone. However, Lin Ji smiled and said, Ruoruo, why push people away? After all, we used to be good friends, and we should still be good friends now. What's more, this meal concerns Yi Ching. Don't you want to hear about it? Hearing that it concerned Yi Ching, Bai Ruoruo couldn't remain calm. She knew very well that Gao Qingyue now, if not hating Yi Ching to the bone, at least strongly disliked him. She might even deal with Yi Ching. Therefore, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. You, still not going to let Yi Ching go? We all know what a good person Yi Ching is. Why won't you let him go? Lin Ji heard this, smiled, and said, Ruoruo, what are you saying? I don't understand. However, whatever you have to say, come and say it, then I'll send the address to your phone. You must come, okay? After speaking, Lin Ji directly hung up the phone, seemingly certain that Bai Ruoruo wouldn't dare not to come. At this moment, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up. She looked at Bai Ruoruo and said, Sister, is Sister Qingyue inviting you to lunch? I want to go too. Bai Ruoruo frowned, looking at Bai Weiwei, and said, what are you going for? She has something to discuss with me. Don't get involved. Bai Weiwei heard this and immediately showed a dissatisfied expression, saying, I heard it all. It's about Yi Ching. Sister, haven't you always advised me not to misunderstand Yi Ching? Well, today is the best opportunity, isn't it? I want to go. You must take me. If you don't let me go, then I'll go find Sister Qingyue myself. Hearing this, Bai Ruoruo was helpless and could only nod. But in her heart, she had a bad premonition. Nothing good comes from being overly attentive. It's either a trick or a theft. Chapter 97, Dismissing the Tribesman, Crisis. Bai Ruoruo wouldn't believe that Gao Qingyue would kindly invite her to dinner. But now that she had, Bai Ruoruo had to accept the invitation to find out what Gao Qingyue was really up to. At this moment, in the Wan family, young Master Wan had not slept all night and could no longer bear it, beginning to plot the assassination of Yi Ching. Yi Ching, this time, you brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me. You even dared to offend Uncle Gong. Even if I wanted to let you go, who would let my Wan family off? At this moment, young Master Wan's follower cautiously looked at young Master Wan and said, Young Master, the family head will not allow the assassination of Yi Ching. Moreover, the family head will probably send people to protect Yi Ching. What do you plan to do? Young Master Wan sneered upon hearing this and said, Of course I know that this matter cannot be linked to my Wan family. I've already found a first-class assassin to come to Jiangqing at that time. Without our protection, Yi Ching will be a lamb to the slaughter, destined to die. Young Master Wan's follower looked at young Master Wan with admiration upon hearing this, saying, Young Master, you are the savior of the Wan family. It's just a pity that we can't tell the truth to others, otherwise, everyone would thank you. Young Master Wan laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, I don't need their gratitude anyway. As long as Yi Ching dies and the Wan family avoids this calamity, the position of family head will naturally be mine, and then it won't matter. As for Yi Ching, he dared to look down on me and never showed me a good face this time. He deserves it. Alright, no more talk about this. I'm going to accompany father now to avoid any unexpected situations. After speaking, young Master Wan went to find Wan family head, intending to perform well in front of Wan family head and also prevent others from suspecting him. At this time, Wan family head and ninth uncle were sitting in the living room talking. Ninth uncle felt somewhat uncomfortable sitting in front of Wan family head at the moment. After all, he had secretly agreed to young Master Wan's actions even though there was no actual support, he did nod, and he knew and did not object or stop it. One family head looked at Ninth Uncle and softly said, "Ninth Uncle, have the people you were asked to arrange to protect Mr. Yi been arranged? In the current situation, we and Uncle Gong have completely fallen out, so Mr. Yi must be absolutely safe. We absolutely cannot give Uncle Gong any opportunity, understand?" Ninth Uncle nodded upon hearing this and said, "In total, more than 30 people, all elites, have been arranged as overt and covert guards. Even if Uncle Gong sends more people to assassinate Mr. Yi, these people will be enough to hold them off for a while. So, family head, rest assured, nothing will happen. As for Uncle Gong, we have sent him all the photos. Logically, Uncle Gong should be furious and call, but Uncle Gong's side is eerily quiet. Isn't this a bit unusual?" One family head said in a deep voice upon hearing this, "According to the time, Uncle Gong should have just gotten off the plane not long ago. Let's wait a bit longer, he will see them, and then he will undoubtedly be furious. After all, he is Uncle Gong for so many years, no one who dared to provoke him has lived." At this point, one family head also showed a bitter smile. He himself knew how terrifying Uncle Gong was, but there was nothing he could do. Ninth Uncle hesitated at this moment and said in a deep voice, "Family head, are we truly going to tie ourselves to Mr. Yi? Now, there might still be a chance to withdraw, but if we wait any longer, there will truly be no chance. Once this step is taken wrongly, it will inevitably lead to eternal damnation." One family head nodded upon hearing this, sighed softly, and said, "Why wouldn't I understand what you're saying? But our one family has now reached a point where we must make changes. We appear to be infinitely glorious, but in reality, we are full of crises. Mr. Yi is our opportunity. If we seize this opportunity, the one family might be reborn and advance further. But if we miss this opportunity, I have a feeling that it will never come again in this life." Ninth Uncle, don't hesitate. I know what you're thinking, but now, don't think so much, just do as I say. By the way, have the arrangements for the third generation of the Wan family to leave Jiangqing been made? Let them go under various pretexts. Leave the Wan family, leave Jiangqing. This way, even if the Wan family truly takes the wrong path and makes the wrong choice, at least they will still be alive, still the spark, and the Wan family will not be considered destroyed. When saying this, one family head himself had actually embraced the risk of certain death. But he was unwilling for so many people to die with him, so he had to share the risk and send these clan members away. It was helplessness within helplessness, but it was also the last resort and choice. Ninth Uncle nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged. At the latest tomorrow, everyone will leave Jiangcheng. It's just that the eldest young master, he doesn't want to leave." At this point, young Master Wan had already reached the living room, looked at Ninth Uncle and one family head, and said, "I won't leave. I want to live and die with the Wan family." "Father, Ninth Uncle, I was born and raised in the Wan family, enjoying wealth and glory. Since I possess these, I should bear the responsibilities I must bear. If I were to flee when the Wan family is in danger, would I still be considered a person? I ask Father to agree and allow me to stay so I can face the future dangers with you." It must be said, young Master Wan's expression of sincerity was very touching. One family head was silent for a moment, looked at young Master Wan, and said, "I know your intentions, but this matter concerns the safety of my Wan family. I cannot let you take risks with me. Be obedient, leave only if you leave can I be at ease, and only then can the Wan family possibly reappear one day. Don't say anything more. Go pack your things now and leave here. This is an order." "An order?" Young Master Wan showed a bitter smile upon hearing this and said, "Father, let me stay. Otherwise, even if I live or survive in this world, I would rather die." One family head was moved upon hearing this. Looking at young Master Wan, he sighed and said, "Child, don't blame me, I'll be satisfied, but this is something I have to do. You will understand later. This might be a once-in-a-century opportunity for my Wan family. If we win this gamble, what I hand over to you in the future will be a Wan family 10 or even 100 times stronger than it is now. If we lose, don't blame me, that's all. But you cannot stay. Leave now, leave immediately." At this moment, Ninth Uncle walked up to young Master Wan, staring intently at him, and said, "Go listen to your father at this time. Your departure is the best choice, and you must go. Only then will everything be unrelated to you." There was a hidden meaning in his words one family head didn't understand, but young Master Wan understood immediately. He had to leave. Only by leaving could the assassination of Yi Qing be largely disassociated from him, and he would have something to say if it were ever investigated later. Young Master Wan bowed to one family head and ninth uncle upon hearing this and said, "Father, ninth uncle, take care." Chapter 98 I Really Love You. Young Master, are you still leaving? Young Master Wan's confidant had been waiting for young Master Wan, and seeing him return from the living room, he quickly asked. Young Master Wan heard this, looked at his confidant, and said coldly, "Yes, I'm leaving now, but before I go, come with me to the Bai family. I want to see Bai Ruoruo." Upon hearing this, young Master Wan's confidant and attendants were stunned. What time was it? Why go look for Bai Ruoruo? And was it appropriate to go now? However, with young Master Wan's command, he dared not disobey. Soon, young Master Wan arrived outside the Bai family with a small entourage. He sent his attendant to personally invite Bai Ruoruo, and soon, Bai Ruoruo walked out of her room. Although she didn't have the dazzling, charming brilliance of that day, her current ordinary home clothes still couldn't conceal Bai Ruoruo's beautiful appearance. Was this young Master Wan's first time feeling his heart stir? He didn't know, but he was very clear that he was probably truly smitten with Bai Ruoruo, otherwise, he wouldn't be so unforgettable. After getting out of the car, young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoruo with politeness. "Miss Ruoruo, I apologize for the abrupt intrusion. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Bai Ruoruo knew that the person in front of her was the young master of the Wan family, and she also knew that the Wan family had a relationship with Yi Qing, even protecting Yi Qing for this reason alone. Bai Ruoruo could not treat young Master Wan with a cold shoulder. "Young Master Wan, is there something you need me for?" Young Master Wan heard this, paused for a moment, then said, "Miss Ruoruo, I want to ask, are you and Yi Qing truly in a romantic relationship?" "I'm sorry, my words are a bit presumptuous, but this matter is very important. I need to know, are you two a couple?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo was stunned, yet she didn't know how to answer. She truly wanted to say that she and Yi Qing were a couple, that she was Yi Qing's girlfriend, but she just couldn't say it, because Yi Qing seemed to have never said anything like that to her. "Probably not, but I like Yi Qing, that's a fact. As for whether Yi Qing likes me, I actually don't know." Bai Ruoruo's answer was very frank, with no intention of hiding anything. And young Master Wan, upon hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Not a couple, just unrequited love? It didn't seem quite right, because Yi Qing seemed to be very good to Bai Ruoruo. "Young Master Wan, is there something you need to ask me about this?" Young Master Wan heard this, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and said softly, "Miss Ruoruo, every word I say next is sincere and for your own good, so if you are unhappy or dissatisfied, please don't spread it, okay?" Bai Ruoruo nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." Only then did young Master Wan look at Bai Ruoruo and say, "I like you from the moment I first saw you. I fell in love with you. Bai Ruoruo, I want to pursue you, may I?" I know you might think I'm just playing around and not serious, but I swear, I am serious, more serious than ever before. You are the first girl who has made my heart stir. I want to be with you and give you happiness, so please consider me, okay? Bai Ruoruo was stunned. She had never dreamed that young Master Wan would confess to her. In these past years, it wasn't that no one liked her, or that no one confessed, but this sudden turn of events still made Bai Ruoruo feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at young Master Wan's extremely sincere expression, Bai Ruoruo immediately gave a bitter smile. "Young Master Wan, you think too highly of me and, I'm sorry, I cannot accept your confession. I like Yi Qing. I already told you that." Young Master Wan heard this and immediately shook his head, saying, "I know you like Yi Qing, but I also want to tell you my feelings. And aren't you and Yi Qing not together? Perhaps he doesn't like you? If he liked you, he should confirm your relationship. I know that in your heart, I can't compare to him, but, Ruoruo, my feelings for you are true. I'm even willing to do anything for you. Believe me, give me a chance, try it, okay? I promise, I definitely won't disappoint you. Can such a matter be tried?" Bai Ruoruo shook her head firmly, directly refusing. "I'm sorry, young Master Wan, even if Yi Qing doesn't like me, I still like him, and I've liked him for a very, very long time. That will never change in this lifetime, so, please don't waste your time on me. You are the eldest young master of the Wan family, with a good reputation. You can find any kind of woman you want. You should go find someone else. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." With that, Bai Ruoruo was about to leave. Just then, young Master Wan gritted his teeth and couldn't help but say, "What if Yi Qing dies then? Are you going to remain a widow for him?" if there was no Yi Qing, would you give me a chance? Bai Ruoruo, I'm serious, I'm not joking with you anymore. And these words indeed caught Bai Ruoruo's attention, making her stop in her tracks, her face instantly changing dramatically. In Bai Ruoruo's view, the Wan family was Yi Qing's backer. The reason Yi Qing could avoid problems and turn misfortunes into blessings was all due to the Wan family's intervention. But, if the Wan family not only didn't help Yi Qing but even chose to turn hostile, then Yi Qing would truly be in danger. And coincidentally, young Master Wan was the next heir of the Wan family. His identity was more important than anything else. Young Master Wan, what are you going to do? Yi Qing has a connection with your Wan family. What do you want to do? Bai Ruoruo looked at young Master Wan anxiously, her entire being somewhat distraught. Young Master Wan's reputation was good, but when these young masters of prominent families truly wanted to do something, what couldn't they do? The Wan family has reached where it is today, even having a big shot like Uncle Gong overseeing the underground world to say they are clean and have no blood on their hands. No matter how innocent Bai Ruoruo might be, she wouldn't dream such a daydream. Young Master Wan saw Bai Ruoruo's expression and knew that Bai Ruoruo had misunderstood. No, it wasn't entirely a misunderstanding. After all, young Master Wan was truly going to do something. But now it seemed, perhaps, he could achieve multiple goals at once. Do what? I naturally don't want to do anything, but, Ruoruo, I have never liked someone this much in my life, so much that I'm going crazy. But this person just doesn't like me. Tell me, what should I do? Young Master Wan looked at Bai Ruoruo, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and said through gritted teeth, perhaps you don't know, but just yesterday, someone sent people to assassinate Yi Qing. Do you know who it was? Bai Ruoruo shook her head, her face pale. Young Master Wan said coldly, Uncle Gong, have you heard of him? It was Uncle Gong who did it. He sent 3 assassins to kill Yi Qing. Ruoruo, you don't tell me you don't know who Uncle Gong is. Bai Ruoruo's face was filled with despair at this moment. And this despairing expression already proved that she, of course, knew who Uncle Gong was. It was precisely because she knew that she felt despair and collapse. Chapter 99. Love me, he won't die. You lied to me. How could Uncle Gong target Yi Qing? There's no animosity between them at all. Young Master Wan laughed upon hearing this, saying, yes, how could there be any animosity between Uncle Gong and Yi Qing? After all, what kind of person is Uncle Gong? Compared to him, Yi Qing is nothing more than an ant on the ground, easily trampled to death without a second glance. But, what I said is true. The 3 killers did come. And, it's related to you. At these words, Bai Ruoruo was stunned. Related to her? What do you mean? Young Master Wan smiled and said, did you forget who you were engaged to? And who did Yi Qing offend for your sake? Have you forgotten about the Tan family's matter so quickly? At these words, Bai Ruoruo's face became even uglier. She didn't know about other things, but how could she not be clear about the Tan family's matter? Yi Qing, for her sake, had driven young Master Tan mad, and even the Tan family head had been humiliated to the extreme by Yi Qing. This was practically an unending feud. But, hadn't it already been resolved? Moreover, the Wan family had even intervened. At this moment, looking at young Master Wan, Bai Ruoruo knew that the matter was true. How did the Tan family get involved with Uncle Gong? So, it was the Tan family who found Uncle Gong, and Uncle Gong then sent people to kill Yi Qing? Young Master Wan nodded and said, you guessed correctly. This is the truth of the matter. The Tan family had somehow had some connections with Uncle Gong, so, to avenge the Tan family, Uncle Gong personally sent people, and this time, the reason Yi Qing survived is because our Wan family intervened. Speaking of this, young Master Wan sighed, looking at Bai Ruoruo, and said, but, that's Uncle Gong, the strongest boss in the East Province underground world. Bai Ruoruo, you wouldn't really think that our Wan family can be enemies with Uncle Gong, would you? We can protect Yi Qing once, but can we protect him a second time? Even if we could protect him, then tell me, why should we be enemies with Uncle Gong for Yi Qing's sake? Such a huge risk is simply not worth it. Bai Ruoruo's face was extremely pale at this moment, because she understood young Master Wan's meaning and was even clearer about the danger involved. The Wan family was no match for Uncle Gong, of course. In a place like Jiang City, if the Wan family were to protect Yi Qing to the death, there might be a slim chance of survival, but, as young Master Wan said, why should the Wan family? Yi Qing was almost in a desperate situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. Young Master Wan, save Yi Qing, I'm begging you, please save Yi Qing, okay? Yi Qing saved your family's old master's life, his medical skills are amazing. As long as you can save him, it won't be bad for you. Bai Ruoruo could no longer hold back and directly pleaded with young Master Wan. It seemed that, at present, besides the Wan family, no one could protect Yi Qing. And what young Master Wan wanted was precisely this effect. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, young Master Wan softly said, Yi Qing's medical skills are indeed amazing, however, if the Wan family no longer exists, then what use would his medical skills be? Bai Ruoruo, this reason can't even convince me, let alone convince the entire Wan family. Unless there's some great happy event, and it concerns me personally, perhaps I could find an excuse to help Yi Qing, but this reason is hard to find. Ruoruo, if you can be with me, then for your sake, even if I have to go all out, I will desperately protect Yi Qing, but, are you willing? Young Master Wan finally spoke the darkest desire hidden deep within his heart. His eyes burned as he looked at Bai Ruoruo, seemingly just waiting for Bai Ruoruo to nod. It's okay, you can think about it slowly, but time waits for no one. Bai Ruoruo's eyes were filled with tears at this moment as she looked at young Master Wan, wanting to refuse him. However, what would be the consequence after refusing him? That would be Yi Qing being killed by people sent by Uncle Gong. She couldn't watch Yi Qing die, absolutely not. As long as Yi Qing was alive, she would be willing to pay any price. If I agree to you, will you really protect Yi Qing? Will the Wan family go all out? A glimmer of light flashed in young Master Wan's eyes. He nodded heavily and said, as long as you agree to me, then I promise that the Wan family will go all out to protect Yi Qing. However, I can only promise this much. After all, you also know that our Wan family is no match for Uncle Gong. That was enough, at least, it could give Yi Qing a little more protection. Bai Ruoruo took a deep breath, looked at young Master Wan, and choked out, okay, I agree to you as long as your Wan family goes all out to protect Yi Qing. I, Bai Ruoruo, will be with you. Upon hearing this, young Master Wan's face immediately bloomed into a smile, and he was extremely excited. Ah, good, Ruoruo, trust me, as my girlfriend, you will definitely not be disappointed. You will become the happiest girl. I know you don't love me now, but it doesn't matter. One day, you will deeply fall in love with me, because I truly love you. Bai Ruoruo looked at young Master Wan, unwilling to listen to his sweet words. Young Master Wan, is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. Young Master Wan nodded at her words and said, you may. However, Ruoruo, remember what you said. You are now my girlfriend, so you must do what a girlfriend should do and uphold the necessary boundaries. I do not wish for my girlfriend to be entangled with other men. Of course, I won't force you. After all, you have your own feelings, so I'll give you time, and also give you a chance to see Yi Qing one more time to make things clear. Then, from now on, be my woman. I hope our relationship is voluntary and pure, not forced. I imagine you wouldn't want Yi Qing to misunderstand and think I forced you, as that wouldn't be good for him. These words were a threat, but Bai Ruoruo could only swallow this threat. I know what to do. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. With that, Bai Ruoruo turned and left directly. And young Master Wan, looking at Bai Ruoruo's retreating figure, was extremely excited at this moment. Back in the car, young Master Wan still couldn't hide his excitement. His confidant and follower immediately asked, young master, why are you so happy? Could it be that Bai Ruoruo accepted your pursuit? Young Master Wan nodded heavily and said, that's right, she agreed to me. From now on, she will be my girlfriend. Ha, I've never been so moved in my life, but I didn't expect to fall in love with this woman, and yet, she still has another man in her heart. But what does that matter? As long as I make a move, there's nothing I can't handle. The confidant and follower immediately flattered him, but then curiously said, then, what about Yi Qing? She wouldn't tell Yi Qing that you threatened and forced her, would she? Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in young Master Wan's eyes. Chapter 100 Desperate and Sad by Ruoruo. That truly is a good question. Young Master Wan sneered, what if we tell Yi Qing? Don't forget, Yi Qing isn't meant to live anyway. If he offends Uncle Gong and still manages to live, then I might as well just bash my head in and die. However, what you said makes sense. We need to give Roa some time so she'll willingly follow me. We can't have her just become my girlfriend, and then the next second, Yi Qing dies, can we? How would she feel then? No, we must let Yi Qing live for a few more days. Inform the people we arranged to temporarily hold back and wait for my command. The trusted subordinate immediately nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "Understood, young master, I'll give the order right away. It's just that even if we don't act, I'm afraid Uncle Gong won't let Yi Qing off either. Yi Qing is still going to die." Hearing this, young Master Wan sneered, "Yi Qing won't die for now since father wants to protect him, then Yi Qing can live for a few more days. If the Wan family can't even do this much, then we truly aren't qualified to establish ourselves in Jiangcheng. A few days won't hurt. I can wait. The final outcome won't change. Let's go. I'll leave Jiangcheng for 2 days. It just so happens I have other things to do. When I return, Bai Ruoro will be my woman. Ha ha, Yi Qing should live. Didn't he look down on me? Then I'll let him watch clearly how his woman changes her affections and comes into my arms. Ha ha. As young Master Wan said this, his eyes showed great satisfaction. Yet, Yi Qing had no enmity or grievances with him, and had even saved his grandfather. At this moment, Bai Ruoro returned home and could no longer hold back, collapsing onto her bed and crying loudly. Despair and sorrow filled Bai Ruoro at this moment. It was so difficult to finally have a chance to be with Yi Qing. She had waited for so long for this. Just when hope appeared, what was the result? She wanted to live and die with Yi Qing, but she wanted Yi Qing to live even more. At this time, Bai Weiwei had not yet left. Seeing Bai Ruoro return and cry so despairingly, she was stunned. She was fine when she left, so how did she end up like this upon returning? It was true that she believed Gao Qingyue's words, but she didn't want Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing to be together because she thought Yi Qing was a liar. That didn't mean she didn't feel for Bai Ruoro. This was her cousin, but closer to her than a biological sister. Sis, what's wrong? Speak up, what's wrong with you? You were fine when you left just now. Why are you crying like this now? Who bullied you? Tell me, I won't let them off. However, no matter how Bai Weiwei asked, Bai Ruoro only continued to cry hysterically, without answering. She cried so much that her pillow was soaked, and she was even gasping for breath. Bai Weiwei had never seen Bai Ruoro so desperate, not even when Bai Ruoro was forced to marry young Master Tan. This was not right, far from right. Sis, don't be like this, you're scaring me. Tell me, what happened, what's wrong? Is it Yi Qing? Yes, it must be Yi Qing. Besides him, who else could make you so distraught? That damned Yi Qing, he must have bullied you. No, I'm going to find him now. I'm going to beat him to death. Bai Weiwei immediately pinpointed Yi Qing as the person who made Bai Ruoro cry. It wasn't without reason. In fact, Bai Ruoro's pain was indeed caused by Yi Qing. Hearing Bai Weiwei about to confront Yi Qing, Bai Ruoro finally couldn't hold back. She lifted her head from the pillow and looked at Bai Weiwei with tear-filled eyes, saying, "Don't go looking for Yi Qing, it has nothing to do with him." Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoro angrily and said, "You still say it has nothing to do with him? Besides him, who else could make you cry like this? Sis, if you don't want me to go find Yi Qing, then tell me, what exactly happened?" Could she tell her? Clearly, she couldn't. Bai Ruoro looked at Bai Weiwei, choking back tears. "Weiwei, I can't be with Yi Qing anymore now. Are you satisfied?" "I will never be with Yi Qing again, boo-hoo. I love him so much, I really love him so much, but I'll never have the chance again, boo-hoo." Bai Weiwei immediately became happy upon hearing this. Although she didn't know what happened, for her, anything that could make Bai Ruoro break up with Yi Qing was definitely not a bad thing. Of course, this was clearly not right. Moreover, she couldn't appear too overjoyed. That would truly hurt Bai Ruoro's feelings. Furthermore, at this moment, seeing Bai Ruoro so sad, she actually felt bad inside. "Sis, why? Although I've always disagreed with you being with Yi Qing, this is too sudden, and you're crying so sadly. Did Yi Qing abandon you? That damn scoundrel, I knew he wasn't a good person. He's a liar, a big liar. Sis, tell me, how did he bully you? Tell me." Looking at Bai Weiwei, Bai Ruoro slowly stopped crying and choked out, "He didn't bully me, it has nothing to do with him. It's me. I've thought it through. We're not suitable for each other. Weiwei, please don't go looking for him anymore, okay? Didn't you always oppose us being together? This outcome is what you wanted to see, so please stop bothering Yi Qing. Consider it your sister begging you, okay? Bai Weiwei nodded upon hearing this, saying, okay, sis, I promise you, I won't bother Yi Ching anymore, but you shouldn't be sad either, there are plenty of good men in this world. What is Yi Chang? At most, he's just a man. No, he doesn't even deserve to be a man. A man should be responsible and have a sense of duty, but him? He's just a big liar. Enough. Don't say any more. Bai Ruoruo angrily interrupted Bai Weiwei before she could finish. I can't be with Yi Ching, but he's still the one I love. Bai Weiwei, please stop speaking ill of him, okay? Bai Weiwei, at this moment, also dared not provoke Bai Ruoruo too much and quickly said, okay, sister, I understand. I won't say anything else, but what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Everything was fine just now. You went out and came back like this. This is very wrong. I'm very worried about you. Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, it's nothing, it's all in the past. As long as the outcome is good, that's enough. Weiwei, don't ask any more, just pretend nothing happened. Bai Weiwei, hearing this, no longer asked further. She checked the time and smiled, sis, well, it's just the right time. Let's go to Qingyue's appointment. I was worried you two wouldn't be able to reconcile before, especially with that scoundrel Yi Ching in the middle, but now that you've decided not to be with Yi Ching, you two best friends can finally reconcile. This is truly wonderful.